Lin Shi is reborn, returning 3 months prior to the onset of the extreme cold. In his previous life, he witnessed the catastrophic natural disasters that obliterated human civilization. Electromagnetic pulses rendered the world paralyzed, while geomagnetic storms unleashed frigid hells with temperatures plummeting below zero. 90% of species became extinct, and the surviving creatures mutated into bloodthirsty monstrosities. Moreover, he experienced the treachery of his closest friend. This time, he vows to rewrite his fate. Awakening an ancestral treasure, Lin Shi activates an extraordinary ability. The space expands infinitely, and resources can be replicated without limit. Beginning with a mysterious ancient coin, he feverishly stockpiles vast quantities of supplies. Food, weapons, energy, medical equipment, and even constructs an indomitable fortress for the apocalypse. However, the end of the world is not merely a test of nature's wrath, but also a crucible for human morality. As blizzards engulf civilization, survivors are reduced to beasts. Armed with a sharp blade, Lin Shi, along with his companion Demon King, embarks on a ruthless path of survival. Chapter 1. Returning to the pre-apocalypse. Bang! 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 On the frozen lake's surface, Lin Shi strikes the ice vigorously with an ice pick. 1 meter beneath the ice, a frozen crucian carp is faintly visible. Lin Shi's saliva unconsciously drips, and he resolves that this fish will be the dinner for him and Zhao Xiao today. Zhao Xiao, a companion he has known for 14 years and supported through 8 years of the apocalypse, is arguably the person he trusts the most in this lifetime. This time, it is his turn to forage for food, while Zhao Xiao keeps watch for any dangers. Suddenly, a barely perceptible sound pierces through the howling wind. Puff! Lin Shi's pupils dilate in shock. The sound of a silenced gunshot. A searing pain shoots through his back. Lin Shi collapses to the ground, his ice pick flying 3 meters away. What is happening? How could someone approach without Zhao Xiao alerting him? He struggles to turn his head and sees Zhao Xiao standing beside his former nemesis, Sun Jinbin, conversing with a sycophantic expression. He vaguely hears words like space, unworthy, and shelter carried by the wind. In that instant, Lin Shi's mind races with unprecedented speed. Zhao Xiao has actually betrayed him. Blood flows from Lin Shi's body, and he grows increasingly cold. Yet, more unbearable than the physical pain and chill is the heartbreak of betrayal by the one he trusted most. The two approach Lin Shi. Sun Jinbin looks down upon him, his contemptuous gaze unmasked. Lin Shi, you have fallen into my hands. Lin Shi grits his teeth until they bleed, glaring fiercely at Zhao Xiao. He feels numb from the waist down. All of this pain is inflicted by his good brother and companion. Together, we shall seek refuge under the auspices of young Master Sun. From henceforth, your abilities will serve him, sparing you the arduous task of scavenging for supplies. This is, indeed, for your own good, as the apocalypse grows increasingly perilous. Lin Shi possesses an ancestral broken bowl, a relic left to him by his father, which he has carried with him even amidst the trials of the apocalypse. One day, while he and Zhao Xiao were foraging for resources, they inadvertently unearthed an ancient coin. Initially deemed a mere trinket, Lin Shi discovered that upon grasping the coin, it activated the bowl, granting him a personal space. In the face of iniquity, Zhao Xiao's demeanor underwent a subtle transformation from that day forth. Meanwhile, Lin Shi remained engrossed in the challenging contemplation of how to ensure that both of them could eat their fill, blissfully unaware of Zhao Xiao's change in attitude. 8 years, a full 8 years. Lin Shi found it utterly ludicrous. You actually, ha ha ha, you betrayed me over this. Ha 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 ha. His mouth stained with blood, he laughed maniacally. Zhao Xiao was acutely aware that Sun Jinbin was one of the individuals he despised most in this lifetime. They had supported each other unwaveringly for 8 years, yet their hearts had drifted apart due to a spatial awakening that lasted less than half a year. Thus, it became evident that a person is often unjustly penalized for possessing something precious. After his laughter subsided, Lin Shi firmly closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again. Addressing Sun Jinbin with a tone of certainty, I can be of service to you. However, Zhao Xiao has become superfluous, has he not? Zhao Xiao's mouth fell slightly agape, as if he had come to a realization, terror flickering in his eyes as he turned to Sun Jinbin. Young Master Sun, you wouldn't. Lin Shi interjected with a cutting remark. He will divulge this information. He will share it with others. My space is entirely unrelated to him, and the more individuals who are privy to it, the greater the risk of exposure. At this moment, Lin Shi's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze terrifyingly profound. Despite the chaos he should have been in, a smile lingered on his face, instilling a chilling dread in those who beheld him. Zhao Xiao regarded Lin Shi with a mixture of fear and malice flashing in his eyes. He forced a smile, more grotesque than tears, and spoke to Shen Jinbin. Young Master Shun, the information about the space was indeed provided by me, correct? I can keep an eye on Lin Shi to ensure he poses no threat to you. Indeed, you have rendered service. Shen Jinbin nodded in affirmation. Zhao Zhao's smile became sincere. Your contributions will be forever engraved in my memory. Zhao Zhao's pupils dilated, his body trembling slightly, as he attempted to articulate further thoughts. However, Shen Jinbin had already pressed a gun against Zhao Zhao's head, having never intended for him to survive. Blood, both red and white, erupted from the back of Zhao Zhao's skull. Whoosh! In a fleeting moment, as Shen Jinbin swung the gun to deliver a fatal shot to Zhao Xiao, Lin Shi summoned his strength, propelling himself upward. In his other hand, he clutched a sharp shard of ice, hurling it fiercely at Shen Jinbin. Perhaps favored by fate, Lin Shi's throw struck Shen Jinbin squarely in the head. Shen Jinbin's body crumpled to the icy ground, his gun slipping from his grasp and landing a mere meter away from Lin Shi. Lin Shi scrambled desperately towards the handgun, drawing nearer, closer still. That last strike had not been lethal enough. He was determined to kill Shen Jinbin, to end him. A tempest of vengeance surged within Lin Shi's eyes. He reached the handgun, a fleeting glimmer of joy flashing across his face. A sharp pain surged through the back of his head, plunging his consciousness into darkness. Beep, 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 beep. Lin Shi jolted awake, gasping for air. Hadn't he just died? Was there a fourth person present at that moment? Who could it be? At this juncture, Lin Shi noticed that his injuries had mysteriously vanished. The warm temperature and the soft bedding surrounding him were wholly incongruent with the frigid apocalypse he had known. The jarring beeping continued, and Lin Shi, still dazed, caught sight of a cell phone on the bedside table. A cell phone, one that had been rendered inoperable at the onset of the apocalypse? It took Lin Shi a considerable amount of time to regain his composure and confirm that he had been reborn. He had returned to a time before the frigid apocalypse, before it had all begun. The current date was March 1st, 2024, according to the Enlightenment calendar, at 7:30 a.m. At this moment, he was merely 19 years old, a first-year university student residing at home instead of in a dormitory. Lin Shi stood on the balcony of his bedroom, feeling the cool morning breeze. The March sun radiated warmth. From the 28th floor balcony, he gazed down at the bustling road outside the community, knowing that traffic would soon become congested. Yet, this serene and prosperous scene would soon be enveloped in a blanket of pristine snow, rendering it unrecognizable. The reason for this lay in the sun hanging high in the sky. Lin Shi raised his hand to shield his eyes, casting a sidelong glance at the sun upon which humanity depended. Chapter 2. The Quest for Ancient Coins. 3 months later, on June 1st, an unprecedented SS-level solar flare erupted in the annals of human scientific history, marking the moment scientists had predicted for the advent of the apocalypse. The solar flare's explosion occurred so abruptly that it went unpredicted. It was not until the coronal particles were nearing the celestial star that anomalies were detected by scientists. By then, it was already June 3rd, allowing humanity merely a day to react. At 10 a.m. on June 4th, a violent electromagnetic pulse annihilated all satellites orbiting the celestial star, leaving none unscathed. Every electronic device failed. Soon after, a geomagnetic storm swept across the globe. The electricity, which had taken humanity centuries to cultivate, was extinguished in an instant, plunging society back into a primitive darkness. Yet this was not the most terrifying aspect. Following the solar explosion, the sun seemed to enter a period of weakness, visibly dimming as the colossal sphere upon which humanity depended began to fade. Within 3 days, the global temperature plummeted to an average of -50 degrees Celsius, encasing the celestial star in ice and ushering in an era of extreme cold. Over 90% of species faced extinction. Animals, plants, food, and even lower buildings were all entombed beneath layers of snow and ice. Humanity confronted an unprecedented existential crisis. From that moment forth, survival became an arduous struggle for those who wished to live. Lin Shi returned to his room, pondering briefly before opening a safe and retrieving an unremarkable bowl. Its surface was uneven, its color a dull gray, and a chip marred its edge. It could easily be mistaken for a begging bowl on the roadside. Lin Shi had previously found it peculiar that his father had bequeathed a will for such a trivial object. However, after discovering its unique properties upon activating it, Lin Shi realized its significance. This was a treasure basin. It required specific items for activation, or rather, restoration. In his past life, he had only managed to restore the treasure basin in the 8th year of the extreme cold apocalypse by pure chance, gaining access to its space. Unfortunately, at that time, the resources he found were barely sufficient to stave off hunger, let alone store anything. What became paramount in the wake of the apocalypse? Resources, tangible goods that could be carried and were impervious to theft. Now, Lin Shi's foremost task was to activate this treasure basin. In his previous life, the key item needed for the activation had been located in the antique market in the southern part of the city. Time was of the essence. That particular item was crucial to his greatest reliance in this new life. Lin Shi resolved to set off immediately. He retrieved a backpack, placed the treasure basin inside, and stepped out. Descending the stairs, he spotted a breakfast shop and suddenly remembered that he had yet to eat. Having grown accustomed to hunger during the apocalypse, he often went days without food, surviving on mere snow to quell his appetite. Lin Shi entered the breakfast shop and devoured a hearty meal. After finishing, he relied on his memories, coupled with navigation aids, to drive to the antique market in the southern part of the city. Upon arrival, he found the antique market bustling with hundreds of stalls and throngs of people. In his previous life, it was here that he and Zhao Xiao had unearthed the crucial item for restoring the treasure basin, a unique ancient coin. That coin had been excavated from beneath a thick layer of snow, and while he could ascertain that it was somewhere in this market, the exact location was now lost to him, necessitating a search of each stall. The antique market was rife with ancient coins. Nearly every stall boasted piles of them, numbering in the hundreds. After 2 hours of searching, Lin Shi had yet to find a unique coin. A grave look crossed his face. He had just learned that this market only gathered vendors on weekend mornings, and the stall owners were not fixed. This was undoubtedly unfortunate news. If the stall owner possessing the special coin had only set up shop on the day of the apocalypse, he would have to wait 3 months to return. His advantage in this new life would be significantly diminished. With only an hour or two left before the stalls began to close, he would have no choice but to return next weekend and hope for luck. Exhaling deeply, Lin Shi steadied himself and continued his search at the next stall. Lin Shi? A familiar voice called from behind. Lin Shi's gaze sharpened, a flicker of menace flashing in his clear eyes. He would never forget that voice. Zhao Xiao, his classmate and friend from middle to high school, who had betrayed him during the trials of the apocalypse. Suppressing the murderous intent in his gaze, Lin Shi turned in surprise. Zhao Xiao, what are you doing here? Dressed in a city management uniform, Zhao Xiao approached and patted Lin Shi on the shoulder. I was just about to ask you the same. What is this? The academic prodigy has taken an interest in antiques? Zhao Xiao teased, eyeing Lin Shi, who looked dapper in his expensive attire, a hint of jealousy flashing in his eyes. Having lived an extra life, Lin Shi noted this jealousy and felt a chill within. So, it turned out that Zhao Xiao had harbored resentment towards him even at this time in their past. Zhao Xiao, a temporary worker at the City Management Bureau, was not out of place here. Lin Shi nonchalantly brushed off Zhao Xiao's hand from his shoulder, replying casually, I had some free time this weekend and heard there were many antiques here, so I thought I'd take a look. Zhao Xiao chuckled inwardly. Having worked nearby for nearly a year, he knew this street was rife with deceitful trinkets. Many came hoping to find a hidden gem, but in reality, even a single genuine find was rare in a year. Just last time, a naive young man had been swindled out of over 100,000. However, he kept this information to himself, eager for Lin Shi to fall prey to a scam, knowing Lin Shi was not lacking in funds. Maintaining a facade of camaraderie was essential. After all, how else could he exploit Lin Shi, the unwitting benefactor? Zhao Xiao smiled. There are plenty of fakes here, but some genuine items as well. Half a year ago, an old man found a true Han Dynasty piece for 200 and sold it for 500,000. Any typical 19-year-old would be fired up upon hearing this, and even those who initially intended just to browse would be tempted to buy something. Lin Shi maintained a composed exterior, inwardly mocking how he had never noticed Zhao Xiao's cunning before. Nodding at Zhao Xiao, he replied, Then I shall take a good look. At that moment, a commotion erupted not far off, drawing a crowd. Curiosity piqued, Lin Shi moved closer. As the crowd thickened, Zhao Xiao shouted, Make way! Make way! City management at work. The crowd parted, and Lin Shi pressed forward. A young man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, was agitatedly brandishing an ancient coin, shouting, Old man, I took this for appraisal yesterday, and it's just a modern craft. A fake. How could you sell it for 100,000? Refund me. You must refund me today. The stall owner, a septuagenarian clad in a coarse tunic, wore a pained expression as wrinkles twisted across his weathered face. This is truly a family heirloom. What rubbish are you spouting? Will you refund or not? If not, I'll call the police. The onlookers wore expressions of anticipation, including Zhao Xiao, who leaned into Lin Shi's ear and whispered, This sort of thing happens every few months. In the past, the young man would have been beaten for this. There's a rule in the antique world. Once you buy something, even if it's a counterfeit, You cannot return it. If you misjudge, it's a lesson learned. Yet, it was clear that this young man either did not understand the rules or was pretending not to, insisting on a refund. Lin Shi's pupils constricted suddenly as he spotted the ancient coin in the young man's hand. It was the very coin needed to activate the treasure basin. The old man trembled, his hand shaking as he implored, "This is truly my family heirloom, passed down from my great-grandfather." "Young man, I am not deceiving you." Many in the crowd cast disapproving glances at the young man, perplexed by his ignorance of the rules. Meanwhile, some speculated that the old man was putting on quite the act. Others have already authenticated it. How could one possibly declare the genuine to be false? Lin Shi inhaled deeply, approached the young man, and inquired with a hint of curiosity, "May I take a look at the ancient coin you possess?" Chapter 3. 2 Ancient Coins. Qin Tai, noticing the newcomer was a student younger than himself, waved his hand dismissively. "Move along. Go play somewhere else." Unperturbed, Lin Shi responded, "I have a passion for collecting diverse currencies, and I am intrigued by the coin in your possession. Would you consider selling it to me?" This statement elicited a chorus of whispers from the surrounding crowd. Is this lad daft? He wishes to purchase something that is clearly counterfeit? And isn't he just a student? Does he possess such wealth? Zhao Xiao was momentarily taken aback, uncertain why Lin Shi would wish to acquire something he knew to be fake. He was aware of Lin Shi's considerable wealth. After all, it took 3 years of relentless toil without sustenance for him to amass a mere 100,000. If only he would use that money for something worthwhile. Why waste it on that worthless copper coin? A flicker of jealousy flashed in Zhao Xiao's eyes as he stood behind Lin Shi. Why was it that, despite being of the same age, Lin Shi's fortunes were so vastly superior to his own? Upon hearing Lin Shi's willingness to purchase, Qin Tai's eyes gleamed with excitement as he promptly handed the ancient coin over to Lin Shi. The artifact appeared to be neither gold nor silver. One side embossed with an image of a gold ingot, while the reverse bore an array of peculiar characters. Numerous onlookers gathered for a glimpse, only to shake their heads and retreat. Most in the crowd were seasoned treasure hunters from the antique market, possessing discerning eyes. This coin, pristine in condition, bore designs unlike any currency from known dynasties, resembling instead the tokens used in children's arcade games. The onlookers regarded Lin Shi as a foolish, wealthy individual. An elderly gentleman kindly cautioned, "Young man, one must scrutinize their purchases carefully," feeling the warmth emanating from the treasure basin nestled in his backpack. Lin Shi affirmed that this was indeed the item he sought. Regardless of its monetary value, the coin possessed the potential to unlock a storage space, rendering it priceless in his eyes. Casually, he inquired, "What price would you ask for its transfer?" Qin Tai, sizing up Lin Shi's attire, replied, 15,000, and it's yours." Having just clamored for a refund, he now sought to inflate the price upon Lin Shi's interest, drawing scornful glances from the surrounding crowd. 5,000, Lin Shi countered. Qin Tai snatched back the coin, exclaiming, "I acquired it for 10,000. Are you out of your mind?" Lin Shi smiled and turned to leave, counting to 3 in his mind, certain the young man would call him back. Sure enough, before he could take more than a few steps, he was intercepted. Not by Qin Tai, but by the elderly vendor. "Young man, if you desire such a coin, I have another for sale at 8,000. Lin Shi abruptly turned. "You have another?" The elderly man, trembling, retrieved a cloth pouch from his bosom, producing yet another ancient coin, offering it to Lin Shi with hopeful eyes. Desperate for funds to treat his son, who suffered from leukemia, he was compelled to part with this heirloom. The ancestral directive had been to never let these 2 coins be separated, yet he faced a dire situation. Selling both coins would secure his son's medical expenses. Lin Shi accepted the coin, lowering his gaze to mask his astonishment and delight. Indeed, it was identical. The treasure basin responded in kind. To his surprise, there were not merely 1, but 2 of these ancient coins. "Sir, how many such coins do you possess?" Lin Shi inquired. "Only these 2, passed down through generations. Were it not for my urgent need for money, I would never part with them," the old man sighed. This answer was anticipated. Such unique ancient coins would surely be scarce. The one in his possession was likely the one he had discovered in his past life, while the one held by Qin Tai was one he had overlooked. "Very well, I will take this coin." Lin Shi nodded to the elderly man, promptly initiating a money transfer on his phone. Upon witnessing Lin Shi's swift payment, Qin Tai scrutinized the coin in his hand, pondering whether it concealed some secret. The old man, delighted by the sale, began to pack up his stall in preparation to leave. Observing Qin Tai's expression, Lin Shi discerned that suspicion had arisen in the young man's mind. He was resolute in his desire for the second ancient coin. Yet, he had gleaned from their earlier exchanges that Qin Tai was greedy. Should he sense any clues, he would surely raise the price or refuse to sell altogether. Thus, after completing the transaction with the elderly man, Lin Shi turned to depart, feigning disinterest in the coin held by Qin Tai. This caused the young man, who was eagerly awaiting Lin Shi's slip-up, to become flustered. Ultimately, Qin Tai chose to trust his cousin, hastily intercepting Lin Shi. "Hey, how about you take this one as well?" Lin Shi replied curtly, "I already have one. This coin holds little significance for me now." Qin Tai glanced at the departing elderly man, refraining from pursuing him further. He understood the likelihood of a refund was slim, as the unwritten rules of the antique world were well known. Initially, he had relied on his youth to attempt to take advantage of the situation. "I'll sell it to you for 10,000. That's what I paid. No profit for me. Will that suffice?" Lin Shi cast him a dispassionate glance. 5,000. After a lengthy negotiation, Lin Shi ultimately purchased the second ancient coin from Qin Tai for 8,000. Gazing at the two coins nestled in his palm, a faint smile graced Lin Shi's lips. Had he not come today, he would have missed this opportunity. Eagerly, he anticipated what transformations lay ahead for the treasure basin with this newfound addition. Dispelling Zhao Xiao, who was seething with envy, Lin Shi hastened home. Zhao Xiao would be dealt with in due time, but not at present. Once inside, Lin Shi locked the door securely, entered the windowless storage room, and shut the door behind him. The activation of the treasure basin was bound to create a considerable commotion, and he could not afford to attract unwanted attention. He retrieved the gently warmed treasure basin, first placing one ancient coin within. The basin levitated, suddenly emitting a radiant glow. Layers of grime and patina fell away, revealing its true form. In a brilliant flash, it transformed into a stream of golden light, penetrating Lin Shi's forehead. As his vision blurred, a game-like interface materialized before him. Treasure basin. Function: storage space 333. Funds required for upgrade: 1,000. Space measured in meters. The space had manifested. In his past life, when he activated the treasure basin, a similar digital interface appeared. At that time, Lin Shi had not delved deeply into its significance. This time, he would not squander time on such inquiries. The existence of the space alone held its own logic. Now in possession of this space, Lin Shi clenched his fists, his face betraying his elation. The space was comparable to a small room. Anything that could fit, save for living beings, could be stored and retrieved by thought. Time within the space stood still, preserving the state of items as they were when placed inside. Most crucially, this space could be upgraded using gold, silver, and jewels. In his previous life, Lin Shi had attempted to enhance the space with gold and silver, but regrettably, during the 8th year of the apocalypse, those items were buried beneath thick snow, preventing him from completing even a single upgrade. He wondered if the addition of another ancient coin in this life might yield some unexpected changes in the treasure basin. Lin Shi took the second ancient coin and placed it against his forehead. Almost instantly, he felt a warmth at his brow, and the coin vanished from his grasp. The treasure basin interface flickered, becoming momentarily garbled and indistinct. After a brief period, the interface regained clarity, revealing significant changes. Treasure basin. Function: storage space 333. Funds required for upgrade: 1,000. Function: item duplication 3. Funds required for upgrade: 10,000. Chapter 4. Item duplication. An item duplication feature had been added. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this indeed the duplication he had envisioned? He immediately set about preparing an experiment. With only 3 chances to replicate, which cannot be squandered frivolously, Lin Shi pondered briefly before returning to his bedroom to unlock the safe. He retrieved the most valuable items in his possession, 500G gold bars left by his father, which he clasped in his hand. In a hushed tone, Lin Shi uttered, "Item replication." A glimmer of golden light flashed before his eyes, and in the next instant, 5 gold bars materialized out of thin air, descending gracefully to the ground, producing a crisp sound upon impact. Lin Shi immediately crouched down to gather the gold bars and arrange them on the table for comparison with the one he held. The size and weight of the replicated gold bars were identical to the one in his grasp, including a tiny flaw on one bar that had been perfectly duplicated. Lin Shi glanced at the interface of the treasure basin, noting that the item replication section had transformed into item replication 2. Currently, the international gold price stood at 430 yuan per gram, while pawnshops offered a price 10 yuan lower than the market rate. The gold bars he possessed were all inherited from his father, and the 5 bars could now fetch a staggering 1.05 million yuan. With the replication of items, the treasure basin had suddenly augmented his assets by 1.05 million yuan. The treasure basin is indeed a true pot of wealth, Lin Shi murmured. He fixed his gaze on the 10 gold bars before him, striving to calm his racing heart. Although he was aware that triggering the replication again could potentially double his gold bars to 20, the treasure basin interface indicated that only 2 replication attempts remained. He was uncertain whether the total of 3 attempts was a finite resource or if it could be replenished. If it were finite, he would need to reserve the remaining 2 attempts for a more critical moment. Furthermore, he recalled the fabled Shen Wanzan, whose immense wealth had drawn the envy of emperors, ultimately leading to his demise. A common man is innocent, yet wealth can be his crime. He realized that if he suddenly amassed such wealth, it was highly likely he would attract the attention of authorities. Contemplating this, Lin Shi decided to utilize the 5 replicated gold bars to upgrade the treasure basin. He picked up one of the bars and silently intoned, "Upgrade space." Suddenly, a series of red characters flashed on the treasure basin interface. Replicated items cannot be used for upgrades. To his astonishment, they could not be used for upgrading? Lin Shi scrutinized the bar in his hand, which appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary gold bar. Confirming there were no loopholes, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Though it was somewhat expected, he then took the original gold bar from the safe and again intoned, "Upgrade space." The numbers on the interface began to dance and transformed into treasure basin. Function: storage space 333. Funds required for upgrade: 500. Function: item replication 2. Funds required for upgrade: 10,000. One 500G gold bar could be exchanged for 500 wealth points, and 1 gram of gold equated to 1 wealth point. This was knowledge Lin Shi had from his previous life. In contrast, silver required 100G to redeem a single wealth point. Lin Shi then consumed another gold bar, and with a flurry of lights, the space was upgraded. Treasure basin. Function: storage space 666. Funds required for upgrade: 2,000. Function: item replication 2. Funds required for upgrade: 10,000. Although the number had merely doubled, the actual volume had increased 8-fold. Moreover, the funds required for upgrading had also doubled. The value of 2 gold bars, amounting to 420,000 yuan, had vanished in an instant. If he were the person he was 3 years prior, he would not even have qualified to upgrade the treasure basin. 3 years ago, Lin Shi's father had tragically passed away, leaving behind an inheritance along with a substantial death compensation of 10 million yuan. The treasure basin was a legacy bestowed upon him by his father. His current assets, aside from this house and the few gold bars, included 52 million yuan in cash. While this sum might seem trivial to the wealthy, it represented a significant fortune for a 19-year-old. Yet, for Lin Shi, this amount was far from sufficient. Upgrading to the next level of space required 4 gold bars, translating to 860,000 yuan in cash, while upgrading item replication demanded 24 million yuan. Additionally, he needed to stockpile numerous resources to construct a shelter, which would also require substantial funds. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shi formulated a plan. He retrieved his phone and searched for several real estate agency contact numbers. Calling one by one, his first order of business was to sell his property located near the city center. Experience from his past life had taught him that in an extreme cold apocalypse, such high-rise residential buildings were unsuitable for habitation. Sanyuan City, with its flat terrain and flourishing economy, was densely populated with skyscrapers. However, this would not ensure the survival of the millions within the city. Most southern buildings were designed for heat dissipation, but poorly insulated against the cold. As a result, when the apocalypse struck, the majority of fatalities in southern cities were due to freezing temperatures. The onset of the extreme cold apocalypse occurred in June, when Sanyuan City's average temperature plummeted from 20 to 27 degrees to a shocking -50 to -80 degrees. The steel and concrete of the high-rises would warp and crack under such severe conditions, and the aesthetically pleasing, well-lit glass windows would shatter in the blizzards. Within just a year or two, most of these high-rises would collapse. Many who survived the cold perished in the ruins of fallen buildings. In his previous life, Lin Shi's building had not collapsed, but the adjacent one had, bringing down his own in the process. Fortunately, he had managed to escape in time. This lifetime, living there was simply out of the question. The property was situated in an excellent location, close to the city center. Over the past decade, property prices in the country had skyrocketed, and Sanyuan City was no exception. Even Lin Shi's 128 square meter older apartment had surged to an astonishing price of 80,000 yuan per square meter, making it worth 10 million yuan. Lin Shi had 2 stipulations for the sale: a swift transaction and full cash payment. While these demands might appear challenging, Sanyuan City was not lacking in affluent individuals. He set his bottom line price at 9 million yuan and openly informed the agents that he had contacted multiple agencies, and he was only interested in receiving 9 million yuan. Whoever could sell it first would keep the excess commission. The real estate agents, motivated by the prospect of high commissions, would go to great lengths to assist Lin Shi in selling the property. Although time was tight, even a sale at 9 1 million yuan would net them a tidy sum of 100,000 yuan. As the agents gathered information on the property, they began to speculate whether Lin Shi was one of those rich second-generation spendthrifts. Regardless of the price, selling a house required time, making this Lin Shi's top priority. His next plan required as much funding as possible. The subsequent step involved using all his assets to purchase gold bars from the bank, utilizing his replication ability to double the bars before selling the replicated ones back to the bank to recoup his investment. The remaining gold bars would then be entirely devoted to upgrading the treasure basin. After listing his house, Lin Shi called his counselor to request a leave of absence, citing a family emergency. With the apocalypse looming, attending school was merely a waste of time. However, simply skipping class would result in a barrage of calls from the counselor. Thus, requesting a leave was the more convenient option. After all, he was alone, and no one would challenge his excuse. Lin Shi contemplated whether to inform the authorities about the impending SSS-level solar flare 3 months ahead of time. Doing so might minimize human casualties and official losses. Yet, this notion was promptly dismissed, setting aside how a mere civilian could access high-ranking officials, even if he reported it. Law enforcement would likely dismiss his claims as the ramblings of a madman. He had no way to substantiate his assertions, and he would only be regarded as a doomsayer. Furthermore, broadcasting apocalyptic warnings online would prove futile. Over the years, the climate and environment on Earth had deteriorated, leading many to speculate about various apocalyptic scenarios. Even if he spoke with conviction, he would merely be viewed as another alarmist, risking his own safety. Ultimately, he was just a selfish mortal. Lin Shi drove to a pawn shop. The gold bars within his family safe were purchased by his father from a gold store over a decade ago, and could only be sold back to the store or pawned. Upon selling 5 replicated gold bars, a sum of 1.05 million was credited to his account. Having completed these transactions, night fell. Lin Shi, after indulging in a satisfying meal of grilled fish, returned home contentedly. That evening, he devised a workout plan for the upcoming 3 months. In the face of a harsh, apocalyptic world, the most vulnerable, elderly and children, were likely to perish, while the physically robust young adults had the highest chances of survival. A strong physique would allow him to withstand the cold, enhance his odds of survival, protect himself, and cope with the mutations that would arise post-apocalypse. Just as he finished drafting his plan, his phone chimed with a message. Upon checking, he discovered it was a notification from his high school classmates chat group. This small group, consisting of only 6 members, had been pinned at the top of his chats, underscoring its significance in his past. The foremost message was from Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao, hey guys, are you free tomorrow night? Let's gather. Everyone responded in kind. Huang Miao, I'm free. Where are we headed? Linga, take us out. With a playful emoji. Zhao Xiao, to the Huacheo Club. I spent my entire salary from the past few months on this. And I want to treat you all to a good meal since you're my best brothers. Sun Xiaodong. Zhao Ge, you're so generous. But I won't be in Sanyuan City these days. Crying emoji. Su Fi Fei, count me in. With a cute emoji. Zhao Xiao. Fi Fei, this isn't a place for girls. Su Kinkin. Sigh. I'm away at university. Enjoy yourselves. Let us get together during summer vacation. As Lin Shi read the messages, he recalled numerous overlooked details from his previous life. Although he and Zhao Xiao had been classmates in middle school, Zhao Xiao had his own clique, and their relationship had only been superficial. Reflecting on it now, he realized that Zhao Xiao's change in demeanor coincided with the time of Lin Shi's father's death. The exorbitant compensation for his father's demise had made headlines in Sanyuan City, leading Zhao Xiao and his acquaintances to suddenly treat Lin Shi as a brother. They frequently invited him out for meals and entertainment under various pretenses. Considering they were all students with limited finances, Lin Shi often insisted on covering the bills. In hindsight, over the span of more than 3 years, they had never once contributed to the cost, especially Zhao Xiao, who would feign poverty and play the victim, indoctrinating Lin Shi with the notion of sharing both joys and hardships among brothers. Though he claimed to be treating Lin Shi, he would invariably find ways to ensure the payment fell upon Lin Shi's shoulders. The expenses of the Huacheo Club were far beyond what Zhao Xiao's monthly salary of 3,000 could cover. After his rebirth, Lin Shi was no longer the naive version of himself from his previous life. He understood these dynamics all too well. It seemed that the incident of purchasing ancient coins had provoked Zhao Xiao, who was now impatiently eager to take advantage of him. Noticing that Lin Shi had not responded, the others began to chat amongst themselves. A cold smile crept across Lin Shi's lips. If that were the case, he might as well collect some interest first. Lin Shi, sure, but I won't be free until after 8 p.m. The next day, accustomed to early rising, Lin Shi woke naturally at 5 a.m. The interface of his treasure trove showed no changes, and the items he had used had not yet replenished. He remained unperturbed. If he could only utilize it 3 times, then the practicality of the new abilities granted by this ancient coin was far inferior to that of his space. Moreover, the points required to upgrade the item replication ability were tenfold that of the spatial ability. This implied that the former was undoubtedly more precious and powerful than the latter. He chose not to dwell on it. When the time came to upgrade with gold, everything would become clear. After completing his morning routine, Lin Shi descended to engage in a warm-up jog, followed by a meticulously structured full-body workout. He did not push himself to the limits, but exercised with a balance of relaxation and intensity, alternating between stretching and strength training. This approach not only enhanced muscular strength, but also improved the flexibility of his muscles and joints. Through his experiences in the apocalypse, he had devised a workout regimen tailored to his needs, which he now intended to follow gradually. The intensity of the first day's training was kept moderate, and by 8 a.m., Lin Shi returned home. After a shower and breakfast, he began compiling a list of supplies. The frigid apocalypse would necessitate a multitude of items, and drawing from his past experiences, he meticulously cataloged everything he would require. In the afternoon, Lin Shi contacted a real estate agent and rented a 1,000 square meter warehouse for a month, paying a total of 60,000 with 1 month's rent and a deposit. They agreed to sign the contract the following day, and Lin Shi hung up the phone. The warehouse was intended to serve as a cover. The supplies he would purchase later would first be delivered there before being transferred into his space. The warehouse also contained a small night watch room, and Lin Shi had resolved to stay there in a few days until his preparations were complete. As night fell, Zhao Xiao and the others in the chat group began urging each other to head out early. Lin Shi, unhurried, changed his clothes shortly before 8 p.m. and drove to the Huacheo Club. Upon his arrival, he found Zhao Xiao, Huang Miao, and Su Fifei already in the private room. Having consumed quite a bit, Su Fifei's eyes lit up upon seeing Lin Shi enter. With a rosy complexion, she approached and playfully linked her arm with his, pouting, "Lin Shi, why did you take so long to arrive? Have you missed me?" Su Fifei was sweetly attractive, with fair skin and large, sparkling eyes. When she looked at someone, it felt as though her gaze was solely fixated on them, creating an illusion that she held a special interest in them. In truth, she treated everyone in her circle the same way. In his previous life during the apocalypse, Su Fifei had fared significantly better than he had. Lin Shi, seizing the opportunity to greet the others, gently extricated his arm from hers. Su Fifei blinked in surprise. Before she could ponder Lin Shi's unusual demeanor today, Huang Miao called him over. "Linga, come on. Tonight, we're going to party until we drop." Zhao Xiao's eyes flitted over to the arm Su Fifei had wrapped around Lin Shi, and the smile on his face noticeably dimmed. "Lin Shi, Miao, I have a great surprise planned for you today," Zhao Xiao said with a secretive grin. Huang Miao, intrigued, asked what surprise. Before long, 4 stunning women entered the private room, their figures striking. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, a flash of mockery in his eyes. They had actually hired company. While they may not have been conventionally attractive, they certainly knew how to have a good time. Lin Shi scanned the table laden with drinks. It would cost at least 10,000 to 20,000. He was eager to see if Zhao Xiao could actually afford such an expense today. Zhao Xiao, glancing at Lin Shi, smiled. "Lin Shi, I ordered this for you and Miao. Thank you for being my brothers. Here, let us toast." Lin Shi did not pick up his glass, but replied, "I have a slight cold today and took some medication, so I can't drink. You all enjoy." The 3 of them paid no heed to his words. The trio continued to sing and drink in the private room. As the clock struck 1 a.m., the table was strewn with empty bottles. Everyone, except Lin Shi, had indulged to the point of inebriation. Su Fifei, with hazy eyes, announced her intention to head home. Zhao Xiao immediately offered to escort her back. Huang Miao, with a glint in his eye, chimed in, "I'll join you guys. It's on my way." "Then let us settle the bill and leave together," Lin Shi suggested with a smile. The server was summoned to bring the bill. Zhao Xiao leaned close to Lin Shi, draping an arm over his shoulder, his gaze slightly glazed yet cunning. "Lin Shi, come over to my house for dinner tomorrow. My parents have been asking about you. Remember how my mom wanted to adopt you as her godson? Have you thought about it?" Lin Shi took a moment to recall the incident Zhao Xiao mentioned. When he had visited Zhao Xiao's home last month, Zhao Xiao's parents had expressed a strong liking for him and proposed the idea of adopting him as their godson, envisioning a future where he and Zhao Xiao would become family. Lin Shi's father had relocated to Sanyuan City from another region, and Lin Shi had never interacted with relatives from his father's side throughout his life. After the passing of her husband, Lin Shi's mother remarried, and the relatives on her side have since severed ties. The arrival of Zhao Xiao and his companions has timely filled the void within Lin Shi's heart. fostering a profound trust in them. In his previous life, although Lin Shi declined the offer to become Zhao's family's godson, he developed a closer bond with Zhao Xiao. When Zhao Xiao's family acquired a new house, he even lent them 1 million. Unfortunately, when the apocalypse struck and Zhao Xiao's parents perished in the early days, that money was never returned. As time passes, it is nearing the moment Zhao Xiao had borrowed money from him. No, I am not accustomed to being someone else's son. Lin Shi smiled, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. From the beginning, Zhao Xiao had approached him with ulterior motives. In his past life, Lin Shi had regarded Zhao Xiao as his closest friend, overlooking many things. Now, stripped of the filter of friendship, Lin Shi realizes that Zhao Xiao's tricks are not particularly clever, and he can see through them effortlessly, a lesson learned from witnessing the treachery of many during the apocalypse. Zhao Xiao, taken aback by Lin Shi's refusal, was interrupted as the waiter entered with the bill. The total amount came to over 38,000, rounded down to 38,000. The waiter presented the bill to the group. Zhao Xiao, Huang Miao, and Su Fifei turned their gazes towards Lin Shi. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. "Why are you looking at me?" Zhao Xiao claimed he was treating. It seemed as if Zhao Xiao had just realized this, and with a look of confusion, he fumbled in his pocket, pulling out his phone and awkwardly stating, "Oh no, my phone is dead." He cast a pleading glance at Lin Shi. In his past life, Lin Shi would have immediately stood up to settle the bill without hesitation. However, at this moment, Lin Shi wore an enigmatic smile, a glint of mockery in his eyes as he addressed the waiter, "Bring him a charger." The waiter's expression soured as he disdainfully glanced at Zhao Xiao before exiting the private room to fetch the charger. Upon leaving, he instructed those outside, "Keep an eye on things." The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Huang Miao and Su Fifei exchanged glances, accustomed to Lin Shi always volunteering to pay. They had never envisioned such a scene unfolding today. Although Zhao Xiao had insisted he was treating, they all knew who would ultimately settle the bill. Had Lin Shi fallen out with Zhao Xiao? Huang Miao shot Zhao Xiao a look, inquiring, "What is going on?" Zhao Xiao, equally perplexed, felt a flicker of anger cross his face. Lin Shi's behavior was humiliating him at this moment. His phone was functional. He had merely powered it down to provide Lin Shi with a plausible reason to cover the bill. Did Lin Shi want him to beg? Resentment began to brew within Zhao Xiao. Yet he forced a smile and said, "Lin Shi, you settle this bill today, and I will treat next time." Lin Shi, however, showed no inclination to spare Zhao Xiao any dignity, feigning confusion as he replied, "Zhao Xiao, wasn't it you who insisted on treating and invited everyone out? Don't tell me you came without any money." Zhao Xiao's smile faltered. Huang Miao and Su Fifei regarded Lin Shi with disbelief. They had witnessed how well Lin Shi treated Zhao Xiao over the past 3 years. Never had they seen him behave this way. Presently, there were 4 hostesses in the room, and they had yet to receive any tips. The unfolding scene was akin to a farce of evasion. Zhao Xiao had emphatically declared his intention to treat, and the various expressions of disdain, contempt, and astonishment directed at him from the hostesses were palpable. At that moment, the waiter returned with the charger, placing it in front of Zhao Xiao and gesturing for him to proceed. Zhao Xiao found himself at an impasse, caught between advancing and retreating. The waiter coldly urged, "Please charge it, sir. We will be closing in an hour." Zhao Xiao's complexion shifted like a palette of mixed colors, alternating between red, white, and black. Despite his scheming, he was merely a 19-year-old novice navigating this world, and at this moment, he could no longer contain his fury. "Enough." Zhao Xiao gritted his teeth, forcing out each word directed at Lin Shi. "Lin Shi, I beg you, please settle the bill first. We can discuss matters later, all right?" He still believed he had inadvertently offended Lin Shi, and thought that if he simply acquiesced like before, Lin Shi would dutifully comply. However, after experiencing Zhao Xiao's betrayal, how could Lin Shi resemble the gullible fool he once was? Lin Shi's expression turned cold. "So, you truly are treating without any money?" Zhao Xiao felt his pride being ground beneath Lin Shi's heel, his eyes reddening with indignation. "Yes." Lin Shi chuckled, casting a glance at the others. "If that is the case, let us split the bill." "What? Split the bill?" Now Huang Miao and Su Fifei were also unsettled. Su Fifei frowned and protested. "You can't expect me, a girl, to pay when we're out having fun, can you?" Huang Miao's gaze flickered, hesitance evident as he said, "I didn't know we were splitting the bill today. I didn't bring any money." He nudged Zhao Xiao, whose face had darkened like a charred pot. "Zhao Ge, what did you do to offend Lin Ge? Apologize to him." Zhao Xiao glared at Lin Shi's half-smiling face, wishing he could strike him down. He could recall what had upset Lin Shi. Ignoring the trio, Lin Shi paid for his own portion, 30 yuan for a glass of lemonade. Zhao Xiao, incredulous, exclaimed, "Didn't you say we were splitting the bill?" At this point, his mind was racing. Lin Shi smirked, genuinely amused by Zhao Xiao's flustered state. Indeed. We are splitting. Each person pays for their own share. I only had one juice tonight. You may verify with the surveillance. As the situation escalated, the establishment had no choice but to review the footage, confirming Lin Shi's words were indeed accurate. After Lin Shi settled his 30 yuan, he was permitted to leave. He stepped through the door under the baleful glares of Zhao Xiao and his companions. The waiter coldly reminded, "You still owe 37,970 yuan. Please settle the bill." Chapter 7 Liao Peng. Did Lin Shi truly just walk away? The trio could scarcely believe that the usually accommodating Lin Shi had turned so icy. By the time they processed the situation, Lin Shi was already far away. "Lin Shi, wait for me." Su Fifei attempted to follow Lin Shi, but was stopped by the waiter. "Why are you stopping me? That person is my boyfriend." Su Fifei glared at the waiter, her tone sharp. The waiter replied with a cold smirk, "Then you may call your boyfriend and have him cover your share." Su Fifei's chest heaved with anger. She dared not confront the seemingly formidable waiter and instead shot Zhao Xiao a venomous look. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and pay." I don't have that much money." In front of the girl he admired, Zhao Xiao felt utterly humiliated, his resentment towards Lin Shi intensifying. Having worked for less than a year, his savings had yet to surpass 4 digits. How could he afford 38,000? Lin Shi had surmised correctly, having witnessed Zhao Xiao squander over 100,000 in mere minutes the day before. Zhao Xiao had felt envious and planned to invite Lin Shi out today for a lavish meal. He believed Lin Shi would inevitably pay, and since they were his only good friends, he would compromise even if it pained him. Why, after all this time, did it feel like he had transformed into a different person today? Zhao Xiao, undeterred, dialed Lin Shi's number. Meanwhile, Lin Shi, feeling rejuvenated after leaving the club, ended the call with Zhao Xiao, blocking him entirely before heading home. Zhao Xiao's calls, once blocked, were now unreachable. It was only then that he truly grasped Lin Shi's resolve to sever ties with them. Faced with the watchful eyes of the waiter and several security guards outside, Zhao Xiao muttered, "Let us split the bill." Huang Miao and Su Fifei were naturally unwilling. One was a working individual and the other a student, both lacking the funds. The idea of visiting the club was proposed by Zhao Xiao, who also insisted on treating the others. It was Zhao Xiao who called for the entertainers as well. A confrontation ensued among the three, culminating in the club alerting the authorities and the police being summoned. Eventually, they had to contact their families for funds to settle the bill. Zhao Xiao, eager to outsmart Lin Shi, indulged in the most expensive drinks, resulting in a debt of 18,000. Huang Miao, having consumed a fair amount, owed 13,000, while Su Fifei, reluctantly, paid 7,000. The trio departed from the Huacheo club in discontent. Huang Miao and Zhao Xiao had a fierce argument, hurling accusations at one another, nearly severing their friendship. Su Fifei also harbored resentment towards Zhao Xiao, blocking him upon her return home. What began as a mere gathering ended with Zhao Xiao facing a rift with his close friend and being cast aside by the girl he cherished. Deep down, Zhao Xiao harbored a profound animosity towards Lin Shi. However, upon returning home, instead of solace, he was met with a scathing reprimand from his father, who struck him and berated him for his thoughtlessness, especially as the family had been preparing to borrow money from Lin Shi to purchase a house. Zhao's father believed that Zhao Xiao's apparent intention to deceive Lin Shi had undoubtedly offended him, igniting Lin Shi's anger. Little did Lin Shi know of this, and even if he did, he would remain unfazed. The following day, Lin Shi awoke early for his workout, and shortly after breakfast, he received a call from a real estate agent. This agent, a young woman named Chun Qingqing, inquired, "Mr. Lin, I have a client interested in viewing properties. When would you be available?" Surprised by the promptness, Lin Shi replied, "I'm available now. Feel free to bring them over." Within minutes, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, Lin Shi was greeted by a middle-aged man clad in a jacket, accompanied by the striking Chun Qingqing. She began to elaborate on the merits of the property in detail. Lin Shi stepped aside, recognizing that the agents were the true professionals in selling houses. He merely needed to wait. After inspecting the property, the middle-aged man readily expressed his willingness to purchase it outright, with Chun Qingqing negotiating a price of 9,450,000. Lin Shi was taken aback, as this was far quicker than he had anticipated. However, as they exited, Lin Shi noticed the middle-aged man making an inappropriate advance towards Chun Qingqing, leading him to understand the situation better. Not long after their departure, Chun Qingqing returned. "Mr. Lin, I've negotiated with the client, and we can proceed with the transfer procedures tomorrow. Please prepare the necessary documents." To avoid any complications with this substantial transaction, Chun Qingqing was clearly employing all her skills. "Very well," Lin Shi responded, Although he was somewhat taken aback by her tactics, he was nonetheless pleased with the outcome. The sooner he sold the house, the sooner he could embark on his next endeavor. Chun Qing continued to explain the requisite preparations for the transfer. As she spoke, she gradually leaned closer, prompting Lin Shi to step back and cast a cold glance at her. Chun Qing, in her mid-20s and possessing an appealing figure, felt the chill of his gaze, which was unlike anything she had encountered before. However, motivated by the prospect of a significant commission, she managed to maintain a radiant smile. Mr. Lin, you previously mentioned that any amount exceeding 9 million would be considered part of my commission. I assure you that I will transfer it to you upon completion of the transaction. Realizing that she could earn a substantial sum of 450,000, Lin Shi had no intention of reneging on the agreement. With this windfall, he could initiate his next plan. Hearing this, Chun Qing felt a sense of relief and took her leave. Lin Shi prepared to head out, having made arrangements to sign a rental contract for a warehouse. After inspecting the warehouse, he was quite satisfied. Prior to renting, he had laid out several requirements: minimal foot traffic, good confidentiality, and an unobstructed view from the outside. The agent had been meticulous, finding a warehouse that met his specifications and even inspecting it beforehand. The contract was signed without a hitch. Once the handover of his apartment was completed the next day, Lin Shi could move into the warehouse. As he was leaving, Lin Shi stopped the agent, a man nearing 30 named Liao Peng. Lin Shi found him to be attentive and composed. With the countdown to the apocalypse less than 3 months away, he needed to amass a considerable amount of supplies and upgrade his resources, a task that could not be accomplished in a matter of days. Constructing a shelter was time-consuming and labor-intensive, requiring assistance. Mr. Liao, would you be interested in working for me? I can offer you an annual salary of 500,000. Lin Shi painted an enticing picture. Liao Peng was taken aback. An annual salary of 500,000? That was significantly higher than his current earnings at the real estate agency. Yet, he remained skeptical, questioning whether Lin Shi was jesting. Cautiously, he inquired, "What exactly would you need me to do? I cannot engage in any illegal activities." Chapter 8. Preparing to purchase gold, Lin Shi organized his thoughts and replied, "I am an enthusiast of survivalism, seeking to establish a secure shelter in Shashi. However, I am currently unable to travel from Sanyuan City and require assistance." Survivalism? A secure shelter? Even someone as composed as Liao Peng felt a twinge of disbelief upon hearing Lin Shi's words. As a real estate agent, he had encountered a variety of clients and knew that some affluent individuals had eccentric ideas, with rumors circulating about a potential Third World War and natural disasters. Some wealthy individuals, fearing for their lives, would construct extreme survival systems in the basements of their villas. However, it was uncommon for someone as young as Lin Shi to request assistance in building a secure shelter. Had it not been for the recent transaction he had completed with Lin Shi, Liao Peng might have dismissed him as a fraud and walked away. Understanding that words alone would not suffice, Lin Shi gestured for Liao Peng to take out his phone and transfer him 100,000. This amount represented over 2 months of salary. With this, Liao Peng began to trust Lin Shi's intentions. Who would joke about such a sum? Nevertheless, his cautious nature led him to insist on drafting a contract with Lin Shi. Lin Shi agreed, recognizing the importance of the shelter for his future survival. He could not expect Liao Peng to dedicate himself solely based on mere conversation. After discussing the contractual details, they signed an agreement outlining that Lin Shi would employ Liao Peng as his personal manager for an annual salary of 500,000. Liao Peng would be responsible for overseeing the construction and inspection of a new property in Shashi, as well as handling some of Lin Shi's miscellaneous tasks. Lin Shi assured Liao Peng of his salary and other entitlements. Given the urgency of Lin Shi's timeline, Liao Peng readily resigned from his current position to start his new role. With this job, Liao Peng could save enough to purchase a home in the suburbs of Sanyuan City in just a few years. A far better prospect than what he had at the agency. Determined to impress Lin Shi with his capabilities, he was unaware that this position would last only 3 months. Lin Shi had no intention of keeping him on for long. Once the shelter was completed, Liao Peng's job would conclude. Lin Shi commanded Liao Peng, "Your first task is to go to Shashi and find a suitable piece of land for sale that meets my requirements." Lin Shi's specifications were for a high, flat terrain, devoid of high-rise buildings, in a secluded location with ample land area, ready for immediate construction. This was Liao Peng's area of expertise, and he would find it manageable. Understood. Boss, Liao Peng promptly fell into his role, immediately booking the earliest flight. Shashi, located in the southern province, was renowned as a tourist destination and the city closest to the equator, experiencing no winter throughout the year. As the impending cold apocalypse loomed, humanity's habitable space shrank dramatically. The northern regions became inhospitable due to extreme cold, making them unfit for human habitation. Although northern constructions were more resistant to cold, the natural gas pipelines there quickly froze and ruptured. The loss of heating, with outdoor temperatures plummeting to an average of -70 degrees, has virtually severed access to food sources, compelling the inhabitants of the north to migrate southward. And this is merely the situation during summer. Only a few regions possessing granaries can manage to survive, establishing shelters for the fortunate ones. Although the equator is not entirely immune to the extreme cold, it remains a sanctuary, with temperatures a good 30 to 40 degrees higher than those in the north, averaging around -30 to -50 degrees. Furthermore, Shashi, being coastal, benefits from the government periodically cutting through the ice to retrieve fish trapped beneath, resulting in a more favorable food situation compared to the north. In this lifetime, Lin Shi's advanced preparations are not driven by a desire for government supplies. With a space capable of carrying vast amounts of resources, safety has become Lin Shi's foremost concern. In an apocalyptic world, the most terrifying threat is not the harsh weather, but humanity itself. In the unforgiving cold devoid of food, the famished resort to extreme measures, and incidents of murder and resource theft are alarmingly commonplace. No city maintains a stable order. Shashi houses the largest official shelter of the Kaiming Kingdom, where most of the nation's elite, scientific researchers, and military personnel congregate, resulting in a significantly better order than in other locales. Moreover, it is said that research conducted in Shashi has yielded food that can be cultivated in extreme cold. In this lifetime, Lin Shi aims to achieve excellence by establishing his shelter directly within Shashi. After briefing Liao Peng on the critical considerations for building the shelter, Lin Shi returned home. The following morning, after completing his usual morning exercises, Lin Shi collected all transportable belongings into his space. Items deemed unnecessary were discarded downstairs. Just before departing, Lin Shi cast one last glance at the empty house, turning away without a hint of nostalgia. It was merely a house. For him, home could be anywhere he stood alone. Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, shortly after his departure, Zhao Xiao arrived at his home in search of him. Unable to locate Lin Shi, he faced incessant scolding from his parents in the following days. Lin Shi proceeded to complete the procedures for transferring ownership of the house at the agreed time. Once the funds were received, he transferred 450,000 to Qingqing. He then made his way to the bank. The Kaiming Kingdom Bank, the largest branch in Sanyuan City, is situated at the heart of the city. Anticipating the substantial amount of gold required, and fearing the bank might not have it all available at once, Lin Shi had already contacted the client manager the previous day to make a reservation. By the time he arrived at the bank, it was already afternoon. On the way, he had purchased a suitcase to carry the gold. Currently, Lin Shi's savings had reached 25.4 million. This total comprises his original savings, the proceeds from selling 3 gold bars, and after deducting the warehouse rental and miscellaneous expenses for Liao Peng, he had about 15.4 million remaining. Selling the house garnered him 9 million. He had also secured a loan of 1 million through various online lending platforms. If not for the regulation limiting an individual to borrowing no more than 1 million from different legitimate platforms, Lin Shi would have sought a larger amount. Presently, his total funds amount to 25.4 million, sufficient to acquire 60 kilograms of gold. According to the rule stating that wealth doubles with each level upgrade in the treasure basin, 60 kilograms of gold could allow for 4 upgrades of his space, followed by 2 upgrades of item replication. Upgrading the space 5 times or item replication 3 times would not suffice. Currently, the volume of his space stands at 666, 216 cubic meters, which should be adequate after 4 upgrades. Lin Shi was curious about the changes that would accompany the upgrade of the item replication ability. The bank was bustling with patrons, and as Lin Shi entered with his suitcase, he immediately drew attention. A bank employee approached him, inquiring, "May I assist you with your business today? I am here to purchase gold. I made a reservation yesterday. May I know which manager you have contacted?" "Manager Chu." Before long, Lin Shi was escorted to the office door. Chu Zayadi, the client manager at the Kaiming Kingdom Bank in Sanyuan City, was taken aback when a client with a deposit of 10 million called her the previous day, expressing a desire to purchase 60 kilograms of gold. What does 60 kilograms of gold signify? Although international gold prices had dipped slightly in recent days, each gram still commanded a price of 413 yuan, along with a minimum processing fee of 5 yuan, bringing the total for 60 kilograms of gold to an astounding 25.08 million. Typically, affluent investors prefer to engage in gold stocks or futures rather than purchase such a substantial quantity of physical gold. Furthermore, given the current unstable global situation, the price of gold has remained high, making such an investment risky. Curious, Chu Ziade reviewed the client's information, discovering his name was Lin Shi and that he was merely 19 years old. She had a vivid recollection of him 3 years prior. An unfortunate incident had claimed the life of an electrical engineer at the largest new energy company in Sanyuan City, Tiankai New Energy Company, Limited. The company had generously compensated the family with 10 million yuan, gaining widespread acclaim. Not long after, the engineer's son, Lin Shi, had received the compensation, a transaction facilitated by none other than Chu Ziade. After confirming the bank's inventory of physical gold, Chu Ziade informed Lin Shi that he could proceed with the purchasing procedures at any time. She had waited the entire morning, glancing towards the door intermittently. After a lengthy wait, she was about to take a break when a voice from outside announced, "Manager, the client buying gold has arrived." In the lobby, Lin Shi waited briefly until a woman, exuding grace and clad in a uniform, emerged. He glanced at her name tag, "Client Manager, Chu Ziade. Are you Mr. Lin?" Chu Ziade asked with a polite smile, "Please follow me." Lin Shi nodded and followed her into the VIP room. Chu Ziade began explaining the process for purchasing physical gold bars. When buying physical gold, one must consider that a price increase of merely several yuan can equate to a loss, as additional processing and service fees apply. However, Lin Shi was not purchasing gold as an investment. A loss of a few yuan was inconsequential to him. "I'm already informed. Let's proceed with the paperwork," he replied. Choosing specifications, opening an account, and filling out forms went smoothly, aside from the client manager's gaze, which made Lin Shi slightly uncomfortable. With his 25.4 million deposit at the current instantaneous international gold price of 412 yuan per gram, after deducting processing and service fees, he could purchase 60 bars weighing 1,000 grams each. The 1,000 gram bars were his choice, as he intended to sell them all back, thus not needing to select any particular style. Moreover, opting for 1,000 gram bars made upgrading simpler. Just 2 bars would suffice to elevate the space to the next level. After purchasing the gold bars, he could choose to store them in the bank or take them home. Naturally, Lin Shi preferred to take them with him. Chu Ziade retrieved 60 gold bars from the safe, laying them out one by one on the counter. Lin Shi's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Investing such a significant amount in gold marked him as a valuable client, and the prospect of earning a commission equivalent to 2 months' salary made Chu Ziade regard this young man with increasing fondness. Lin Shi diverted his gaze, contemplating the future. Once he replicated the gold bars, he imagined how this woman would likely covet him. The VIP room and the lobby were separated by a large frosted glass pane, allowing glimpses of the lobby's activity through narrow, striped gaps. Bored, Lin Shi scanned the bank lobby and suddenly focused intently. Among the crowd, he noticed something amiss. Observing closely, he discerned not one, but 4 individuals. Dressed inconspicuously, they appear to be casually seated in different areas of the bank, waiting in line. Even the bank's security failed to detect any abnormalities. Lin Shi emerged from the heap of corpses that marked the end of the world. Having witnessed countless atrocities and taken many lives over the past 8 years, he immediately sensed the murderous intent radiating from the 4 individuals before him. In this era of peace, how could ordinary people exude such a palpable aura of violence? Could it be that his mere presence had drawn him into a bank robbery? Lin Shi pondered whether there had been any reports of bank heists in Sanyuan City prior to the apocalypse, but nothing came to mind. Had his return somehow triggered a butterfly effect? As if sensing Lin Shi's gaze, one of the men turned his head, prompting Lin Shi to quickly avert his eyes. Sanyuan City was renowned as one of the safest cities in Kaiming Nation, and the audacity of these individuals to attempt a robbery at its largest bank bordered on madness. It was common knowledge that the risks associated with bank heists far outweighed any potential gains. Perhaps he was merely overthinking the situation. With sufficient cover, the others were oblivious to his predicament. Yet, a sense of unease gnawed at him. A single misstep could cost him everything. If he were robbed, he would have nowhere to vent his despair. He turned to Chu Ziade, who was still counting gold bars, and whispered, "Hold on, I'm not buying today." The 4 individuals had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, and given that he had arrived with a conspicuous suitcase in the VIP lounge, it was entirely possible that they had set their sights on him. "What?" Chu Ziade thought she must have misheard. "I said I'm not buying today. I'll come back another time," Lin Shi reiterated, lowering his voice. However, upon hearing that Lin Shi would not proceed with the purchase, Chu Ziade felt as if he were toying with her. After all the trouble of retrieving the gold bars, he suddenly declared he wouldn't buy. What about her commission? Infuriated, her voice rose. "Sir, your transaction has already been successfully processed, and the amount has been deducted. If you wish to cancel." "Cancel," Lin Shi interjected, desperate for her to put the gold bars away. Chu Ziade's face turned ashen with rage, yet she forced a smile. Rather than retreating, she attempted to continue her argument. Mr. Lin, these gold bars are already yours. If you wish to cancel, it would mean returning them to the purchase process, resulting in losses from processing and service fees. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Shi noticed that one of the four men was approaching the VIP lounge. The man, appearing to be in his 30s and dressed in black casual attire, bore a nondescript appearance. However, a closer look at his eyes revealed a hidden ferocity. He had clearly seen bloodshed before. Despite being of Asian descent, there was something about his demeanor that suggested he was not a local. Lin Shi's apprehensions intensified as he considered the possibility that his fears were materializing. Chu Ziade continued her incessant chatter, oblivious to the danger. Lin Shi cursed inwardly at her foolishness. He lowered his voice again, urging, quickly, put the gold away. Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear. Chu Ziade, frustrated by Lin Shi's stubbornness, retorted, Mr. Lin, the gold bars are still here at my counter. Even if they are stolen, it is the bank's responsibility. Please do not divert the conversation. Lin Shi shifted his focus, intrigued by her assertion. Are you suggesting that if they are stolen, it would not be my loss? At that moment, a security guard noticed something amiss and approached. Typically, the VIP lounge hosted high-value transactions, and the guard instinctively became alert upon seeing an individual nearing the area. Excuse me, please queue for ordinary transactions in the lobby, the guard said, blocking the man's path. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know, the man with the buzz cut replied, feigning an apologetic demeanor and seemingly preparing to bow. Yet, Lin Shi's pupils dilated in horror as a black handgun swiftly emerged from the man's pocket, pressed against the guard's abdomen, followed by the deafening crack of a gunshot. The guard collapsed in disbelief, blood gushing from his wound and staining his once pristine uniform. In the next instant, the remaining 3 assailants brandished their firearms, each firing at the guard who had drawn his stun baton. The cacophony of gunfire and screams echoed throughout the lobby, swiftly followed by the shrill blare of alarms. A bank employee at the counter immediately triggered the alarm, while the buzz-cut man blasted open the door to the VIP lounge. Lin Shi's gaze locked with that of the assailant, and upon witnessing the greed and malice in his eyes, Lin Shi instinctively crouched down, clasping his hands over his head, retreating into a corner. If one were to inquire how he should respond in the face of danger, Lin Shi would confidently advise that if one could fight, one should. If one could not, one should flee. And if escape was impossible, one should surrender. Facing 4 armed men with his bare hands was not an option. To step forward? Ridiculous. Survival was paramount. Chapter 10. Fame arrives unannounced. Lin Shi remained silently crouched in the corner. The other patrons in the lobby had been swiftly subdued by the assailants, who appeared to have come prepared, each with a clear role. One was tasked with monitoring the outside, another with guarding the hostages, while a third approached the buzz-cut man with a duffel bag. Chu Ziade, now paralyzed with fear, could hardly believe that someone had dared to rob the bank's headquarters. The buzz-cut man approached the counter, aiming his gun at the bulletproof glass separating him from Chu Ziade, commanding, hand over the gold bars. Quickly. Instead of complying, Chu Ziade began to gather the gold bars to secure them back in the safe. Though terrified, she was trained to handle such situations. After all, the bank's bulletproof glass was designed to withstand a standard handgun. They were in the city center, and the bank's alarm system was connected to the nearest police station. Help would arrive within minutes. However, outside the counter, other bank employees were still present. One of the robbers pressed his gun against an employee's head, dragging them to the VIP lounge entrance, causing the staff member to panic. Hurry and get the gold bars. If you take longer than 10 seconds, I'll kill someone. With no choice, Chu Ziade complied. Lin Shi remained hidden in the corner, observing the unfolding chaos. He noted that none of the robbers were attempting to raid the other counters for cash. Their objective was singular, the gold in the VIP lounge. It was clear that any robber with a modicum of intelligence would not target cash, considering that every banknote was tracked and could not be spent. However, gold, once stolen, could be melted down and circulated. Yet there was a significant question. The inventory of gold at the counter was limited, and the bulk of the bank's gold reserves were stored in the vault. If they failed to seize substantial amounts of gold, the risk of robbing the bank would not be justified by the potential gains. How could these robbers be certain that a large quantity of gold would be available at the counter today? Few individuals like him would come to purchase such a vast amount of physical gold worth 25 million. Lin Shi's gaze fell upon Chu Ziade, trembling as she handed over the gold bars to the robbers. Suddenly, a thought struck him like lightning. Perhaps someone had leaked information about his substantial purchase today. This revelation clarified everything. They had been waiting for this batch of gold to appear. A chill coursed through Lin Shi as his expression hardened with resolve. He was fortunate he had not taken the gold with him, as the security personnel had noticed the anomaly, allowing him to narrowly escape disaster. Otherwise, had he packed the gold bars into his suitcase, he would have found himself utterly defenseless and unlikely to survive. In no time, 60 gold bars were handed over by Chu Zayadi, swiftly collected by the robbers. Though the bars appeared small, their combined weight of 120 pounds proved burdensome for one of the assailants. At that moment, the buzzcut man noticed Lin Shi's suitcase at the counter. Lin Shi inwardly cursed. Indeed, the man had fixated on him. His suitcase, black and compact with a combination lock, had drawn attention precisely because he had intended to pack the gold bars. The buzzcut man menacingly commanded Lin Shi, "Come here. Open this suitcase." Lin Shi's face registered fear as he obediently approached and unlatched the suitcase. The robber placed a bag filled with gold bars into the suitcase. Throughout this process, Lin Shi remained fixated on the robber's every movement. 25 million worth of gold was contained within that modest suitcase. If he were to utilize his spatial abilities to store these gold bars, it would be unwise. Lin Shi swiftly dismissed that notion, aware that the bank's surveillance equipment was still operational. The sudden disappearance of a suitcase under the watchful eyes of a crowd would be far too conspicuous. The vanishing of 25 million in gold would undoubtedly prompt an exhaustive investigation. Should his spatial treasure be exposed, the consequences will be dire. In the distance, the faint sound of sirens began to resonate. The robbers moved with urgency, but the law enforcement's response was even swifter. Upon hearing the sirens, the robbers visibly panicked, hastily preparing to flee. Before departing, the buzzcut man cast one last glance at Lin Shi, suddenly reaching out to grab him. Instinctively, Lin Shi prepared to evade and retaliate. However, a thought struck him, compelling him to suppress his instincts and remain still. The buzzcut man seized Lin Shi, pressing a gun against his back, and barked, "Move." Lin Shi complied, following the robber out of the bank. Outside, a getaway vehicle awaited. He was roughly shoved into the car. It turned out there were 5 robbers in total. The SUV was cramped with 4 large men in the back seat, yet none complained, tacitly accepting the buzzcut man's authority in bringing Lin Shi aboard. As Lin Shi was forcibly ushered into the vehicle, a nearby journalist, initially present for work, captured footage of Lin Shi's abduction. The Sanyuan City main branch is being robbed. A young man has unfortunately been taken hostage. This short video swiftly ascended to trending status. Countless netizens witnessed the moment Lin Shi was taken away. "Wow, I can't believe I'm witnessing a robbery in my lifetime. Incredible. Someone dares to rob the main branch. Audacious indeed. I bet these robbers won't escape for long. They have guns. I'm betting on our country's law enforcement. The poor guy being held hostage is likely in grave danger. Wait, that hostage looks like my high school classmate. ISNT, that Lin Shi from my university?" It soon became apparent that they were indeed referring to the same Lin Shi. Consequently, another short video emerged. A top student from a prestigious university taken hostage during a bank robbery, his fate uncertain. This video was promptly crafted and propelled to the trending list, featuring a clear image of Lin Shi's youthful and slightly boyish face. Countless concerned aunties and sisters prayed for his safety, insisting that the authorities must successfully rescue the hostage. Lin Shi's university classmates, who shared the video, gained numerous followers as a result. Lin Shi remained oblivious to his newfound fame. Shortly after the vehicle set off, the wail of police sirens grew increasingly close. The 5 occupants of the vehicle noticeably struggled to catch their breath. One of them began to chatter nervously. Lin Shi soon realized that these men were likely not from his country. The suitcase containing the gold was positioned at the feet of one of the robbers, so close that Lin Shi could almost touch it. As long as he could make contact with the suitcase, he could transfer its contents into his spatial realm. Indeed, Lin Shi had come specifically for the gold. When the gold was stolen, it had not passed through his hands, thus it would naturally be considered the bank's loss. He would still be entitled to the bank's compensation of 60 kilograms of gold bars. If he could seize the gold taken by the robbers and store it in his space, regardless of whether the robbers escaped, the loss of gold would be their responsibility. He would possess a total of 120 kilograms of gold. After duplication, that would amount to 240 kilograms. Upgrading his spatial treasure with 120 kilograms of gold would double his original plan. Wealth is often found in peril. As long as he remains safe, so too would he remain secure. At this moment, Lin Shi sat closely with 3 robbers in the back seat, mere inches away from the suitcase. However, leaning down to touch the suitcase would seem too deliberate. He was waiting for the opportune moment. The robber driving the SUV exhibited exceptional skill, weaving through traffic at speeds of around 80 miles per hour. He narrowly avoided other vehicles multiple times, distancing himself from the police cars. However, the robbers soon noticed 2 helicopters trailing them overhead. Lin Shi heard the buzz-cut man curse in international profanity. Before long, a roadblock appeared ahead. The row of sharp spikes would be impenetrable, even for an SUV. A contingent of special police officers stood ready behind the obstruction. The screeching of tires echoed as the SUV's occupants leaned forward in their seats. Lin Shi's eyes gleamed with determination. This was his chance. As everyone's bodies lurched forward, their attention fixated on the roadblock and the special police, Lin Shi seized the moment, bending down to quickly brush his hand against the suitcase before straightening up again. None of the robbers noticed anything amiss. Unbeknownst to them, the gold they had painstakingly acquired had vanished, entirely absorbed into Lin Shi's spatial realm. Now, he needed to devise a means of escape. The SUV abruptly reversed, veering down a side road. The helicopter continued its pursuit. One of the helicopters had a camera trained on the robber's SUV. After circling for several minutes, they approached an overpass. Beneath the overpass, traffic flowed, but Lin Shi's body tensed. A regular black sedan was parked underneath. However, Lin Shi could instantly sense something was off. Typically, someone in a hurry would stop on the roadside outside the overpass. Not underneath it. The area beneath the overpass happened to be a blind spot for the helicopter's surveillance. This could very well be a prearranged escape vehicle for the robbers. If they exited the vehicle, they would discover the suitcase was empty, leaving Lin Shi at a disadvantage. As it turned out, Lin Shi's instincts were correct. The SUV came to a sudden halt beneath the overpass. If they weren't changing vehicles, there would have been no need for such an abrupt stop. Just as the SUV screeched to a halt, Lin Shi, sandwiched between two robbers, swiftly reached out and touched the hands of the two men gripping their firearms. As the robbers prepared to react, their hands became empty. Their guns had vanished. They were momentarily stunned. In an instant, Lin Shi found a robber's firearms in his possession. He aimed at the third robber in the back seat and fired, executing him instantly. Following that, he fired twice more, eliminating the two unarmed robbers behind him. At such close range, Lin Shi didn't even need to aim. Hearing the gunfire from the back seat, the buzz-cut man instinctively turned his head, his body still leaning forward due to inertia, and before he could react, Lin Shi had already trained his weapon on him. The buzz-cut man's pupils dilated. He had not expected the seemingly helpless young hostage to seize a gun from his accomplice. His movements were fluid, his aim precise and lethal, displaying an unsettling calm that belied his youthful appearance. The buzz-cut man opened his mouth, as if to say something, but Lin Shi had already pulled the trigger. Although it may sound drawn out, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The robber at the wheel had kept both hands on the steering wheel. Realizing something was amiss, he drew his gun from his waist. But before he could disengage the safety, his head exploded. At this point, all five robbers lay lifeless. The SUV was surprisingly equipped with bulletproof glass, providing sound insulation. And with no other vehicles nearby, they had not alerted anyone. After Lin Shi shot the robber in the driver's seat, he swiftly rolled out of the vehicle, evading the gaze of passing cars. He placed his hand on the car's exterior and, with both the vehicle and the corpse, transported them into his spatial storage. He then hastened toward the black sedan, yanked open the door, and settled inside. As anticipated, the car was unlocked, and the keys were still in the ignition. With a firm press on the accelerator, the vehicle sped away. After a mere 15 minutes, having confirmed that no helicopters had locked onto his position, Lin Shi drove the car into a secluded, mountainous area. The rapidity of the car-switching process had left the helicopter unaware of the robber's maneuver. And since the bridge below was already traversed by vehicles, Lin Shi swiftly evaded official surveillance. Once again ensuring the area was devoid of any witnesses or cameras, he stowed the black sedan in his space and retrieved his off-road vehicle to commence collecting his spoils. He found 5 handguns and a total of 10 magazines on the 5 robbers. Lin Shi picked up one of the guns and deftly replaced the empty magazine. In his previous life, he had handled firearms, but in Kaiming country, gun control was stringent, making the acquisition of a handgun exceedingly difficult. Regardless of the era, firearms remained a highly coveted resource. His willingness to take such risks stemmed not only from the gold bars, but also from the desire for handguns. Possessing a firearm would undeniably enhance his survival capabilities in the early stages of the apocalypse. Lin Shi continued to search the cabin for a while longer, uncovering a small amount of cash and 2 daggers. He gathered all these items along with the gold bars. Although the bank's gold bar purchase had encountered unforeseen complications, the bounty exceeded his expectations. After confirming that nothing was overlooked, Lin Shi returned the off-road vehicle to his spatial storage. Once the apocalypse ensued, he planned to dispose of these individuals into the sea, entombing them beneath thick layers of ice, never to be found again. Having settled everything, Lin Shi walked a distance to hail a cab, heading to the Public Security Bureau. Meanwhile, Police cars arrived at the overpass where the off-road vehicle had vanished, discovering an empty space. The robbers and the vehicle seemed to have evaporated into thin air. The cameras beneath the overpass had already been sabotaged by the robbers, leaving the security personnel returning empty-handed. 30 minutes later, at the Public Security Bureau in the city center, an officer questioned, "Are you saying that after driving the car into the mountains, they released you? Then they drove away? Do you remember the license plate number? Did you see which direction they went?" The officers posed a series of inquiries. A bank had been robbed of gold bars worth $25 million, and a hostage had been taken. This incident garnered widespread attention throughout San Yuan City and even the nation, although the hostage was unharmed. The disappearance of the robbers and the gold bars caused considerable distress for the leadership at the city center's Public Security Bureau. In response to the officers' questions, Lin Shi answered truthfully to everything he could. For inquiries he could not address, he feigned innocence, expressing ignorance and lack of attention. With the robbers and the vehicle having seemingly vanished, the more lies fabricated, the more contradictions arose. Lin Shi merely needed to play the fool. Although he himself was also under suspicion, once the officers conducted their investigation, they would discover that he had never interacted with the robbers before today. It was essential to note that just days prior, he was an upstanding university student. There was no need for a perfectly crafted lie. An official investigation would clear Lin Shi of any suspicion. Chapter 12. Threats. Officer, will the gold bars be recoverable? If they can't be retrieved, the bank will compensate me, right? After the questioning concluded, Lin Shi inquired about his gold bars. Just as the officer was about to respond, Chu Zayadi and a middle-aged man in a suit hurried into the police station. Upon entering, the middle-aged man immediately asked, "Is the hostage found? Where is he? What about the gold bars?" The officer informed Lin Shi, "The bank personnel have arrived. The older gentleman is the bank's vice president. You may communicate directly with him." Soon, the vice president of the robbed bank, Li Changbin, sat across from Lin Shi. The officer had exited, leaving only Lin Shi, Chu Zayadi, and Li Changbin in the room. "You are the hostage? You have returned? The gold bars are lost?" Li Changbin's tone carried an accusatory edge, causing a flicker of displeasure within Lin Shi, though he masked it from his expression. "You may direct those questions to the officers. I wish to inquire when you will return my gold bars." Li Changbin frowned and glanced at Chu Zayadi. Chu Zayadi presented a document to Lin Shi, stating, "Mr. Lin, your gold bars were taken by the robbers. If they cannot be recovered, our bank is willing to compensate you for 50 of the loss. If there are no issues, please sign this document." Given the rampant circulation of the news regarding the gold bar heist online, it was imperative to resolve the matter swiftly to prevent reputational damage to the bank. 50? Lin Shi turned, regarding Chu Zayadi with a smile that was neither genuine nor hostile. "ISNT at your assertion that if they are stolen, it falls on your bank?" Chu Zayadi's gaze faltered, but recalling the vice president's prior instructions, she maintained a righteous demeanor and replied, "The loss of the gold bars is a consequence of third-party actions. Our bank's security personnel suffered 4 fatalities and 2 serious injuries during this incident, fulfilling our obligations. We also regret that such an event transpired. Should the gold bars be retrieved, we will certainly return the full amount to you." Lin Shi cast a glance at the document Chu Zayadi had handed over, filled with dense legal jargon. Essentially, it stated that if the gold bars could not be recovered, the bank would compensate Lin Shi for half of their value, and that he could not pursue further responsibility from the bank. Lin Shi nearly laughed. He spoke as if he were a child of 3. He surveyed the vice president, who wore an air of complacency, seemingly believing that offering half was their act of benevolence. "I remember that the gold bars were taken from the counter by the robbers. Since the gold bars were never given to me, the transaction between the bank and myself was never completed. The bank losing the gold bars has nothing to do with me." Li Changbin appeared somewhat taken aback by Lin Shi's calm demeanor, especially considering he was only 19 and had just been held hostage. He spoke earnestly, "Lin Shi, the loss of the gold bars is not entirely our bank's fault. How about this? We can offer you 60. Additionally, I have a good relationship with a professor at your university. I can secure you a recommendation for graduate school. What do you think?" "I don't think so," Lin Shi replied curtly. Noting Lin Shi's steadfastness, Li Changbin's expression soured, and he spoke in a less than cordial tone. "Young man, do not be too greedy. I've heard you are alone, without any family to support you. You are still young and have yet to enter society, unaware that today's youth must learn to compromise. Otherwise, offending the wrong people could jeopardize your future." "Ha, are you threatening me?" A glimmer of coldness flickered in Lin Shi's eyes. Chu Zayadi interjected, "Mr. Lin, we approach you with sincerity regarding the compensation. However, we wish to understand how you knew these individuals were planning to rob the bank. These robbers are ruthless, yet they spared you. Mr. Lin, you truly do not know these robbers, do you? Are you insinuating that I am in cahoots with the robbers?" Lin Shi laughed, incredulous. The two remained silent, clearly confirming this implication. With negotiations at an impasse, Lin Shi chose not to waste any more time. He stood up and made his way towards the exit. You two can assist the police in gathering evidence. I shall take my leave. I will pursue my belongings through legal means. Should he engage in a lawsuit against the bank, his chances of success were quite high, although it would be a lengthy process. Nevertheless, with the gold bars already in his possession, he had nothing to lose. As for the threats posed by the vice president, he chuckled inwardly, hoping that in 3 months, the man would still be standing to converse with him. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. At that moment, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Assuming it was merely a telemarketer, Lin Shi switched to speaker mode. The call connected, and a feminine voice emanated from the phone. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Lin Shi? I am a reporter from XX News in the city, and I would like to conduct a special interview with you. Do you have a moment? Lin Shi was taken aback. A local reporter? What could they possibly want to interview him about? Just as he was about to decline, another call came in, this time from an unfamiliar number. Apologies, I must take this other call, he said, promptly hanging up and answering the second call. Hello, Mr. Lin Shi. We are from XX New Media, and we wish to, before the representative could complete their sentence, yet another call interrupted. Lin Shi, puzzled, disconnected this call and continued. May I ask if this is Lin Shi? I'm a news reporter. News reporters were reaching out to him? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, but did not hang up. Instead, he engaged in conversation with the CCTV reporter. This is Lin Shi. What can I do for you? Do you have time for an interview regarding your escape from the robbers? Many netizens are eager to learn about your experience. Lin Shi hesitated. He had no desire for fame. The online populace of the 21st century could be terrifying. If even the slightest detail about his actions were uncovered, his reputation would be ruined. Although he had indeed acted in self-defense by killing the robber, the fact that he had taken gold bars was undeniable. A quick glance revealed that Chu Zayadi and the deputy president were both intently focused on him, appearing somewhat anxious. The rejection he had almost voiced transformed into an acceptance. All right. After agreeing on a time and place, Lin Shi ended the call and continued on his way. Li Changbin's eyes flashed with frustration. He had hoped to take the initiative before the reporters arrived. Who would have thought Lin Shi would be so unyielding? Wait, we need to talk. Chu Zayadi attempted to grasp Lin Shi's arm, but he evaded her grasp. Turning to face her, he raised an eyebrow, as if recalling something. By the way, I provided the police with a clue regarding the motive behind the robbery. What clue? Chu Zayadi instinctively inquired. When I was taken hostage, I overheard the robbers mention that a bank employee had leaked information about my gold purchase, which is why they targeted that shipment. This statement was something Lin Shi fabricated. He could not comprehend the robbers' dialogue at all. Yet, he relished the thought of misleading this woman. If someone had leaked his information, it was most likely her. A jolt of realization struck Chu Zayadi, her face momentarily betraying a hint of panic. Chapter 13. The gold bars in hand. Observing Chu Zayadi's increasing distress, Lin Shi's confidence surged from 50 to 100%. Tisk, tisk, tisk. 4 security guards had perished. The bank had lost over 20 million. And the leaker would likely face a lengthy sentence. Seeing Chu Zayadi in such a disoriented state, Lin Shi couldn't help but smirk maliciously before turning to leave. No wonder the bank heist that had never occurred in his past life surfaced in this one. It was indeed the butterfly effect of his rebirth and subsequent gold purchase. Li Changbin glared furiously, shouting at Lin Shi's retreating figure. Stop. As Lin Shi continued to walk away unfazed, Li Changbin tightly gripped Chu Zayadi's arm. What is going on? He had approached Lin Shi for negotiations under the assumption that the bank bore no responsibility. To his dismay, he never anticipated that the robbers had been drawn in by their own insider. How could there be any negotiations now? It wasn't me. Chu Zayadi cried out sharply. Li Changbin, observing her guilty demeanor, quickly pieced together that Lin Shi's accusation of the leaker pointed directly at her. With Lin Shi already in contact with the media, he knew he had to resolve this matter before it became public knowledge. Without sparing another glance at Chu Zayadi, he departed, leaving her seated on the ground, repeatedly muttering, "It wasn't me, it wasn't me." The day prior, upon receiving Lin Shi's call about purchasing 25 million in gold, Chu Zayadi had felt elated. During dinner with her boyfriend that evening, caught up in her pride, she spoke of a client intending to buy 25 million in gold. In the past, she had boasted of clients with substantial deposits, but had never revealed their identities. Surely, that did not constitute leaking client information. How could she be targeted by robbers? Yet sometimes, fate can be remarkably ironic. At the very restaurant where Chu Zayadi dined, 2 of the robbers had been seated right behind her booth. Walking down a dark road often leads to encountering ghosts. By the time Lin Shi left the Public Security Bureau, it was already dusk. He found his car and drove to the warehouse he had rented. Shortly after, he received several calls, this time from advertising partners. Opening his phone, he realized he had gained notoriety. Numerous messages from old college, high school, and even elementary school classmates flooded in. Lin Shi cleared all notifications. He had no desire for fame. If he were unaware that an apocalypse awaited in 3 months, he might have leveraged this newfound popularity to create short videos and earn some money through advertising. But with the impending doom, he lacked the energy for such distractions. The current online community was daunting. The risk of exposing any trace of his actions could prove perilous. After tidying up the warehouse's partition haphazardly and consuming a piece of bread stored in his space, Lin Shi collapsed in a bed, exhausted from a day of mental dueling, and fell asleep almost instantly. Awakening refreshed the next morning, Lin Shi completed his morning exercises and, while heading out for breakfast, received a call from the bank. "Hello, Mr. Lin, your gold transaction from yesterday at our bank remains incomplete. When might you be available to collect the gold?" Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. So soon? He had initially intended to use Chu Xiaodi's incident to create a wave of public discourse, pressuring the bank to expedite their pending transaction. He had not anticipated the bank's swifter response. "I'll be there in 30 minutes, he replied. After finishing breakfast, Lin Shi arrived at the bank. He expected to negotiate, but everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. The bank president personally attended to him, offering sincere apologies and handing over the gold bars himself, along with several gifts termed as compensation for emotional distress. In return, Lin Shi graciously acquiesced to the president's request for a photo, posing with the gold bars alongside the bank staff. As he departed, the bank employees and security personnel volunteered to assist him with his belongings, escorting him to his vehicle and waving until it disappeared from view. This scene was naturally captured by reporters who had been monitoring the bank's developments, and soon the photographs appeared on news websites, garnering applause from netizens for the bank's exemplary service. However, these matters no longer concerned Lin Shi. Initially, he had intended to accept the interview and expose the deputy president's recordings along with Chu Xiaodi's involvement. Now, having swiftly achieved his goals, he saw little need for such time-consuming trivialities. The uncertainty of survival in 3 months overshadowed any desire to waste time on those doomed to fail. At this moment, Lin Shi's focus remained solely on the gold bars. In a small partition of his warehouse, 2 stacks of gleaming gold bars were meticulously arranged. One stack freshly retrieved from the bank, the other taken from the robbers the previous day. 3 smaller bars remained from his earlier reserves. A total of 50 million in gold. The prospect of these bars potentially doubling to 100 million quickened Lin Shi's pulse. Naturally, he could not handle 120 kilograms of gold as he had previously. Instead, he placed both hands on the gold bars and uttered, "Item duplication." As the words left his lips, a brilliant golden light illuminated the cramped space. Countless gold bars materialized in the air before him. The sound of heavy objects landing on the bed echoed continuously as the iron frame creaked under the strain. Lin Shi, however, was indifferent to whether he would sleep on the floor that night. He counted and replicated 123 gold bars, 120 of 1,000 grams each, 3 of 500 grams, and 1 not missing. Lin Shi let out a gentle sigh of relief. Soon thereafter his face illuminated with uncontainable joy. Transforming 25 million into 100 million within 2 days would drive anyone to the brink of ecstasy. Initially, he was uncertain of success. What if the treasure pot had a duplication limit? What if it could only replicate gold bars that were physically touched? Or if there were other restrictive factors that could lead to failure in his duplications? Fortunately, his concerns were unfounded. This item's replication capability was even more formidable than he had anticipated. At this moment, the interface of the treasure pot underwent a transformation. Treasure pot. Function, storage space 666. Funds required for upgrade 2,000. Function, item duplication 1. Funds required for upgrade 10,000. The opportunity for item duplication was now reduced to a single chance. He pondered whether this number would change upon upgrading. Lin Shi first organized the gold bars. Each gold bar from the bank bore a serial number. He meticulously arranged the 60 replicas he had withdrawn today, setting them aside for sale back to the bank. The remaining 63 replicas were placed on another side, intended for melting down and selling through alternative channels. Lin Shi picked up 2 original 1,000-gram gold bars and silently chanted, "Upgrade space." Chapter 14, Treasure Pot Upgrade. Restraining his excitement, Lin Shi proceeded with his original plan to upgrade the storage space. With an empty hand, the interface of the treasure pot began to alter. In the blink of an eye, the dimensions of the space in his consciousness doubled, increasing its volume 8-fold. Treasure pot. Function, storage space 121212. Funds required for upgrade, 4,000. Function. Item duplication 1. Funds required for upgrade, 10,000. The funds required for the next upgrade doubled. Without hesitation, Lin Shi continued to upgrade the space by picking up 4 gold bars, then 8, and then 16. After utilizing a total of 31,000 gram gold bars through 4 consecutive upgrades, the storage space transformed to treasure pot. Storage space, 969696. Funds required for upgrade, 32,000. Function. Item duplication 1. Funds required for upgrade, 10,000. The area of the space had expanded to over 9,000 square meters, with a volume nearing 900,000 cubic meters, equivalent to the size of a museum. In terms of ordinary shipping containers, this was comparable to over 29,000 containers stacked together. Such ample space was already sufficient for his needs. Presently, he had 91,000 gram gold bars and 3 500 gram bars remaining. Lin Shi picked up 10 gold bars, his heart brimming with anticipation. Upgrade, item duplication. The moment the words left his lips, the gold bars in his hands vanished. The numbers on the interface rapidly fluctuated until they settled. Treasure pot. Storage space, 969696. Funds required for upgrade, 32,000. Function. Item duplication 4. Funds required for upgrade, 20,000. Indeed, the number of duplication chances had increased. Moreover, it had surged by 3 at once. This indicated that further upgrades could yield additional duplication opportunities. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled. If he continued this pattern of purchasing gold from a bank, wouldn't he'd be able to achieve infinite upgrades for the treasure pot? But soon, he regained his composure. Repeatedly buying gold bars from the bank and selling them back would raise suspicions after one instance of naivete, resulting in significant losses. Furthermore, the replicated gold bars could not be used for upgrades and would be difficult to offload. In today's summer country, every citizen's account was under national surveillance. A sudden influx of unaccounted funds would swiftly attract scrutiny from relevant authorities. Aside from the original 25 million, any additional funds would remain hidden from view, let alone be spent. His intention to upgrade the treasure pot was primarily to prepare for the impending apocalypse. If he squandered precious accumulated resources in pursuit of upgrading the treasure pot, it would completely betray his original intent. Moreover, the onset of the apocalypse would present the optimal opportunity for gathering gold. Within a month of the apocalypse, a vast number of plants and animals would perish. Human food supplies would dwindle sharply, and at that time, a mere few loaves of bread could be exchanged for a kilogram of gold. No one would concern themselves with gold, silver, and jewels while struggling to meet basic needs. Having come to this conclusion, Lin Shi placed his hand on all the remaining gold bars and continued to upgrade item duplication. As the gold bars swiftly vanished beneath his hand, the numbers on the treasure pot interface fluctuated rapidly. Once the gold bars had completely disappeared, the treasure pot interface displayed treasure pot. Storage space, 969696. Funds required for upgrade, 32,000. Function, item duplication 22. Funds required for upgrade, 58500. Lin Shi was elated, a smile gracing his face. Each upgrade had doubled the number of duplication chances acquired from the previous level, plus the remaining one, totaling 13612. A grand total of 22 duplication chances. According to the current upgrading pattern, the next upgrade of item duplication would yield 24 chances. However, that was all a matter for the post-apocalyptic future. At present, the most pressing concern was stockpiling resources. Lin Shi had 320,000 remaining. He needed to sell the gold bars and the replicated gold bars withdrawn from the bank to recoup his funds. Considering that the gold bars had just arrived today, Lin Shi decided to wait 2 days before selling them at the bank, as this seemed more prudent. With that settled, he would deal with the other batch of less conspicuous gold bars. Lin Shi first sought out an individual in Shi, a reclusive man who idled online all day. He lured him with a promise of 20,000 yuan to venture to a factory on the outskirts of Shi that produced high-frequency heating equipment and purchase a small gold melting machine. He then enlisted another person to buy several crucibles from a different factory and a third person to acquire molds. He instructed these 3 individuals to place the items in 3 secluded locations with minimal surveillance, and only then did he disguise himself to retrieve them. He was aware that the authorities were likely still monitoring him, but so what? Even if they discovered his purchases, there would be no evidence linking him to the thieves. Furthermore, the matter involving Chu Zayadi should have begun to unfold by now, and he believed that the authorities would be able to trace the origins and motives of the robbers through that lead. With Lin Shi exercising such caution, it would take time before any suspicion fell upon him. After retrieving the items and returning to the warehouse, Lin Shi began to operate, melting, pouring, and molding. He toiled until 3 in the morning, transforming 61-kilogram gold bars into a total of 180 bars of various sizes. He had already thought through how to handle these gold bars. On the eastern outskirts of Haishi was a pawn shop. On the surface, it appeared to be a regular pawn shop, but in reality, it housed a gang that trafficked various contraband. They accepted and sold anything. Lin Shi was aware of this because the pawn shop had persisted even after the apocalypse struck. It was said that someone once exchanged hundreds of pounds of rice for a 54 caliber pistol. Lin Shi decided to take 5 kilograms of gold bars the next day to scout the situation. If it turned out to be mere rumors, he could still use these gold bars to exchange for cash. After storing the gold bars and tools in the treasure pot, Lin Shi concluded his day's labor and fell into a deep slumber. As he breathed rhythmically, Lin Shi gradually stretched his body, then abruptly struck out with a palm, only to gently retract it. At times, he was as still as a maiden, and, at others, as swift as a hare. The movements flowed seamlessly, reminiscent of the elegance of Tai Chi, yet distinct in their own right. This exercise regimen was devised by the scientists of the Xian Nation in a past life, aimed at enhancing human survival in extreme cold. A certain level of physical fitness was requisite to embark on this practice. After several days of foundational training, Lin Shi discerned a marked enhancement in his bodily agility, alongside a significant increase in strength and endurance. He then commenced the practice of a technique known as resonance. In a prior existence, scientists speculated that following the eruption of geomagnetic storms, a remarkable substance emerged within the atmosphere, resulting from alterations in the Earth's magnetic field. This substance, once absorbed by living organisms, could substantially improve their physical condition. Evidence suggested that any flora or fauna that survived the initial 3 years of the apocalypse began to exhibit mutations, with their blood and muscles infused with this enigmatic material. Surviving animals grew increasingly colossal, while a select few plants managed to thrive in sub-zero temperatures beneath layers of snow. However, the modifications this substance wrought upon humanity were negligible, primarily enhancing cold resistance without other apparent benefits. Consequently, in the 6th year of the apocalypse, a collaboration between scientists and martial artists yielded this exercise method, which became widespread among survivors in the 7th year. This regimen facilitated the accelerated absorption of the mysterious substance. In his previous life, Lin Shi, after practicing for over a year, could endure 2 to 3 hours outdoors in extreme cold without a down jacket. It was rumored that some within the military could unlock their genetic potential, though the veracity of such claims remained uncertain. As he completed a series of movements, Lin Shi felt a warmth enveloping his body. After a refreshing shower and a hearty breakfast, he set off towards the eastern suburbs. Chapter 15, The Intercepting Crossbow. Lin Shi drove to the eastern outskirts, spending over an hour searching before he finally located the pawn shop nestled beside a dilapidated apartment complex. The sign of the sincere pawn shop was noticeably faded, and the entrance was diminutive and opaque. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Shi retrieved a handgun from his spatial storage, checked the ammunition, and discreetly stowed it in his jacket pocket before exiting the vehicle. Caution is the mother of safety. With a backpack containing 5 pounds of gold secured on his back, he stepped into the shop. Upon entering, he was greeted by a large screen emblazoned with the character for pawn. Beyond it, a man was busily tinkering with something at the counter, so engrossed that he failed to notice Lin Shi's arrival. Knocking on the countertop, Lin Shi drew the man's attention. Upon seeing a stranger, the man's expression shifted to one of wariness. It was then that Lin Shi noticed the man wielded a crossbow, sleek and black. Its lines exuded tension. On the counter lay an unassembled scope and various components. Judging by its general form, it appeared to be an intercepting crossbow of foreign manufacture, a composite weapon far more potent than a handgun, reputedly capable of penetrating an elephant's skull from a distance of 150 meters. Its firing speed rivaled that of a pistol, with high accuracy and ease of operation, allowing for convenient disassembly and reassembly. Its sound was quieter than that of a handgun, and the arrows could be reused. In his past life, possessing such a crossbow would have granted him dominion over the wilderness during the apocalypse. He had indeed come to the right place. Noticing Lin Shi's gaze, Xie Jingxin hastily draped a cloth over the unassembled crossbow. Though he doubted the youth could discern its significance, he nonetheless offered an explanation. "My child enjoys playing with such toys. Young man, what brings you here?" Lin Shi chose not to expose the pretense, and instead placed his backpack on the counter, unzipping it to reveal the gleaming gold within. Xie Jingxin's eyes brightened as he picked up a gold bar for inspection. "Are you selling or pawning? Cash or transfer? I wish to exchange for something," Lin Shi replied. At this, Xie Jingxin's demeanor shifted from nonchalance to earnest scrutiny. The knowledge that one could trade here was not common. It was typically reserved for acquaintances or those referred by them. In a world still on the brink of collapse, Xie Jingxin had yet to fully open his doors to business. Who referred you? Were you looking to exchange? He inquired. Lin Shi deftly sidestepped the more delicate topics. Could that crossbow you were working on be exchanged? Xie Jingxin appraised Lin Shi from head to toe, seemingly assessing his age. Do you know what that is? Just as Lin Shi was about to respond, the door behind him swung open once more. A robust man entered, his voice preceding his form. Old Xie. Has my shipment arrived? Upon rounding the screen, he noticed Lin Shi for the first time, immediately sizing him up with a wary glance. Xie Jingxin addressed the burly man. The goods have arrived, though not yet assembled. Please wait in the back. I have a transaction to finalize here first. Only then did the man's greedy gaze fall upon the sack of gold on the counter. Seeing the robust figure retreat into a small door behind the counter, Xie Jingxin continued. What do you wish to exchange? Speak quickly. I have other customers. I would like to trade for that intercepting crossbow, or perhaps the elite crossbow, the invisibility model, all with their accompanying arrows. Additionally, I require 54 caliber ammunition, the more the better. Xie Jingxin's pupils narrowed as he scrutinized Lin Shi once more. In this line of work, discerning judgment was paramount. Typically, he could ascertain with just a few glances who was viable for trade and who was not. He would never barter with a desperate outlaw for fear of attracting trouble, nor would he exchange with an ordinary individual who had no use for his goods. His clientele typically comprised those who traversed the borders frequently, or mercenaries, individuals accustomed to flirting with death, who would express gratitude upon receiving the equipment they desired. Having conducted business for many years, Xie Jingxin relied heavily on his keen insight. Yet, as he examined Lin Shi, he found himself uncertain. At first glance, Lin Shi appeared to be a mere student, likely seeking to pawn something. On closer inspection, however, he noted Lin Shi's calm demeanor and penetrating gaze, coupled with a taut posture that suggested he was poised for action at any moment. Such vigilance was reminiscent of seasoned veterans who danced on the edge of mortality. Yet, unlike those hardened souls, Lin Shi's skin was too fair, his hands devoid of calluses, and he bore none of the malevolence often associated with those who lived on the fringes. Nevertheless, he could immediately identify the crossbow that remained unassembled. Xie Jingxin found himself at an impasse. Ultimately, he resolved to trust his instincts. Young man, these gold bars alone won't suffice for what you seek. As long as you have what I require. Money is no object, Xie Jingxin affirmed, nodding. Follow me. He turned and pushed open the door behind the counter. The robust man, seemingly not far off, stepped back into view as the door opened. Old Xie, what business do you have with this kid? Old Jean, your goods can wait. I need to let this young brother make his selection first. It was revealed that the burly man was named Old Jean, and Lin Shi could sense a palpable ferocity emanating from him. Old Jean cast a disdainful glance at Lin Shi. Old Xie, are you so desperate for money that you'll entertain any business? Selling to a mere child like this? Aren't you worried your hideout might be raided soon? Xie Jingxin narrowed his eyes slightly, the warmth in his smile fading. I know my own affairs well enough. No need for your unsolicited commentary. Lin Shi silently completed the unspoken thought for Xie Jingxin. I merely fear that after years of business, this kid might ruin our hard work. Old Jean scoffed derisively, his gaze hardening as it turned to Lin Shi. Lin Shi met his stare with composed tranquility. In the face of ferocious beasts, one must exude an air of calm composure to avoid being perceived as prey. Xie Jingxin, unwilling to elaborate further, waved his hand to signal Lin Shi to follow. They traversed a dark corridor, arriving at a substantial aluminum alloy door. Xie Jingxin retrieved a key, unlocked the door, and after a brief exploration of the inner wall, the lights illuminated the space. Through the narrow opening, Lin Shi glimpsed a series of wooden racks. Come in, Xie Jingxin urged, stepping through the doorway. Inside, indeed, were rows of wooden shelves, stacked with wooden boxes of various sizes, all sealed and concealing their contents. Lin Shi approached a shelf, where Xie Jingxin retrieved a box, expertly unscrewing the metal fastenings. Upon opening the box and removing the straw from the top, it was revealed to be an unassembled intercept crossbow. Chapter 16, Reservation. This is the intercept crossbow. A firm price of 200,000. Xie Jingxin fixed his gaze on Lin Shi, scrutinizing every nuance of his expression. The price was steep. Yet if this young man was inexperienced, it could be a lucrative opportunity. Lin Shi remained unmoved, his displeasure evident as he retorted. A sniper rifle costs only a few tens of thousands. How dare you demand 200,000 for a crossbow? I recall that the price on the foreign black market is merely around 80,000. Present a sincere offer. I require many items and will ensure you profit handsomely. He needed to exchange for numerous goods and could not afford to be treated as an easy mark. Hee, Xie Jingxin chuckled, showing no sign of embarrassment. Where on earth did you come from? All right, I'll offer you a fair price, 100,000. Bringing this in required considerable connections. And I cannot sell it at the foreign black market price. Lin Shi raised a finger. 60,000. 90,000. No less, Xie Jingxin insisted. 65,000, Lin Shi countered. Ultimately, they settled on 80,000, with Lin Shi requesting 50 arrows, noting their reusability. Since Xie Jingxin did not have such a stock, Lin Shi refrained from asking for more. Next came the ammunition for the Type 54 pistol. Lin Shi requested all of Xie Jingxin's stock, 2,000 rounds. The shop was well stocked, boasting a dazzling array of various models of sniper rifles, assault rifles, handguns, and other firearms. However, apart from the Type 54, Lin Shi only selected 2 AK-47s and their corresponding ammunition. Initially, he considered acquiring several rifles, but Xie Jingxin informed him that rifles were too difficult to procure. He did not request any other firearms, as precision weapons like sniper rifles had become mere scrap metal in the extreme cold. Due to the principles of thermal expansion and contraction, gun components experienced increased resistance, and gun oil thickened, leading to frequent jams, particularly in more intricate weaponry. Some even cracked under the severe cold. In contrast, the Type 54, a simplistic and robust handgun, could still function adequately. The AK-47, designed to operate in extreme conditions, was even less prone to malfunction. However, even those that did not jam had significantly shortened lifespans. After a few shots, they required maintenance to continue functioning. Otherwise, the heat generated by firing in frigid conditions would swiftly freeze the barrel. Snowflakes could easily infiltrate the barrel during a blizzard. Thus, their deterrent value far outweighed practical utility. For mere self-defense, a handgun sufficed, especially since Lin Shi possessed more than one. However, for hunting and resource gathering, cold weapons proved far superior, marking the rise of melee combat in the post-apocalyptic era. Ultimately, Lin Shi set his sights on 3 Nepalese kukris and 3 daggers. When Xie Jingxin attempted to promote a tang sword, Lin Shi politely declined. I thought young people favored such blades? Xie Jingxin muttered. The tang sword had indeed gained popularity online in recent years. Though sharp, its excessively straight and long blade was prone to breaking upon impact with hard objects in sub-zero temperatures. Lin Shi smiled without further explanation and inquired, "Do you accept reservations here? Speak freely about what you desire." Xie Jingxin replied confidently. "As long as it's not something too large, I can procure it for you. I need the finest military-grade cold weather gear, along with matching cold weather boots, combat gloves, and a helmet. It must be top tier, the most resistant to cold. Can you obtain that?" Xie Jingxin's eyes widened. The highest quality military cold weather battle attire comprised numerous pieces, capable of functioning in environments well below zero, and the cost was substantial, with each set priced at least in the tens of thousands. Lin Shi added, "I want 50 sets, all tailored to my measurements." 50 sets? Xie Jingxin's eyes bulged in astonishment. "Are you preparing for war?" This young man is quite wealthy. Lin Shi maintained a serious facade, fabricating, "I plan to stay in Antarctica for a few years." Naturally, Xie Jingxin found this hard to believe. Yet, after hearing Lin Shi's list of items, he began to consider the possibility that Lin Shi might be speaking the truth. 5 night vision goggles, 20 military-grade walkie-talkies, 20 single-soldier integrated tents capable of withstanding low temperatures, and 50 military-grade sleeping bags. Additionally, procure a few more intercept crossbows and arrows. Gather as many bullets as you can. Xie Jingxin roughly calculated the total, realizing the value exceeded 10 million. For such a large order, you'll need to provide at least 1 million as a deposit. I only accept cash and gold. His request was entirely reasonable. Lin Shi nodded. "I will return tonight." He had ample gold bars in his space, but could not extract them directly. After agreeing on a time, Lin Shi departed the pawn shop, carrying a mountaineering backpack provided by Xie Jingxin. Once outside, Xie Jingxin resumed assembling the crossbow for Old Jean. With an enigmatic glint in his eye, Old Jean inquired, "Old Xie, is this lamb fattening up?" "Old Jean, don't entertain such thoughts," Xie Jingxin interjected, defending Lin Shi. He found this young man inscrutable and wished to avoid trouble. Earlier, when requesting the deposit, Lin Shi had exhibited no hesitation. Anyone capable of casually producing such significant cash or gold and purchasing vast amounts of equipment could hardly be an ordinary individual. Most importantly, he had never witnessed such composure in someone so young. Upon hearing Xie Jingxin's words, old Jean fell silent, a shadow crossing his gaze. After leaving the pawn shop and reaching his car, he ensured there were no surveillance cameras before stowing the items in his space. That evening, after dinner, Lin Shi retrieved 5 pounds of gold from his space and made his way back to Xie Jingxin's pawn shop. The desolate outskirts were even quieter at night. Lin Shi entered the shop directly, presenting the gold bars to Xie Jingxin for inspection. All right, Xie Jingxin affirmed after examining the gold. Once the goods arrive, you can settle the remaining balance. I'll take my leave now. Lin Shi was unconcerned about old Jean fleeing. After all, this man had gained his reputation in the apocalypse due to his good standing. Although his prices were steep, he delivered genuine goods once paid. Moreover, Lin Shi had no use for the gold himself. Losing it would inflict minimal damage. As he turned to leave, Xie Jingxin called out, "Wait." After a moment's hesitation, he cautioned seriously, "Be careful at night." Lin Shi paused, momentarily startled, then responded, "Thank you." Be careful at night, he mused. What could a grown man possibly need to be wary of? Naturally, it was the threat of others. Someone had set their sights on him. The vehicle navigated the eerily quiet streets. Keeping a vigilant eye, Lin Shi drove cautiously. Shortly thereafter, he braked abruptly. A row of spikes appeared ahead on the road. Lin Shi squinted, shifting his gear into reverse and accelerating backward. Retracing his path to the intersection he had just passed, he swiftly changed gears and altered his direction, embarking down a different route. This unexpected turn of events caught the ambushers entirely off guard. A typical individual would either find themselves compelled to repair a punctured tire or disembark to assess the situation, casually brushing aside any debris. Who would simply turn and flee without a second thought. Not far from the scattered nails, in a shadowy alley, the nefarious old Jean, clad entirely in black and sporting a motorcycle helmet, awaited his unsuspecting prey. Witnessing this unfolding scene, old Jean muttered a curse under his breath, twisting the throttle as he pursued Lin Shi, who was hastily retreating. Chapter 17, Obliteration of Evidence. After driving a few hundred meters, the unmistakable roar of a motorcycle engine echoed behind Lin Shi. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed a figure cloaked in black, helmet obscuring their face. Shrouded by the dim glow of street lamps, Lin Shi veered towards a secluded road, the motorcycle closely tailing him. Old Jin's face was mostly concealed, save for his piercing eyes, which glinted with malevolence. He had toiled under life-threatening conditions for months, earning only a meager sum. Capturing this plump lamb and extorting hundreds of thousands, if not millions, would afford him a prolonged period of indulgence. Such affluent scions are inherently fearful of peril. A mere hint of intimidation, coupled with some compromising photographs, would compel them to part with their wealth to safeguard their lives. Old Jean was no novice in such dealings. He had successfully executed these schemes on multiple occasions. Lin Shi's lavish demeanor and youthful visage ignited a spark of greed within old Jean. After navigating through a residential area, old Jean accelerated and maneuvered his motorcycle to block Lin Shi's path, executing a drift that halted him. Simultaneously, he stealthily gripped a dagger concealed on his thigh. Ready to subdue Lin Shi the moment he exited his vehicle. Though it was merely 8 in the evening, the hour still bore a false sense of security, with the sparse suburban surroundings occasionally occupied by pedestrians. This was a time when affluent youths typically let their guard down, often cursing as they exited their vehicles. Moreover, old Jean had dismantled all nearby surveillance cameras. If he acted swiftly, he could abduct Lin Shi along with his car, making it nearly impossible to trace the incident back to him. Regrettably for old Jean, Lin Shi was no ordinary youth but a reincarnated survivor, seasoned by the brutality of a world ravaged by chaos. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Shi's eyes as he gripped the steering wheel. With a surge of acceleration, he barreled forward, instantly escalating his speed from 60 to over 100 kilometers per hour. At such velocity, the mere 10 meters separating them would vanish in mere seconds. In the next heartbeat, old Jin's pupils dilated in terror as he attempted to evade the oncoming vehicle, but he was far too late. The collision erupted with a thunderous roar, followed by the sickening thud of a heavy object striking the ground. Old Jin was propelled, along with his motorcycle, a distance of several meters by the force of the impact. The front of Lin Shi's car was utterly mangled, shards of shattered headlights littering the ground, and the bumper caved in. In stark contrast, old Jin's motorcycle lay in ruins, its twisted remnants scattered about. What was meant to facilitate his escape had ultimately become the catalyst for his downfall. Had he been in a car, Lin Shi might have exercised caution and sought a deserted area to execute his plan. However, old Jin's reckless choice to confront him on a motorcycle sealed his fate. The cacophony of the crash drew attention from afar, as curious onlookers began to investigate the source of the disturbance. Yet, the distance rendered them incapable of discerning the scene. Lin Shi, unfazed, stepped out of his vehicle and approached Old Jean. Despite the helmet, Old Jean remained conscious, blood trickling from his mouth, limbs contorted in unnatural angles. His gaze filled with venomous hatred, yet unable to articulate a single word. He had spent his days preying on the unwary, only to find himself outmatched by a mere youth, seemingly in his 20s, who displayed such ruthless determination. Unaware of the circumstances, he couldn't fathom the audacity with which Lin Shi had charged at him. Did he not fear striking the wrong target? Lin Shi approached Old Jean, standing a meter away, and softly inquired, "I isn't curious why I dare to crash into you, Old Jean?" The calmness and indifference in Lin Shi's voice caused Old Jean's pupils to constrict. He had misjudged. The figure before him was no mere victim, but a remorseless predator akin to himself, in a state of desperate struggle. Old Jean's injury left him incapacitated, his left thigh shattered, ribs piercing his internal organs, and his right hand painfully crumpled against the ground. If he possessed any strength left for retaliation, he would resolutely seek to eliminate Lin Shi. In his heart, Old Jean vowed that once he recovered, he would ensure Lin Shi met a gruesome end. However, Lin Shi granted him no such opportunity. Lowering himself, Lin Shi seized a steel pipe that had fallen from Old Jean's motorcycle and, amidst Old Jean's horrified gaze, plunged it into his throat. Old Jean's eyes bulged, his mouth opening and closing in a futile attempt to speak, the fury in his eyes burning with a desire for vengeance against Lin Shi. Even in death, Old Jean could not comprehend why Lin Shi, unafraid of the consequences, dared to take such drastic measures in a place where he himself would not kill. Lin Shi murmured softly, "As I drove along earlier, I noticed several surveillance cameras were out of order. That was your doing, wasn't it? Thank you for unwittingly preparing your own grave." Old Jean struggled to articulate a response, but the fatal wound extinguished the light in his eyes. With a mere thought, Lin Shi absorbed Old Jean's lifeless body along with the scattered debris into his spatial realm. When the curious onlookers arrived, they encountered only a pool of glaring blood. Vigilant residents promptly alerted the authorities, who collected blood samples and confirmed it was human. Yet, the scene bore no evidence of a crime. All surveillance had been destroyed, and there were neither victims nor witnesses. The incident could not even warrant an investigation and was dismissed without further inquiry. After walking a distance, Lin Shi hailed a taxi and returned home. This was not his first act of murder, and he felt no fear. In a world turned to chaos, every individual was both hunter and prey. He was no virtuous soul. Those who dared to covet his life would find him merciless. Upon returning to his warehouse, Lin Shi took a shower and promptly fell asleep. The next day, he glanced at the time and noted that it was March 7th, the 7th day since his rebirth. Checking the current gold prices, he discovered they had risen by $5 in the last 2 days. Thus, he decided to sell his holdings that day to liquidate his cash for his next stocking plan. After completing his morning exercise and breakfast, Lin Shi made his way to the bank. Just days prior, he had become somewhat of a celebrity at the bank. Upon entering with a suitcase, he was immediately recognized. "Mr. Lin, how may I assist you today?" Following the revelation of Chu Zayadi leaking client information, the bank had discreetly dismissed her to preserve its reputation. Now, Lin Shi was greeted by a new customer service manager, a man in his 30s named Feng Jian. After recognizing Lin Shi's potential, Feng Jian had even procured a cigarette from his superior to celebrate. Initially assisting another client with a credit card application, Feng Jian's eyes lit up upon seeing Lin Shi and his suitcase, reminiscent of the day Lin Shi had furiously purchased 25 million worth of gold bars. At that time, Feng Jian and his colleagues had been envious of the lucrative deal. Little did he know, such fortune was now destined to come his way. Chapter 18, Selling the Gold Bars. Feng Jian promptly abandoned the client he was assisting and directed another colleague to take over. Compared to the commission from selling 25 million in gold, the trivial credit card application was insignificant. He hurried to Lin Shi's side, donning his most sincere smile. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am your new customer service manager, Xiao Feng. What business do you wish to conduct today? Let us discuss inside." "Certainly, right this way." Feng Jian eagerly escorted Lin Shi to the VIP room, relishing the envious glances of his colleagues as pride swelled within him. Lin Shi casually spent 25 million on gold, undoubtedly possessing even greater deposits in other banks. If he could be persuaded to transfer those assets, his performance would soar. The other bank employees shared similar thoughts. To them, performance equated to salary, and premium clients were akin to benefactors. However, Feng Jian acted too swiftly, leaving them to mutter in secret, "What a petty person." As Lin Shi approached the VIP window, He was about to speak when Feng Jian hurriedly interjected, "Mr. Lin, please take a seat and wait a moment." With that, he briskly departed. Lin Shi had no choice but to sit and wait. Soon, Feng Jian returned, carrying an exquisite gift box. Every year, the bank prepared gifts for distinguished clients, offering varying tiers of presents based on client status. This year, the top-tier clients were to receive 2 bottles of Moutai liquor. Although Lin Shi was not originally among the highest-tier clients, Feng Jian, eager to retain Lin Shi as a significant patron, personally contributed to the gift. If Lin Shi were to return for another substantial investment, not only would Feng Jian recover his expenses, but his performance and salary would also see a rapid increase. Originally, he had intended to call Lin Shi to arrange the delivery, but unexpectedly, Lin Shi had come directly. "Mr. Lin, this is your gift for this year." Along with a personal token from me, Feng Jian presented. Lin Shi, indifferent, nodded and promptly cut to the chase. "Please assist me in processing the buyback of these gold bars." He then opened his suitcase, revealing an entire collection of 60 kilograms of gold bars. Feng Jian was momentarily stunned, his expression remarkably vivid. After confirming, he asked, "You wish to repurchase these gold bars?" Lin Shi nodded in affirmation. Feng Jian glanced at the current gold price, forcing a smile as he replied, "Mr. Lin, selling these gold bars now would result in a loss." Lin Shi had already prepared his reasoning on the way. "I understand. I have done my research. My previous impulse to purchase so many gold bars was misguided. I now realize that investing in gold is not cost-effective, and I intend to invest this money elsewhere." Despite Feng Jian's attempts to dissuade him, Lin Shi remained resolute, growing increasingly impatient. Reluctantly, Feng Jian commenced the buyback process, which was far more complex than the initial purchase. Each gold bar certificate needed to be meticulously checked against its corresponding number, ensuring the packaging was intact and the bars themselves free of scratches, an endeavor not easily completed in a short time. Feng Jian summoned a counter-staff member to assist him. Upon hearing that Lin Shi intended to sell the newly acquired gold bars, the staff member's eyes gleamed with a hint of schadenfreude, darkening Feng Jian's expression further. While he would not benefit from commissions during the buyback, he was now required to exert effort, were it not for Lin Shi's potential as a valuable client. Feng Jian would have cast several scornful glances in his direction. After an entire morning, the buyback was finally completed, and Lin Shi's account reflected 24.78 million, incurring a loss of over 600,000. With his objective achieved, Lin Shi was unconcerned with the minor loss. After declining all of Feng Jian's investment proposals, he departed, leaving Feng Jian to feign a smile as he watched Lin Shi take the 2 bottles of Moutai. Deep down, he regretted his expenditure, over 1,000 yuan out of his own pocket for the gift, and he even spent on a pack of cigarettes. What vexed Feng Jian further was the prospect of being mocked by colleagues for being a fool in the days to come. Lin Shi, however, remained oblivious to such matters. After leaving the bank, he proceeded directly to the grain and oil wholesale market. Purchasing rice in 50-kilogram bags, he ordered 100 tons, 2,000 bags in total, along with 1,000 bags of flour, 100 boxes of cooking oil, and 1,000 boxes of salt. The reason Lin Shi stockpiled so much salt was due to the anticipated difficulty of extraction once seawater froze, which would make acquiring edible salt 100-fold more challenging. Given that salt was currently inexpensive and did not occupy much space, he decided to stockpile extra. Next, he ordered 100 boxes each of monosodium glutamate, chicken essence, soy sauce, vinegar, and other condiments. He also acquired 1,000 boxes each of instant noodles, sausages, ham, luncheon meat, and noodles. Additionally, he ordered 100 boxes of hot pot base and various seasoning packets. In the extreme cold, daily hot pot dishes would prove to be a delight. He also purchased various miscellaneous items as he saw fit. The total procurement filled 7 container trucks, costing Lin Shi over 1 million yuan. The wholesale market owners treated Lin Shi as a large supermarket buyer, thus lowering their prices to the minimum, eagerly anticipating his next order. Loading the goods as swiftly as possible would take several hours. Lin Shi requested additional workers for the loading and unloading process. After paying a deposit and providing his address, he then headed to the nearby agricultural market, where he ordered several thousand pounds of live fish, insisting they be gutted and scaled. He acquired 1 ton each of chicken, duck, fresh pork, beef, lamb, and various eggs, purchasing 1 to 2 tons of each. As it was already afternoon, these items would have to be delivered the following day, especially the live fish, as Lin Shi insisted they be killed on site. Not only would this incur an additional charge of 1 yuan per pound, but it would also require several days for complete delivery. Following that, Lin Shi ordered dried seaweed, various dried seafood, and several hundred pounds of ginger, scallions, and garlic. The unique properties of his spatial storage ensured that items remained unchanged upon entry and retrieval, were it not for the limitation of not being able to store live animals. Lin Shi would have considered procuring fresh shrimp and crabs. He also ordered 3 tons of assorted vegetables and 3 tons of fruits, requesting that they be delivered first thing in the morning. Next, Lin Shi visited a pharmacy to begin purchasing medications. Unlike food, individuals could not buy excessive amounts of pharmaceuticals. He spent the entire evening visiting more than a dozen pharmacies, ultimately acquiring 50 boxes of antibiotics, 72 boxes of cold medications, and various antiviral powders and oral solutions. For vitamins, he purchased 26 bottles of the 2 yuan variety containing 100 capsules each. However, this stockpile was still insufficient. In a post-apocalyptic scenario, medicines would be in dire scarcity, and a simple cold and extreme cold could prove fatal. Lin Shi planned to place additional orders online. At this moment, the first batch of goods from the grain and oil wholesale market had already arrived near the warehouse Lin Shi rented. After receiving the call, he hurried back. Just as he reached the warehouse entrance, his phone rang again. It was Liao Peng calling. Considering the time, Liao Peng had been in Shashi for 4 days. It seemed he had made some progress. Chapter 19, Procurement of Supplies. Lin Shi answered the call. Liao Peng's voice came through the phone. Boss, I've scoured Shashi over the past few days and found 3 locations that meet your requirements. I've sent the detailed information to your WeChat. Please take a look. All right, I have something to attend to now. I'll call you back later, Lin Shi replied as he opened the warehouse door and, alongside a dozen laborers, began unloading the goods. 7 containers took over 3 hours to completely empty into the warehouse. Once the workers left, Lin Shi placed his hand on the pile of supplies and stored all the items within his spatial storage, observing the minuscule fraction of supplies occupying the space. Lin Shi understood this was merely the beginning. After taking a shower, Lin Shi reviewed the information sent by Liao Peng. He had not misjudged Liao Peng. The 3 locations provided were indeed aligned with Lin Shi's criteria: high terrain, secluded locations, and devoid of towering buildings, making them ready for immediate construction. One particular site was especially expansive. Situated in the eastern suburbs of Shashi, it could easily accommodate not only a private shelter, but also an entire community. Lin Shi suspected that the official shelter from his past life might have been established in this very location. Should it be requisitioned by the authorities in the future, his losses would be substantial. Thus, this location was ruled out. The remaining 2 sites included one behind a village in the western suburbs, where the hill stood only a few meters high, located several kilometers from the first open space. There had once been a Taoist temple on the hill. Although it had collapsed, the foundation still remained. The final destination was a fishing village named West Island along the coast of Shashi, where stood a towering cliff, rising over 10 meters high. Atop this precipice lay an expanse of open land that once housed several families, who have since vacated the premises. Lin Shi sent a text to Liao Peng, instructing him to arrange for a geological survey of the mountain and cliff near the temple. He wished to avoid any potential disasters, such as the foundation of a house collapsing while occupied, although the cliffs were predominantly composed of rock layers. Years of erosion from wind and waves could have rendered the stone unstable, making it unsuitable for constructing a shelter. In contrast, the mountain that once served as a temple seemed more aligned with his aspirations. However, the truth of the matter would only reveal itself once the results were in. After completing these tasks, Lin Shi collapsed into slumber. For the next 3 days, all deliveries to the warehouse consisted of fresh produce that Lin Shi had procured from the agricultural market. He employed 4 individuals from the vicinity to manage the receiving and handling of the goods. Meanwhile, on the 8th, he ventured to the lumber market. Following the extreme cold, humanity had lost access to electricity, and the natural gas pipelines of various nations had ruptured and leaked. The demand for fire sources had become paramount. Without fire, one could not consume cooked or warm meals, and most survivors reverted to a life of raw sustenance. Countless individuals perished in their sleep due to the frigid temperatures. Consequently, firewood became exceedingly precious. Lin Shi directly purchased 500 tons of firewood. This firewood was significantly more affordable than regular lumber, consisting mainly of scrap wood and offcuts. The sheer volume of wood required 25 shipping containers, and fortunately, Lin Shi's bulk order ensured that the lumber market was willing to assist him in loading and unloading. Next came the acquisition of gas canisters and coal, which Lin Shi endeavored to procure in as large quantities as possible, ultimately acquiring 800 tons of coal. He followed this with the purchase of windproof lighters, flint, windproof matches, and other necessities. Additionally, he placed online orders for cold medicine, antibiotics, disinfectants, emergency bandages, and other medical supplies, along with respirators, oxygen tanks, tactical axes, jungle knives, and various survival gear. On the 9th, Lin Shi visited the largest generator factory in Sanyuan City, acquiring 10 portable generators, 10 household generators, and 2 industrial generators. With the exception of the industrial generator, which was diesel-powered and intended for high-power situations, he selected the quietest gasoline generators available for the others. The household generators sufficed for normal usage. Following this, he turned his attention to electrical wiring. In the aftermath of the extreme cold apocalypse, even if the electrical circuits had not been obliterated by electromagnetic storms, the wires exposed to the elements had sustained significant damage from freezing. Therefore, Lin Shi had already planned to run the wiring indoors, creating a self-sustaining power circuit for the shelter to prevent power outages due to wire aging or short circuits. He purchased tens of thousands of meters of various electrical wires as a precaution. Subsequently, he sought to stockpile diesel and gasoline, recognizing that using a generator necessitated ample reserves of both fuels. However, the trade of oil was prohibited for private individuals. Contemplating how long it would take to amass sufficient fuel using a full tank and siphoning methods, Lin Shi returned to the pawn shop. "You want 100 tons of diesel? 100 tons of gasoline? Do you think I'm running a gas station?" Xie Jingxin regarded Lin Shi with a bemused expression. Lin Shi offered a wry smile. 100 tons is hardly excessive. A large SUV's fuel tank holds 100 liters, and filling it over 10 times amounts to a ton. Naturally, one must stockpile generously. No one knows when the apocalypse will conclude, and at least in the 8th year of this extreme cold, there are no signs of it letting up. If Xie Jingxin couldn't assist, Lin Shi would have to acquire a vehicle with a sufficiently large fuel tank to gather fuel from various gas stations. Just as Lin Shi prepared to leave, Xie Jingxin pondered for a moment and remarked, "However, I can manage 10 tons for you." A glimmer of hope sparked in Lin Shi's eyes, but he quickly concealed his excitement upon noticing Xie Jingxin's scrutinizing gaze. "What price?" 10 tons of gasoline and 10 tons of diesel in exchange for 2 kilograms of gold. 2 kilograms of gold equated to over 800,000. Good heavens! The price of diesel is less than 10,000 per ton, and gasoline is over 10,000. Even for 20 tons combined, it only amounts to around 200,000. Xie Jingxin has raised the price over fourfold. Don't complain about the cost. This isn't my usual line of work, and it involves considerable risk. If you're not interested, that's fine, Xie Jingxin stated. Lin Shi was not one to be easily swayed. He still had a stock of gold bars in his space. However, he was aware that the terms of the transaction needed to be favorable. 20 tons of gasoline and 20 tons of diesel for 5 kilograms of gold. Fortune favors the bold. Xie Jingxin gritted his teeth and agreed. Noticing Xie Jingxin's swift acceptance, Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Can you procure some pharmaceuticals for me? The price is negotiable. You tell me, what exactly are you preparing all these supplies for?" The increasingly peculiar nature of Lin Shi's requests piqued Xie Jingxin's curiosity. Even though inquiring about a client's motives was generally considered taboo, what was he planning with cold weapons, winter clothing, oil, and medicine? Was it truly as outlandish as this young man claimed? Seeking to settle in Antarctica? Xie Jingxin began to entertain the absurd possibility. Lin Shi, of course, would not divulge his true intentions. "Did I not mention it? I'm going to settle in Antarctica." Subsequently, Lin Shi provided Xie Jingxin with a list of antibiotics, cold medicine, and various wound treatment supplies. Xie Jingxin remained skeptical but negotiated a price with Lin Shi. After departing from the pawn shop, Lin Shi contemplated his next move, deciding to visit the appliance market to purchase essential electrical devices for the long haul in this post-apocalyptic world. Soon, Lin Shi arrived at the largest electronics mall in Sanyuan City. Chapter 20. An unexpected encounter with Su Fei. Upon entering the electronics mall, he purchased 20 units each of rice cookers, induction cookers, washing machines, dryers, hair dryers, air purifiers, and kettles. For electric heaters, electric blankets, and warm air fans, he purchased 30 units of each. He then proceeded to a nearby store to acquire pots, bowls, and utensils, ensuring that all were made from alloy or stainless steel. On the 10th, Lin Shi made his way to the largest shopping mall. Although he had already secured winter clothing, those were intended for hunting expeditions in search of supplies. He still needed to acquire everyday attire and additional warm clothing. First, he visited a home goods store, purchasing 20 sets of down bedding, 20 cotton blankets, 20 wool blankets, and 20 sets of bed linens. Following that, he went to a well-regarded brand store reputed for supplying clothing to Antarctic expedition teams. Their down jackets and storm jackets were crafted from the latest technological insulation materials, boasting thermal performance second only to military-grade cold weather gear. As spring approached, winter clothing was on sale. Most of the shelves had already been replaced with spring attire. Lin Shi headed to the winter clothing section to select items. Two sales associates were engaged in idle chatter within the store. Given that this brand specialized in high-end products, with each coat costing several thousand to tens of thousands, the foot traffic was minimal. As Lin Shi immediately made his way to the discount section, both sales associates exchanged indifferent glances, continuing their conversation. After observing for a while, without discerning which item offered the best warmth, Lin Shi inquired of the sales associate, "Which of your garments is the warmest?" The sales associate turned her back to Lin Shi, rolled her eyes before responding, "These down jackets and storm jackets are all quite warm." That was not the answer Lin Shi sought. "I am inquiring about the warmest garment capable of providing warmth in temperatures as low as -50 degrees. Internally cursing the absurdity of his request, the sales associate approached and casually pointed out a few options. Lin Shi selected one of the garments she indicated. "Please bring me that one in size XL to try on." The sales associate, clearly losing her patience, thought to herself that a bargain hunter should not be so demanding. Observing the down jacket in size L on the rack, she said, "Why not try this one on first? If you like it, I'll fetch you the right size." At that moment, Lin Shi also sensed the associate's growing impatience. As her brows furrowed slightly, poised to unleash her frustration, two figures entered through the shop's door. To her surprise, it was Su Fifei accompanied by a tall, slender man. Clearly, the duo were regular patrons, as another sales associate greeted them with evident delight. "Hello, Mr. Li. We've recently introduced a plethora of new styles in our store. Please, take a look." This warm reception starkly contrasted with the glum demeanor of the sales associate accompanying Lin Shi, especially upon witnessing her colleague's imminent commission. The atmosphere around Lin Shi's sales associate grew even more somber. At that moment, Su Fifei's gaze fell upon Lin Shi, and she exclaimed, "Lin Shi, is that you here?" Lin Shi merely nodded, choosing to ignore her while requesting the sales associate to fetch an XL size for himself. Reluctantly, the sales associate complied. Noticing Su Fifei's unwavering attention on Lin Shi, Li Diu, who was with Su Fifei, expressed his discontent. "Fifei, who is that?" Seemingly jolted back to reality, Su Fifei replied, "Yes, my high school classmate," despite Lin Shi having abandoned the three of them during their last outing. Su Fifei firmly believed that Zhao Xiao's offense had provoked Lin Shi's ire towards them. In Su Fifei's eyes, a man who was both affluent and handsome deserved all tolerance, regardless of his actions. The incident where Lin Shi was abducted by robbers at a bank had already spread among their peers, as had the news of his purchasing 25 million in gold bars. Everyone assumed that anyone capable of such a transaction must possess a fortune nearing 100 million. Su Fifei gazed at Lin Shi with stars in her eyes. When the sales associate brought over the clothes Lin Shi requested, he promptly removed his jacket to try them on. Su Fifei stole several glances at him. Noticing that his physique had, unbeknownst to her, improved significantly, the thin base layer he wore hinted at well-defined muscles beneath. This involuntarily caused a blush to rise to Su Fifei's cheeks. Casting a glance at the gaunt and wiry Li Diu beside her, she couldn't help but feel that Lin Shi was a far better match for her. She approached Lin Shi and complimented, "Lin Shi, you look splendid in that outfit." Li Diu's expression darkened. Lin Shi nodded, gesturing towards several items the sales associate had mentioned, stating, "Please bring me that one, and that one, and that one, all in XL." The sales associate, wearing a sour expression, begrudgingly fetched the requested garments. Lin Shi tried on each piece, keen to ascertain both the fit and flexibility, as he intended to wear them for the foreseeable future. However, the sales associate was less than pleased. She viewed Lin Shi as a nuisance for insisting on trying on discounted items. Had it not been for the presence of other customers, she would have surely expressed her disdain more openly. Su Fifei continued to shower Lin Shi with compliments about his attire. Yet, Lin Shi found her chatter rather distracting and was about to dismiss her when Li Diu, who had been sidelined, could no longer contain himself. "Fifei, if your classmate can't afford to buy clothes, I can cover the bill. Let's not make things difficult for the sales associate." The sales associate by Lin Shi's side instantly cast a grateful glance at Li Diu. Su Fifei's expression, however, turned inscrutable. Lin Shi was broke? He had just invested 25 million in gold. After all, while she couldn't fathom Lin Shi's obsession with discounted goods, Su Fifei interpreted it as a sign of his frugality. "Li Diu, don't speak nonsense," Su Fifei interjected. Seeing her defend Lin Shi, Li Diu looked at him with disdain, his words dripping with scorn. "Am I speaking nonsense? Just a poor fellow who can only afford discounted items. Does he plan to flaunt them as well?" Su Fifei frowned, but Lin Shi interrupted her. Addressing the contemptuous Li Diu, "Are you suggesting you're willing to pay for me?" Lin Shi could easily discern the mockery and provocation in Li Diu's tone, recognizing him to be yet another suitor vying for Su Fifei's attention. Li Diu's derision intensified as he shot Su Fifei a look, as if to say, "See, I told you so." Then, in a patronizing manner, he added, "Sure, I'll buy you those discounted items you fancy." Lin Shi appraised Li Diyu from head to toe, asking, "Do you have the funds?" "You better mean what you say." Li Diyu, as if having his tail stepped on, raised his voice, "Of course. Even if you pick out a few more styles, I'll cover it." Li Diyu lacked nothing but money. With a monthly allowance of 300,000, spending 20,000 on a few discounted garments was a trivial matter to maintain his affluent persona in front of the girl he liked. Realizing that Lin Shi was attempting to have this regular patron pay for his purchases, the sales associate's eyes filled with contempt. Chapter 21. The bet. Lin Shi smiled. He was not merely purchasing a few items. He intended to acquire dozens, if not hundreds. Since a generous opportunity had presented itself, he would not hold back. Addressing the sales associate, he declared, "For each of those items I just tried on, I'll take 50. Please wrap them all up for me." "What did you say?" The sales associate thought she had misheard. Lin Shi repeated his request. The two sales associates were taken aback by his audacity, their faces reflecting disbelief. How could anyone be so shameless? The sales associate hesitated, glancing at Li Diyu. Lin Shi turned to Li Diyu, who was now dumbfounded, and mirrored his earlier mocking smile. "I just asked you. You said you could cover my selections. Are you saying you can't afford it?" This retort mirrored Li Diyu's earlier words. Having tried on 4 items, asking for 50 of each meant a total of 200 items, even if they were all discounted, averaging 3,000 each. That amounted to approximately 600,000. Li Diyu's monthly allowance was 300,000, barely sufficient for his own needs. Lin Shi's opening bid would deplete 2 months' worth of his spending money. "Are you mocking me?" Li Diyu's frustration boiled over. Convinced Lin Shi was playing a prank on him solely to embarrass him in front of Su Fei. It wasn't that he couldn't produce 600,000. Rather, he simply would not spend that much for another man, who in their right mind would buy 50 of the same garment. "I was referring to the items you wanted to buy." Even Su Fei felt that Lin Shi was intentionally making things difficult for Li Diyu, who would purchase 200 warm coats. They would last for years, if not decades, and would surely be out of style by then. Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Lin Shi was the man she had set her sights on, and she would not publicly contradict him. Lin Shi asserted, "What I want is indeed 200 pieces." In a fit of rage, Li Diyu scoffed, "You a poor wretch who can only afford discounted items, buying 200? If you can, I'll kneel and call you Grandpa." Lin Shi chuckled, his sarcasm unmistakable. "Call me Grandpa? Who knows if you will just let out another fart like you did before?" "Oh wait, a fart at least makes a sound. Your words are worth even less." Su Fei couldn't help but laugh at Lin Shi's vivid analogy. The sound of her laughter struck a blow to Li Diyu's pride, infuriating him further. He raised his voice, "Nonsense. I always mean what I say. But how can you prove that you're not just trying to trick me into saying you'll buy 200 pieces? Li Diyu's raised voice attracted the attention of a couple passing by. Lin Shi replied, "It's simple. I'll purchase these 200 items, and if I can't afford it, all my expenses today in this mall will be on you. And if you can't afford it," the stakes had escalated between them, and Li Diyu was not one to back down easily. Lin Shi added, "If I can't, you can do whatever you wish." Unbeknownst to him, the number of onlookers outside the store had noticeably increased. Many were whispering among themselves while pointing in their direction. In the presence of such a crowd, Li Diyu could not afford to appear weak. He raised his chin and regarded Lin Shi through flared nostrils, declaring, "Very well, I consent. If you cannot afford it, you shall bow your head and call me grandfather 3 times. Li Diyu was skeptical that this impoverished wretch could truly purchase clothing worth hundreds of thousands. Today, he intended to trample on the face of this pauper and expose his pretensions. Lin Shi turned to the sales assistant, instructing, "Please wrap up 50 pieces of each style immediately." The sales assistant grimaced and replied with displeasure, "Sir, the total for these garments will amount to approximately 600,000. The implication was clear. If Lin Shi lacked the funds, he ought not to waste their time with futile demands. 200 pieces was no trivial order. Should they summon stock from the warehouse only for Lin Shi to back out, they would face reprimand or worse. Lin Shi produced a card from his pocket, stating, "Calculate the total. I will pay by card." The sales assistant's eyes widened at the sight of Lin Shi's black card, and she received it with both hands, scrutinizing it carefully. Indeed, this was a card reserved for those with deposits exceeding 10 million. Having worked in this field for some time, she recognized its significance. Realizing her earlier misjudgment, she quickly donned her most professional smile. "Please, have a seat while I arrange for the stock to be fetched." As she spoke, she guided Lin Shi to a seat and offered him tea and water, her demeanor transformed entirely. 200 pieces, even if they were on sale, such a quantity would yield her a substantial commission. Another sales assistant promptly called the warehouse. Lin Shi interjected, "No need to deliver here. Send it directly to my residence." The sales assistant eagerly complied, noting down Lin Shi's address. Shortly thereafter, the total was calculated, $582,366. The sales assistant bent down, presenting the card machine to Lin Shi. He entered his PIN, received the receipt, and signed it, all in one fluid motion. The sales assistant was elated at the prospect of a generous commission, but Lin Shi's next words plunged her into a frigid state. "Now, summon your manager. I wish to lodge a complaint against your service." The sales assistant, who had been unfriendly towards Lin Shi, suddenly panicked, hurriedly apologizing and promising various gifts. Li Diyu, who had been anticipating Lin Shi's embarrassment, was rendered speechless. "He actually bought 200 pieces? Show me the receipt." After glancing at the receipt, Li Diyu still struggled to believe it. If he could wager 58,000, why would he be shopping in a clearance section? Was he out his mind? Li Diyu was convinced that Lin Shi's purchase of 200 identical garments was merely an act of defiance against him, not a genuine necessity. However, Lin Shi indeed required those items, viewing the wager as a mere irritation caused by Li Diyu's incessant prattling. "Do you see now? Can you fulfill the wager?" Lin Shi asked, a smirk playing on his lips as he watched Li Diyu scrutinize the receipt. Li Diyu gritted his teeth, calculating his losses. If he backed out now, Su Fei would be out of the picture. If he didn't back out, he would certainly face a hefty bill today. At that moment, two young women entered the store, making a beeline for the trio. More specifically, they approached Lin Shi. The girls were tall and elegantly made up, their beauty rivaling that of Su Fei. Even a conflicted Li Diyu couldn't help but be drawn to them. One girl with curly hair flashed a radiant smile and asked Lin Shi, "Excuse me, are you Lin Shi?" "I am." Lin Shi nodded, unfamiliar with either of them. The two girls exchanged delighted glances, with the straight-haired girl exclaiming, "I'm your fan. You're even more handsome in person than in photos. I'm so thrilled to meet you." It took Lin Shi a moment to realize that his notoriety from the recent bank heist incident had not yet faded. The girls settled beside Lin Shi, engaging him in conversation. Soon, more girls entered the store, also heading straight for Lin Shi. It soon became apparent that most of the onlookers from outside had recognized him, but were initially unsure. Under Lin Shi's deliberate promotion, the crowd quickly became aware of the details surrounding his wager with Li Diyu. Some girls even began recording short videos to capitalize on Lin Shi's fame, further infuriating Li Diyu, who realized that if he attempted to renege, he would be the laughingstock of the city by tomorrow. Chapter 22. A bet is a bet. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Diyu could afford to lose money, but not his dignity. Resolutely, he produced his card and tossed it towards Lin Shi, stating, "A bet is a bet. I shall cover all your expenses in this mall." Though he spoke these words, his heart seethed with resentment towards Lin Shi. "Oh!" The girls surrounding Lin Shi erupted in cheers. "Well then, I shall not hold back. Ladies, I have a few more items to purchase. Farewell." Lin Shi waved goodbye to the girls as he headed out of the store, with Li Diyu and Su Fei trailing behind. Their next stop was a men's underwear store. Lin Shi ordered 1,000 thermal underwear sets, 1,000 pairs of thermal socks, and 2,000 pairs of undergarments, totaling over $260,000. Originally, he had intended to buy these items at a wholesale market, but since he was spending someone else's money, he would not let the opportunity go to waste. The sheer volume of his order startled the sales staff, who confirmed the request multiple times before calling the manufacturer to arrange for delivery. As the store did not have that much stock on hand, naturally, the delivery address was Lin Shi's warehouse. Li Diyu watched in rage as Lin Shi squandered his money. Leaning in closely and hissing through clenched teeth, "Isn't this enough? I advise you to stop." He became increasingly convinced that Lin Shi was deliberately antagonizing him. Who in their right mind would buy such an excessive quantity of underwear? Li Diyu's card contained not only his allowance for the month, but also allowed for a $50,000 overdraft. Now, Lin Shi had depleted his monthly budget, leaving him to subsist on nothing but air for the remainder of the month. Lin Shi, ignoring Li Diyu's warning, squinted his eyes, flashing a dazzling smile, and replied, "You said it yourself. All my expenditures in the mall today are on you. What is this? Are you backing out?" Lin Shi's voice was not quiet, prompting Su Fei to immediately glance at Li Diyu, her expression revealing disdain and disgust. Such a man, devoid of integrity, was the type she loathed most. Li Diyu, taken aback by Lin Shi's blatant disregard for courtesy, felt his expression contort in anger as he jabbed a finger at Lin Shi. "Fine. You'll regret this." With a fierce glare, he tossed Lin Shi a scornful look before turning to leave, his eyes promising retribution. As he departed, Su Fei offered a reminder. "They say Li Diyu's father is a shareholder in a publicly listed company." "Ah," Lin Shi responded casually, acknowledging her statement. Having witnessed unimaginable darkness in a post-apocalyptic world, the petty schemes of these young people seemed trivial to him. With firearms still prevalent in the world he had come from, he found little to fear. Moreover, Li Diyu, the wealthy heir, would soon find himself stripped of that status in just a couple of months. Lin Shi chuckled nonchalantly and continued his shopping spree. 100 pairs of snow boots, 50 thermoses, 100 hiking backpacks, and various cold weather accessories. He only paused once Li Diyu's card was maxed out, tossing the card to Su Fei. "Stop following me." With that, he exited the mall, leaving Su Fei standing there, fuming in frustration. After accompanying Lin Shi for an entire afternoon at the mall, her high heels had caused painful blisters on her feet. Yet Lin Shi did not even treat her to a meal. He was never like this before. Su Fei stomped her foot in frustration. Upon returning to the warehouse, Lin Shi found it filled with purchased electrical appliances and the last batch of fish. The boss had thoughtfully placed ice packs in each box of fish. There were also numerous medications Lin Shi had ordered online a few days prior. After dismissing the laborers, he stored all the goods in his space. Currently, he possessed over 200 boxes of cold medicine and hundreds of antibiotics and medications for viral and bacterial infections. He had prepared thousands of first aid supplies and bandages, along with 200 boxes of frostbite ointment. He took out the shopping list he had initially drafted, crossing off the items he had already acquired. Next, he still needed some wind-resistant lamps, sleds, and various bathing supplies. He ordered these items online as well, including shampoo, body wash, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and towels. In fact, these items were considered luxuries in a post-apocalyptic world. Initially, Lin Shi had not contemplated purchasing them. Survivors in extreme cold typically refrained from bathing to retain body oils and dirt, which could enhance cold resistance and protect the skin. Moreover, who could bathe in such frigid temperatures? Even a sip of hot water was a luxury. In his previous life, Lin Shi had only used snow to wash himself a few times over 8 years in the apocalypse. However, things were different now. He had been reborn and had the time to prepare in advance. How could he not allow himself to live a little better? Subsequently, Lin Shi purchased kerosene lamps, wind-resistant lamps, moisture-proof mats, sleds, skis, batteries, radios, and water purification tablets from an outdoor sports brand online. Skis were essential transportation tools in extreme cold. With the onset of the frigid apocalypse, relentless blizzards had blanketed the entire Tinyun star under a thick layer of snow. Initially, the freshly fallen snow was particularly soft, causing anyone stepping into it to sink, let alone vehicles. Travel was nearly impossible. As the snow gradually solidified, most vehicles were long submerged beneath the increasingly thick layers. Even those that remained would be unable to start due to the extreme cold, or would skid and meet disastrous fates. The arrival of the extreme cold apocalypse had set humanity's technology back by centuries. In addition to regular skis, Lin Shi also purchased 20 snowmobiles. These vehicles were the best mode of transportation in frigid conditions. Nowadays, most were rented out as toys for people to enjoy winter sports. A good snowmobile could reach speeds of up to 200 kilometers per hour in the snow. They were reasonably priced, with excellent models costing only tens of thousands. The only drawback was their conspicuousness and the noisy hum akin to regular motorcycles. Lin Shi wouldn't take it out unless he was in a hurry. After completing all these tasks, Lin Shi freshened up briefly before heading to bed. In the dead of night, he suddenly opened his eyes. Reaching for his phone, he noted the time. It was already past 2 a.m. At that moment, Lin Shi heard the sound of a truck's wheels rolling closer, the noise growing ever nearer. In the darkness, Lin Shi moved stealthily to the warehouse door like a cat. Bathed in moonlight, he saw a large truck approaching from the distance. Stopping right at his warehouse entrance, Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, instinctively growing cautious. Although he had ordered many items recently, what could possibly be delivered under the cover of night? The image of old Xie flashed through his mind. Could it be the diesel and gasoline he had ordered? As if confirming his thought, 2 figures leapt from the truck. Both were clad in black and wore masks. One of them bore a striking resemblance to Xie Jingxin. Lin Shi remained on high alert, retrieving a handgun from his space. Xie Jingxin stepped out of the vehicle and checked the address at the warehouse door. Satisfied it was correct, he lightly knocked on the large iron gate. Chapter 23. Xie Jingxin arrives. Knock, knock, knock. Xie Jingxin gently tapped on the door. A small door beside the large gate opened silently. What is it? Lin Shi's half-hidden body remained concealed in the shadows, coldly staring at the newcomers. Oh my. You nearly scared me to death in the middle of the night. Xie Jingxin clutched his chest. I brought your goods. Open up. Noticing the two remained still, Lin Shi shut the small door again and opened the large one. The truck drove directly into the warehouse. Xie Jingxin patted the truck's body and said, everything is here. Abayao. The man named Abayao was the truck driver, a robust and towering figure. Baiyao opened the back of the truck, revealing barrels of oil stacked inside. "Brother, check the goods," Xie Jingxin gestured to Lin Shi. "No need. I trust you," Lin Shi replied, not stepping into the dimly lit cargo area. Xie Jingxin smiled, waved to Baiyao, who entered the truck alone, pulling out a loading ramp and rolling down the barrels of oil. Xie Jingxin caught them and arranged them neatly. Lin Shi stood aside, arms crossed, refusing to turn his back to someone he did not trust. He had transacted goods worth over 10 million in gold with Xie Jingxin. Wealth could corrupt even the most virtuous, and in the face of sufficient profit, anyone could become a devil. Lin Shi would not entrust his safety to Xie Jingxin's character. After more than 3 exhausting hours, they finally unloaded all the barrels of oil. Xie Jingxin and Lin Shi exchanged casual farewells before getting into the truck with Baiyao. Driving away, Lin Shi watched the vehicle disappear from view before retracting his gaze. It seemed he had underestimated the intentions of others, yet caution bore no harm. He did not feel he had done anything wrong. Inside the truck, Xie Jingxin kept glancing at the rearview mirror until Lin Shi's figure was no longer visible. The driver, Baiyao, expressed his dissatisfaction. "Old Xie, aren't you being overly cautious? We clearly had a chance to make a move just now." After years in business, Xie Jingxin was not a good person. He would seize the opportunity for blackmail if it presented itself, but only under conditions of certainty. Maintaining a good reputation hinged on 2 conditions. First, sincerely completing transactions. Second, executing blackmail cleanly. Xie Jingxin chuckled. "It's not that I'm overly cautious. It's that the young man is too vigilant. Didn't you notice how he remained on guard the entire time?" Baiyao glanced at the now empty rearview mirror and dismissed it. "Yes, just a bean sprout. I could crush him with ease." Xie Jingxin leisurely lit a cigarette. His demeanor relaxed, but his eyes betraying a grave seriousness. "I do not share your sentiment. When I stood beside him, I felt that any move I made could lead to immediate death." Baiyao's expression grew serious. "Really? He didn't seem to have any weapons. Even if he tried to draw a gun, he could possibly be faster than you, right? Having worked in this line of business for many years." Xie Jingxin often encountered buyers who attempted to cheat him, seeking to take the goods without paying. His survival relied solely on his swift and steady gun-drawing skills. Yet, he claimed that the young man might draw faster. Such a statement astounded Baiyao, who had known Xie Jingxin for years. "You should know that my instincts have saved me countless times." Xie Jingxin exhaled a puff of smoke. "Have you forgotten about old Jin's disappearance? That day, I sensed he intended to harm that person, and I casually mentioned it. However, since that day, old Jin vanished while that person remained unharmed. I think that speaks volumes about the situation, doesn't it? To handle matters so cleanly in Sanyuan City. It is not that I overestimate this young man. Rather, I believe I may have underestimated him. Prior to our venture today, we had agreed to merely test the waters and depart if no opportunities arose. The outcome has proven our restraint to be wise. Had we acted, at least one individual would have had to face consequences." Baiyao opened his mouth, as if to voice something, but ultimately remained silent. Xie Jingxin extinguished his cigarette, casting a glance at Baiyao, whose face still bore traces of defiance. "Having known each other for so many years, you are aware of my keen judgment regarding people. Heed my advice, do not provoke this young man. I have a premonition that as long as he remains alive, he will never fade into obscurity. By the way, let's also stock up on some diesel and gasoline. It would be prudent to have ample supplies on hand. I cannot shake off this unease, as if something significant is about to transpire." After securely closing the warehouse door and ensuring that all oil barrels were intact, devoid of any surveillance devices such as miniature cameras, Lin Shi finally felt at ease. He opened a few barrels to inspect their contents, confirming their condition was satisfactory. A total of 400 oil barrels were neatly arranged in a square formation. After thoroughly verifying that no one lingered outside the warehouse, Lin Shi placed his hand on one of the barrels and silently recited, "Item duplication." Before his eyes, the interface of the treasure pot displayed a decrease in the duplication count from 22 to 21. As a radiant golden light enveloped the scene, miraculously, an additional 400 barrels appeared. Lin Shi examined the duplicates. Both the barrels and their contents had been flawlessly reproduced. 20 tons of gasoline and 20 tons of diesel had transformed into 40 tons of each. Excitement sparkled in his bright eyes. Merely 20 tons of diesel and gasoline would be insufficient for his needs. He sought fuel capable of sustaining him for decades in the face of the impending extreme cold. The future of his shelter relied on this fuel to power the generator, and his snowmobile would also require it to function. Thus, when proposing a trade with Xie Jingxin, Lin Shi had already resolved to utilize his item duplication ability to create the necessary fuel. Now, possessing 40 tons of gasoline and 40 tons of diesel still did not satisfy him. Could the duplicated gold be replicated once more? Yet, what the duplicates? Were they eligible for further duplication? Previously, Lin Shi refrained from duplicating the gold replicas due to their circulation challenges. However, as long as the items remained identical, the usability of the duplicates should not be compromised. Lin Shi joined the two piles of oil together. After some contemplation, he retrieved the generator and additional supplies from space, placing them alongside the barrels. Once again, he employed the item duplication. A flash of golden light illuminated the warehouse, and the original 800 oil barrels multiplied by 400. However, it became clear that only the initial 400 barrels were eligible for duplication. The newly created barrels could not be replicated. Lin Shi felt a twinge of disappointment. Had the duplicates been replicable, he would have ended up with 800 barrels this time, and next, 3,200 barrels, multiplying further with each iteration, providing him with an inexhaustible supply of oil. Furthermore, different materials could not be duplicated simultaneously. Lin Shi had begun to grasp the limitations of the treasure pot's item duplication function. First, duplicates could not be used for spatial upgrades. Second, only one type of item could be duplicated at a time. And third, items already duplicated could be replicated again, but the resulting duplicates could not undergo further duplication. Although they appeared identical, some aspect of the replicated items did not meet the treasure pot's criteria. Chapter 24, Acquisition of Land. With a wave of his hand, Lin Shi placed the replicated barrels and the original barrels into his space. Since the duplicates could not be replicated again, he resolved to use the duplicates first, and once depleted, he would utilize the duplication function anew. It seemed that his current duplication count might not suffice. Presently, the treasure pot interface read, Treasure pot. Storage space, 969696. Funds required for upgrade, 32,000. Function, item duplication 20. Funds required for upgrade, 58500. When the apocalypse arrives, he would need to seek gold, silver, and jewels to facilitate an upgrade for the treasure pot. After returning home and indulging in a brief nap, Lin Shi received a call from Liao Peng early the next morning while engaged in his usual morning exercises. Liao Peng provided updates on the geological surveys of two potential sites. As Lin Shi had speculated, the rocky cliff exhibited signs of sandification. It could withstand decades of habitation under the current climate conditions, but its durability in extreme cold remained uncertain. Conversely, the site of the old temple revealed a substantial amount of granite, indicating stability. Consequently, Lin Shi decisively opted for the old temple site. He instructed Liao Peng to negotiate the price while he booked a flight online to Sha City for the following morning. He intended to assess the situation personally and meticulously design a shelter based on the terrain. As the warehouse required supervision, Lin Shi placed numerous online orders that necessitated a signature upon delivery, alongside some goods that had yet to arrive. After careful consideration, he hired an individual unfamiliar to the group of laborers to oversee the warehouse. He also reminded the laborers to be vigilant regarding the quantity of goods. With all arrangements in place, Lin Shi felt reassured as he embarked on his flight to Sha City. Sha City was undeniably the hottest city in Kaiming country. Even in March, girls flaunted their youthful figures in scanty short sleeves and shorts. Upon disembarking from the plane, Lin Shi shed his outer jacket, revealing a loose-fitting short-sleeved shirt underneath. Subtle muscle contours were discernible on his arms and chest, though not overtly pronounced. To the casual observer, he merely possessed a well-toned physique. Only Lin Shi understood that after weeks of rigorous training, his body had transformed dramatically from the days of his rebirth. He maintained strict discipline, consistently increasing his training regimen day by day. His strength now rivaled that of individuals who had dedicated years to gym workouts. However, his approach to training was not merely for physical enhancement. It was for combat. He aimed for every muscle and bone in his body to be capable of unleashing its maximum potential at the mere thought. This required maintaining muscle elasticity, augmenting strength while preserving agility. With just over 2 months remaining, time was of the essence. He needed to cherish each day to bolster his strength. The harsh realities of the apocalypse dictated that mere abundance of supplies would not guarantee survival. Rather, lacking strength amidst plenty would render one's existence more tragic than having nothing at all. Liao Peng arrived early at the airport exit, waiting for Lin Shi to disembark. Upon spotting Lin Shi in the crowd, Liao Peng eagerly raised his sign and waved vigorously. Lin Shi quickly joined Liao Peng, and the two departed the airport and entered a vehicle. To facilitate their search for a suitable homestead, Liao Peng had even rented a car. As they drove, Liao Peng initiated conversation to foster camaraderie. "Boss, let me take you to a place to settle in first. There's no need for that. Just inform me about the old temple site." Liao Peng responded earnestly. I spoke with the landowner regarding that parcel. It is situated on a mountain in a remote location, and the asking price is quite reasonable, only 500,000. I managed to negotiate it down to 480,000. This price was even more favorable than Lin Shi had anticipated. In truth, the property prices in Sha City were relatively low, with the city center averaging just over 20,000 per square meter, far less than in Sanyuan City. The old temple site, being in a mountainous area, was naturally more affordable. I noticed your documentation indicated over 300 square meters. Lin Shi inquired. Indeed, in fact, there are several hundred square meters surrounding the homestead. While it cannot be used for construction, it would serve excellently as a garden for cultivating vegetables. Lin Shi nodded in agreement. After nearly an hour's drive, they finally arrived at the foot of the old temple site. As Liao Peng had described, the area below the mountain was indeed a village. The village is characterized by modest dwellings, the tallest of which barely reaches 5 stories, surrounded predominantly by mountains. This village is nestled within a circular embrace of hills, revealing only a single gap. This geographical positioning is remarkably advantageous, providing a shield against the harsh winds and snow. Upon the arrival of vehicles, several villagers emerge from their homes to observe. The village is small, with only about 100 households scattered throughout, a fact that pleases Lin Shi, as fewer inhabitants often equate to fewer disputes. Liao Peng has visited this place several times over the past few days, and his face has become familiar to the villagers. However, Lin Shi remains an unfamiliar figure, prompting several elderly women to gather and whisper amongst themselves, pointing discreetly at the two. Due to the distance, Lin Shi cannot discern their words. Boss, those are the villagers, Liao Peng remarked after a brief glance. This village comprises a total of 96 households, with a population not exceeding 400. Lin Shi nodded in acknowledgement. It takes about 10 minutes to ascend this road. Liao Peng indicated a narrow cement path that accommodates only one vehicle. The mountains are not high, rising merely a few meters above ground, allowing them to reach the summit swiftly. Contrary to expectations, the mountaintop is remarkably flat, spanning approximately an acre. The previously constructed temple has since collapsed, leaving behind a jumble of timber, bricks, and remnants of a half-demolished wall. This, however, poses no issue, as rebuilding is relatively straightforward. Lin Shi surveyed the area with satisfaction. Very well, when shall we proceed with the paperwork? The owner of this plot of land is currently away, and I exerted considerable effort to acquire his contact information. After negotiating the price yesterday, he assured me he would return as swiftly as possible to finalize the paperwork. When I reached out to him this morning, he was already on the train, expected to arrive this afternoon. Excellent. Then let us descend the mountain. Constructing the shelter is a substantial undertaking, with limited time and a heavy workload. Thus, sufficient manpower is essential to complete the shelter within 2 months. Lin Shi has already formulated preliminary ideas for the shelter in his mind and is planning how many workers to hire. The two returned to the base of the mountain. Since processing the land transfer paperwork requires a trip to the city, Liao Peng and the owner agreed to meet in the relevant department in the city that afternoon, and they did not linger in the village. The land transfer process proceeded smoothly. The previous owner, a middle-aged Taoist priest, lacked the ethereal demeanor often associated with his kind, appearing rather rotund. After signing the transfer contract, he hesitated briefly, seemingly on the verge of saying something, yet ultimately remained silent, hastily departing with the money. This left Lin Shi with an inkling of apprehension. Liao Peng, have you inquired about why that temple was abandoned? Startled by Lin Shi's question, Liao Peng realized he had not done so. Being a resourceful individual, Liao Peng quickly deduced the implication of Lin Shi's inquiry and promptly pulled out his phone to call the aforementioned priest. 30 minutes later, Lin Shi, Liao Peng, and the plump priest found themselves seated in a restaurant. The priest, while earnestly stuffing his mouth with meat, mumbled, "This is how things transpired. I did not intend to conceal the truth, but I have been in dire need of funds lately." He cast a furtive glance at Lin Shi, his demeanor betraying his guilt. It turns out that the priest had purchased the land 5 years prior, seeking a site with auspicious feng shui to construct a temple. He had initially invested a substantial sum to build the cement road, followed by the temple itself. Everything had proceeded smoothly, and the priest had expected to spend his retirement in this temple. However, shortly after its completion, villagers from the village below visited him, claiming that the mountain concealed their ancestral dragon vein and that his temple was suppressing it. The land had originally been acquired from the villagers, and the priest had made it abundantly clear that he intended to build a temple. At that time, no villagers objected to the construction. Yet, it was only after the temple was completed that they began to raise objections. Having spent nearly all his savings on the temple, the priest could not possibly demolish it. Initially, he disregarded the villagers, as his temple was legally constructed and they had no grounds for forced demolition. However, the situation proved more complicated than he anticipated. From that point onward, villagers began to station themselves at the cement road's entrance daily, preventing any vehicles from ascending the mountain. The priest established the temple to attract devotees. But with the absence of visitors, he lost a significant source of income. Furthermore, several elderly women began to congregate at the temple's entrance, hurling insults. Unable to drive them away or silence them, the priest found himself beleaguered. After several negotiations with the villagers, he ultimately paid them 20,000 yuan to resolve the issue. Believing the matter concluded, the priest was taken aback when, a month later, another group of villagers obstructed the road. In frustration, he sought out the village chief, who shamelessly informed him that the previous 20,000 yuan was merely the fee for the previous month, and he would need to pay them 20,000 yuan monthly henceforth. Infuriated, the priest immediately reported the matter to the authorities. However, when law enforcement arrived, all 400 villagers, from octogenarians to toddlers, stood together to testify that the money was a gift from the priest to the entire village. This revelation indicated that such behavior was not new to the villagers. The 20,000 yuan involved in the extortion could have warranted an investigation. After distributing the funds, each household received 50 yuan. Even more infuriating was the fact that the majority of the villagers were elderly, some in their 60s or 70s, with a few young children. The authorities were powerless against these elders and could only detain a handful of able-bodied men who would soon be released. Following this, the villagers escalated their tactics. Multiple elderly women would take to the village's tricycles to the temple, demanding 100 yuan apiece to leave. Reporting them, they would simply cry, claiming they had fallen and that the priest was responsible. In utter desperation, the priest closed the temple, retreating from public view, yet this did not deter the villagers. Every few days, the temple would suffer power or water outages, whether due to cut wires or blocked pipes. It was evident that the villagers were behind these acts. Eventually, the priest invested in surveillance cameras, capturing footage of the individual who had cut the wires. He reported the matter to the authorities, believing he had turned the tide, only to find himself in an even more perilous situation. From that moment on, the villagers intensified their harassment. With 400 villagers against him, the priest found himself utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically. Ultimately, he had no choice but to abandon the temple and seek another path. Upon hearing the priest's account, Liao Peng felt a mix of anger and guilt, and was even reluctant to meet Lin Shi's gaze. "I apologize, boss. It is my failure for not investigating thoroughly." He was ashamed, realizing he had mishandled the situation despite receiving a generous salary. "I will look for another suitable location. You may deduct the cost from my salary." Lin Shi turned his gaze. This display of accountability from Liao Peng piqued Lin Shi's interest. Although he had offered Liao Peng an annual salary of 500,000 yuan, it was merely a symbolic figure. Yet, Liao Peng was willing to use that sum to compensate for his error, a boldness not commonly found. "There's no need for that. We will proceed with this land. It is getting late. Contact a reliable construction team to commence work tomorrow." Both Liao Peng and the plum priest were taken aback. "Boss, I have a solution. Follow my instructions." Lin Shi stood, signaling the conclusion of their meal. The matter, in truth, required no resolution. Once the shelter was completed, would there be any trouble? Lin Shi was certainly not afraid. Once complete, the shelter would be ready at least 2 months hence. And as the harsh winter approached, the villagers would be too preoccupied with their own survival to pose any further issues. When it comes to dealing with villains, Lin Shi possesses considerable experience. All one needs to do is to be more malevolent than they are. Just then, a rotund Taoist priest forcefully swallowed a mouthful of food and, with his greasy hands, retrieved a yellowed booklet from within his robe. "Young brother, you are a good person. I have acted unscrupulously in this matter. This booklet was once used for my physical training, but now that the temple is no more, I have resolved to return to secular life. This booklet is no longer of great significance to me, so I shall gift it to you. I have a feeling that you are quite agreeable to me." Lin Shi frowned as he observed the visible stains on the yellowed booklet. Yet upon seeing the Taoist's sincere gaze, he ultimately accepted it. "Thank you." Upon exiting the restaurant, Lin Shi returned to his hotel, spending the night meticulously drawing the design for the shelter he had previously envisioned in his mind. The upper half of the blueprint depicted a semicircular structure exposed above ground, while the lower half illustrated a square basement. From an architectural perspective, circular buildings are advantageous for reducing wind resistance and offer greater strength and durability. In terms of heat transfer, the circular shape minimizes heat loss, thus promoting insulation. The construction of semicircular igloos by those who once inhabited the Arctic is a testament to this principle. The outer shell of the building would be crafted using alloy welding, while Lin Shi planned to use explosion-proof steel plate walls, commonly employed by banks, for the interior, with a minimum thickness of 1 meter. Inside these steel walls, he intended to add a layer of the most thermally resistant material, followed by standard 3-proof materials. Lin Shi also planned to install a fireplace in the center of the circular structure, which could provide warmth when electricity was inconvenient. Above it, a flue would facilitate ventilation. The building would feature a power circulation system both above and below ground. Water supply was a concern Lin Shi had not yet contemplated. The water purifier he purchased was not merely a decorative item. The purification tablets were indeed functional. The finer details of the blueprint would require professional adjustments, but the overall concept was established. As he finalized the design, Lin Shi noticed the filthy booklet he had carelessly set aside, the one gifted by the rotund Taoist. Driven by curiosity, he picked it up and began to peruse its contents. Chapter 26, Warehouse Fire. Flipping through the pages, Lin Shi discovered that the booklet was, in fact, a pictorial manual showcasing a small figure demonstrating various stances and movements, reminiscent of martial arts manuals. Intrigued, he began to read from the beginning. With each passing moment, Lin Shi's expression grew increasingly serious, even bordering on incredulity. The movements depicted in the booklet bore a striking resemblance to the resonance training he had practiced. This revelation astounded him. He immediately jumped from his bed and began to practice the movements outlined in the booklet. As he trained, Lin Shi realized that although these movements were indeed similar to resonance, they were significantly more intricate and challenging to master. Fortunately, his prior experience with resonance and the physical conditioning he had undergone over time allowed him to execute the movements with relative ease. With each inhalation and exhalation, the motions oscillated in a rhythm that seemed to embody a profound mystery. Upon completing the first round of movements, Lin Shi was drenched in sweat, yet his breath remained steady, and he felt invigorated and warm. The effects were astonishingly superior to those of resonance. While resonance also warmed the body, its effects were far less pronounced. Lin Shi solemnly picked up the grimy booklet once more and flipped it over. The title Nourishing Techniques was clearly a later edition. The original title appeared to have been worn away. This was by no means an ordinary health manual. Had he not experienced the apocalypse, he might have dismissed it as merely a cheap martial arts manual available at street stalls. Yet, understanding the extraordinary nature of resonance in the aftermath of the apocalypse, Lin Shi recognized that this was undoubtedly an invaluable tome. When the miraculous substances of the apocalypse emerged, it would be the opportune moment for this technique to reveal its full potential. Simultaneously, Lin Shi was struck by a perplexing thought. Resonance had reportedly only appeared in the 6th year of the apocalypse and was said to have been developed through the collaboration of scientists and martial artists. Could there have been a misrepresentation in the rumors, or was the rumor itself a fabrication propagated by the official shelters? However, Lin Shi felt an instinctive sense that the emergence of resonance was inextricably linked to this booklet. With this booklet now in his possession, would it alter the course of the future? After pondering for a moment, he decided to set aside these thoughts. Even if the future were indeed altered, it was not his immediate concern. Moreover, he was not the only one aware of this technique. The rotund Taoist was also privy to it. Awakening from slumber, Lin Shi completed his practice of the nourishing techniques and discovered that Liao Peng had already gathered personnel early that morning to commence work at the site of the old temple. After breakfast, Lin Shi joined them on site. 2 excavators were busy clearing the remnants of the original temple. Lin Shi located Liao Peng and handed him the design blueprint he had drafted the previous night, explaining the key points. Liao Peng patted his chest and declared, "All right, boss. I will consult with the engineers to refine the design. Additionally, regarding the well you mentioned, there was already a well here, buried beneath the rubble. The workers informed me of this while they were working." Lin Shi was somewhat taken aback. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. For the next few days, Lin Shi remained in Shushi, ordering various construction materials and discussing the design plans for the shelter with engineers. During his leisure time, he practiced the nourishing techniques, and after several days, Lin Shi felt that his physical strength had increased significantly more than in the previous weeks combined. With Lin Shi's relentless investment, the remnants of the old temple had vanished, replaced by a large, deep pit. The shelter's basement had been excavated, and construction was set to commence. Everything was progressing in an orderly fashion. However, in the early hours of March 22nd, a phone call prompted Lin Shi to abandon his intention to remain in Shushi to oversee the project. It was a call from the warehouse supervisor, whose panicked voice came through the line. "Boss, the warehouse is on fire." Lin Shi frowned. "How did the fire start? What about the goods?" "I don't know. I was asleep and didn't hear anything. Suddenly, there was a fire. Fortunately, I discovered it early, and only a small portion of the goods was burned. Lin Shi had no choice but to set aside his work there and entrust everything to Liaopeng. He then boarded a flight back to Shenyuan City. Upon arriving in Shenyuan City, he was greeted by heavy rain. As Lin Shi disembarked from the plane and opened his phone, he noticed several missed calls, all from the warehouse supervisor. He immediately returned a call, but no one answered. Checking the weather in Shenyuan City over the past 2 days, he found it had been rainy. If it was indeed raining, how could there be a fire? Upon arriving at the warehouse, he heard a loud voice from inside. "Throw everything out. You can't do this. My boss will be back soon." It was the warehouse supervisor's voice. Lin Shi observed several individuals hurling boxes of goods outside. The rain was pouring down, and some of these items could not be exposed to moisture. If they got wet, they would likely be ruined. "What are you doing?" Lin Shi positioned himself at the entrance of the warehouse, his piercing gaze sweeping over the individuals preparing to throw boxes out. They were momentarily intimidated by his presence and halted their actions. "What is going on?" A lean, middle-aged man approached, and upon seeing Lin Shi, he locked eyes with him. Yet, Lin Shi did not recognize this individual. "Who are you? Get out of the way." The gaunt man glared fiercely. "Who are you? Who gave you permission to touch my belongings?" Lin Shi demanded coldly. The warehouse supervisor, upon hearing Lin Shi's voice, rushed over, looking distressed. "Boss, you're finally back. I was just directing people to unload the goods when these individuals suddenly barged in, claiming the warehouse was theirs and insisting we move our things out. I couldn't stop them." The lean man wore a knowing expression as he appraised Lin Shi from head to toe. "So, you were Lin Shi?" Without waiting for Lin Shi to respond, he gestured to himself with his thumb. "From this day forth, this warehouse is leased to me. Kid, you've burned the landlord's warehouse, and now he refuses to rent to you. The reality is, take your belongings and leave at once." The warehouse manager said with indignation. "Even if we're moving our things, shouldn't you allow us some time? I've already stated that our boss will be here shortly, yet you're so impatient as to throw our items out without waiting. Is there no sense of reason in this? This is your affair. The warehouse now belongs to me, and your possessions are occupying my space. Is there anything wrong with me disposing of them?" The emaciated man merely scratched his ear, exuding an air of indifference that infuriated the warehouse manager. Even a fool could see that this was deliberate provocation. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of danger flickering within his elongated gaze. "I have signed a contract, and the rent has yet to expire. Whether you choose to rent it to me is not for you to decide. Have the landlord bring the breach of contract fee and discuss it with me. I'm giving you 1 minute to vacate my premises." "Oh, you haven't even matured yet, and you're trying to intimidate me? When I was navigating the streets, you were still drinking milk. Get lost." The emaciated man reached out as if to dismiss Lin Shi like a stray cat or dog. However, Lin Shi grasped the man's hand and twisted it forcefully, with a sickening crack, accompanied by a pained scream. The emaciated man's hand was dislocated. Despite the pain rendering him pale, he was no pushover. Ignoring the grip on his right hand, he swung his left fist towards Lin Shi, spewing profanities. "You bastard, you're dead meat." Lin Shi effortlessly caught the punch. To him, it was a feeble attempt. Though the emaciated man had a fierce demeanor, it was all for naught. Crack! Lin Shi twisted the emaciated man's left arm as well and kicked him away. Without his arms to break his fall, the emaciated man crashed to the ground. His teeth bloodied. Lying there, he yelled, "Are you all blind? Kill him for me." The events unfolded too swiftly. The few individuals who had accompanied the emaciated man, still carrying their belongings, finally discarded their boxes and rushed forward. Yet, how could they possibly stand against Lin Shi, who had undergone countless real battles? Lin Shi kicked one man aside, caught the fists of 2 others charging at him, and pulled them sharply. Instantly they staggered, losing their balance, and he slammed them together, their screams abruptly silenced. As he released his grip, they crumpled to the ground, unconscious. He deftly sidestepped a punch aimed at him, retaliating with an elbow strike, causing the attacker to hunch over like a shrimp, collapsing to the ground. In just a few simple maneuvers, 4 men lay sprawled on the floor, not even breaking a sweat. This was Lin Shi exercising restraint, not wishing to escalate the situation. Had this been the apocalypse, these men would have perished. The emaciated man, having just turned over, realized he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Initially believing he could easily handle a mere university student, he was taken aback to find himself up against a formidable opponent. The last remaining man, catching a glimpse of the ferocity in Lin Shi's eyes, retreated in fear, ultimately turning and fleeing into the rain. Lin Shi made no move to pursue, instead walking up to the emaciated man who had now sat up. "Who sent you? Did you set fire to my warehouse?" Lin Shi had his suspicions, yet sought confirmation. Despite the dire situation, the emaciated man remained unflinching, threatening. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise. A flash of murderous intent crossed Lin Shi's eyes. He turned to the warehouse manager, who stood frozen in shock. Call the police. The order of this peaceful era has spared these scoundrels. The warehouse manager snapped back to reality, trembling as he pulled out his phone to call the authorities. His gaze towards Lin Shi filled with a mixture of awe and fear. Soon, law enforcement arrived at the warehouse, accompanied by an ambulance. The moment the officers arrived, the emaciated man immediately turned the tables. Officer, this man barged into my warehouse unprovoked and assaulted me. He dislocated both my hands. Who called the police? Lin Shi raised his hand. I did. Please explain the situation. An officer produced a recording device. Lin Shi recounted how the men had intruded into his warehouse, discarded his goods, and initiated the altercation. Outside the warehouse, a few boxes of goods remained in the rain. The warehouse manager corroborated Lin Shi's account. Lin Shi had not struck with excessive force. The assailants only sustained superficial injuries and mild concussions, quickly regaining their senses. The emaciated man's dislocated hand was also reset by the paramedics. Lin Shi feigned reaching into his backpack, instead producing a copy of the lease agreement. This is my contract for renting this warehouse. The officer glanced at it, confirming the contract was legitimate. The situation was becoming increasingly clear. One of the officers stated, "Take these men into custody." Hold on. Even now, the emaciated man remained unfazed, pulling out his phone to make a call. To Lin Shi's surprise, the ringing echoed from outside the warehouse. Soon, a middle-aged man accompanied by a younger man entered. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes. He recognized one of them. Li Diyu. Upon spotting Lin Shi, Lin Shi exhibited not a trace of panic as he continued to defend himself. I already stated that they were the ones who initiated the altercation. The security officer retorted, "That is merely your word and cannot be considered evidence." A flicker of derision passed across Lin Shi's face. "But you did not say that just moments ago." Anger flashed in the officer's eyes. "The opposing party has more witnesses than you do. We have the right to reinvestigate." "Come with us." Lin Shi replied coolly, "But I possess evidence." He grinned, his eyes glinting with ice, and lifted his phone. "When I moved in, I installed several surveillance cameras in the warehouse. What you just discussed in the corner should have been recorded." Chapter 28. The end times approaches. The angrier Lin Shi became, the broader his smile grew, while the chill in his gaze threatened to freeze those around him. He suddenly found himself reminiscing about the arrival of the apocalypse. At least in the apocalypse, evil was unequivocally evil. The security officers standing before him were momentarily taken aback by Lin Shi's maniacal grin, an expression typically associated with a deranged killer. Furthermore, what had he just mentioned? A recording? The officer's complexion shifted as he reached out to snatch Lin Shi's phone. However, Lin Shi seemed to possess foresight, retreating 2 steps calmly before the officer could act. "I'll show you," he remarked, lowering his head to operate his phone. Seeing this, the officer lunged at Lin Shi, but remarkably, Lin Shi evaded the grasp with an agile move. Once could be deemed a coincidence, but twice astonished everyone present. This individual possessed extraordinary agility. It was no wonder he could single-handedly take down 5 men. "Why are you suddenly trying to seize my phone? You frightened me into posting the recording online." Lin Shi feigned innocence, displaying the screen for all to see. Li Diyu's father, turned a deep shade of green with rage. Prior to coming, he had confirmed with the landlord that there were no surveillance devices in the warehouse, which was why he reluctantly came to handle the matter himself. It was baffling that they had rented for merely a month and yet had installed cameras, something the landlord had not anticipated. If the conversation they had in the corner was indeed posted online, as the situation escalated, not only would they face repercussions, but several others would also be implicated. Li Duoke had just made a call to the director of the Sanyuan City Security Bureau. If this trivial matter were to involve the director, it would trigger a cascade of consequences. The network of relationships Li Duoke had painstakingly built over the years in Sanyuan City could suffer devastating damage. Li Duoke shot a fierce glare at Li Diyu, but this was not the time to discipline his rebellious son. He needed to intercept the video before it gained traction online. Unfortunately, he was unaware that Lin Shi's hundreds of thousands of followers had already seen the inadvertently posted recording and begun to share it fervently. It was too late for Li Duoke to intervene. The gaunt man evidently realized something, and his expression visibly shifted. If there were surveillance, then his act of arson in the early hours would also have been captured. Had the earlier provocations been recorded as well? The gaunt man glared at Lin Shi, his eyes ablaze with fury, his earlier composure shattered. He hurriedly pursued Li Duoke. "Take him away." The security officer bellowed, and the others swiftly moved to apprehend Lin Shi. Lin Shi offered no resistance, smiling amicably as they confiscated his phone. "I can walk myself, Lao Huang. Please organize the items in the warehouse and find a large truck to load them. Park it in the adjacent lot and wait for my return." The warehouse manager, Lao Huang, nodded vigorously. Lin Shi climbed into the police car, leaving only Lao Huang behind in the warehouse. Today's events had truly overturned his worldview. He had never encountered such a bold boss. Yet now that the boss had been taken by security, Lao Huang wore a worried expression, uncertain if he would ever see his wages again. Sandwiched between two officers as he entered the car, Lin Shi displayed no signs of anxiety. Not long after the vehicle set off, one of the officers beside him received a phone call. Moments later, he cast a peculiar glance at Lin Shi and handed the phone to the officer who had confronted him earlier. "Captain, it's for you." Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, discovering that the officer was a captain. The officer, upon receiving the call, displayed a spectrum of emotions. His face paled, flushed, then darkened, as he nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, understood. All right, yes." After hanging up, he immediately commanded, "Pull over." The vehicle soon came to a halt. "You may leave now." The officer, still seething with resentment, regarded Lin Shi with disdain, seemingly unwilling yet powerless to act. Lin Shi smiled and extended his hand. "My phone? Your phone contains evidence. It needs to be examined for the investigation." Lin Shi shrugged and exited the vehicle. Lu Ting observed Lin Shi until he was out of sight before retracting his gaze. Lin Shi then went to acquire a new card and purchased a new phone. The video he had posted had indeed created a significant stir. If the apocalypse did not arrive with this series of actions, Lin Shi had likely offended countless individuals. Being an individual without any connections, he could vanish into obscurity at any moment. Yet, he feared nothing now. Lin Shi took down the video and deactivated his social media accounts. His objectives had been achieved, and he no longer wished for further notoriety. Upon returning to the warehouse, Lao Huang was still in the process of calling for a vehicle. Surprised by Lin Shi's swift return, Lin Shi settled the wages and sent Lao Huang on his way, shutting the warehouse door behind him to inventory the contents. A small portion of the sleds he had ordered online had been burned, 10 in total. Lin Shi had initially intended to raise a few sled dogs for the impending apocalypse. Now that they had been destroyed, he would let it go. The equipment left out in the rain had suffered no damage. As he stored the items in his space, Lin Shi promptly booked a flight to Shushi, leaving Sanyuan City behind. Soon, news broke in Sanyuan City regarding a prominent shareholder of a renowned enterprise being implicated in a scandal involving collusion with high-ranking officials. That shareholder was none other than Li Diyu's father. It appeared that the apocalypse had not yet arrived, thwarting this wealthy heir's aspirations. This incident ensnared numerous individuals, including one security officer who was dismissed. However, Lin Shi's focus was not on this matter, but rather on the words Tiankai New Energy Company. A glimmer of deeply concealed hatred flickering in his eyes. Not long after, the school unexpectedly called Lin Shi, informing him of his expulsion due to prolonged absenteeism. Lin Shi understood that someone had taken action, but such tactics were inconsequential to him. For the next 2 months, he remained in Shushi, overseeing the construction of a shelter. Most of his time was spent practicing a health regimen. He occasionally returned to Sanyuan City to collect goods ordered from Lao Xie, making no unnecessary stops. This allowed him to evade a conspiracy targeting him. On May 25th, the shelter was finally completed. The total construction period spanned over 2 months, costing Lin Shi more than 9 million, entirely spent on materials and labor. The semicircular shelter featured only a chimney and an entrance, devoid of any windows. From the rear, it resembled an iron sphere embedded in the earth. 2 heavy blast doors secured the entrance, requiring passage through both to enter or exit. Workers jokingly remarked that this shelter could withstand the aftermath of a nuclear explosion. Inside, it was equipped with squat toilets, a heated platform, a cooking stove, and a furnace, designs that did not rely on electricity. All wiring was concealed indoors, sacrificing aesthetics for ease of maintenance. Additionally, a water pipe was installed from an underground source to supply the shelter. Lin Shi ordered the complete sealing of the manhole cover, ensuring that the well water would not freeze as easily. Subsequently, once the essential living supplies were placed inside, they would be ready to move in. Only 6 days remained until the solar flare erupted. Chapter 29. Zhao Xiao arrives. Lin Shi dedicated an entire day to arranging the shelter, apart from the electrical appliances. Everything else was prepared. He even purchased several rugs to adorn the living room of the shelter. The electrical devices would remain untouched until after the geomagnetic storm had passed to prevent any damage. Once the shelter was established, Liao Peng found himself at Lin Shi's side with little to do. After some contemplation, Lin Shi suggested You should gather some supplies and store them in your rental apartment. The apocalypse is imminent, and I don't mind lending you a hand as a reward for your diligent efforts these past 2 months. It was clear that further wages would be out of the question, and Lin Shi would refrain from reminding him if he chose to ignore this offer. After sending Liao Peng on his way, Lin Shi retrieved his phone and removed a number from his blacklist. Zhao Xiao. He dialed the number. Lin Shi. Is that really you? Where have you been lately? The last time I saw you, the security officers were taking you away. Are you all right? Zhao Xiao's voice brimmed with surprise, genuine in its delight. After 2 months of being nagged by his parents, the plan to purchase a new house had been delayed due to his failure to borrow money from Lin Shi. I'm fine. I've just been feeling low and decided to travel to Sha City. Would you like to come spend a few days with me? Lin Shi inquired. Without hesitation, Zhao Xiao readily agreed. Sure. I'll take a few days off to keep you company. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Shi ended the call. How could he ever forget Zhao Xiao, the very person responsible for his demise in a previous life? He would never return to Sanyuan City. But that did not mean he would spare Zhao Xiao either. Drawing Zhao Xiao to Sha City would serve his purpose just as well. Lin Shi procured an additional 10 tons of bottled water and some of his favorite foods in Sha City. In the extreme cold, water was plentiful, snow lay everywhere, and consuming snow could quench thirst, albeit at the cost of body heat. Nevertheless, compared to the scarcity of food, water was a concern that survivors need not fret over. Viruses and bacteria were omnipresent, and whether one consumed snow or not had little bearing on their health. Most survivors, after years in the apocalypse, had developed antibodies. Eating raw meat, consuming snow, and wearing animal pelts, humanity gradually adapted to harsh living conditions. Those who could not had already perished. Lin Shi prepared some water as a precaution. He also purchased 2 computers, downloading countless documents and an array of films, anime, and games from the internet. Among these were materials for creating various tools, repairing electrical systems, and generators, resources that would prove invaluable in the future. His finances, aside from the gold bars he had replicated, dwindled to under 100,000 in cash. Everything was now set. 3 days before the SSS-class solar flare, Zhao Xiao hurriedly arrived from Sanyuan City. It was evident that the past 2 months had not treated him well. He had visibly lost weight. Upon seeing Lin Shi, Zhao Xiao offered a flurry of pleasantries and apologies, his demeanor exceedingly humble. As he apologized, he scrutinized Lin Shi's expression. Lin Shi, I truly regarded you as my own brother. I didn't think things through. Can you ever forgive me? I promise I will do more for you in the future. Lin Shi wore an enigmatic smile, nodding in a perfunctory manner. Let us spend a week here before you leave. I'll cover all expenses. Zhao Xiao's face lit up with palpable joy. Indeed, Lin Shi remained the same generous person he had always been. It seemed that last time, Zhao Xiao had indeed overstepped and angered Lin Shi. All right, Zhao Xiao enthusiastically agreed, eager to find an opportunity to ask Lin Shi for a loan. By the way, what did you come to Sha City alone? I heard online that you were expelled from school. Is that true? Zhao Xiao feigned concern, though a glint of schadenfreude flickered in his eyes. It is true, Lin Shi nodded, pretending not to notice. Zhao Xiao offered a few insincere words of comfort before diving into discussions about their plans for the coming days. Lin Shi genuinely wished to relax for a while. The risks had been considerable before the apocalypse, and he could not afford to wait any longer. His intention was to keep Zhao Xiao in Sha City, allowing him to experience the despair of the apocalypse before meeting his end. Lin Shi never considered himself a good person. In his previous life, after losing the affection of his parents, he had transferred all his emotions to a few friends, including Zhao Xiao. In the early days of the apocalypse, when money still held some value, he shared the gold bars left by his father with them, granting them hope for survival. During their time together, as they relied on one another, he often took on dangerous tasks. Yet, despite his sacrifices, he was rewarded only with betrayal. His weakness and inability to discern true character had contributed to this outcome. Thus, in this life, he resolved to be unyielding, refusing to trust in the farcical notion of friendship. Although many events, including betrayals, from his past had yet to unfold, Zhao Xiao's inherent nature was unchanged. Even if given another chance, he would undoubtedly exploit Lin Shi once more. Lin Shi averted his gaze, concealing the coldness in his eyes. Hey, ISN Su Kinkin, also studying at a university in Sha City? Should we invite her to join us? Zhao Xiao raised an eyebrow at Lin Shi, a knowing look passing between them. Su Kinkin was the second girl in their group, aside from Su Fifei. Lin Shi's recollection of her was a mere echo from 8 years ago. During high school, their friends often attempted to pair him with Su Kinkin, placing them together to spark conversation. After being prodded repeatedly, Lin Shi had developed a different sentiment towards her. However, it had been 8 years since he last saw her, and he could hardly remember her face. Mentioning her again elicited no response from Lin Shi, but Zhao Xiao's persistent encouragement led him to acquiesce. They found a hotel to settle Zhao Xiao in, with Lin Shi choosing to stay next door. Zhao Xiao indeed managed to arrange for Su Qingqin to join them. On the following day, May 29th, just 2 days before the SSS-class solar flare, Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao visited the seaside of Sha City, where they reunited with Su Qingqin after 8 long years. A student in the dance department of the Sha City University of Arts, Su Qingqin possessed an enviable figure. Daringly clad in a bikini due to their seaside excursion, she left Zhao Xiao momentarily speechless. Lin Shi, wearing swimming trunks beneath his clothing, revealed a well-defined yet not overly muscular physique, which caught Su Qingqin's eye. Lin Shi, when did you get in such great shape? She exclaimed, entirely disregarding the average-looking Zhao Xiao, her gaze fixated on Lin Shi's abs. I recently taken a liking to working out, Lin Shi replied nonchalantly, setting up a beach chair, donning sunglasses, and beginning to bask in the sunlight. In just 2 days, people would no longer need sunglasses to shield themselves from the blazing orb in the sky. Before the impending apocalypse, Lin Shi intended to savor the final days of warm sunlight and allow his tightly wounded nerves to relax. Su Qingqin lay beside him, sunbathing as they engaged in casual conversation, completely overlooking Zhao Xiao. A shadow of discontent flitted across Zhao Xiao's face, yet he forced a smile to interject into their dialogue. The trio lingered until the sun dipped below the horizon, before departing the beach to seek a place to dine. On the final day, Lin Shi spent another full day in Sha City with Zhao Xiao and Su Qingqin. The date finally arrived, June 1st. Children's Day, the day of the SSS-class solar flare eruption. Chapter 30, The Solar Flare Erupts. On the morning of June 1st, Lin Shi, as per his routine, practiced health cultivation exercises on the flat ground outside the shelter. Zhao Xiao had invited him to go diving today, but he declined, citing other commitments. He chose to remain at the shelter to observe the peculiarities of the sun during the solar flare. Following the eruption, the intense solar storm would not reach Earth until June 4th, thus ensuring safety until then. What was particularly strange about this solar flare was the fact that no nation had reported any anomalies. In light of the current technological advancements on the planet Tianyan, such an occurrence was indeed remarkable. At this moment, Lin Shi donned a pair of sunglasses. Although his body was in constant motion, his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the sun above. This posture appeared undeniably comical. A few villagers from the mountain below observed this scene from afar and began to speculate. What is that young man doing? Is he performing some kind of ritual? It looks rather sinister. And the structure he built doesn't seem normal at all. Should we still ask for money? Yes. Absolutely. What do we have to fear? Let us demand it tomorrow. I'll consult Uncle Li on how we should proceed. As Lin Shi completed the 5th set of his health regimen and began the 6th, he suddenly paused. The sun, which he had been intently watching, showed no signs of change. The reason for his abrupt halt stemmed from the bizarre transformation of the previously stable interface of the treasure basin, which had inexplicably morphed into a jumble of garbled text. What could this mean? In a state of shock, Lin Shi ceased his practice and scrutinized the treasure basin. He discovered that not only had the interface become indecipherable, but the spatial dimensions also ceased to be detectable. Lin Shi's pupils contracted sharply. This was a significant concern. The space contained all the supplies he had accumulated over the past 3 months. If it suddenly became non-functional, his advantages from his rebirth would be drastically diminished. At that moment, Lin Shi realized how heavily he relied on the space. After a few tense seconds, the garbled text coalesced into recognizable Chinese characters. The apocalypse reset on Tianyan is now entering its 3rd phase, with accelerated species evolution. The treasure basin has identified intelligent life forms as the primary entity and has initiated the host protection program. Lin Shi's eyes widened in astonishment. The implications of this message were staggering. An apocalypse reset, the 3rd time? Having experienced the last apocalypse in his previous life, was he now to endure it once more, thus counting as 2 occurrences? Why then did the treasure basin indicate this was the 3rd time? Had the apocalypse been reset once before in his previous life before his rebirth? With no time to ponder the significance of the subsequent text, the interface reassembled into another message. The first wave of danger will arrive in 71 hours. Please prepare accordingly. Lin Shi's heart raced like a drum. Was this a warning? Was the treasure basin sentient? Moments later, this text vanished, and the treasure basin interface returned to normal. The spatial awareness was restored. Yet the countdown timer in the upper right corner, indicating 71 hours and 43 minutes, made it clear that he had not been imagining things. Turning back to the shelter, Lin Shi brewed himself a cup of coffee and took a few sips to calm his nerves. He recalled the previous anomalies associated with the treasure basin and speculated that this disturbance was likely linked to the so-called SSS-level solar flare. The solar flare marked the onset of this apocalypse, and the earlier message from the treasure basin had indicated the apocalypse reset on Tianyun is now entering its third phase, with accelerated species evolution, having identified intelligent life forms as the primary entity and initiated the Spark Protection Program. This confirmed that the apocalypse had commenced. Lin Shi was particularly intrigued by the number 3. Upon reflection, aside from himself, perhaps no one else in this world was aware that he would relive the apocalypse. The notion of rebirth still felt surreal to Lin Shi. He had died, yet here he was, returned to 8 years prior. All of humanity, the entire planet Tianyun, had reverted to its state from 8 years ago. Was this a reversal of time, or a complete reset? In human understanding, time cannot flow backward, unless viewed from a theological perspective. Was this a manifestation of the Mandela effect, a divine intervention, a game played by a higher civilization, or merely a correction of the laws of nature? The possibility that such events had already transpired 3 times was unfathomable. Before acquiring the treasure basin, had time also reversed? Had humanity previously endured an impending apocalypse just days away? And when the first apocalypse was reset, had he, like billions of others, been oblivious to it? Why 3 resets? Had the life forms on Tianyun perished in the previous 2? This hypothesis was both astonishing and terrifying. What exactly was the treasure basin? Why did such information appear? It was no wonder that knowing too much was often deemed a curse. The more Lin Shi contemplated, the more questions arose. His breath quickening and his mind buzzing almost to the brink of explosion. His heart raced uncontrollably, rendering him unable to maintain composure. The thought that the universe, as understood by humanity, might be manipulated by some superior civilization made him question everything. They were merely lab rats, subjected to experiment after experiment. To divert his attention, Lin Shi closed his eyes and began to hum a tune. Upon finishing, he successfully cast aside these bizarre thoughts. He retrieved his computer and began to search for information regarding the Ice Age. The planet Tianyun had experienced several glacial epochs. Prior to the impending frigid apocalypse, human ancestors had endured a glacial period lasting over 2 million years, which concluded merely 10,000 years ago. This interval is commonly referred to as the Quaternary Ice Age. Lin Shi had only skimmed the details concerning the previous 3 ice ages and whether humans had participated in them. Focusing solely on the Quaternary Ice Age, it had nearly led to the extinction of all non-cold resistant animals. Those that survived in the icy wilderness were predominantly long-haired species. Yet humanity managed to endure. Scientists have speculated that humans possessed remarkable creativity and adaptability as the reasons for their survival. However, Lin Shi believed such assertions lacked a solid foundation. Those who have never experienced extreme cold cannot fathom its terrors. In the 8th year of the apocalypse, fewer than 1 million of the 7.8 billion humans remained, underscoring the horror of the catastrophe. During that period over 2 million years ago, without any technological advancements and with resources severely lacking, no plants, no medicine, countless massive carnivorous mammals like saber-toothed tigers, short-faced bears, and dire wolves roamed the earth. These creatures were colossal, ferocious, and predatory. Given the size and speed of an average human, one could only become prey to these formidable beasts, even if survival in extreme cold were possible. Enduring against such odds was nearly impossible. What was even more bizarre was that after the Ice Age concluded, these ferocious giants became extinct, while humanity continued to thrive. This phenomenon is challenging to explain through adaptability and creativity alone. Yet, if higher civilizations had participated and assisted, the narrative would become significantly more coherent. However, these were merely Lin Shi's speculations. His primary intention was to survive in the apocalypse, regardless of the reasons. Since he had been granted a second chance at life, he intended to live it to the fullest. Only by surviving could he uncover more clues about this calamity. If his assumptions were correct, and each reset followed the extinction of all species, then, as the sole individual aware of this cycle, perhaps he truly needed to take action. After all, no one could predict how many times such resets could occur. If this was the final opportunity, would Tianyun become a lifeless planet? Lin Shi plugged in his wireless network card and began to browse the internet. He anonymously posted the news of the solar flare eruption online. 3 months ago, had he proclaimed that a catastrophic SSS-level solar flare would erupt today, he would undoubtedly have been dismissed as a madman or charlatan. No one would have believed in his prophetic abilities. Yet today, with the occurrence of such an event already a reality, he has revealed it ahead of time, coupled with predictions of an impending ice age. This lends greater credence to his claims. Perhaps a scientist will discern the sun's anomalies, prompting nations to prepare in advance. In 71 hours, all electronic devices will lose signal and become obsolete. Lin Shi will no longer be at risk of exposure. He merely wonders if his post will be discovered by someone with ill intentions. Lin Shi closed his computer, unplugged the network card, and withdrew into his space. As for the remaining matters, he could only leave them to fate. Lin Shi attempted to establish communication with the treasure basin, but received no response. To prevent a recurrence of his inability to sense the space, he took out a portion of the supplies from his space and placed them in the basement of the shelter. The next day, the countdown in the upper right corner had already dropped to 47 hours. The agonizing wait for the apocalypse was excruciating. Lin Shi could only continuously practice his health-preserving techniques to maintain his composure. However, it wasn't long before a group of uninvited guests disrupted his tranquility. A tractor arrived outside Lin Shi's shelter. With no windows in the shelter, Lin Shi had installed a camera at the peephole of the blast door to observe the external situation. Four individuals disembarked from the tractor and began to scrutinize the shelter. They were debating who would approach and knock on the door of this massive iron sphere, but Lin Shi had already opened the door and stepped outside. One of the women peered through the gap of the door, eager to see inside. However, there was another door inside, and no matter how hard she strained, she could not glimpse the interior. "What do you want?" Lin Shi surveyed the four visitors. A middle-aged woman in her 40s, an elderly man in his 60s leaning on a cane, a 30-year-old farmer, and a woman in her 20s. The four were also examining Lin Shi with varied expressions. Ever since a villager and a construction worker had inquired about the hefty price tag of several million for the spherical structure atop the mountain, the villagers had come to realize that Lin Shi was quite wealthy, a veritable cash cow. The farmer, Li Chong, was the first to speak. "Young man, your sphere has disrupted the feng shui of our village. Several of our chickens and ducks have died recently. What do you propose we do about this?" Lin Shi glanced toward a nearby grove. "Why should I care if your chickens and ducks are dead?" Aunt Li, hands on her hips, glared at Lin Shi. "How can it not concern you? Ever since your sphere was erected, our chickens and ducks have begun to perish, and soon enough, there may be human casualties." Lin Shi scoffed. These villagers were adept at finding excuses. If they were so sure, then why not evacuate? If you wait too long, your village might face utter extinction. Villagers are particularly superstitious about such matters, and Lin Shi's words incensed the four. "How can you be so malicious, boy? Are you cursing us?" Anli scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "You little brat, what did you say? If you can't speak properly, let your uncle teach you." Li Chong's eyes flashed with menace as he swung a large palm toward Lin Shi's face. It appeared reckless, but it was a scheme concocted by the four prior to their ascent. Youngsters are easily intimidated. A single slap would render them compliant, and they could easily fabricate accusations against Lin Shi without fear of him reporting them. The other three seemed to envision Lin Shi dazed from the slap. A resounding slap echoed loudly, far more pronounced than they had anticipated. To their astonishment, it was not Lin Shi who had received the blow, but rather Li Chong. Lin Shi had seized Li Chong's hand and retaliated with a forceful slap to his face. Li Chong was momentarily stunned, his mind buzzing, and his face swelling at a visible rate. The four were clearly unprepared for Lin Shi's audacity to retaliate against four. Moreover, how could a mere youth possess such strength? Seeing her son struck, the elderly man, leaning on his cane, swung it at Lin Shi. Lin Shi deftly sidestepped, evading the cane. The old man, however, lost his balance and fell to the ground, closing his eyes. This was the signal to initiate their second plan. "Dad? What's wrong, Dad?" Li Qiui immediately reacted, glaring at Lin Shi. "Did you hit my father?" "I didn't even touch him." Lin Shi coldly surveyed the old man on the ground, his eyelids twitching. "We all saw it." Li Qiui knelt before her father, clutching him and weeping. "Oh, heaven forbid, city dwellers bullying us country folk. If my husband goes, I will die right here on this iron sphere. I will not live." Li Qiui joined in the sobbing. "My father was already in poor health. What will we do now?" "Compensation. 5,000, and we'll let this matter slide." Li Chong clutched his face, fists clenched tightly, seemingly ready to fight if Lin Shi uttered a negative response. Aunt Li threatened, "If you refuse to compensate, we will call the authorities and expose you to the press." "Fine," Lin Shi replied. The three's expressions brightened, believing Lin Shi had acquiesced. However, Lin Shi continued, "Go ahead and call the police." Naturally, they had no intention of doing so. Seeing that Lin Shi was unyielding, Li Chong glared with ferocity. "If you don't compensate, you'll pay for my father's life." He rushed to the tractor and retrieved a hatchet. "Wait," Lin Shi feigned contemplation, circling the old man as if assessing his condition. In truth, Lin Shi could have called the police, as he had surveillance footage, and these individuals were powerless against him. However, Due to a previous encounter with the authorities, Lin Shi had developed a poor impression of law enforcement. He had several ways to deal with these four, but he opted for the most stress-relieving one. Aunt Li and Li Chong exchanged triumphant glances, believing Lin Shi was intimidated. Li Chong felt a surge of pride. See? Just a 20-something kid. A little intimidation goes a long way. Suddenly, Lin Shi stepped on the old man's outstretched hand. The old man screamed, opening his eyes. Lin Shi turned to the still-stunned Li Chong and said, "I've revived your father. Now you needn't worry about compensation, right?" Chapter 32. Shun Jinbin. Li Chong, Li Qiqi, Aunt Li. Lin Shi's unpredictable tactics left the three momentarily speechless. It wasn't until the old man's wails echoed that they snapped back to reality. "Oh no, my hand is broken." The old man trembled, clutching his hand, pain etching deep lines into his face. Lin Shi's kick had been no light matter. Initially, the old man had intended to feign injury, but now he was genuinely hurt. The other three, enraged, were about to explode. Lin Shi suddenly interjected, "Why don't you take this old man to the hospital first? I'll reimburse you for the medical expenses later. How does that sound?" This unexpected concession left the three momentarily stunned, a feeling of suppressed frustration swelling within them. Aunt Li nearly choked, having prepared to curse Lin Shi's ancestors. However, since he had already agreed, if they continued to make a fuss, what if he changed his mind? You'll compensate for medical expenses, nutritional costs, and damages from mental distress, and lost work wages. Aunt Li panted, testing the waters. Lin Shi nodded, unexpectedly agreeable. "Sure. You go first. My house is right here. I'm not going anywhere." Treatment is of utmost importance. Despite achieving their objective, a sense of frustration lingered within them. The lamentations of the old man, Li Diyi, continued unabated. Li Chong, wary of delaying further, pointed a finger at Lin Shi and warned, "If you dare not compensate, I will ensure you regret it." After exchanging a few harsh words, the three men assisted Li Diyi onto the tractor, heading down the mountain. Lin Shi watched as the tractor disappeared from sight. He had no intention of paying any medical expenses. His sole aim was to dispatch these four individuals. If they managed to ascend the mountain again in a few days amid the impending blizzard, it would signify his defeat. Lin Shi made his way towards a thicket of trees. The moment he exited the shelter, he sensed a gaze from within the woods observing him. Ever since his rebirth, he had become acutely sensitive to the scrutiny of others, capable of detecting any stare within a 50-meter radius. As he stepped into the forest, his phone unexpectedly buzzed, followed by the distant sound of hurried footsteps retreating swiftly. He caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure vanishing among the dense foliage. Lin Shi retrieved his phone, and the caller ID displayed Zhao Xiao. Annoyed, he answered, "What is it?" He surmised that after being left hanging for 2 days, Zhao Xiao could no longer bear it. "Lin Shi, guess who I ran into here?" Zhao Xiao spoke in a conspiratorial tone. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Zhao Xiao's voice grew animated over the phone. "The son of the richest man in Sanyuan City, Shun Jinbin." Lin Shi tightened his grip on the phone. "Shun Jinbin. Indeed, he even initiated a conversation with me. Knowing I was in Shushi, he invited me to go diving together tomorrow and asked me to bring you along. How did you manage to befriend such a super-rich heir?" "You've been quite secretive," Lin Shi remarked, though his mind was preoccupied with the fact that Shun Jinbin was in Shushi. The rest of Zhao Xiao's chatter faded into the background. Shun Jinbin, one of the culprits responsible for his demise in his past life. The enmity between Lin Shi and Shun Jinbin had been long-standing. Lin Shi's father had once been an employee of Tiankai New Energy Company. On the day of his father's accident, the chairman of Tiankai, Shun Fanren, had brought his son to inspect the factory. While Lin Shi's father was operating equipment in the electrical section, Shun Fanren's son abruptly splashed his drink onto the electrical apparatus, causing a short-circuit explosion that led to Lin Shi's father's immediate death. To quell the incident, Shun Fanren had distributed a substantial hush money to each individual present and had them sign confidentiality agreements, subsequently concluding the matter with exorbitant compensation for death. However, a colleague who had been close to Lin Shi's father discreetly informed him of the truth. His father had not perished due to a work-related mishap, but had been murdered. The perpetrator was Shun Jinbin. Lin Shi had relayed this information to his mother, and he would never forget the conflicted, hesitant, disgusted, and pitying look she cast upon him. Ultimately, she promised to investigate the matter while urging Lin Shi to focus on his studies. After that, the employee who had revealed the truth vanished without a trace. A few months later, Lin Shi's mother remarried, and her new husband turned out to be none other than Shun Fanren, the chairman of Tiankai New Energy Company. Lin Shi felt ensnared in a vast conspiracy. To avoid attracting fatal retribution, he had never spoken of this to anyone, only confiding in Zhao Xiao after the apocalypse began. He sought to secretly gather evidence, but discovered that the Shun family held absolute power in Sanyuan City and had long since obliterated any incriminating evidence. The survivor shelter established in Sanyuan City had also been built by the Shun family. He found himself devoid of any opportunity for revenge. Even the one chance he had before dying had been thwarted. Now that Shun Jinbin was in Shushi, he believed that if he were to kill him this time, no one would be able to save him. His fingers whitened from the pressure until a sharp crack echoed from his phone screen, snapping him back to reality. Lin Shi? Lin Shi? Could you give me a definitive answer? Zhao Xiao urged from the other end of the line. Unbeknownst to Zhao Xiao, Shun Jinbin was Lin Shi's father's murderer. Of course I'll go, regardless of Shun Jinbin's purpose for appearing in Shushi. Lin Shi was resolute in his intention to kill him. With his gaze lowered, a chilling smile crept across Lin Shi's face, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who beheld it. The birds in the forest sensed the aura of impending violence and took flight. As June 3rd approached, the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure trove read 21 hours remaining. Lin Shi arrived at a dock where private yachts were anchored. From a distance, he spotted Zhao Xiao animatedly conversing with a young man with white hair, whose back was turned to him. Lin Shi instantly recognized the figure, Shun Jinbin, suppressing his murderous intent. Lin Shi approached the two. Lin Shi, what took you so long? Young Master Shun has been waiting for quite a while, Zhao Xiao chided, standing beside Shun Jinbin. Had the focus already shifted to Shun Jinbin? Lin Shi smirked inwardly. It was evident that whether in this life or the next, Zhao Xiao would always turn against him in Shun Jinbin's presence. Maintaining his composure, Lin Shi replied, there was traffic on the way. I apologize for the delay. Shun Jinbin turned around, revealing a pallid face marred by excess, topped with a shock of white hair that gave him a disreputable appearance. His gaze remained haughty, scrutinizing Lin Shi as if he were a mere trinket. At this moment, Shun Jinbin lacked the brutal aura he would later possess in the apocalypse. Previously, he would often kill someone for a mere word that displeased him, treating girls as if they were his to claim at will, seeing himself as the emperor of Sanyuan City. Don't worry, as long as you're here, that's all that matters. Let's board the yacht. Shun Jinbin waved dismissively. Chapter 33, The Uninhabited Sea. Shun Jinbin boarded the yacht first, followed closely by Zhao Xiao. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes as he followed them onto the vessel. No sooner had he stepped aboard than he was intercepted by a burly man in black, who stated, Sir, I need to check if you are carrying any dangerous items. Zhao Xiao was already being inspected by another man ahead, appearing to comply without issue. Lin Shi frowned. I was invited to enjoy myself. Is this how you treat your guests? This is merely a standard procedure for ensuring the safety of everyone on the yacht, the man in black replied, his gaze unwavering. Well, if that's the case, I shan't partake any longer. Lin Shi turned to leave. However, the bodyguard shifted to block his path. What? You won't let me leave? Lin Shi's face darkened. Sir, if you have no dangerous items, wouldn't it suffice to let me search you? The bodyguard insisted. This is young Master Shun's private yacht. Please cooperate and do it for our young master's sake. Realizing that the yacht belonged to Shun Jinbin, Lin Shi chuckled. Glancing at Shun Jinbin a few meters away, watching the spectacle, his expression turned cold. Who does he think he is that I should concern myself with him? Do I even know him? You. The bodyguard glared, an overwhelming aura emanating from him that pressured Lin Shi. At that moment, the yacht had already left the dock. Lin Shi frowned. What? Do you intend to resort to violence in broad daylight? It was then that Shun Jinbin stepped forward, ambiguously stating, Ah Baiao, this is my half-brother. Why are you being so clueless? Half-brother. Lin Shi was Shun Jinbin's brother. Everyone turned to stare at Lin Shi, their expressions a mix of shock and disdain. Particularly the bodyguards, whose gazes were laced with contempt. The most shocking revelation came from Zhao Xiao, who, despite knowing Lin Shi for many years, was completely unaware of the connection between Lin Shi and the wealthiest individual in Sanyuan City. For Lin Shi, however, this situation was nothing short of an affront. His mother had married the father of his father's murderer. What brother? This was merely their first encounter in this lifetime. It was nothing more than a humiliating remark thrown at him by Shun Jinbin for reasons unknown. Lin Shi clenched his teeth, striving to suppress the murderous intent surging within him. He forced himself to remain composed. To Shun Jinbin, he was merely an inconsequential insect. In their previous life, Shun Jinbin had never even crossed paths with him before the apocalypse. His sudden appearance must serve a purpose. He could not allow himself to be provoked into revealing his true emotions. Lin Shi looked at Shun Jinbin with confusion and said, What are you talking about? I do not know you at all. Shun Jinbin feigned enlightenment, pointing at Lin Shi. Oh right, you weren't present on the day my father married your mother. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Shun Jinbin, your mother's stepson. She is a wonderful mother, treating me better than her biological son. Lin Shi tightened his fists. A bodyguard clad in black, known as a Baiyao, stood in front of Shun Jinbin, ready to subdue Lin Shi at any moment. Lin Shi's fists clenched and relaxed, lowering his gaze to conceal the murderous intent in his eyes, and forced a radiant smile. "Oh, is that so? It seems you take delight in being someone else's son." Shun Jinbin's expression darkened instantly, his eyes brimming with brutality. "You repeat that?" Sensing the tension, Zhao Xiao hastily intervened. "Huh, aren't we here to have fun? When having fun, one should be cheerful. Look at how beautiful the ocean is today." Zhao Xiao was not merely attempting to ease the atmosphere for Lin Shi. The tension aboard the yacht was palpable. Aside from Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao, the only other occupants were Shun Jinbin and 8 burly men clad in black, all of whom were intently watching the two of them. This was not a good omen. Shun Jinbin suppressed his fury, donning a chilling smile as he turned and retreated into the cabin. The remaining bodyguards followed suit, leaving Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao on the deck, accompanied only by the bodyguard named a Baiyao. "Mr. Lin, please allow me to search you," a Baiyao insisted once more. Zhao Xiao gently nudged Lin Shi and leaned in to whisper, "Lin Shi, a wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. He is a young master from a wealthy family. Accommodating him wouldn't bring us shame." Lin Shi shot him a cold glance and opened his arms to the black-clad bodyguard. "Go ahead." A Baiyao regarded Lin Shi with disdain, and after a thorough search, confirmed that Lin Shi bore no dangerous items before entering the cabin. Inside the yacht's quarters, Shun Jinbin violently swept the last cup off the table, sending it crashing to the floor. A bodyguard nearby was cleaning up the shards of glass, wincing in pain as he endured the cuts on his hand. A Baiyao entered the room and reported, "Young master, it's confirmed. He didn't bring anything. However, the one named Lin Shi has been training regularly and likely possesses some skills. Once we hit the water, I will handle him." Shun Jinbin slammed his hand down on the table, his face twisted with malice. "Killing him like that would be too merciful. How dare he mock me? I want him to regret ever having existed." A hint of fear flickered in a Baiao's eyes as he recalled some unpleasant memories. "Young master, this is still within the country," he cautioned. Shun Jinbin, unwilling to relent, slammed the table once more and coldly glared at a Baiao. "Take down the one who came with him as well." "Understood." Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao admired the ocean view from the deck, while a servant brought them drinks. Before long, Shun Jinbin emerged, resuming his earlier carefree demeanor, engaging in cheerful conversation with the two. "This time, we'll go to a more distant spot for diving. I know of a small island nearby, where there are hardly any people, and the underwater scenery is exceptionally beautiful. I promise you both have never seen anything so magnificent." Shun Jinbin exaggeratedly described the splendor of the marine area. Zhao Xiao nodded enthusiastically. "I'll follow whatever arrangement young master Shin makes." Lin Shi made no objections either. Approximately 2 hours later, the yacht arrived near an uninhabited island. There were no other boats in sight, nor any sign of life. Sunlight danced on the light blue surface of the sea, shimmering, and just a few thousand meters ahead lay a pristine beach alongside the lush greenery of the island, indeed presenting a breathtaking view. A bodyguard informed them that the diving equipment was ready and led them to the other end of the yacht. As the three approached, a Baiyao had already donned his gear. Shun Jinbin directly picked up a diving suit and began to put on. A Baiyao presented the remaining 2 suits to Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao, rubbing his hands nervously, said, "I've never gone diving before. Perhaps I should just sit this one out?" Lin Shi cast a surprised glance at Zhao Xiao. "A Baiyao is an expert diver. He can protect us underwater. We agreed to dive together. Are you not willing to show young Master Shin some respect?" Shun Jinbin frowned at Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao hastily shook his head. Turning, Zhao Xiao intended to ascend, yet in his frantic state during his inaugural dive, he neglected to remove his weighted gear, floundering helplessly in place. Lin Shi sensed an unusual current behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun around. A gleaming dagger sliced through the water beside him. A Baiyao was equally astonished at Lin Shi's evasion, propelling himself forward for another strike. This time, Lin Shi discerned the target was his breathing apparatus. Indeed, even in an era of peace, these individuals resorted to calculated murder rather than reckless abandon. They sought to induce asphyxiation and create the illusion of an accidental death. The resistance of the water left Lin Shi with no refuge. He grasped A Baiao's wrist, preventing the dagger from severing his oxygen supply. A Baiao's other hand lunged for Lin Shi's breathing device, only to be thwarted by Lin Shi's grip. The two engaged in a struggle beneath the surface. A Baiao's face contorted with ferocity, tinged with astonishment. He exerted every ounce of strength to break free from Lin Shi's grasp. Yet it felt as though he were ensnared by a vice, unable to gain an inch. This kid possesses extraordinary strength. Lin Shi lifted his foot and forcefully shoved against Baiyao, propelling himself over a meter away. Just as Baiyao attempted to lunge forward again, Lin Shi reached behind him, drawing forth a handgun. Baiyao's forward momentum halted abruptly, his eyes wide with disbelief and terror. When did this brat conceal a firearm? Impossible. He had thoroughly searched Lin Shi and confirmed he bore no weapons. Moreover, during the change into diving suits, there was no conceivable place to hide a gun. This was unfathomable. Baiyao even wondered if he were hallucinating underwater, for Lin Shi's weapon seemed more illusory than any mirage. However, the sudden eruption of blood from his chest jolted Baiyao back to reality. The bullet's velocity underwater, hindered by water resistance, was considerably slower than on land. Yet correspondingly, human reflexes dulled, and at this distance, even a battle-hardened individual like Baiyao could not evade. 3 successive shots struck vital points. Even in death, Baiyao could not fathom how Lin Shi had brought a firearm into the depths. Zhao Xiao, too, stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him, convinced that today's events were nothing short of surreal. How could Lin Shi possess a gun? The Lin Shi he knew, so composed, decisive, and adept with firearms, was truly the same Lin Shi he had recognized? The situation, which had seemed dire for Lin Shi, suddenly took a dramatic turn. Among the trio, the quickest to react was surprisingly Shun Jinbin. As Lin Shi brandished his weapon, Shun Jinbin deftly swam towards the floundering Zhao Xiao. By the time Lin Shi adjusted the aim of his gun, Shun Jinbin had reached Zhao Xiao, shielding the terrified youth with his own body. Simultaneously, he pressed the deflation button on his diving suit. Zhao Xiao, utterly terrified, watched Lin Shi's raised gun with frantic head shakes. The handgun's effective range underwater would not exceed 15 meters. As the distance widened, Lin Shi's gaze turned icy, and without hesitation, he fired. The bullet tore through the water, yet the myriad disturbances caused it to veer from its intended target, striking Zhao Xiao in the neck instead. Zhao Xiao's eyes widened in terror behind his diving mask, and his breathing apparatus fell away, blood gushing from his mouth, nose, and neck. Lin Shi aimed to fire again. At that moment, a school of fish swam between them. Once the fish passed and visibility was restored, the distance between him and Shun Jinbin had exceeded 2 meters. Lin Shi fired once more, but the bullet faltered mid-flight and fell short. Realizing Lin Shi's weapon posed no threat, Shun Jinbin released the now wide-eyed Zhao Xiao and hastened towards the surface. Lin Shi. Shun Jinbin's eyes brimmed with malice, his gaze directed at Lin Shi filled with profound resentment. As he ascended, he made a throat-slitting gesture towards Lin Shi. Never had anyone made him feel so humiliated. He was determined to eliminate Lin Shi. As Shun Jinbin neared the surface, the distance between them stretched to 3 meters. Lin Shi's expression darkened. He maximized the air in his diving apparatus, shedding his weights and ascending with a speed surpassing Shun Jinbin's, closing the gap rapidly. Chapter 35, The Harsh Truth. Experienced divers know that ascending too quickly can lead to decompression sickness as the body struggles to cope, resulting in oxygen deprivation. Observing Lin Shi's rapid approach while he was still several meters from the surface, Shun Jinbin visibly panicked. Ignoring the strain on his body, he swam upwards with all his might. Unbeknownst to the fleeing Shun Jinbin, Lin Shi had ceased his pursuit, casting a scornful glance at the frantic escapee. This time, he made no attempt to conceal himself. With a swift motion, he returned the handgun to its concealed space and produced a sleek black weapon, a crossbow. Methodically, he secured a rope to the arrow's tail, aiming at the increasingly proximal Shun Jinbin. With a single shot, the arrow was released. The rapid ascent rendered Shun Jinbin's complexion increasingly pale, yet his eyes shone with determination. The water's surface was within reach. At last, Shun Jinbin's head breached the surface. He removed his breathing apparatus, preparing to call for his bodyguards to pull him up. However, at that 3 years ago, during your inspection of the factory, a beverage was accidentally spilled into the machinery, resulting in an explosion that claimed the life of an electrical engineer. Do you need me to jog your memory? Lin Shi's voice was as chilling as the frost of December, her hand resting ominously upon Shun Jinbin's abdomen. Overcome with fear, Shun Jinbin trembled involuntarily. No. I will speak. I don't know your father. It was my dad who compelled me to do this. Wrongs have their origins, and debts have their sources. Seek out my father. I beg you, spare me. Lin Shi narrowed her eyes slightly. You claim it was your father who instructed you? What was his motive? Shun Jinbin swallowed hard and replied. Because he had long set his sights on your mother, wishing to possess her, yet that wretched woman insisted that an affair would tarnish her reputation and refused to comply. Hence, my father ordered me to eliminate that engineer. The truth was brutally harsh. His own mother was the true architect of his father's demise. The real mastermind behind the murder was the chairman of Tiankai New Energy Company, Limited, the man who once ruled the entirety of Sanyuan City during the apocalypse. As Lin Shi's gaze grew increasingly menacing, Shun Jinbin hastily defended himself. I was coerced. If I had not complied, my father would have stripped me of my inheritance. He has several sons out there. At that moment, the distant sound of a yacht's engine reached his ears, and a flicker of joy, mixed with malice, crossed Shun Jinbin's face. One last question. Lin Shi leaned closer to him. Ask away, I promise to divulge everything. A desperate instinct for survival filled Shun Jinbin's eyes with anticipation. He hoped Lin Shi would pose more questions, granting his subordinates time to rescue him. What does hell look like? Go take a look for me. Lin Shi's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as she swiftly extracted the arrow embedded in Shun Jinbin's abdomen and plunged it mercilessly into his heart. Listening to the approaching engine's roar, Shun Jinbin's eyes brimmed with resentment and venom. No, I cannot die. I have a glorious life ahead, untold riches, and an abundance of women to indulge in. How can I resign myself to perish at the hands of an insignificant insect I wish to toy with and exact revenge upon? His fierce will to live momentarily restored clarity to Shun Jinbin's fading eyes. Noticing his expression, Lin Shi prepared to deliver another fatal blow, but suddenly, she felt a prickling sensation at her back. Instinctively, Lin Shi rolled away, just as a thunderous gunshot erupted. The bullet struck the sand where she had just stood, sending up a plume of dust. It was a sniper rifle. Had she not evaded, the bullet would have found its mark in her head. A chill coursed through Lin Shi's veins as she turned to see the yacht now, within 200 meters. 7 ominous gun barrels were trained upon her. Erupting in a flurry of gunfire, Lin Shi ducked and dodged, yet a bullet grazed her arm. With no time to linger, she sprinted towards the woods ahead. Once engulfed by the trees, the overwhelming sense of danger began to dissipate. Thorns and brambles lacerated her limbs, leaving trails of blood, yet she pressed on, deeper into the dense forest. Chapter 36, Ambush on the Island. Only when the sounds of pursuit faded did Lin Shi lean against a large tree, gasping for breath. After an intense underwater battle, she had swum several kilometers with Shun Jinbin to reach the island. Her strength was nearly depleted. Her limbs trembled involuntarily, a sign of exhaustion. Had it not been for 3 months of rigorous training, she would have lacked the energy to flee. Nevertheless, it was all worth it. She had uncovered the truth behind her father's death and avenged him. With fatal wounds, a penetrating injury to her abdomen, decompression sickness, and the threat of infection. She doubted Shun Jinbin could still be alive under such circumstances. Yet, she had not anticipated the Shun family security detail to be armed with such heavy firepower. Lin Shi had never underestimated the Shun family's influence. Yet she had nonetheless miscalculated. They could equip their bodyguards with such formidable weaponry, even in a peaceful society. These bodyguards were certainly not ordinary veterans. No wonder the Shun family could exert control over the entirety of Sanyuan City, even in the harshest of apocalyptic times. Confirming there was no immediate pursuit, Lin Shi sought refuge in a secluded hollow. From her spatial inventory, she retrieved bandages, disinfectant, hemostatic spray, and a dagger. After sterilizing the dagger, she gritted her teeth and extracted the bullet from her left arm, applying the hemostatic spray and bandaging the wound. Completing this arduous task left her drenched in sweat. In her previous life, she had endured far worse injuries in the apocalypse without any medication. This was but a minor ordeal. She swallowed 2 anti-inflammatory pills and tended to a fresh scratch inflicted by a branch. Donning a clean outfit from her spatial inventory, she took out water and a can of luncheon meat to replenish her strength. After such a prolonged period, no one had pursued her. Either the bodyguards had absconded with Shun Jinbin's corpse, or they lay in wait somewhere, preparing to ambush her. After resting for a moment, Lin Shi continued deeper into the forest. Half an hour later, standing atop the island's highest point, she surveyed the landscape, noting the stirring of the grass and trees. Shun Jinbin's yacht had vanished, along with his body from the beach. However, on the opposite side of the island, a lifeboat was dragged into the woods bordering the shore. Its bright orange-yellow hue stood out, despite being partially obscured by tree shadows. Of course, had she not been on elevated ground, Lin Shi would not have spotted the lifeboat. The presence of a lifeboat suggested that someone had remained behind on the previous yacht. It appeared they had indeed prepared for an ambush. Lin Shi had initially contemplated how to return to Shushi. This deserted island was not far from the city, but traversing it on foot was impossible. Now, however, the situation suited her perfectly. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the countdown in her treasure basin showed only 17 hours remaining. Lin Shi wasted no time. donning her combat gear with swift precision. This military-grade, cold-weather suit had been procured at great expense from Xie, officially known as the Cold Climate Special Forces combat uniform. It consisted of 16 pieces in total, boasting exceptional insulation and water resistance without hindering combat effectiveness. In such weather, Lin Shi naturally did not wear the entire ensemble. Instead, she removed several inner layers of thermal clothing, donned a bulletproof vest beneath her outer layer, and equipped herself with a tactical helmet and thermal imaging night vision goggles. Fully armed, she awaited the onset of nightfall. The cover of darkness would be the most opportune moment for bloodshed. The night in the forest was pitch black, teeming with mosquitoes. 5 shadowy figures in black crouched behind bushes at various positions, poised for action. Their exposed necks and hands were swollen from mosquito bites. Yet they endured with furrowed brows. Originally accompanying Shen Jinbin for leisure, they had barely prepared firearms, let alone any additional equipment. The lone sniper rifle was stashed in the bottom of the yacht for emergencies. They had never anticipated that a simple diving excursion would lead to such a significant operational failure. A faint sound caused 2 bodyguards to tense up. A light patter of rain began to fall, transforming the initial sound into a soft, drumming rhythm against the leaves. "Number 2, it's raining. Should we continue waiting?" One bodyguard whispered into his radio. "Wait, this island is vast. With just 5 of us, we won't find one person easily. If we scatter into the dense forest and encounter the assassin one-on-one, it would be tantamount to seeking our own demise. We wait. He will certainly seek an escape route, and then we shall match our patience against his. Should we fail to eliminate him this time, we will have no chance of redemption." Several bodyguards examined Shen Jinbin's injuries and speculated that Lin Shi had come with premeditated intent to assassinate him. The flawless disguise and ferocious assault. How could an ordinary person possibly achieve such feats? Furthermore, the ability to anticipate their destination and conceal weapons underwater was a skill reserved solely for professional assassins or operatives. They could never fathom that Lin Shi, appearing to be an ordinary individual, was in fact a survivor who had returned from a post-apocalyptic world, having endured countless crises. There were no weapons hidden in advance beneath the water. Instead, he possessed a space from which he could retrieve items at will. However, among the bodyguards, some felt a sense of unease. "I don't think that person resembles a killer. Didn't young master mention he was the son of his stepmother?" The man designated as number 2 paused thoughtfully before responding. Young master had investigated Lin Shi's background before. He was merely an average university student. If he were to tell Master Shen that an ordinary student somehow acquired a crossbow to kill Abayao and nearly took down young master, would he believe it? Are we, 8 men who have danced with death, unable to guard against a single university student? It would be far more logical to assume a killer is masquerading as Lin Shi. It would also provide a convenient excuse for our negligence. Number 2 continued this time. "We administered all the gene repair medications to young master to keep him alive. Whether he can be saved remains uncertain. If he dies, just think of the consequences." The bodyguards fell into a heavy silence. Lin Shi was unaware that Shen Jinbin, whom he believed to be on the brink of death, was still alive. At that moment, he had cautiously made his way to the dense forest at the foot of the mountain, and the sudden sound of rain startled him at first, quickly giving way to delight. Even the heavens seemed to be aiding him. The drumming of the rain would effectively conceal his footsteps. Meanwhile, several burly men were clearly visible under night vision goggles. Lin Shi lay in ambush 300 meters away, retrieving a crossbow. The interception crossbow was powerful but noisy. However, the crossbow in Lin Shi's hands, a repeating crossbow, emitted minimal sound, making it ideal for close-quarters combat. He had acquired it during his last procurement. Carefully placing several bolts into his quiver, Lin Shi stealthily approached the position where 5 men were lying in wait. The sound of rain pattering against the leaves filled his ears, and he made every effort to step on bare stones and soil, avoiding any suspicious noises. Once within 200 meters, Lin Shi halted, fully alert. At this distance, if the adversaries had infrared detection equipment, they would surely spot him. He waited a moment in silence, and when no response came, he prepared his crossbow, aiming at a figure unobscured by trees, and released the shot. Chapter 37. The Rainy Night Sniper. Although Lin Shi had not practiced with the crossbow for long, its inherent precision and ease of use were notable traits. As someone familiar with firearms, he found handling the crossbow to be second nature. Whoosh! The arrow, while silent upon release, sliced through the foliage, producing a distinct sound. The unusual noise amidst the torrential rain caught number 2's attention. "Something's afoot," he exclaimed. Simultaneously, a muffled grunt escaped another bodyguard. The arrow struck one of the guards directly. Through the thermal imaging night vision goggles, The positions and movements of the 5 men hidden behind the bushes were vividly displayed before Lin Shi's eyes. "Get down!" The bodyguards reacted swiftly, dropping to the muddy ground. 4 of them lay still in the muck, paralyzed by uncertainty. On this moonless night, within the pitch-black rainforest, they had no idea where the enemy was or from where the attack had originated. "Be cautious. The enemy has thermal detection equipment," Number 2 whispered. If the adversary approached, they would have no chance of remaining undetected. The only possibility was that the enemy was sniping from a distance. They too had snipers among them. But a sniper rifle was ineffective in such dense jungle terrain. "It's a crossbow." Number 2 crawled toward the team member who had been struck, confirming his suspicion upon seeing the arrow embedded in the guard's head. They were truly trapped in a dilemma. Advancing meant risking exposure to an unknown enemy, while retreating to the beach would render them sitting ducks. The remaining bodyguards were gripped by despair. Having not anticipated the assassin's meticulous preparations and the equipment concealed on this small island. Initially skeptical of Lin Shi being a disguised killer, their doubts began to waver. Amidst the torrential downpour, Lin Shi's keen gaze focused through the scope, his expression cold and his lips pressed together. As he squeezed the trigger, the black arrow sliced through the curtain of rain and past several blades of grass, hurtling toward a bodyguard with astonishing speed. Thud! A barely audible sound signified the arrow meeting flesh, followed by a suppressed grunt. Another had been struck, yet, after a brief moment, Lin Shi noticed that the thermal imaging goggles failed to register a rapid loss of body heat from this individual. He was not dead. It seemed a shot had not struck a vital area. The remaining 4 bodyguards lay concealed in the grass, the dense underbrush on the island severely impacting the accuracy of the crossbow. Lin Shi glanced around, identifying a nearby pine tree on his right. Retracting the crossbow into his space, he ascended the tree with the agility of a nimble mountain cat, quickly finding a suitable perch to conceal his form. He produced a crossbow once more, aimed, and fired. Ugh! A sharp cry pierced the air as a bodyguard was struck in the chest by the razor-sharp arrow. "Blackie!" Another guard called out, noticing his fallen comrade. However, before he could assess the situation, another arrow fell from the rain, striking him squarely in the forehead. Northwest direction. In the trees. Number 2 barked, his brow furrowed. Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet, zigzagging forward for several meters before taking cover behind a tree, drawing his firearm to fire. Bang! The shot was remarkably precise, hitting the very spot where Lin Shi had just hidden. Unfortunately, it was now vacant, devoid of Lin Shi's presence. After releasing 2 arrows, Lin Shi swiftly made the crossbow vanish from his grasp, nimbly descending the tree trunk to the ground. Snipers often adhere to the adage of fire one shot, change your position. He would never be foolish enough to remain in the same place for multiple shots. As number 2 fired, Lin Shi had already climbed to another tree just a few meters away from his previous position. The astonishing accuracy of the shot startled him. This individual could very well be the same sniper who had targeted him from the yacht. Hearing number 2 call out the position, another bodyguard stood up, mimicking number 2's movements to dash behind a tree for cover. Yet, just as he rose, he heard number 2 shout, "Don't stand up." It was too late. Whoosh! The last thing this bodyguard saw was the ominous black arrow. Thud! The arrow struck his eye, killing him instantly. Thus, of the 5 bodyguards, only 1 remained. Number 2 crouched behind a tree, losing his right hand, skilled in marksmanship, equated to a loss of over half of his combat prowess. Yet within his gaze, there was no turbulence, nor the dread of impending death. As the rain intensified, he, holding the gun in his left hand, realized that the enemy had already shifted positions. In his attempt to alert his comrades, it was too late. A faint sound sliced through the air, and the demise of his teammate revealed the position of Lin Shi. With a deep breath, he, number 2, adopted an expression of profound calm, swiftly calculating Lin Shi's location before darting away from his cover. Resolutely, he fired. As Lin Shi loosed an arrow from the treetops, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him, far more acute than the peril he had felt while targeted by a sniper on the beach. His grip slackened, and he leaned back just in time to narrowly evade a bullet. However, the tree was treacherously slick, causing him to plummet helplessly. This precarious situation was fraught with danger. Once airborne, the enemy could easily predict his whereabouts. A mere adjustment of the gun's aim would suffice to strike him down, and there would be no chance of evasion midair. Yet Lin Shi had long been prepared. He performed a swift flip and returned to the tree. To his astonishment, he had been clutching a rope all along. The rope had been securely tied to the tree. At this moment, Lin Shi was equally astounded. How could the enemy possess such remarkable marksmanship, able to pinpoint his location over 200 meters away in the pitch-black rain? Once could be deemed a coincidence, but twice indicated an extraordinary level of skill. Thus, after being discovered the first time, he was ready to evade. Without night vision equipment, Lin Shi believed the enemy could no longer locate him. Yet this time, he was mistaken. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and just as Lin Shi returned to the branch, a bullet struck his left shoulder. Even as he defied the laws of physics by reascending the tree, the enemy had still managed to find him. How was this possible? Lin Shi was bewildered. Was it mere luck? Although the bullet was halted by his bulletproof vest, the force sent him tumbling downwards once more. At that moment, a profound sense of crisis engulfed him. Chapter 38, Gene Lock. Faced with an intense life-or-death predicament, Lin Shi relinquished his grip on the rope. But that was insufficient. Suddenly, an object appeared before him. A riot shield. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets struck the shield in rapid succession, nearly simultaneously. What terrified Lin Shi was the realization that these 3 shots were aimed at 3 vital points on his body. Had the enemy anticipated his release? How could this be? With a dull thud, Lin Shi fell onto a bed of decaying leaves and weeds. He rolled to the side, hiding behind a tree as thick as a man. His heart raced, a testament to the adrenaline coursing through him after narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Had it not been for his unique abilities, his quick reflexes, and the capacity to summon items at will, those 3 bullets would have surely found their mark in his head, neck, and heart. The other 2 locations were fortunate, but the neck received no protection. Had he been struck there, he might have met his end today. Such terrifying marksmanship. Leaning against the tree, Lin Shi sought to calm his racing heartbeat. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air from 200 meters away. Startled, Lin Shi cautiously employed his thermal imaging night vision goggles to assess the situation. He discovered the sole surviving bodyguard writhing on the ground. There were no other signs of life nearby. Suspecting a ruse, he refrained from approaching. Instead, he drew his crossbow and shot an arrow at the man. Struck, Lin Shi noted that the individual continued to convulse, showing no signs of evasion. Only then did Lin Shi cautiously approach. Upon closer inspection, he found the bodyguard bleeding from his mouth and nose, his expression twisted in agony, seemingly enduring immense pain. His body spasmed uncontrollably. The arrow had pierced his thigh, and another arrow protruded from his arm. Yet it seemed he was beyond caring for these wounds. Upon seeing Lin Shi, the bodyguard's eyes widened in shock. As if he could scarcely believe Lin Shi was still alive. Struggling to control his speech, he gasped, "How could you possibly still be alive?" Lin Shi picked up the handgun that number 2 had dropped and aimed it at his head. "What's going on?" "The gene lock," came the pained reply. "Gene lock?" Lin Shi furrowed his brow. The aftermath of unsealing the gene lock. Number 2 attempted to say more, but coughed up a mouthful of blood. Gene lock. In peacetime, there are those who can unseal the gene lock. Lin Shi, astonished, inquired, "How can I save you?" His intention was not truly to rescue the man, but to glean secrets about the gene lock. This was the first human he had encountered who had unsealed it. With the apocalypse looming, danger was omnipresent. If he could extract some knowledge from this individual, perhaps he could unseal his own gene lock in advance, gaining a stronger means of self-preservation. Pocket number 2's eyes rolled back. Lin Shi knelt and rifled through the man's coat lining, discovering a small box. "Is this it?" Number 2 weakly nodded. Lin Shi opened the box to reveal a blue pill. Glancing at number 2, who was fixated on the pill, Lin Shi broke the tablet in half and placed one piece in number 2's mouth. He stepped back 2 paces, raising his gun once more to aim at him. Number 2 swallowed the pill amidst the blood, and his body slowly began to stabilize. He lay still. "Do you have any questions?" "You may ask. My time is limited." Number 2's voice was hoarse, clearly aware of Lin Shi's ulterior motive for helping him. Lin Shi asked, "How does one unseal the gene lock?" "Tell me, and I shall give you this half of the pill." Number 2 smiled faintly, countering, "Do you know what a gene lock is?" Lin Shi shook his head. He knew little more than the surface. In his past life, he had been an ordinary person, and even after surviving 8 years in the apocalypse, he had merely accumulated some combat experience. "I do not know who named it the gene lock. I only discovered some information after unsealing it myself. The human body contains 5 gene locks. Upon unsealing the first stage, your mind will block out all external distractions. Things you would typically forget after a single glance can be recalled instantly. In this state of combat, you can utilize everything around you, your brain operating with the precision and calmness of a computer. Upon unsealing the second stage, you can perfectly control every ounce of your strength and every muscle. Even if you possess only 50 pounds of force, you could defeat a boxing champion. I'm only aware of the first stage. I do not understand the latter stages. To unseal the first stage of the gene lock requires pain, extreme pain." Lin Shi frowned. "Pain? Can you elaborate?" "I cannot say for certain. The first time I unsealed it, I fell into a state of shock and have no recollection of how I endured it. Number two's eyes became unfocused, as if lost in memory. Was the state you were in when you fired those shots the result of unsealing the gene lock? Does your current condition relate to it as well? Lin Shi inquired rapidly. Number two's complexion visibly paled. Indeed, I had just entered the gene lock state, but my body could not withstand the aftermath of unsealing it. This is the 5th time I've attempted to unseal the gene lock. My genes are on the brink of collapse. Had I not attempted to unseal this time, I might have survived for a while longer. Now, even with medication to sustain me, number two coughed up a large mouthful of blood, the blackened liquid emanating a foul stench. What was the pill you just ingested? Lin Shi still clutched the other half of the tablet. This medication controls the aftermath of unsealing the gene lock. It also has healing properties, though it is of no use to me now. Number two grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth. Are you curious about the origin of this? First, answer me a question, and I shall reveal it to you. Go ahead and ask. How did you evade my bullet just now? I have calculated all your reactions, and logically, you should not have been able to dodge it. Lin Shi's eyes flickered, for this pertained to his greatest secret. Yet, confronted with the increasingly vacant gaze of the man before him, Lin Shi decided to speak. He too wished to know the source of the drug. I blocked the bullet with something, he replied. A glimmer of confusion crossed the second man's eyes, as he failed to comprehend what Lin Shi had used as a shield. However, he had obtained the answer he sought, realizing it was not due to his own oversight. A faint smile appeared on his face. There's no harm in telling you. This was manufactured by the Shun family. The outside world believes the Shun family is merely a company researching energy, but in truth, they have ventured into numerous fields, far more extensive than you can imagine. He spoke slowly. Why are you telling me this? Lin Shi fixed his gaze on the man whose life was nearing its end, weighing the veracity of his words. Chapter 39, Return to Sha City. The second man offered a bitter smile. I am but a solitary figure, not affiliated with the Shun family. They pay me, and I work for them. It's as simple as that. After I die, what does the Shun family's fate matter to me? You managed to evade my 3 shots that unlocked your gene lock. Quite impressive. Yet, regrettably, you 1T survive long after leaving here. The Shun family will not spare you, and you will undoubtedly fall victim to their eradication. Blood began to seep from his nostrils, yet his complexion improved. He realized his time was drawing near. Let me tell you one more thing. Shun Jinbin is not dead. With the Shun family's pharmaceuticals sustaining him, he won't perish easily. The second man's lips moved, but Lin Shi could not discern his subsequent words. Shun Jinbin isn't dead. Lin Shi's expression finally shifted. Shun Jinbin is alive? He had pierced Shun Jinbin's heart. How could he possibly still be breathing? Lin Shi yearned for further details. Yet at that moment, the second man's head tilted, and he fell silent. Lin Shi furrowed his brows, crouching down to check the second man's pulse. He was already deceased. Searching the body, he found a satellite phone, a walkie-talkie, several magazines, and an ID card. Li Erhao. This was the name of the man, perhaps aware of his inevitable demise. Li Erhao had never requested Lin Shi to administer the remaining half of the pill. Li Erhao had mentioned that the Shun family was involved not only in energy, but also in other fields, even in cultivating individuals to unlock gene locks. This was the reason for the Shun family's formidable strength in the post-apocalyptic world. In his past life, Lin Shi had been akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, utterly oblivious. The notion that Shun Jinbin was alive had never crossed his mind. Lin Shi opened his palm, gazing at the half-blue pill. He carefully stored it in his space. Given Shun Jinbin's severe injuries, even if the Shun family possessed miraculous healing methods, it was improbable that he could recover in such a short time. The tumultuous journey could exacerbate his condition, indicating that Shun Jinbin might still be in Sha City. Lin Shi rose and walked towards the other corpses, swiftly collecting all the arrows from the bodies. He gathered his spoils before seeking the lifeboat. It was nearly 1 a.m., and the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure basin displayed over 9 hours remaining. He must return promptly and find Shun Jinbin before the solar storm reached Earth to eliminate him. However, upon arriving at the beach, Lin Shi discovered he could not proceed. Heavy rain was falling, the sea was tumultuous, and the moonless waters were dark and foreboding, rendering direction nearly impossible. Launching a small lifeboat in such weather at night would be tantamount to courting death. Lin Shi had no choice but to retreat back into the woods. He would wait for dawn when the rain ceased, return to Sha City, and search for Shun Jinbin at the hospital. Time was of the essence. He needed to be back at his safe house before the solar storm reached Tianyan Star. Recalling the satellite phone he had found on Li Erhao, he retrieved it and dialed a number. Suqin, I need your assistance with something. After hanging up, Lin Shi found a slightly elevated area, set up a tent, and closed his eyes to rest for the night. In such a place, He dared not enter a deep slumber. When a faint light of dawn broke, he packed up the tent and took out some water and food from his space to eat a little. The rain had stopped. It was now 5 a.m., and the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure basin indicated 5 hours remaining. Lin Shi changed into a fresh set of clothes. On his way to the beach, he happened to pass the battlefield from the previous day and glanced once more at Li Erhao's body. To his astonishment, the corpse was already showing signs of rapid decomposition. Just one night had passed, or more accurately, only about 4 hours. Much of the skin had sloughed off, revealing muscle beneath, and in some areas, white bones were faintly visible, a terrifying sight. Was this the result of gene collapse? Recalling the precise shots exchanged with Li Erhao yesterday, the extraordinary predictive ability, the impeccable marksmanship, and the superhuman calculation skills, it was nearly impossible for a human to achieve such feats without external assistance. The gene lock, a fearsome double-edged sword. Lin Shi made his way to the beach. The surface of the sea had calmed, and he pushed the lifeboat into the water, starting the engine and heading toward Sha City. After over 3 hours, Lin Shi finally neared the coastline of Sha City. At this point, the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure basin indicated just over an hour until the solar storm reached Earth. Lin Shi called Su Qin. Su Qin, have you located that person? He informed her that a friend of his was gravely injured and nearing death. He could not reach him and was returning to see him one last time. He asked Su Qin to search various hospitals in Sha City, promising her a substantial reward. Lin Shi provided Su Qin with Shun Jinbin's name, age, and other distinguishing features, urging her to begin her search at the best-equipped hospitals. Initially, Su Qin intended to ignore the call, but upon hearing Lin Shi mention a $20,000 reward, she promptly abandoned her sleep and hurriedly took a taxi to search the hospitals. I found him at Sha City First Hospital, room 1 on the 8th floor of the ICU. There are indeed many experts consulting here. Who is your friend? To warrant such attention? Su Qin yawned, her voice weary. In truth, she had found him at the first hospital she visited, but she feared that if the search was too easy, Lin Shi might retract his promise. Thank you. I've transferred the reward to you. Lin Shi hung up and found a secluded spot by the sea, bringing the lifeboat back into his space. The countdown for the treasure basin now stood at 1 hour and 26 minutes. Lin Shi donned a baseball cap and a mask, hailed a passing vehicle, and set off towards Sha City First Hospital. Outside the ICU of Sha City First Hospital, a throng of over a dozen doctors surrounded a middle-aged woman. Remarkably, these doctors were renowned experts frequently featured in major newspapers and news outlets. They should have been at Senyuan City or Kyoto Hospital awaiting appointments. Yet they had congregated here to discuss the condition of a single individual. Beep, beep, beep. Inside the ward, Shun Jinbin lay on the bed, his body wrapped in bandages and filled with tubes, his breath faint. Doctors, how's my son? Is he going to survive? The speaker was a middle-aged woman clad in a high-end custom suit, exuding competence, her beautiful face tinged with fatigue and a hint of resentment. Last night, Shun Fanren, whom she had not spoken to in years since their divorce, had suddenly called to inform her that their son was in trouble and that he was occupied in Senyuan City, asking her to come and take care of things. Li Huilin arrived in Shushi only to discover the severity of her son's injuries. That heartless scoundrel, that beast, was so consumed by his affair with that vixen that he could abandon his own flesh and blood. Chapter 40. The Passing of Shun Jinbin. The gathered experts exchanged glances, shaking their heads with heavy sighs. Young Master Shun's injuries were too grave, although it was unclear what had kept him clinging to life. His will to survive was commendably strong, yet these wounds were typically fatal. All we can do is our utmost. Their words, though delicately phrased, left little doubt as to the gravity of the situation. The fact that he had not succumbed to death already was a miracle. What more could they do to save him? Li Huilin was at her wits' end, bursting into heart-wrenching sobs. I implore you, are you not esteemed specialists? You must save my son. One of them cautiously inquired. We have detected a unique substance within young Master Shin's body, which appears to be sustaining his last flicker of life. Do you know what he might have ingested previously? The eyes of the experts sparkled with curiosity, eager for answers. What? I have no idea, Li Huilin exclaimed, turning to the bodyguard who had brought Shun Jinbin to the hospital, as if grasping at a lifeline. What did you give Jinbin? Is there any left? Hurry, bring it forth. The two bodyguards exchanged glances. It's gone. That was the life-saving medication entrusted to us by President Shun, and there was only one pill. However, the courier is already en route. At that moment, one of the bodyguards answered a phone call. Hello? Yes, on the 8th floor. After hanging up, he turned to Li Huilin. The courier has arrived. They're downstairs. Li Huilin's expression turned ecstatic. That's wonderful. Jinbin is saved. With a countdown of 48 minutes remaining, Lin Shi arrived outside the first hospital. making his way towards the inpatient department. The hospital was filled with individuals donning masks, and Lin Shi's attire drew no attention from the crowd. The critical care unit and the general ward were housed in separate buildings, and the number of people was sparse. Soon, Lin Shi reached the elevator entrance of the inpatient department and pressed the button. A figure approached, seemingly waiting for the elevator as well. Just then, the elevator doors chimed open. As Lin Shi stepped forward, he caught a glimpse of a reflection in the elevator's mirror, momentarily taken aback. In the reflection stood a man clad in black, with a robust physique and a cold demeanor, holding a suitcase. This man's aura resembled that of Shun Jinbin's bodyguards. Lin Shi did not falter, entering the elevator as usual, and the man in black followed suit. As the doors slowly closed, Lin Shi pressed the button for the 7th floor. If this individual was affiliated with Shun Jinbin, he would likely ascend to the 8th floor. As anticipated, the moment the elevator began its ascent, the man in black stepped forward to press the button for the 8th floor. A glimmer of realization flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. He was certain this man was one of Shun Jinbin's associates. The elevator ascended smoothly, not stopping until it reached the 7th floor. Suddenly, Lin Shi clutched his chest, bending over as if struck by a sudden ailment. The man in black glanced at Lin Shi, but chose to ignore him, stepping aside instead. Ding! The elevator arrived at the 7th floor, and the doors opened. Typically, the area outside the elevator was devoid of people, and to visit a patient, one had to exit the elevator and pass through an additional door. At that moment, Lin Shi collapsed, face down on the ground, wedged between the elevator doors, preventing them from closing. Aside from the man in black, there seemed to be no one available to assist Lin Shi. If he did not help Lin Shi up, the elevator would not function properly. The man in black furrowed his brow, tightening his grip on the suitcase. Ultimately, he approached Lin Shi, bending down to extend a hand, intended to lift him and toss him outside the elevator. However, at the instant his hand made contact with Lin Shi suddenly lunged forward, thrusting a dagger into the man's abdomen with ruthless precision, twisting it viciously. The man in black's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed into Lin Shi's arms. Completely unprepared for an attack in such a monitored environment, Lin Shi refrained from withdrawing the dagger to avoid splattering blood everywhere. Uncertain of how many of Shun Jinbin's men were above, he resolved to eliminate one at a time. At this point, he no longer feared detection. With less than an hour remaining, chaos would soon erupt. All he needed was to ensure Shun Jinbin's departure before the hospital security could react. He laid the man in black outside the 7th floor ward and noticed the suitcase clutched tightly in the man's hand. Grabbing it, he slipped into the elevator just as the doors were about to close. Ding! The elevator opened on the 8th floor, and Lin Shi hurried into the inpatient department. Upon seeing Lin Shi, dressed in black, Li Huilin rushed forward, extending her hand. "You must be the courier. Where's the medication?" Lin Shi assessed the woman, who bore a striking resemblance to Shun Jinbin, confirming her identity. Without answering, he strode directly towards Shun Jinbin's hospital room. Wait! One of Shun Jinbin's bodyguards sensed something amiss. Blocking Lin Shi's path. "I don't recognize you." Another bodyguard positioned himself behind Lin Shi, effectively sealing off his escape routes. These two were the same bodyguards who had escorted Shun Jinbin back from the yacht. Lin Shi lowered his gaze, lowering his voice. "I am responsible for guarding the medication. President Shun was in urgent need, so I was sent to deliver it." This statement was ambiguous, allowing for various interpretations. It could imply that Lin Shi was the usual guardian of the medication and had been tasked with delivering something else. Or it could suggest he was there to deliver the medication itself. The interpretation hinged entirely on the listener's perception. Upon hearing this, the two bodyguards visibly relaxed, yet still insisted. "Open the suitcase for inspection." Lin Shi's lowered gaze flickered. He had yet to see what lay inside the suitcase. In the elevator, he had already substituted its contents with a handgun. Without hesitation, Lin Shi placed the suitcase on the ground and unlatched it. The gathered experts edged closer, eager to see the miraculous substance that could potentially save a dying man. Lin Shi slowly lifted the suitcase lid with one hand, while the other reached inside. In a swift motion, he drew the handgun and fired at the bodyguard blocking his path. Bang! The suppressed gunshot echoed, and crimson blood erupted from the chest of the bodyguard in front of Lin Shi. All present widened their eyes in terror, witnessing the scene unfold. Ordinary individuals had only ever seen firearms on television. They had never encountered such a sight and were rendered speechless with fear. The quickest to react was the bodyguard standing behind Lin Shi, already reaching for his sidearm. However, Lin Shi was swifter, pivoting to pull the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot upward, piercing through the bodyguard's shin and exiting through his brain, a spray of blood erupting from the back of his head. At that moment, the experts and Li Huilin finally grasped the situation. Li Wulan fainted from shock. There has been a murder. Run. Seizing the chaos, Lin Shi pushed open Shun Jinbin's hospital room, confirming the man's identity before aiming the gun at Shun Jinbin's head. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out, and Shun Jinbin's blood mingled with his brain matter, splattering across the pristine white pillow. The heart monitor emitted an agonizing beeping sound. This time, Shun Jinbin was beyond salvation. Lin Shi tucked away the gun and departed. Meanwhile, a group of hospital security personnel had witnessed Lin Shi's murderous act on the surveillance feed and rushed toward his location, armed with clubs and riot shields. With only 35 minutes remaining until the world descended into chaos, Chapter 41. Escape from the hospital began. 5 minutes had elapsed since Lin Shi had killed a bodyguard from the Shun family on the 7th floor. Security personnel in the monitoring room had gathered and were en route to the building, having called the police. But it would take at least a dozen minutes for law enforcement to arrive. Lin Shi swiftly exited the hospital room, intending to enter the secure passage of the inpatient building and descend the stairs. However, at that moment, a hand grasped his pant leg. Li Wulan, unbeknownst to him, had already awakened and was now on the floor, desperately clutching his trousers. Earlier, she had simply fainted in fright, but upon hearing the gunshots echoing from the room, she forced herself to regain consciousness. With tear-filled, reddened eyes, she fixed her gaze upon Lin Shi, her voice a blend of despair and fury. You killed my son, didn't you? You killed my son, didn't you? Lin Shi struggled to break free, but found himself unable to do so. Lowering his gaze to this heartbroken mother, he felt no compassion. Your son has taken many lives. You are aware of that, aren't you? He deserved to die. If you must place blame, direct it at yourself for failing to raise him properly. Li Wulan screamed in anguish. He could have faced justice. What gives you the right to kill him? What gives you that right? Even if my son did kill, they were merely common, lowly individuals. My son was born noble. Taking a few lives of the wretched, compensating their families with money, is a privilege for them. You executioner, return my son to me. Were it not for her venomous words, the sight of her mourning the loss of her child would indeed evoke sympathy. Lin Shi let out a cold laugh, his exposed eyes brimming with derision. If that is the case, then let the law punish me as well. With that, he kicked the woman aside and sprinted towards the emergency exit. Li Wulan's expression twisted with rage as she glared at Lin Shi's retreating figure. Her voice hoarse with hatred. You killed my son. I will make your parents, siblings, and every relative and friend pay for his death. No matter where you flee, I will ensure you suffer and die in torment. Lin Shi abruptly turned, his eyes chillingly transformed, filled with murderous intent. He had long suspected that someone like Shun Jinbin would not have become such a monster without familial influence. Shun Famine was not a good man, and Shun Jinbin's mother was merely a wolf in human skin. Every grievance has its source. He had never intended to take more lives. Realizing what was happening, Li Wulan retreated in terror. No. I was just joking. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Shi shot without hesitation. The sound of the gunshot echoed, and a gaping wound appeared in Li Wulan's forehead. Her eyes widened in shock as she fell to the ground with a thud. After firing, Lin Shi did not glance back at Li Wulan, but swiftly sped down the hallway. Just as Lin Shi departed, the elevator doors on the 8th floor slid open. 5 hospital security guards rushed out, stunned by the bloody scene that lay before them. The corridor was awash in flowing blood. Heavens, what enmity is this? They said the victim was the son of a billionaire. Quick, check if he is still alive. Dead, he is dead. These are all gunshot victims. What should we do? Should we pursue? At that moment, a voice crackled over the intercom. The assailant has escaped through the secure passage. Pursue. No need to run too fast. Just hold him off. As Lin Shi raced to the 2nd floor, he heard the rapid footsteps approaching from below. They were closing in quickly. He murmured to himself, yanked open a window in the corridor, peered down, and jumped. A roll cushioned his fall, and he sprang to his feet, darting into the registration hall. The assailant has jumped out the window and is heading towards the registration hall. Surround him quickly. The hall was crowded, and only a few security guards were present, making it impossible to contain him. Lin Shi swiftly evaded their grasp and slipped into the restroom. When he emerged, he had changed into casual attire, discarding his mask and hat, and left the hospital unimpeded. Had it not been the end of the world, the security personnel could have identified Lin Shi through surveillance footage. However, filtering through the footage to pinpoint suspicious individuals required time, and time was no longer on their side. Lin Shi hailed a taxi and glanced at the upper right corner of his device. The first wave of danger will arrive in 28 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. He gazed through the taxi window at the oblivious, ordinary citizens on the street. The apocalypse was imminent. This was likely the last moment of tranquility. It seemed his previous post had failed to serve its purpose. The era of peace was about to vanish. Lin Shi kept a vigilant watch on the countdown timer on his device. As the taxi neared his safe house, approximately 4 kilometers away, the radio suddenly crackled to life. Attention all vehicles. This is the official safety bureau. At local time, 10:05 a.m., a solar storm will strike Tianyan Star. For driving safety, all vehicles must pull over immediately and remain stationary for 10 minutes. There will be no penalties for parking violations during this period. The broadcast repeated this message incessantly. Lin Shi stood frozen in shock. Just then, his phone rang, and time shifted back 15 minutes. At the apex of the Tiankai New Energy office building in Sanyuan City, Shun Fanren, the chairman of Tiankai New Energy, stood by the window, his expression grave as he listened to a report from his subordinate. Mr. Shun, we have discovered that in the past 2 days, someone has intercepted all export materials from Kaiming Nation. Furthermore, external orders have surged by several dozen times over these 2 days. Additionally, we've learned that the military has suddenly received a Level 1 combat readiness order. The mayor received a call at dawn, and the entire Sanyuan City will experience a power outage starting at 10 a.m. for a day. We have yet to ascertain the specific reasons for this. Oh, Shun Fanren furrowed his brow. He did not glance at his endangered son, but remained in Sanyuan City due to the inexplicable actions of those in power over the past 2 days. Tensions have been rising among nations in recent years. Could war be on the horizon? Yet, why would a power outage precede a conflict? Shun Fanren felt increasingly anxious about the opaque maneuvers of the authorities. At that moment, his private phone rang. The caller ID displayed a number associated with the security bureau, causing Shun Fanren to flinch. He answered the call, and a serious voice responded. Mr. Shun, this is the Shushi Security Bureau. We regret to inform you that your son, Shun Jinbin, along with his ex-wife Li Huilin and 3 bodyguards, were killed just moments ago. Shun Fanren's body shook violently. What did you say? The voice on the line continued. Moreover, we discovered handguns, daggers, and other illegal weapons on the 3 bodyguards. We have notified the Sanyuan City Security Bureau. Please do not leave Sanyuan City in the next 2 days and cooperate with our investigation. After concluding the call with the Security Bureau, Shun Fanren's expression morphed into one of terrifying rage. He slammed his phone onto the ground and turned to his loyal subordinate, forcing himself to suppress his fury. You said that it was Lin Shi who put Jinbin in critical condition? Yes, however, the reports from Team 2 indicate that this Lin Shi is a disguised assassin. Team 2 sent word yesterday afternoon that they would handle this individual, but we have yet to receive any update. Wang Ji did not understand why Shun Fanren was suddenly so enraged and relayed the information as it was. Disguised assassin? Then why was Lin Shi also in Shushi? Didn't you check to confirm whether Lin Shi was the real deal throughout the night? Now he has come to the hospital and killed my son, and the security personnel found firearms on our men. This is simply outrageous. Shun Fanren's forehead throbbed with veins, his eyes exuding a terrifying murderous intent. What? Could it be that Team 2 has failed? Wang Ji quickly pulled out his phone to contact Team 2. However, as minutes passed, he still could not get through. A night had passed. If Team 2 had succeeded, they would have reported back to him by now. Even if I have not yet completed the task, I shall answer the call immediately. The inability to reach me speaks volumes. Wang Ji realized the gravity of the situation and spoke in a low voice. I will promptly address the matters concerning the Public Security Bureau and personally escort Lin Shi back from Sha City for your disposal. Shun Fanren's voice was icy. Locate Lin Shi and bring him back to the research facility alive, regardless of whether he is the one who killed Bin. I want him to regret ever having existed in this world. Understood. Furthermore, have my several illegitimate children brought back. Yes. After Wang Ji departed, Shun Fanren swept all the documents off the table onto the floor. Useless. All of them are worthless. Shun Fanren's chest heaved, visibly enraged, yet devoid of any sorrow for his lost son. A beautiful woman entered the room. Her gentle face bore no marks of age, and her floral dress exuded an air of tranquility. If Lin Shi were present, he would recognize this woman as his mother, Lu Xiu, who had remarried. Lu Xiu approached Shun Fanren, her delicate hands gently kneading his shoulders as she breathed softly. What has you so angry? If you ruin your health, what will become of my happiness in the years to come? Shun Fanren usually succumbed to such charms, but today, he seized Lu Xiu's hand and forcefully cast her to the ground. What is it? Your precious son has killed my son. And now the Public Security Bureau is after me. If this matter brings unwanted attention from above, I shall deal with you as well. Lu Xiu, initially taken aback by being thrown to the ground, was horrified to hear his words. What? Jinbin is dead. Lin Shi killed him? How can this be possible? Despite witnessing Shun Fanren's murderous expression, Lu Xiu still found it hard to believe. Having raised Lin Shi for over a decade, She was undoubtedly one of the few who understood him well. Lin Shi was easygoing, obedient, loyal, somewhat clever, yet overly naive and easily trusting. He had never even harmed a fish, so how could he be a killer? Moreover, Jean Bin was surrounded by adept bodyguards. Lin Shi was merely an ordinary university student. How could he possibly overcome such protection? Lu Xiu cautiously observed the furious Shun Fanren and voiced her doubts. Doesn't Jean Bin have several Southeast Asian mercenary bodyguards? How could an ordinary person like Lin Shi kill him? It seems your son has concealed much from you. Even from his own mother, Shun Fanren retorted darkly. Scrutinizing Lu Xiu. Call him now. Ask him where he is. Instruct him to return to Sanyuan City at once. Realizing the situation was dire, Lu Xiu panicked. All right, I will call him right away. When Lin Shi's phone rang, he glanced at it and casually hung up. Lu Xiu had not contacted him even once in the 11 years since she remarried and Lin Shi's death. He had not seen her for a full 11 years, only hearing scattered rumors about her. She had been living a high-profile life as the wife of the shelter director in Sanyuan City, while he scavenged for scraps outside the shelter like a stray dog. It was only through experiencing the apocalypse that Lin Shi came to understand the existence of such a heartless mother. Now, he had learned that this very woman was responsible for his father's demise. Even though she was his mother, Lin Shi had drawn a clear line in his heart. Just after he had killed Jean Bin, Lu Xiu suddenly reached out to him. The reason was all too clear. A bitter smile of derision crossed Lin Shi's face. As Jean Bin had pointed out, his mother seemed to care for him less than she did for her biological son. Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, due to his rebirth and the death of Jean Bin, Shun Fanren would no longer trust Lu Xiu, nor would he indulge her as he had in his past life. The taxi radio continued to repeat warnings for all vehicles to pull over. The driver, bewildered, exclaimed, "What is this? A solar storm? Good heavens! I've been driving my whole life and have never heard of such a thing." At that moment, Lin Shi noticed an unexpected presence of traffic officers on the streets, directing all vehicles to stop. The traffic lights along the entire road turned red. Such a scene had not occurred in his previous life. When the solar storm struck, vehicles malfunctioned, leading to countless traffic accidents and chaos. Many had perished in that wave of solar storms. Was it his earlier post that had taken effect? Or was it his rebirth that had triggered a butterfly effect? This scene unfolded not only in Sha City, but across the nation. Soon, all vehicles on the streets gradually slowed and came to a halt, including the taxi Lin Shi was in. He glanced at the upper right corner of the treasure basin. The first wave of danger will arrive in 7 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. Tossing a 100 yuan bill onto the seat, Lin Shi flung open the door and ran. He was the only one aware that this impending danger was far more than just a solar storm. While the electromagnetic pulse from the solar storm posed little threat to the human body, it also triggered a powerful geomagnetic storm that would cause significant upheaval in the magnetic field. Most individuals would experience discomfort, dizziness, and nausea, while those sensitive to magnetic fields could even fall into a coma. Lin Shi himself had succumbed to unconsciousness on this very day in his past life. He had to return to his safe house to ensure his survival. Fortunately, time was still on his side. Lin Shi rushed to the roadside, pulled out his phone, and scanned a shared bicycle, swiftly pedaling along the non-motorized lane towards his safe haven. Chapter 43, The End of Technological Civilization. The bicycle, which typically could only reach speeds of 20 kilometers per hour, was now propelled by Lin Shi to an impressive 40 to 50 kilometers per hour. "Stop! Danger!" came the shouts of the traffic officers behind him, but Lin Shi paid them no heed. After riding for some distance, he noticed that the nearby buildings' billboards and LED lights were all dark. The once brightly lit advertisements in the city center, visible even from kilometers away, were now extinguished. Had there been a sudden power outage? This thought merely flickered through Lin Shi's mind. Without dwelling on it, he pedaled with all his might, finally returning to the mountain in the last minute. The first wave of danger will arrive in 31 seconds. Please prepare accordingly. He discarded the shared bicycle and hurried to the door, unlocking it as swiftly as possible. Entering through the first door, he locked it tightly behind him. He then removed the surveillance camera facing the door and stowed it away. The first wave of danger will arrive in 5 seconds. Please prepare accordingly. Lin Shi quickly inserted the key into the second door. Click, the door opened. The first wave of danger will arrive in 3 seconds. Please prepare accordingly. Stepping inside, Lin Shi forcefully closed the door behind him and collapsed onto the lazy sofa. The first wave of danger will arrive in 1 second. Please prepare accordingly. The solar storm has arrived, and the geomagnetic storm is forming. Source material is rapidly generating. In that instant of darkness, Lin Shi pondered. Source material? What is that? Simultaneously, an invisible solar storm swept across the entire Tianyan star. Over 1,000 satellites orbiting Tianyin star erupted in a dazzling display of sparks. Akin to a grand fireworks show, all satellites were destroyed. Those that did not explode ceased to function. Fragments from the satellite explosions rained down like cannon fire upon various nations' manned spacecraft. In an instant, the screens of space stations across various nations plunged into darkness, only to be abruptly illuminated by surges of electricity and sparks. The astronauts still laboring within these stations found themselves at the forefront of this solar storm, facing imminent destruction. Despite having received warnings the previous night regarding the approaching solar tempest, they ultimately had neither the time nor the opportunity to return home. Concurrently, all devices on the celestial body of Tianyin suddenly lost signal. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The formidable electromagnetic pulse unleashed by the solar storm swept across Tianyin, releasing a terrifying wave of energy that swiftly obliterated every electronic device with circuitry globally. The electromagnetic pulse was indiscriminate, destroying not only devices in operation, but also those that were dormant. In this era of advanced technology, nearly all items contained circuitry. Aircraft in flight plummeted straight from the sky, while ships, aircraft carriers, and submarines alike were reduced to heaps of scrap metal. Countless household appliances erupted into sparks, some fortunate enough to emit mere smoke, while others ignited into flames. In the chaos, people fled their homes in terror, but some, like Lin Shi, succumbed to the geomagnetic storm, falling unconscious and being engulfed by the inferno. Those near transformers were horrified to detect a burning odor as the wires connected to the transformers ignited. Across the globe, every power station, whether hydroelectric or nuclear, faced catastrophic overloads, with fuses rapidly burning out or even igniting. Some nuclear facilities experienced explosions, annihilating everything within hundreds of kilometers. The world was suddenly plunged into darkness, and vast regions of Tianyin, enveloped in night, succumbed to blackness. Countless individuals reliant on medical machinery for survival slipped into unconsciousness, drifting toward death. Yet this was not the end. All vehicles, cars, energy vehicles, and battery-operated ones, suffered sudden malfunctions. Streets became chaotic scenes of multi-vehicle collisions, with dozens if not hundreds of cars entangled in wrecks. As people sought help, they discovered in horror that their phones either overheated and burned out or displayed nothing but black screens, unable to contact anyone or receive assistance. They could only flee desperately from the spreading flames. In mere minutes, Tianyin was engulfed in a conflagration. If one were to gaze from outer space, they would witness the fleeting spectacle marking the end of an era defined by technological advancement on Tianyin. The fruits of humanity's explosive technological growth over the past few centuries met their demise on this day. Lin Shi, having experienced this calamity in a previous life, now succumbed to unconsciousness, much like many sensitive individuals, due to the dramatic shift in Tianyin's magnetic field. With no power activated and all appliances stored away by Lin Shi, this danger bore no consequence for him. Unbeknownst to him, his earlier warning had prompted the nation of Kaiming to shut down its entire power supply that morning. While other countries fell into chaos and flames, Kaiming experienced significantly fewer casualties. The butterfly effect triggered by his rebirth commenced altering the trajectory of the future from this moment onward. Unconscious, Lin Shi remained oblivious to the transformations occurring within the interface of the treasure basin before him. Mass generation of restart sources is underway, accelerating the evolutionary pace of all life on Tianyin. Safety conditions detected for the seed commence absorption of the source to complete evolution. Consciousness loss detected in the seed, auxiliary program activated. Treasure basin autonomously initiated, startup in progress, completion achieved. Commencing source absorption. Lin Shi kept his eyes tightly shut, a faint golden light emanating from his brow. Invisible, minute particles gathered towards his body, merging with him, his cells, and his very genes. Had Lin Shi's genetic chain been observed at this moment, one would witness it rapidly absorbing these substances. The genetic chain fractured swiftly, only to be reassembled almost instantaneously. This state resembled the unlocking of genetic locks. However, unlike the usual unlocking process, where the genetic breakage lacks such rapid reformation, Lin Shi, in his unconscious state, felt no pain from the unlocking of his genetic locks. Simultaneously, other beings on Tianyin unconsciously absorbed the source, with animals absorbing it the quickest, followed by plants, and lastly, humans. Among humans, individual differences existed, yet even the mightiest animals were far outstripped by Lin Shi's current absorption rate. After a day and night, the geomagnetic storm began to wane, and the formation of source material in the air slowed. Those who had succumbed to unconsciousness or discomfort due to the magnetic field upheaval gradually returned to normalcy. The golden light on Lin Shi's brow began to fade, and simultaneously, the treasure basin interface displayed new notifications. The apocalypse has officially commenced. The next wave of danger will initiate a countdown within 72 hours. Shortly thereafter, Lin Shi's eyelids fluttered as he regained consciousness. Chapter 44. Encounter in the Rain. Lin Shi slowly opened his eyes to find the interior of the safe house engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light source. Had the solar storm and geomagnetic tempest passed? He rubbed his forehead, still feeling somewhat dazed. He retrieved an emergency flashlight from his space and switched it on, illuminating the walls. Then he produced a gasoline generator and connected it to the household wiring. As he flipped the electric switch, power surged back into the safe house. Lin Shi had no idea how long he had been unconscious. In his previous life, he had been out for a day and a night. Uncertain if the same held true for this existence. His mechanical watch indicated the time was 11:34. A rumble from his stomach reminded him that he felt as though he hadn't eaten in 2 or 3 days. Lin Shi resolved to hydrate and eat something before venturing outside to assess the situation. Suddenly, a vague recollection surfaced regarding the notification from the treasure basin prior to his unconsciousness. Solar storm arrived, geomagnetic storm forming, source material rapidly generating. What was source material? Checking the treasure basin interface revealed no changes. The previous countdown had vanished. His stomach grumbled again, protesting its emptiness. Suppressing his curiosity, Lin Shi retrieved a pot, an induction cooker, and a slab of beef from his space. He filled the pot with water, placed it on the heat, and, after adding hot pot seasoning, began slicing the beef into the pot. The meat was fresh, and, as he sliced, he couldn't resist tasting a piece, complemented by some fresh vegetables. He quickly consumed 5 pounds of beef. When did I become such a voracious eater? Although his belly was full, an inexplicable sensation lingered, as if he had not eaten enough. Residual effects of the geomagnetic storm? Lin Shi patted his stomach, placed the dishes in the sink, and turned on the faucet to check the water flow. Ordinary electric water pumping devices would have been damaged by the electromagnetic pulse. Therefore, when constructing his water pumping apparatus, Lin Shi had insisted that the craftsman utilize traditional, non-powered methods. The fact that water still flowed validated his foresight. The water was slightly cold, yet still within the realm of normalcy. After cleaning the dishes, Lin Shi changed into long sleeves and pants and opened the first door of the safe house. The soundproofing of the safe house was excellent. Upon reaching the entrance, he peered through the peephole to glimpse the outside world before opening the door. Heavy rain poured outside, and Lin Shi extended his hand to catch a handful of raindrops. The outdoor temperature was only slightly cool. It seemed his period of unconsciousness mirrored that of his previous life. After the solar storm in his former existence, the sun's brightness diminished at a visibly rapid pace. And within 3 days, the temperature on Tianyun plummeted dramatically. At that moment, Lin Shi found himself in Sanyuan City. He recalled that upon waking on the second day, the temperature had plummeted by over 10 degrees Celsius, and a torrential rain began to pour outside. The populace was still gripped by panic due to the loss of electricity following a solar storm, leaving them cut off from external communications. They failed to notice the unusual weather, merely attributing it to a surge of cold air. However, by the third day, the temperature continued to drop by more than 20 degrees. Extreme weather phenomena, such as hail, powerful typhoons, and blizzards emerged in numerous regions. People began to sense that something was amiss, venturing out into the heavy snow to hoard supplies. On the fourth day, temperatures fell again, dropping by over 30 degrees in just one day. The temperature difference between morning and afternoon reached 20 to 30 degrees, an exceedingly alarming situation. Many individuals who had gone out to procure supplies found themselves unable to return home, succumbing to hypothermia in the blizzard. In the southern regions, temperatures plummeted to around minus 50 degrees Celsius, and conditions in the north were even more dire. The human body requires time to acclimatize to such temperature changes. Yet the sun offered no grace period for adaptation. Even those who sought refuge at home, cocooned in blankets, could not withstand the sudden drop in temperature, resulting in widespread illness, frostbite, and death. Hospitals were overwhelmed, with equipment and ambulances rendered inoperative by the solar storm, compounded by a lack of electricity. The pace of treatment could not keep up with the influx of patients, and medical supplies began to dwindle. Countless lives were lost within a single day. Panic and chaos ensued as people began to realize that the apocalypse had arrived. Sha City, near the equator, was currently experiencing summer, so the temperature drop was not as swift as in Sanyuan City. Just 2 days prior, the daytime temperature in Sha City had reached 32 degrees Celsius. Lin Shi retrieved an electronic thermometer, which indicated a temperature of 22 degrees Celsius. He returned indoors, donned a coat, and slung a backpack over his shoulder. Seizing the opportunity before the impending storm, he resolved to venture out and gather supplies. Although the resources within his space were sufficient, no one would ever complain about having an abundance. Extra supplies could be traded or kept for unforeseen circumstances. With no surveillance outside, he felt liberated from the fear of exposing his hidden cache. Clad in a waterproof raincoat, Lin Shi stepped outside and picked up a shared bicycle he had carelessly discarded earlier. The electronic lock had been disabled by the electromagnetic pulse, yet remained fully operational. He mounted the bike and sped down the hill. Once he descended, Lin Shi noted that cycling felt remarkably effortless today. Previously, he had to exert himself to reach speeds of 40 to 50 kilometers per hour, but now he breezed along with ease. Had a mere nap rejuvenated his stamina? As he pondered this, he failed to notice an intersection ahead. A group of individuals emerged from the corner, clad in matching raincoats, their expressions stern and vigilant. Upon closer inspection, he could see the military green uniforms peeking out from beneath their raincoats. Among them was a girl in a transparent raincoat, wearing a pristine white dress. Closely guarded at the center of the group, startled by the sudden appearance of Lin Shi, he attempted to brake, but it was too late. The screech of the brakes echoed as the bicycle collided with the group. A gasp escaped the girl amidst the crowd. A middle-aged man stepped forward, his brow furrowed, and with a swift motion, he kicked the bicycle's frame. A normal person would have surely suffered a fracture from such a blow, yet instead of a cry of pain, it was Lin Shi who found himself propelled backward along with the bicycle. His eyes widened in realization as he steadied himself after retreating several meters. Glancing down, he saw the front of the bicycle had been dented. Who were these formidable individuals? The others grew wary, regarding Lin Shi with suspicion, some even reaching beneath their raincoats. Reacting swiftly, Lin Shi scratched his head apologetically and said, "My sincerest apologies. I was merely out to gather some supplies and was in a hurry to return home. Thankfully, I did not collide with you all. Sir, is your leg all right?" The middle-aged man said nothing, merely narrowing his eyes at Lin Shi, filled with scrutiny and caution. Lin Shi's grip on the handlebars tightened slightly as both parties fell into a tense silence. At that moment, a female voice emerged from the group. "Uncle Chio, it's fine. Didn't he do it on purpose?" It was the girl who had cried out in alarm earlier. She pushed through the crowd, only to be halted by the man referred to as Uncle Chio. With impatience, she addressed him, "Let us hurry. It's pouring, and my clothes are getting soaked." "Hey, you crashed into us, and we won TB compensating for the bike." The latter part was directed at Lin Shi. The girl appeared to be of a similar age to Lin Shi, her skin fair and flawless. Despite her attractive features, her expression of annoyance marred her beauty. Lin Shi waved his hands dismissively, his face a mask of contrition. No, it was my fault for riding too fast. If that gentleman was hurt, I can return home to fetch money for medical expenses." Having navigated the apocalypse for 8 years, Lin Shi considered his acting skills quite proficient, embodying the persona of an ordinary young man convincingly. Uncle Chio scrutinized Lin Shi deeply before pulling the girl behind him and parting the way, saying, "Next time, ride slower. Going that fast isn't safe." The others stepped aside, allowing him to pass. Lin Shi grinned broadly, his smile innocent and sincere. "Understood. Thank you, sir." With that, he mounted his bike and rode past the group. It wasn't until he had cycled several hundred meters and rounded a corner that the unsettling feeling of being watched dissipated. Lin Shi then realized he was coated in a thin sheen of cold sweat. The previous group had exuded an aura of danger, particularly the middle-aged man, who had exerted the most pressure on him. Had a conflict arisen, even with his surprise advantage, victory was not guaranteed. Fortunately, it was a close call without incident. He cared little for who those people were or their intentions. His sole purpose was to seek out supplies, wishing to avoid unnecessary entanglements. With the earlier incident in mind, Lin Shi chose to moderate his speed. Upon reaching the main road, he observed the streets littered with abandoned vehicles. In contrast to his previous life, the cars were neatly parked along the roadside, devoid of the chaotic scenes of collisions that once choked the pathways. Pedestrians wandered about in small groups, some hurried, while others returned laden with bulging bags of supplies. The entire city now lay in a state devoid of electricity, cut off from any external information. Many had begun to consciously stockpile resources, while others clung to the hope that the power outage was merely a localized issue that would soon be rectified. Yet, when the reality dawned that electricity would not return, and their once familiar electronic devices became useless, the environment deteriorated, and death began to claim lives with no one to care. They would come to realize that this city had descended into lawlessness. Those still willing to spend money on supplies would soon find themselves facing a reality of zero-cost acquisition. Lin Shi aimed to seize the opportunity for a bountiful harvest before the populace fully grasped their predicament. Presently, the supermarkets would be teeming with those scrambling for provisions. His target was the shipping containers at the port. After more than an hour, Lin Shi finally arrived at the southern port of Sha City. Countless containers and towering cranes stretched out before him, alongside numerous cargo ships neatly docked at the harbor. The number of vessels exceeded his expectations. Indeed, given that the authorities have announced the cessation of vehicle operations, it is quite possible they have also instructed ships to dock temporarily. Perhaps my post was not in vain and has truly made a difference. Lin Shi glanced around to ensure he was not being observed before retracting his bicycle into his spatial dimension. This port typically boasts a considerable number of management personnel. Yet following the solar storm, operations have been suspended and many have fled home in fright. Even if there are still some personnel present, their numbers are likely diminished. With the absence of surveillance cameras in such a vast port, Lin Shi, with a modicum of caution, could evade detection effortlessly. The only sound that pervaded the area was the gentle patter of raindrops upon the containers, an eerie silence enveloping the surroundings. He approached a container, placing his hand upon it. With a mere thought, its contents were transported into his spatial realm. Externally, the container appeared unscathed, yet inside, it was entirely devoid of items. Such a discreet method of extraction could only be executed by Lin Shi. The first container he pilfered contained a bounty of watermelons, a fortuitous start. A faint smile graced his features. The fruits from Sha City, basking in ample sunlight, were delectable. This single container of watermelons would sustain him for quite some time. He proceeded to the next container, which held coconuts. After successfully acquiring 6 containers of fruit, Lin Shi ventured towards another cluster of containers. This time his luck faltered, as the container was empty. In fact, 3 consecutive containers yielded nothing. It soon became evident that locked containers generally housed goods, while those without locks were mostly vacant. Containers containing merchandise were systematically segregated from the empty ones. Upon discerning this pattern, Lin Shi deftly circumvented the unsecured containers and moved towards the next assemblage. Here, he discovered a container filled with clothing, though it consisted predominantly of short-sleeve garments. He casually appropriated one container, opting not to take more. A sudden realization struck him. In Sha City, summer predominates throughout the year, suggesting that the wardrobes of local residents are largely composed of summer attire, with perhaps only a few pieces for spring and autumn. When the bitter cold of winter arrives, it remains uncertain how many of these natives will succumb to the chill, perhaps even more than those in Sanyuan City. Subsequently, Lin Shi collected 3 containers of snacks, 4 of frozen seafood, and 2 of daily necessities. Within one of the containers, he stumbled upon several imported vehicles, each valued in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. The sealed metal containers could, to a degree, shield against electromagnetic pulses, leaving the cars either intact or damaged. Regardless, with ample space still available, Lin Shi continued his collection unabated. Electronics, crafts, household items, food, industrial supplies. Within a port boasting nearly 10,000 containers, Lin Shi traversed from one to another, akin to a child opening surprise boxes, accumulating the treasures within. However, it wasn't long before a group of uninvited guests arrived at the southern port. Ligu, do you really think we want to get into trouble? 5 young men, appearing to be around 25 or 26, sauntered towards the vicinity of the port. The one speaking was a bald youth, visibly anxious, glancing around as if in fear of something. Li Kuei smacked the bald young man's head with irritation. His expression wanted displeasure. What are you afraid of? Did I not tell you? The entire city is without power, and the surveillance cameras are down. With so many containers here, if we clear one out, no one will notice. These individuals had set their sights on containers. But what if there are still cameras and power? The bald youth replied cautiously, his eyes betraying concern and trepidation. Li Kuei, exasperated by his lack of insight, pointed an accusatory finger at the bald youth's nose, exclaiming, "This is why you'll never get rich. You possess no observational skills. Just look around. Where in Sha City is there any electricity? Even the traffic lights are dark." Li Kuei surveyed his 4 companions, brothers who had stuck with him for 2 years, and noted their troubled expressions. He spoke persuasively. "I brought you along to seize this opportunity because of our long association. If I were to betray you, I would be sealing my own fate as well. This is a golden opportunity. Once power is restored, we may never have this chance again. Think of those who look down upon you. Do you wish to remain impoverished and scorned for life?" Li Kuei's fervent rhetoric dripped with urgency, fueled by the high-interest debt he had incurred during a recent gambling spree. Those he owed money to were not the typical loan sharks. They wielded significant influence, and dealing with them was a perilous affair. If he failed to repay, he could face dire consequences. Just as desperation consumed him. The entire Shushi experienced a blackout, a stroke of fortune for him. Thus, he promptly set his sights on the nearby port, realizing he could not do this alone. Hence recruiting these 4 timid souls. Seeing that his words had swayed them, Li Kuei pressed on. With so many boxes, if we empty one, no one will be the wiser, and since there are no cameras, even if someone discovers it, they won't know it was us. If we get caught, you can all just say I commanded you. His rationale seemed sound, and as he took responsibility, the others shed their apprehensions, their eyes glinting with varying degrees of avarice. They were all in their 20s, with none holding legitimate employment, spending most of their time reliant on their families. Thus, they found camaraderie in their shared struggles. A young man with bleached hair spat on the ground, declaring, "Let us do it. This wealth has been scraped from the backs of the common folk by the capitalists. We're merely redistributing the riches." Li Gu is right. There's no surveillance now, so what is there to fear? After this haul, I'll throw the money at my old man and show him I'm not just a worthless spender, boasted a stout young man with multiple chins. The last of the group, a youth with a buzz cut and earrings, chimed in, "Let us go for it." The bald young man, seeing his companions rallying, gritted his teeth. "I'm with Li Gu." "Excellent." Li Kuei nodded with satisfaction. "Let us move quickly." At that moment, the bleached-haired youth suddenly exclaimed, "Li Gu, there is someone over there. Could he be one of the port officials?" He pointed to Lin Shi, who was 100 meters away, engrossed in his collection of container goods. Li Kuei followed the direction of the young man's finger, scrutinizing Lin Shi for a moment before concluding that he was not an official, as port staff wore standardized uniforms. "Ignore him. We'll head to the other side." With that, he led his companions towards another cluster of containers. Some at the port were for imports, others for exports. A myriad of items awaited discovery. Lin Shi had just collected a container of pharmaceuticals and another of luxury goods. Though the luxury items were of no use to him, the medicines were invaluable. He placed his hand on the container before him, and with a thought, it opened to reveal a box filled with seeds. The container brimmed with over 2,000 boxes, each labeled with the names of various seeds. The seeds were minuscule. Within a single box, there could be tens of thousands. This entire container likely contained over 100 million seeds. If he did not take them, they would perish in a few days, rendered unusable by the cold. Yet, even if he collected them, the apocalyptic environment would render planting impossible. In a world of extreme cold, aside from a few mutated plants, most flora would succumb to frostbite, leaving the earth devoid of color, except for white. With a hint of regret, Lin Shi shook his head but nonetheless stored the seeds in his spatial realm. After gathering supplies from over 100 containers, only a small corner of his space was occupied, given the current dimensions of the space. Accommodating over 20,000 containers of supplies poses no challenge. Lin Shi continued his stride towards the next container. Suddenly, a series of metallic clangs echoed in the distance. Frowning, Lin Shi turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. A few containers obstructed his view, preventing him from discerning what lay several hundred meters away. Cautiously, he approached and concealed himself behind a container, peering out to discover 5 masked individuals brandishing a stolen fire axe, attempting to chop through the lock of a container door. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Shi's face. Remarkably, others had reacted swiftly, sharing a motive akin to his own. However, these individuals lacked the means to transport their loot. They could only break the locks and carry away a limited amount of goods, despite the rain muffling the noise. Such commotion was likely to attract the attention of nearby personnel. Indeed, after a few glances, Lin Shi spotted 2 raincoat-clad managers hurrying towards the scene from several hundred meters away. "It's opening. The door is ajar. Quick, let us see what's inside," exclaimed one of the assailants. "Holy crap. Isn't this the bag, often flaunted by female celebrities on television? This is a luxury brand. I've got an X-brand one right here. This entire metal box is filled with valuable goods. We're going to strike it rich." The 5 of them rushed into the container, tearing open boxes, entirely oblivious to the approaching managers. Lin Shi swiftly concealed himself behind the container, absconding with the supplies from within. The 2 port managers, guided by the noise, soon discovered the open container. "Hey, what are you doing?" The 5 individuals jumped in fright. The bald youth, clutching a luxury bag box, dropped it to the ground. Li Gu, we've been discovered." "Shut up, you fool," Li Kuei hissed. The 2 managers brandished their nightsticks, pointing at the 5, commanding, "Step out." Li Kuei cast a gluttonous glance at the container brimming with luxury items. With this haul, he could not only repay his usurious debts, but also purchase a home in the suburbs, securing a stable life ahead. Failure today would mean an inability to pay back the exorbitant loans, resulting in severe consequences, including dismemberment and imprisonment. With no surveillance in sight, eliminating these 2 would leave no trace of his involvement. A fierce glint flashed across Li Kuei's face as he seized the fire axe and charged at one of the port managers. Chapter 47. The Arrival of the Troops. The two managers were taken aback by the ferocity of the assailants, and in their moment of shock, one was swiftly felled. Blood pooled around the fallen figure. The other, paralyzed with fear, scrambled backward, pleading, "No, don't kill me." Li Kuei struck the man's leg, his bloodshot eyes scanning the others. "Why aren't you moving?" This scene was a shocking revelation to those who had always lived under the safety and order of societal rules. The four, fearing for their lives, gathered their courage and approached the two managers still clinging to life. Lin Shi chose not to witness any further. Such violence would soon become a commonplace occurrence. Avoiding involvement, he redirected his efforts to continue gathering supplies. Over the course of 2 hours, Lin Shi managed to secure the majority of the container supplies into his space. The rain-soaked day had cast a gloomy pall over the evening light, which was already dimming. The temperature had dropped a few degrees from midday, and the damp air carried a chill. With no streetlights and the absence of a moon on this rainy night, Lin Shi prepared to return. Perhaps today was simply not his day. As he was about to leave, he unexpectedly encountered the 5 individuals again. They bore little resemblance to their former selves, with 3 of them having lost their raincoats, revealing their true identities, their garments stained with blood. Notably, the first assailant had nearly rendered his green attire unrecognizable due to the blood. "Ligo, it's that kid from earlier." The blonde recognized Lin Shi by his attire. After Lin Shi departed, they had only managed to haul goods for less than half an hour before encountering 3 staff members searching for them. Killing 2 or 5 made no difference. They united in their actions without the need for words. Having committed murder twice, the 5 had largely suppressed their initial fears and had become bloodthirsty, attacking anyone they encountered. As they spotted another figure, the crew-cut man, with a menacing expression, charged at Lin Shi wielding the fire axe. Lin Shi reached into his raincoat, retrieving a silenced handgun from his space, and fired directly. With a muffled thud, a bullet pierced the crew-cut man's forehead, who staggered forward a few steps before collapsing, the axe slipping from his grasp. The remaining 4, including Li Kuei, were abruptly jolted from their frenzy. Thud! The bald youth dropped to his knees, clutching his head. "Don't kill me. I'll confess. Please don't kill me." Lin Shi smoothly drew his weapon and fired, causing the bald youth to instinctively perceive him as a law enforcement officer. Li Kuei, with a face twisted in rage, shouted, "What are you afraid of? We've killed enough people to warrant a hail of bullets. P.S. Just one person with a gun. Let us charge him together." With that, he lunged forward. The stocky man and the blonde, seeing this, exchanged fierce glances and rushed at Lin Shi as well. Lin Shi decisively fired 3 shots, dropping all 3 in succession. The last one, the blonde, nearly grasped Lin Shi's arm, but the unsteady foe stood no chance against him. In mere moments, 4 bodies lay sprawled on the ground. The 5-man bandit crew had been reduced to the bald youth, who knelt there, terrified and trembling. Lin Shi turned his gun towards him. In a state of despair and fear, the bald youth's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Just as Lin Shi was about to step closer to silence him, he suddenly heard a commotion. A series of synchronized footsteps echoed nearby. Instinctively sensing danger, Lin Shi swiftly retreated behind a container. A squad of fully armed soldiers emerged from behind a cluster of containers, closing in on him within mere meters. "Who goes there?" Lin Shi furrowed his brow. Were they military personnel? Upon arriving in Sha City, he learned that the troops were stationed on a small island, with no boats available. Had these soldiers rowed over? As dusk approached, the heavy rain and dimming light had prevented Lin Shi from noticing any vessels on the water. These thoughts raced through his mind as he quickly suppressed his footsteps and stealthily retreated behind the containers. However, Lin Shi's luck continued to wane. After narrowly escaping one group of soldiers, he hadn't gone far when another squad appeared from behind a nearby container. A dozen black muzzles pointed directly at him. "Who are you?" Lin Shi immediately halted, raising his hands and feigning panic. "I'm just a student." Upon hearing student, the soldiers lowered their weapons slightly, though they remained vigilant, encircling him. "Don't move." They had just landed at the port and discovered several corpses nearby, along with evidence of forced entry into the containers. This was undoubtedly a heinous murder case. Although their primary mission was to secure the supplies, they also had a duty to apprehend the perpetrators. One soldier stepped forward to search Lin Shi. He had already concealed the handgun back in his space and complied without resistance. "Report. No hazardous items found." The soldier returned to the formation. A stern-looking officer approached Lin Shi, confirming his age before inquiring, "Which school do you attend, and what brings you here?" "Sha City Art Institute," Lin Shi replied, mentioning Su Qin's school. The identity of a student tends to evoke a sense of ease in others. Moreover, Lin Shi was originally a student himself. I intended to return to school, but I got lost without navigation, Lin Shi remarked. Logically speaking, it made sense that without a taxi or navigation assistance, one could easily lose their way. May I see your student ID? When Lin Shi revealed his unease at not having it, he inquired, would my ID card suffice? Upon seeing the affirmative nod from the soldier, Lin Shi retrieved an identification card from the compartment of his phone case that had not been searched by the soldiers. It was a small habit of his to keep either his ID or access card tucked away in that compartment. Wang Chao took the ID card, confirmed its validity, and returned it to Lin Shi. Lin Shi was dressed neatly, without a trace of blood or any weapon, and at merely 19 years of age. It was difficult to associate him with a murderer. Nevertheless, Wang Chao could not shake the feeling that something about the young man named Lin Shi was amiss. Come with me for a moment. I will arrange for someone to take you back to school shortly. Lin Shi's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained a facade of nonchalance, replying, all right. Before long, Lin Shi found himself escorted to an open area. A quick glance revealed at least several hundred soldiers, each armed with a firearm. Additionally, there were over 100 uniformed port management personnel gathered in this space. At that moment, a rotund man, evidently a port leader, was tearfully addressing a man suspected to be a commanding officer. Furthermore, Lin Shi spotted the lone survivor from the group of 5, a bald young man, tightly bound with ropes and guarded by 2 soldiers, his face etched with despair. Just then, the bald youth suddenly lifted his head and glanced in Lin Shi's direction. Chapter 48. Escape. Sensing the gaze of the bald young man, Lin Shi hastily turned away, seeking refuge behind a towering individual to avoid recognition. Where are you hiding from? A somewhat familiar voice resonated from behind him. Lin Shi's body stiffened slightly. Upon turning to face the source, he realized it was Wang Chao, the officer who had brought him here. Wang Chao's keen eyes scrutinized Lin Shi intently, as if attempting to discern something. Lin Shi understood that suspicion had been cast upon him. Before he could respond to Wang Chao's inquiry, another squad of soldiers entered the open area. Report. We discovered 2 students at the port exit who claimed to be lost. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi turned to look and, upon recognizing one of the 2 students being escorted, his expression shifted dramatically. Wang Chao glanced at Lin Shi before striding toward the 2 students. For reasons unknown, his years of military instinct told him that this boy named Lin Shi was not ordinary. Wang Chao approached the 2 female students and inquired of the soldier accompanying them. Which school do they attend? Have their identities been verified? Sir, they are from Shushi Art Academy, and their identities have been confirmed. One of the girls cried. We've been wandering around for ages and can't find our way back. It's getting dark and we're so scared. What has happened in Shushi? Why has our phone suddenly stopped working? I just want to go home. Wang Chao frowned, wanting to ask more questions. But Lin Shi squinted and waved at the other girl, Su Qin. Su Qin had intended to go shopping with her dorm mate using the 20,000 yuan Lin Shi had given her 2 days prior. However, she had inexplicably fainted and awoke to find her phone dead. Upon stepping outside, she realized that Shushi had undergone a drastic change. With no transportation and no phone, she and her companion had become lost while attempting to return to school. Initially relieved to see the soldiers, they found themselves brought to this unfamiliar setting. Surrounded by strangers and armed soldiers, Su Qin's face was a mask of anxiety and tension. Su Qin, upon hearing a familiar voice, she turned to see Lin Shi. What are you doing here? Her face lit up with excitement. In such a strange and solemn environment, seeing a familiar male figure undoubtedly heightened her sense of security. Wang Chao observed their familiarity and asked Su Qin, do you know each other? Su Qin nodded vigorously, her expression brimming with joy. Yes, we are classmates. In her enthusiasm, she spoke rapidly, inadvertently omitting the word for high school. She had meant to say they were high school classmates, but now it seemed irrelevant. Wang Chao's gaze softened upon hearing this, realizing he may have misunderstood the situation. Please wait here. I will find a comrade familiar with the terrain of Shushi to escort you back to school. With that, he turned and departed. Lin Shi silently exhaled in relief. Xiaoqin, who is this? Inquired the still sniffling Li Xiao. I'm a student in the sculpture department. Lin Shi winked at Su Qin. Su Qin, puzzled by when Lin Shi had switched to the sculpture department, quickly understood that he was signaling for her cooperation. Lin Shi was so generous. Assisting with this trivial matter was certainly within her means. Yes, he is also a freshman, Su Qin replied ambiguously. After a brief exchange, Wang Chao soon returned with a soldier who appeared only slightly older than the 3 of them. This is Li Wei. He is also from Shushi and knows the way to your school. Follow him, Wang Chao instructed. Lin Shi and the 2 girls expressed their gratitude. It's the least we could do. Be careful on the road. It's unsafe to walk at night without streetlights. Return in the morning, Wang Chao advised, addressing Li Wei in the latter part of his statement. Li Wei acknowledged and led the three away. Not long after they departed, a soldier approached Wang Chao to report, "Sir, we have apprehended the perpetrator responsible for the murder of nearby management personnel. He has confessed that those individuals were killed by him and his accomplices. However, 4 of his accomplices have already been shot dead. According to this bald man, it was a young security officer clad in a black raincoat who fired the shots." A young security officer in a black raincoat? For some inexplicable reason, Wang Chao's mind immediately flashed to Lin Shi's face as he said, "Take me to the suspect." After walking a short distance, Li Wei noticed that the 2 girls were lagging behind and urged, "We need to pick up the pace. It's getting dark. And the city is without power. There are no streetlights, and walking at night is unsafe." Lin Shi glanced at his digital watch. It was already 5:27 p.m. He recalled the map of Shushi, estimating that it would take roughly an hour to walk the approximately 5 kilometers back to Shushi Art Academy at their current pace. As Lin Shi now masqueraded as a student of the academy, he needed to return with Su Qin to avoid exposing his identity. The officer had already begun to harbor suspicions about him, and if he left midway without going to the academy, his identity would be compromised once the soldier returned. Shushi was a small place, and encountering trouble again would be inconvenient. Never mind, it was merely a few kilometers, and he had a flashlight. He was not afraid of walking at night. Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao quickened their pace slightly, trailing behind Li Wei. "Brother soldier, why is there a power outage in Shushi?" Li Xiaoxiao inquired. Li Wei pondered for a moment. Since he had not been instructed to withhold information, he replied, "There was a solar storm 2 days ago that damaged the city's electrical circuits. How long will it take to fix? How can we survive without power? My phone is also broken. Can you help fix it? If it can't be repaired, I can't afford a new one." Li Xiaoxiao appeared to be quite the chatterbox, her words spilling out in a rapid stream. Li Wei, somewhat bewildered by her barrage of questions, responded, "The authorities have already dispatched personnel to repair the power. Until the electricity is restored, you should remain at school and not venture out. In a couple of days, other troops will distribute emergency supplies at the school." "What kind of emergency supplies?" "It is merely food, candles, matches, and lighters." "What? Candles? Goodness, I will have to live by candlelight from now on. How terrifying it will be at night. Ziokin, what shall we do?" Su Qin's face was also filled with concern. The 2 girls lamented the inconveniences brought about by the power outage. However, Lin Shi was aware of the grim reality. When the extreme cold descends, even undamaged power lines, if exposed to the outdoors, will be rendered useless due to freezing. All machinery that processes intricate components has already been destroyed, and no one can repair the power station or transformers by hand. Not to mention the perilous task of reconnecting the lines amidst a snowstorm. The power will never be restored. Chapter 49, Shushi Art Academy. Lin Shi recalled how his father once mentioned that decades ago, when electricity was not yet widespread, people relied on candles and flashlights. As soon as darkness fell, they would sleep, and they would rise with the dawn. Their lives revolved solely around labor, toiling tirelessly for sustenance, resulting in robust physiques. Nighttime journeys were rare, and there were no entertainment activities to speak of. The youth were not plagued by internet addiction. In contrast, modern humanity has become excessively reliant on electronic devices, with a myriad of individuals engrossed in the internet and smartphones, leading to a significant decline in physical well-being. This solar storm has obliterated electronic devices, causing humanity's technological advancement to regress by centuries, effectively serving as a forced detox from internet addiction. With the arrival of the extreme cold, survivors have increasingly prioritized physical fitness. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Lin Shi. A thought flickered past him, too swift to grasp. As Lin Shi contemplated, the 2 girls behind him transitioned from grievances about the power outage to inquiries about him. "Lin Shi, with your handsome looks, do you have a girlfriend?" Li Xiaoxiao stepped closer when Lin Shi remained silent, preparing to tap him on the shoulder. Lost in thought, Lin Shi instinctively grasped Li Xiaoxiao's outstretched hand, surprised by his own reaction speed. "Ah, that hurts," Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed, noticing Li Wei turning to look. Lin Shi released his grip, donning a feigned apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, I was just lost in thought. They were quite close." And Li Xiaoxiao's gaze flitted over Lin Shi's face. Lin Shi bore little resemblance to his parents. His father had ordinary features, while his mother was overly gentle. In contrast, Lin Shi's visage was more three-dimensional, as if sculpted with the utmost precision. His deep-set eyes, high nose, and slightly thin lips created an arresting appearance. Yet, a 1-centimeter scar on his brow marred this perfection, a remnant from his childhood fall from a crib, as his father had recounted. His once clear eyes had lent a softness to his face, but now they radiated coldness and indifference. emanating an aura that discouraged approach when he did not smile. The dissonance that Wang Chao sensed stemmed from Lin Shi's gaze, which was far more mature than that of a typical 19-year-old. Expressions can be masked, yet one's eyes reveal the truth. Li Xiao, seemingly oblivious to the atmosphere, rubbed her wrist and remarked, "Forget it. I forgive you since you're so handsome. I just asked if you have a girlfriend." Lin Shi directly replied, "No." Upon hearing this, Li Xiao's south eyes curved into crescent moons. "Then you," Su Qin interjected, stepping forward to prevent Li Xiao from swooning. "Xiao, what time is it? Stop fooling around. We need to hurry back. It's getting dark." Su Qin felt a twinge of possessiveness at the sight of Li Xiao fawning over Lin Shi. Li Xiao, out of Su Qin's line of sight, rolled her eyes. Lin Shi paid no mind to the girl's sentiments. In the face of this apocalypse, survival was already a struggle, leaving no room for romantic entanglements. After all, those who can hurt you the most are often the ones you trust the most. Li Wei glanced at the darkening sky and urged, "Let us move quickly." After half an hour of walking, the darkness deepened and the rain had ceased. The surrounding temperature was even lower than it had been in the afternoon. Lin Shi removed his raincoat to gauge the temperature, estimating it had dropped at least 5 degrees since noon. Su Qin and Li Xiao, clad in light shorts and short sleeves, huddled together for warmth. Li Xiao eyed Lin Shi's long-sleeve jacket and whispered to Su Qin, "Aren't you familiar with this guy? Ask him to lend us his jacket." Even without Li Xiao's prompting, Su Qin was already contemplating the same. With her charm, persuading a boy to lend her his jacket would be a breeze, especially someone like Lin Shi, who had harbored a fondness for her since high school and had followed her to Shushi. Indeed, Su Qin had concocted a narrative in her mind that Lin Shi had come to Shushi for her. With confidence, she addressed Lin Shi, "Could you lend me your jacket?" Lin Shi flatly refused, no. He had no intention of taking on the risk of a potential cold for an unrelated woman. Su Qin's smile faltered. Li Xiao caught a glimpse of Su Qin's awkward expression, and, though her face remained neutral, a flicker of schadenfreude passed through her mind. It appeared even the stunning Su Qin could suffer a misstep. "How can you lack any semblance of chivalry?" Su Qin retorted, somewhat indignant. Lin Shi, without turning back, shot back, "Chivalry? Can it be consumed?" Li Xiao couldn't help but laugh, but her mirth was short-lived. The darkness had thickened, and she inadvertently stepped on something, stumbling to the ground. "Ah!" she shrieked. Li Wei, noticing, retrieved a flashlight from the bag he had been carrying and switched it on. Li Xiao landed unceremoniously in the muddy water, fuming. "Why didn't you take out the flashlight earlier?" Li Wei explained. "The flashlights and batteries still functional in the military are extremely scarce. We must conserve them." Flashlights and batteries had become precious commodities. Li Xiao, frustrated and soaked in mud, dared not confront the soldier. As she stood, the cold seeped in further, leaving her shivering with her arms wrapped around herself. She approached Lin Shi, wearing a pitiful expression. No, Lin Shi anticipated her request and decisively refused. Li Xiao, exasperated, exclaimed, "What is wrong with you? Are you even a man?" Yet no matter how she pleaded, Lin Shi remained unmoved. When the four reached the entrance of Shushi Art Academy, the night had fully enveloped them, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The school's automatic doors were malfunctioning and locked. They approached the security booth and knocked on the glass. The security guard, seeing Li Wei in military attire, asked a few questions and, upon learning they were escorting 3 students back to school, permitted them to enter through a side door. "Young man, do you have any spare flashlights?" "It's pitch black in here," the guard inquired, eyeing the flashlight in Li Wei's hand. "I'm sorry, I only have 1 flashlight. The military will distribute lighting supplies in the coming days." Hearing this, the guard sighed and nodded in understanding. Who knows when the power will be restored? "You may go in." The campus was cloaked in darkness, silent and still. Guided by Su Qin and Li Xiao, the 4 made their way toward the girls' dormitory. Midway, Lin Shi suddenly halted. "What are you doing?" Li Xiao glared at Lin Shi, her patience wearing thin. What did it matter if he was handsome if his demeanor was so off-putting? "Silence," Lin Shi hissed, straining to hear the sound around them. A faint rustling noise reached his ears, seemingly drawing closer. "We're the nearest buildings." Lin Shi turned to Su Qin and Li Xiao, urgency lacing his voice. Chapter 50. Hail descends. "Why do you ask that? We'll reach the dormitory in just a few minutes. Let us hurry." Li Xiao was now eager to return to the dormitory to change out of her damp clothes, which clung uncomfortably to her body. Su Qin, noticing Lin Shi's serious expression, pointed towards the dark expanse to their left, though she was uncertain of the reason for his demeanor. That direction, a few hundred meters away, is the gymnasium. "Run. It's hailing," Lin Shi shouted, snatching the flashlight from Li Wei's grasp and sprinting towards the direction Su Qin indicated. Whether the others would follow was beyond his concern. "What?" The two girls were still processing the situation when Li Wei had already dashed after Lin Shi. Wait for us. In the pitch darkness, without a source of illumination, Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao had no choice but to keep pace. However, Lin Shi quickly became a mere flicker of light in the distance, leaving them unable to catch up. What's wrong with you all? Why are you running? Li Xiaoxiao yelled in frustration, her voice echoing in the darkness. The rustling sounds grew increasingly louder, signaling that something was indeed approaching. Remembering Lin Shi's warning, Su Qin felt panic rise within her and pushed her dancer's stamina to the limit, racing towards the gymnasium. Gymnasium, gymnasium. Su Qin urged herself, fully oblivious to how far behind she had left Li Xiaoxiao. Oh no! A cry of pain came from behind. Ziokin, I've fallen. Where are you? Wait for me. I'm so scared. Su Qin hesitated for a brief moment, but the increasingly distinct sound of ice crashing to the ground spurred her to press on, teeth clenched. Moments later, a chilling scream erupted from behind her. Li Xiaoxiao's voice pierced the air, and then there was silence, with tears stinging her eyes. Su Qin bit her lip and continued her desperate sprint. Yet, her speed could never match that of the falling hail. A marble-sized piece of ice struck her forehead, followed by a fist-sized chunk that collided painfully with her left shoulder. Su Qin winced but dared not stop. The next moment, a piece of hail the size of a human head grazed her nose and smashed to the ground, nearly hitting her. Lin Shi, help me. A wave of terror engulfed Su Qin, and she could only reach out for her last hope. The flashlight's beam was now stationary, indicating that the gymnasium was nearly within reach. Yet that distance felt insurmountable, surrounded by the deafening sound of massive hailstones crashing to the earth, threatening to end her life at any moment. Not receiving a response, Su Qin sobbed in despair as she continued to run. In the unseen depths of her being, her genes were rapidly mutating, breaking and reassembling at an astonishing pace. In a remarkable display of agility, Su Qin narrowly avoided several hailstones the size of human heads while sprinting. However, just a few meters from the gymnasium, fatigue overwhelmed her. Her limbs suddenly weakened, and her vision began to blur. Just before she lost consciousness, she caught sight of a figure appearing before her, hoisting her onto their shoulder and running. Then, darkness enveloped her. Lin Shi stood at the entrance of the gymnasium, watching as Li Wei carried Su Qin back. Huff, huff, huff. Li Wei gasped for breath. A hailstone had struck him on the head, but fortunately, he was wearing a helmet, allowing him to return. However, he bore several injuries from the impacts. Su Qin's clothing was also stained with blood. Only Lin Shi remained impeccably dressed, having taken refuge beneath the gymnasium's eaves before the hail began. He observed the struggling figures in despair with a cold, detached gaze. Li Wei glared at Lin Shi, indignation flaring within him. Aren't you classmates? Why did you stand by and do nothing? Lin Shi chuckled coldly, his laughter dripping with derision. Isn't that woman also a classmate of hers? Why didn't she save her? They had all heard Li Xiaoxiao's cries for help from several hundred meters away. The fact that Su Qin managed to reach them clearly indicated she had not attempted to rescue Li Xiaoxiao. Li Wei was rendered speechless by the retort. Why not save her? Because I feared for my life. Because the lives of others are less significant than my own. This is the essence of human nature. Lin Shi turned, lifting the flashlight and stepping into the gymnasium. He would not concern himself with being a savior. Merely offering a warning was already an act of compassion. The gymnasium was shrouded in darkness as Lin Shi entered, using the flashlight to survey the area. The first floor contained several corridors, each marked with signs indicating their destinations. Not far down one corridor, he spotted an arrow labeled fitness room and made his way there. Inside the fitness room were various exercise machines and several yoga mats. Upon seeing Li Wei enter with Su Qin, Lin Shi relinquished the space to them. You can rest here. I will find another place to sleep. Please do not follow me. He preferred solitude during moments of rest. Wait, your classmate seems to be having a seizure. Li Wei exclaimed as he laid Su Qin down. Lin Shi then noticed that Su Qin was curled up, her beautiful features contorted in agony, her limbs twitching involuntarily. His gaze sharpened. Su Qin's current state bore a striking resemblance to the residual effects observed after Subject 2 had unlocked their genetic locks. He gently prodded her. Su Qin? Su Qin? But she was unable to respond, her jaw clenched tight as every cell in her body seemed to writhe in torment, so much so that she could not even faint. Li Wei produced a cloth from seemingly nowhere, folding it and placing it in Su Qin's mouth. This will prevent her from biting herself. It appears she's having a seizure, likely triggered by the sprint just now. Lin Shi remained non-committal. He had known Su Qin for years and had never heard of her having seizures, though he acknowledged the possibility she might have concealed a medical history. Li Wei laid Su Qin flat, tilting her head to one side and began massaging her hands and feet, employing appropriate techniques. Lin Shi positioned the flashlight on a higher surface, illuminating most of the fitness room. Moments ticked by. Su Qin's gums bled from where she had bitten down too hard. Lin Shi yearned to ascertain whether her current state was indeed a residual effect of unlocking her genetic locks. He recalled that Subject 2 had taken the remaining half of a blue pill. Yet, after consideration, he dismissed the idea of administering it to Su Qin. Subject 2 had mentioned that it was only after the 5th unlocking of their genetic locks that their genes had begun to collapse. Therefore, they had endured the previous 4 instances. At least according to Subject 2, the first episode had undoubtedly been born by their own strength. Though Lin Shi held reservations about the feasibility of an ordinary person unlocking their genetic locks, the current apocalyptic circumstances, coupled with the information gleaned from the treasure trove, suggested that this new iteration of species would expedite evolutionary processes. Thus, it was not entirely implausible for an ordinary individual to unlock their genetic locks in a life-or-death scenario. Lin Shi pondered deeply. Are we to stand by and watch her suffer like this? Li Wei, unable to bear the sight of Su Qin in pain, expressed his dismay. What do you propose we do? Lin Shi scoffed. Are you planning to carry her to the hospital? Without transportation? Relying solely on your legs to bring someone to the hospital? Who knows how long that would take? It's still hailing outside. Going out would be tantamount to seeking death. There are school nurses available. Where will you find them at a time like this? Furthermore, you are you, and do not drag me into this. Lin Shi corrected him. You are classmates. How can you stand by and do nothing? Li Wei exclaimed in frustration. As a soldier, the imperative to protect ordinary lives was ingrained within him, and if he were not restrained by decorum, he would have cursed. This is the second time you've said that. I believe I've made myself quite clear, Lin Shi replied coldly, casting a glance out the window. In just a short while, the hail outside had considerably diminished. Li Wei retrieved a candle from his backpack and lit it, taking the flashlight away. I cannot stand by and do nothing. You stay here with her. I'll go take a look. Lin Shi watched as Li Wei departed, murmuring softly to himself. In this world, there remains not a single soul for whom I would risk my life to save. Chapter 51, Darkness and Light I. After Li Wei's departure, Lin Shi sat cross-legged beside, observing Su Qin's transformation. Despite Su Qin's evident suffering, he remained unmoved. The sweat streaming from her pain soaked her hair and clothes. The thin white t-shirt clinging to her form, subtly revealing her exquisite silhouette. If it were an ordinary young man, alone with a beautiful woman who showed no resistance, he would undoubtedly be flushed with excitement, even if he refrained from inappropriate advances. Yet, Lin Shi harbored no such illicit thoughts in this moment. 10 minutes later, the anguish etched upon Su Qin's visage began to dissipate, her body gradually settling into a calmer state. Once she regained her composure, she weakly opened her eyes, her gaze wandering. Where am I? Am I not dead? Lin Shi assisted her in leaning against the wall. This is the gymnasium. You just had an episode. An episode? I'm not ill. I do not even know what happened. I was on the verge of fainting when suddenly I felt excruciating pain throughout my body. Su Qin's expression was one of bewilderment and dread. The torment she had just endured was unbearable. Lin Shi's eyes flickered with suspicion. He considered the possibility that Su Qin might have inadvertently unlocked her genetic potential. Did anything unusual occur before you entered the gymnasium, or did you experience any peculiar sensations? Su Qin shook her head. I was simply too frightened. All I could do was run, but in the midst of it, I fainted. Who saved me and brought me here? Was it you, Lin Shi? She fixed her gaze intently upon him. It was that soldier who saved you, Lin Shi stated, refraining from acknowledgement. Su Qin lowered her head, the dim candlelight obscuring her expression. What about that soldier? You want to find a school doctor. Upon hearing this, Su Qin fell silent. The atmosphere lingered in quietude for a while, until she suddenly spoke softly. Why? Lin Shi regarded her. Why didn't you save me? Why didn't you wait for us? If you had run more slowly, using your flashlight to illuminate the path, Xiao Xiao would not have died. Why? Why do you become so cold-hearted? You are responsible for Xiao Xiao's death. The last words escaped her lips in a near shout. During that agonizing interval, she had remained conscious, overhearing the conversation between Lin Shi and Li Wei, yet unable to voice her thoughts. Having survived a series of life-threatening encounters, Su Qin's psyche was already frayed, stretched to its limits. That question was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Xiao Xiao had called her name before her demise. Yet she had not turned back, nor had she paused. Unable to accept her responsibility for Xiao Xiao's death, she cast all the blame upon Lin Shi. Su Qin's face was a canvas of accusation and resentment, her reddened eyes fixed fiercely upon Lin Shi. In response, Lin Shi's gaze turned icy. a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his depths. He had encountered such situations far too often, whether labeled as cold-blooded or selfish. The harsh lessons of the apocalypse had taught him, do not extend genuine kindness or goodwill to anyone. Even if he had been the one to save Su Qin, she would still perceive him as the architect of Xiao Xiao's demise. Yet, Su Qin failed to consider that Lin Shi and Xiao Xiao were unconnected. Why should he risk his life to save her? With a swift thought, a dagger materialized in Lin Shi's hand, hidden behind his back. He could not allow someone who harbored animosity towards him to remain alive, especially someone who might have unlocked their genetic potential, a potential threat to himself. Su Qin, startled by the intensity of Lin Shi's gaze, instinctively recoiled, only to find the cold wall behind her. A sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the gym, prompting Lin Shi to retract the dagger. Li Wei hurried into the gym, dragging someone along with him. Upon seeing Su Qin, he exclaimed, "You're awake?" Lin Shi rose, noticing a man in a white coat carrying a medical kit behind Li Wei. The man approached swiftly, kneeling to examine Su Qin. "Are you all right, classmate Su? Is there anywhere else you feel unwell?" To Su Qin's surprise, the man recognized her. "Dr. Chu?" she uttered, her expression one of astonishment. Lin Shi and Li Wei stepped aside, observing Dr. Chu inquire about Su Qin's condition and assess her injuries. Lin Shi refrained from questioning how the already bruised Li Wei had managed to find the doctor, attentively listening to Su Qin's account. Her words mirrored those she had just spoken to Lin Shi. Dr. Chu suddenly turned to Lin Shi and Li Wei, stating, "Classmate Su has numerous external injuries. I will tend to her wounds. You gentlemen should step outside for a moment." Su Qin, bashfully lowering her gaze, Lin Shi turned to leave, with Li Wei following suit, closing the door behind them. As the door clicked shut, Su Qin collapsed into Dr. Chu's embrace, weeping softly. In that moment, as Dr. Chu leaned in to examine her, Su Qin seized the opportunity to discreetly tug at his clothing, scribbling the words, "Save me," in his palm. "We give you what, Dr. Chu? Someone's trying to kill me." Just moments earlier, she had glimpsed Lin Shi's silhouette reflected in the glass, witnessing him conjure a dagger, seemingly from thin air. Lin Shi had intended to kill her. Dr. Chu, feeling her soft form against him, was momentarily clouded by desire. Gently patting her back, he reassured her, "Take your time. Tell me what happened." Outside the door, Lin Shi and Li Wei stood, Li Wei hesitating momentarily before addressing Lin Shi. "The escort mission has been completed. I should return now." Chapter 52, Darkness and Light, Part 2. Upon hearing Li Wei's intent to depart, Lin Shi nodded in acknowledgement. Li Wei retrieved his sole remaining ration from his backpack, offering it to Lin Shi. "Share this when you get the chance. When it's time to sleep, extinguish the candle to avoid wasting it. Candles will become precious in the future." With that, Li Wei departed, not allowing Lin Shi a chance to refuse. After taking a few steps, Lin Shi's voice resonated behind him. "You need not feel guilt. Had you not followed me, all three of you might have perished." Li Wei froze at Lin Shi's words, his eyes instantly welling with tears. He believed no one understood the turmoil he endured within. His reproachful question to Lin Shi was, in truth, an inquiry directed at himself. Why did he not save them? When the warning of impending hail had struck, and he witnessed Lin Shi seize the flashlight and flee, fear had gripped him. His instinctive reaction to escape had taken over. Having served less than 2 years, he had initially enlisted merely to fulfill his military duty, only to be thrust into the chaos of a world transformed. At just 21, he too felt fear, the fear of death. Yet he was a soldier. Protecting civilians was the soldier's duty. His actions could be deemed cowardly. Once in a safe location, he had recalled the 2 female classmates left behind. Thus, upon hearing Su Qin's cries for help, he had risked his life to return for her, braving the danger to fetch the school doctor when she appeared to be having an episode. Saving even one life would lessen the weight of his guilt. Lin Shi's words rang true. Had he not fled, all 3 might have succumbed to the hail. While it did not erase his guilt entirely, it provided him with some solace. A fleeting glimmer of gratitude shone in Li Wei's eyes as he nodded to Lin Shi, turning away to leave. Lin Shi gazed at the ration in his hand, his previously icy demeanor softening slightly. He tucked the item away into his space. There are those who gravitate towards the light, and those who descend into darkness. Though Lin Shi would not claim to be a virtuous individual, he did not reject the true-hearted either, for the virtuous often meet swift ends. Moreover, the loss of one life is but a mere addition to the void. After a brief interlude, the door to the gymnasium swung open, and the school doctor, Chu, announced, "All is well now. You may enter." Lin Shi stepped into the gym, seeking a secluded corner where he settled down. Su Qin, her gaze fixed on the door, noted the prolonged absence of any further arrivals, and turned her attention to Lin Shi, asking, "What of that soldier?" "He has departed," Lin Shi replied nonchalantly. "Just like that? Not even a farewell?" Su Qin's voice rose slightly in pitch. By the time he reached the school gates, his mission had been accomplished. "Do you expect that because he saved your life, you should offer him yours in return?" Lin Shi retorted, his words sharp. Su Qin's expression faltered momentarily. Ignoring her, Lin Shi closed his eyes and sought rest. A flicker of anxiety crossed Su Qin's features as she turned to the school doctor, who merely shook his head gently and declared, "Let us rest here for the night." Finding a place to lie down, Su Qin announced, "I shall extinguish the candle now." Upon hearing this, she procured a mat and reclined. With a puff, the candle was snuffed out. Once the school doctor lay down as well, silence enveloped the space. The darkness was punctuated only by the faint rustle of clothing, eventually settling into stillness. Time slipped away unnoticed. Eventually, soft rustling sounds emerged once more from shadows. In an abrupt moment, Su Qin opened her eyes in the dark and reached out to touch the school doctor beside her. He too awoke, their gazes clear and devoid of drowsiness. They were both wide awake. In the darkness, the school doctor could not discern Su Qin's expression, but gently patted her hand in a gesture of reassurance. He then slowly rose, extracting a sharp scalpel from his pocket. Having removed his shoes at some point, he tread silently upon the ground, the only sound being the barely audible friction of fabric. Su Qin sat up, her heart racing as it threatened to leap from her chest. She clasped her hand over her heart, fearful that its cadence might awaken Lin Shi. Upon realizing Lin Shi's intent to harm her, Su Qin sought the school doctor's assistance. Originally, her ideal confidant would have been Li Wei, but he had departed without a trace before she could find the opportunity to approach him. The school doctor informed her that both the Public Security Bureau and hospitals had become unreachable in recent days, with communications and power throughout the city having been severed. He even speculated that the entire Kaiming nation, or perhaps the eastern or northern hemisphere, had been besieged by solar storms. Earlier that day, the principal had sought help from a nearby police station, only to find it overwhelmed and understaffed, leaving the school without effective aid. The collapse of order seemed merely a matter of time. Su Qin was taken aback by the school doctor's words. She recalled his earlier declaration, "Xiao Qin, I care for you deeply. I cannot allow anyone to harm you. I can assist in eliminating him, should you stand by my side. I am willing to do anything for you." The school doctor's gaze felt foreign to Su Qin, yet, contemplating Lin Shi's intent to kill her, she recognized that inaction could lead to her demise. She did not wish to die. Why did Lin Shi possess the audacity to kill? Was it not because the current absence of order rendered him unaccountable for his actions? If they were to eliminate Lin Shi, no one would ever know. Su Qin rationalized her reasoning and ultimately acquiesced to the school doctor's proposal. However, she had not considered the question, why did the school doctor dare to kill? In the darkness, a chilling smile unfurled across the school doctor's face. These past days had felt like a paradise to him. Following the sudden announcement of a solar storm outbreak at the school, by late morning, many students exhibited various inexplicable symptoms of dizziness and vomiting. Several had even succumbed to unconsciousness, including a number of school doctors. Yet, curiously, the school doctor remained unaffected, only experiencing mild nausea. In the ensuing urgency, teachers who had not blacked out transported students to the school hospital, the majority of whom were treated by the school doctor. Initially, he diligently attended to the patients. But as he discovered that no matter what methods he employed, those who had lost consciousness would not awaken and were not in immediate danger. A sinister thought took root within him. After one encounter, no one noticed, with the school's security system reported as malfunctioning and the Public Security Bureau unreachable. The school doctor's audacity grew. Within a single day and night, he violated a dozen female students, reveling in their youthful forms, becoming ensnared in his own depravity. Unexpectedly, when he assaulted one female student that morning, she regained consciousness. Upon awakening, she struggled and screamed. In a moment of panic, the school doctor killed her, concealing her body in a large trash bag within an unoccupied freezer. This act was akin to opening Pandora's box. Utilizing the school hospital's medications, he injected the still unconscious female students to ensure they remained in a perpetual state of oblivion. Unfortunately, 2 of the female students succumbed to overdoses and would never awaken. Chaos and panic swept through the school as the sudden upheaval took hold. Even if, by the way, you two are wide awake in the dead of night. Are you plotting to kill me? Lin Shi asked with a smile, turning to Su Qin. However, I have a peculiar habit. I cannot sleep in the same room with strangers. If I were to do so, slumber would elude me entirely. Having navigated the treacherous landscape of the apocalypse, he had become all too familiar with the malice inherent in human nature. The moment he laid eyes on the school doctor, "Chew," He sensed the unmistakable aura of someone who had recently committed murder. When the candlelight flickered and extinguished, he cautiously shifted his position. Moreover, since his rebirth, Lin Shi had grown acutely sensitive to the gaze of others. Even in darkness, he could perceive the faintest hint of murderous intent. Thus, he had long been awake. It was truly a night he wished to escape completely. Lin Shi's eerie smile, coupled with the current atmosphere, sent a shiver down Su Qin's spine. Was this truly the Lin Shi she once knew? Without further ado, Lin Shi advanced a few steps, effortlessly snatching the scalpel from Chu's grasp and plunging it into the school doctor's chest. No! Su Qin's voice rang out just as the scalpel found its mark in Chu's heart. The action was executed so swiftly that the school doctor had no time to react. He disregarded the physiological tears streaming from his eyes under the harsh light and cast an incredulous glance at his chest. The scalpel was fully embedded in his heart, with only the handle protruding and blood, vibrant and stark, radiated outward from the blade's center. In the next heartbeat, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Lin Shi appeared unfazed, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, before turning to Su Qin, who was now speechless with terror. Since awakening from the geomagnetic storm, Lin Shi had discovered his physical abilities had vastly improved. His speed, strength, and reflexes had all surpassed their previous limits. Su Qin's eyes widened in terror, her body seemingly nailed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "Please don't kill me." Su Qin realized her grim fate and pleaded desperately. "I can be your girlfriend. Please don't take my life. You could do anything to me. I beg you, Lin Shi. We were good friends in high school, right? In truth, I have always liked you." Her eyes, filled with desperation, sparkled with a glimmer of hope as she desperately forced a look of affection onto her face. "Very well. I shall grant you a chance," Lin Shi replied with a smile, his eyes reflecting an unyielding coldness that sent chills down the spine. "I will shoot you, and if you can evade the bullet, I shall let you go." Su Qin's pupils dilated in horror as she beheld a handgun materialize in Lin Shi's hand. "Aimed at her. I will count down from 3, and then I will fire." Lin Shi offered Su Qin no opportunity for dissent, beginning his countdown. 3. Despair enveloped Su Qin's gaze. 2. In a sudden shift, her expression transformed. Before the count could reach 1, Lin Shi pulled the trigger. At that moment, a remarkable change occurred in Su Qin. Her pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. The bullet that should have been unavoidable was miraculously dodged as her body tilted slightly. Realizing she had evaded the bullet, an exhilarating joy surged through her. She internally screamed, "I did it! I survived!" But then, with a sudden thud, a spray of blood erupted from her shoulder. She cried out in pain, clutching her shoulder as she collapsed to the ground. Lin Shi had fired again. Only one bullet could be avoided, Lin Shi remarked, a hint of disappointment crossing his face. His earlier intention had merely been to extract one last vestige of value from Su Qin before her demise, to ascertain whether she could unlock her genetic potential in a moment of life and death. Now, he was certain that she had indeed activated her genetic lock. Chapter 54. The Return Journey. Lin Shi was now convinced that the unlocking of the genetic lock was closely tied to a profound crisis of life and death. "You liar." Su Qin attempted to confront Lin Shi, questioning his integrity. Yet, in the next instant, she collapsed, convulsing violently. 8 seconds had elapsed from Su Qin's evasion of the bullet to her collapse. Lin Shi observed her closely. This time, Su Qin remained conscious, but her body exhibited the same reactions as before. "Does it hurt?" Lin Shi noted that the side effects of Su Qin's genetic lock activation were markedly more severe than the first instance. Blood trickled from her ears, nose, and the corners of her mouth, her eyes bloodshot. Su Qin could not articulate her voice. She fixed her gaze upon Lin Shi, her eyes clearly pleading, "End my suffering." Lin Shi observed her coldly. Ultimately, after 17 minutes had passed, the side effects subsided, and Su Qin fell into unconsciousness. Lin Shi holstered the handgun and plunged a knife into her heart, extinguishing her life. Glancing at his mechanical watch, he noted it was already past 3 in the morning. It was time for him to leave. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to conceal the bodies of both the school doctor and Su Qin within his space, to prevent any future discovery through their remains. Outside, an unanticipated gust of wind had begun to howl, causing the glass windows of the Taekwondo gym to rattle ominously. The indoor temperature, which had been a comfortable degree or 2 before sleep, had plummeted to around 10 degrees. Outside, it was likely only 5 or 6 degrees. Lin Shi retrieved a warmer outfit and changed before taking out a flashlight and making his way to Shashi Arts Academy. The road was shrouded in darkness and silence, the ground still damp from the hail that had fallen. After walking a few hundred meters, Lin Shi procured a shared bicycle. affixing the flashlight to its handlebars as he pedaled towards the Shushi cross-sea bridge. Now that his space contained several corpses, although they would not decompose due to the preservation within, the presence of so many bodies amidst the abundant food was unsettling. Lin Shi resolved to dispose of the bodies under the cover of night. After cycling a few kilometers, the fog began to thicken, reducing visibility. Occasionally, he glimpsed one or two lifeless bodies, stark white against the night, victims of the hail. Some had half their heads crushed, their brains splattered, while others were mangled, blood pooling around them. In the stillness of this dark night, the scene exuded an eerie terror. Lin Shi remained largely unfazed, having encountered numerous corpses in the apocalypse. He had developed immunity to such sights. The hailstorm in Shushi had occurred at night, had it been during the day, as in his previous life in Sanyuan City. The death toll would have been far greater. After approximately 20 minutes, Lin Shi unceremoniously discarded the bodies into the sea as if they were mere dumplings. He also took the opportunity to wash the bulletproof SUV, cleansing it of the blood within before driving it towards the safe house. At this hour, very few people would be out and about. Even if someone heard the vehicle, they would be unable to discern who was driving. With the SUV's high clearance, he could simply run over any bodies without needing to dismount. Far more convenient than a shared bicycle. Lin Shi certainly would not be foolish enough to cycle in the cold wind. As he navigated through the urban area, some individuals heard the sound of the vehicle passing below their windows. "Honey, wake up. I think I heard a car." "Dear, stop messing around and go back to sleep. You must be dreaming." "A car? Are there any still operational?" Someone opened the window to look outside, only to be met with a rush of frigid air, hastily shutting it again. The road was dotted with corpses and obstacles, prompting Lin Shi to maintain a steady speed of about 50 to 60 kilometers per hour. As dawn approached, he returned the vehicle to his space and switched back to the shared bicycle. With the light of day breaking, Lin Shi observed an increase in the hurried pedestrians compared to the previous day, almost entirely comprised of young adults. While many had donned short sleeves yesterday, today they were uniformly clad in long-sleeved jackets. Yet, most of their clothing appeared rather thin. Just as Lin Shi had anticipated in Shushi, a city that experienced summer nearly year-round, the local residents had made little preparation for winter attire. The fog thickened, and sporadic snowflakes began to fall, a weather phenomenon almost unheard of in Shushi. Even the most oblivious individuals sensed something amiss. Those who had been frantically stockpiling food just yesterday were now preoccupied with acquiring warm clothing and bedding. Many on the streets were left shivering, their lips turning a ghastly shade of purple. Yet, despite the biting cold, they had no choice but to venture out, as elderly relatives and children at home desperately required warm supplies. The number of those who could return home alive today was uncertain. A blizzard was imminent. Lin Shi observed as some individuals, unable to endure the cold any longer, smashed the glass of closed shops. They tore down curtains or appropriated other items for warmth. The social order was beginning to crumble. As the apocalypse loomed, desperation could drive individuals to commit any act. Around 6 a.m., Lin Shi finally returned to Wolong village. The mountains leading to his safe house lay just beyond the village, requiring him to either navigate around or through the village itself. Given the villagers' notorious tendencies, Lin Shi opted for the longer route to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, today, a throng of villagers had gathered at the edge of the village, blocking his path. On the cement road outside the village, a group of over a dozen villagers brandished an array of weapons, kitchen knives, hoes, machetes, and clubs, forming a menacing circle in the middle of the road. Shouts echoed from within the circle. "Hit it! Kill it! Liangzi, come on! In this freezing weather, I've been craving a dog meat hot pot. What are we afraid of? It's just a beast and we are many." The center of this commotion was a battered dog, baring its teeth at the villagers, emitting a low growl of warning. The creature, a large dog, was covered in grime, obscuring its true coat color. Its eyes, one a deep blue and the other a fierce crimson, glared defiantly, with flecks of blood visible on its exposed teeth. "What's a mere beast to us? With so many of us, can it really harm anyone? If we kill it, we can each take a few pounds of meat home. You can't find meat at the market anymore," spoke Li Chong, who had previously attempted to extort Lin Shi outside his safe house. Although his reasoning held some weight, none of the villagers dared to make the first move. They awaited someone else to distract the dog, allowing them to safely capture it. After all, who wished to be the one to be bitten? It was the village chief, the oldest among them, who finally took charge. "All right, Chong and Liangzi, you two are the strongest. You go." Li Chong and Wang Liang exchanged glances, understanding one another's silent communication. Wang Liang protested, "Uncle, if you say it like that. I'm going home. Why must it always be us who take the lead?" Li Chong echoed Wang Liang's sentiment. Exactly. Last time you sent me up the mountain, my father ended up with a broken hand, and I still haven't gotten compensation from that scoundrel. Li Chong had already harbored a grudge since he unsuccessfully banged on Lin Shi's door the day before, leaving him exhausted and frustrated, with medical expenses already costing him thousands. He vowed to confront Lin Shi upon their next encounter. As fate would have it, just then, the screech of tires pierced the air. Lin Shi, obscured by the snow and fog, only noticed the figures ahead when he was nearly upon them. Upon spotting him, the villagers recognized Lin Shi at once. Li Chong, wielding a machete, pointed at Lin Shi and shouted, "You little brat, we finally found you." Chapter 55. Armed assault. Li Chong disregarded the dog entirely, striding purposefully to block Lin Shi's path. With a menacing tone, he barked, "Pay up for my father's medical expenses, pain and suffering, lost wages, nutritional costs. The total comes to 500,000. I recall the last figure was 50,000, Lin Shi replied, raising an eyebrow as he nonchalantly dismounted from a shared bicycle. Li Chong glared. That was back then. Look at the prices now. Meat was a mere 10 yuan a pound a few days ago, and now you can't even find it for 50. The other villagers began to close in on Lin Shi. According to village customs, any amount demanded must be shared among the villagers. Compared to 500,000, what was a dog worth? What if I refuse? Lin Shi asked, unperturbed as he stood encircled by the group. Refuse? Huh. Just ask our weapons if they agree. A villager sneered. You wouldn't dare call the authorities for help, would you? Go ahead, try it. Another villager, wielding a club, shouted menacingly, "Hurry and pay up, or we'll break your legs." A seemingly reasonable village chief feigned advice, but his hidden gestures conveyed a darker intent. Seeing this, Li Chong felt a surge of excitement. He finally had the chance to avenge the humiliation he suffered last time. With a dozen supporters behind him, he felt emboldened, convinced Lin Shi wouldn't dare retaliate as he had before. Li Chong approached Lin Shi, a sinister grin spreading across his face, and swung his hand toward Lin Shi's face with all his might. The slap was thunderous, and should it land, it would undoubtedly send an ordinary person sprawling to the ground. The other villagers watched with eager anticipation. However, Lin Shi was destined to disappoint them. He swiftly caught Li Chong's hand. With a resounding crack, a powerful slap echoed as it landed on Li Chong's face. The scene was eerily reminiscent of a past confrontation, leaving Li Chong dazed and spinning before collapsing to the ground, the machete slipping from his grasp. Dazed, he felt a peculiar sensation in his mouth upon spitting. He was shocked to find 2 bloody teeth among the remnants. The villagers fell silent, the atmosphere laden with an eerie tension. Despite their numerical superiority and armed advantage, they had not anticipated Lin Shi's audacity to fight back, and with such ferocity. Li Chong was furious. While no one had witnessed his previous humiliation, the sting of this public slap ignited a fury within him. "I will kill you," he roared, scrambling to his feet to reclaim the machete and swing it toward Lin Shi's head. It was evident that a small fraction of individuals could be overtaken by fleeting emotions, leading to irrational actions they would regret for a lifetime. Li Chong was now blinded by rage. "Li Chong, stop!" 2 voices rang out in unison. Yet Li Chong seemed deaf to them, his machete descending relentlessly toward Lin Shi. Lin Shi stood motionless, seemingly frozen in fear as the weapon approached. The scene was so tense that even the most timid villagers dared not look directly at it. Suddenly, a dark flash darted past. Ah! Bang! The shot startled birds within 100 meters. Li Chong's agonized scream coincided with the gunshot. Even before the sound of the gun fired, the dog had latched onto Li Chong's left leg with a ferocious grip. It was indeed that very dog, surrounded by the villagers just moments ago. After escaping the encirclement, the dog had not fled, but instead cautiously made its way to the weedy area beside the concrete ground. Lin Shi was somewhat taken aback. He had noticed the dog earlier, but had chosen to ignore it. Little did he expect it would come to his aid during Li Chong's assault. Li Chong was struck in the side by a bullet, causing the machete in his hand to clatter to the ground as he fell. The dog immediately darted aside. The gunshot startled everyone present, save for Lin Shi. The villagers erupted in chaos. "Do not move. Drop your weapons. Raise your hands." 2 security officers emerged from the village, their expressions grave, each wielding a firearm. They had been dispatched to inform the villages and counties about precautions for the cold and instructions on stockpiling supplies. Having found other villages in good order, they arrived at Wolong village only to discover the village chief was missing, and upon inquiring with the villagers, they learned he was outside dealing with a dog. Upon their arrival, they were met with a violent scene unfolding before them. The individual who had fired the shot was one of the 2 officers, the same one who had previously shouted for them to cease. The villagers glanced at the fallen Li Chong and then at the firearm in the security officer's hand. In a moment of clarity, they discarded their own weapons, the sound of clattering resounding throughout the area. The security officer raised his gun and commanded everyone, crouch down, line up along the roadside. The villagers complied. Lin Shi too obediently crouched down beside Li Chong. Though Li Chong was not yet dead, he lay on the ground with wide eyes fixed menacingly on Lin Shi. If looks could kill, Lin Shi would have already been reduced to 1,000 pieces. Witnessing Li Chong's expression, Lin Shi was suddenly struck by a wicked amusement. Chapter 56, The Villager's Humiliation. Any normal person would feel a twinge of fear under the gaze of a dying man filled with such hatred, but Lin Shi was evidently unfazed. With slightly parted lips, he maintained his stillness and spoke in a tone only the two could hear. Rest assured in your demise, you shall not go alone. Upon your return, I will ensure your parents and sister accompany you. Upon hearing this, Li Chong's eyes bulged with rage, and in a fit of fury, he kicked his legs out. Rolling his eyes back, one of the security officers approached to assess Li Chong's condition. Lin Shi composed his expression, feigning a look of relief. The officer discovered that Li Chong was indeed dead and said to the other officer, the assailant is deceased. Are you unharmed? Any injuries? The officer inquired of Lin Shi. No. Fortunately, you arrived in time. These villagers were attempting to extort me. The village chief, with a sudden flash of tears, fell to his knees, interrupting Lin Shi's words. Oh heavens! What sins have we committed? The chief wept profusely, pounding his chest as he cried out, Old Li, your hand was broken by this scoundrel, and your son Chong has been murdered by him. How can I ever face your family? The village chief knelt before the villagers, gesturing with his other hand. The villagers immediately understood. Wang Liang, his face contorted with rage, pointed at the 2 teeth that Li Chong had lost on the ground and declared, This bastard broke Chong's father's hand, and we demand medical fees for Chong. Yet, not only did he refuse, he also knocked out Chong's teeth. Officers, look at these teeth on the ground and then at Chong's face. The officers indeed found the 2 teeth on the ground and observed that Li Chong's face was severely battered, swollen, and bruised. The fact that Li Chong had committed murder was already established. Thus, they could ensnare this stubborn young man as well, and see if he dared to be so arrogant again. A sinister gleam flashed in Wang Liang's eyes. The village chief cast an approving glance at Wang Liang. He was indeed his most favored successor. Yes, Chong only retaliated after being pushed to his limits. To inflict such harm and not allow him to fight back. Chong met a most tragic fate. He has 2 elderly parents and an unmarried sister to care for. What shall become of them? Is there no justice left in this world? The villagers, having coordinated their efforts over the years, were well practiced in such theatrics, and they spoke up without hesitation. The 2 security officers frowned. Did you strike him? They asked. Lin Shi did not deny it. He approached me with a knife, and I merely defended myself. Next time you find yourself in such a situation, run first. Protecting your life is paramount, understand? One officer advised, patting Lin Shi's shoulder. This village was notorious far and wide, and the 2 security officers had heard tales of it before. They certainly did not believe the villagers' claims. They had witnessed the perpetrator wield a knife, and the villagers surrounding Lin Shi with weapons in hand. Most importantly, Lin Shi was unarmed, clearly the victim in this scenario. Lin Shi's expression turned slightly astonished. This time was not feigned. He had expected to argue with the villagers. Yet, he quickly grasped the situation. The villagers were left dumbfounded. Normally, they relied on their numbers and coordination to outmaneuver the officers, but this time, sheer numbers would not dictate the outcome. Officers, he struck someone. Why do you favor him? Wang Liang demanded, indignant. Even in a brawl, it is no justification for murder, the officer replied. With so many of you brandishing weapons at him alone, his retaliation is self-defense. When we arrived, we witnessed you all surrounding him, clearly intent on committing an act of violence. Another officer interjected. We were armed to deal with the dog. A villager protested. Where's the dog? The villagers glanced around, but the dog had long since vanished. The officers sternly instructed the villagers. You are all to remain in the village for questioning. Understood? Times have changed. Had this occurred days prior, they would have thoroughly investigated the matter. They intended to take everyone back to the station. However, they now had more pressing concerns. A dozen villagers wore faces of resentment. The average person's fear of the officers could not be dispelled in a short time. Though they knew surveillance was absent, they dared not openly confront the officers. Seeing the villagers merely glare in silence, the 2 security officers exchanged glances, relieved. As individuals within the system, they understood better than the average person that order was beginning to slip from control. Although the truth was evident, the officers still took Lin Shi aside to inquire about the events, recording a simple statement. Lin Shi recounted how Li Chong's family had come to his doorstep to extort him, how he had accidentally injured old Li's hand. and how he had agreed to compensate 50,000, only to be faced with a demand for 500,000 a day, which led to the ensuing conflict. The officers nodded, confirming that the events aligned with their suspicions. The officer addressed Lin Shi. Will you accompany us to the town? We can arrange for you to have shelter. It is unsafe here, and we cannot adequately protect you. The implication was clear. They feared the villagers might turn against Lin Shi. The villagers seethed with anger, cursing the officers. To everyone's surprise, Lin Shi declined. I will not go. The officer pulled Lin Shi aside and whispered, once we leave, if these villagers trouble you, we will be unable to assist. Lin Shi met the officer's gaze and recognized the sincerity in his concern. However, he could only refuse the goodwill, stating, I will take care of myself. I have some combat training. Moreover, my home is secure. They cannot harm me. After several attempts to persuade him, the officers, seeing his resolute demeanor, ultimately relented. If anything happens, seek help at the nearest town security office. Understood? Lin Shi nodded. Seeking assistance is a futile endeavor, as it is the villagers who are in need of help. The two security officers, with their backs turned to the villagers, remained oblivious. At this moment, the dozen or so villagers displayed expressions filled with malice and hostility as they fixated their gaze on Lin Shi. Some even directed provocative gestures towards him. The village chief regarded Lin Shi with a dark countenance. Their village had never suffered such a significant loss. In the face of their animosity, Lin Shi merely curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smirk. One of the security officers noticed Lin Shi's gaze and turned to look. Instantly, the villagers resumed their normal demeanor. However, the officer still caught sight of several lingering malevolent glances. You all may return to the village now. Remember, do not go out these days. The village chief stays. The officer resolved in his heart to deliver a stern warning to the chief. The other villagers cast one last fierce look at Lin Shi before dispersing. You should return as well. Try to avoid going out recently. And take care to keep warm and store some food, the officer advised Lin Shi. Lin Shi acknowledged the advice. Mounting a shared bicycle, he glanced back at the patch of grass where the dog had previously hidden. It was now completely empty. Perhaps his arrival inadvertently saved the dog from peril. The dog had leaped to its defense when Li Chong attacked him. Truly, it was a dog that understood gratitude. Lin Shi suddenly felt a twinge of regret for having abandoned the idea of raising a dog. The journey back up the mountain was smooth. However, upon reaching the summit, he spotted a dark, unkempt dog sitting in the open space by the entrance. Lin Shi's spirits lifted suddenly. Were you waiting for me? Chapter 57. A companion, were you waiting for me? The dog simply gazed at Lin Shi, remaining silent. Lin Shi casually returned the shared bicycle to his space. Before dog, he felt no need to conceal anything. Still, he instinctively glanced at the dog's expression. The dog watched Lin Shi's hand as he returned the bike to the space, tilting its head slightly, a hint of confusion flickering in its intelligent, unusual eyes. It seemed perplexed as to how that hand could make objects vanish in a thin air. Such an expression on such a large dog was indeed amusing. It also indirectly confirmed the dog's intelligence. Lin Shi had initially intended to adopt a sled dog, but that notion was dashed when the sled was destroyed in a previous warehouse fire. Dogs do not speak, do not divulge secrets, and do not betray their masters. Though he had never owned a dog, he had heard tales of their unwavering loyalty. Perhaps this dog could be a fine choice? Lin Shi tentatively took a few steps closer to the dog. The dog stood up and took a step back, appearing slightly uneasy. He immediately halted, feeling a pang of disappointment. It was evident that this dog was a stray, possibly abandoned, and likely had endured trauma. Hence, its reluctance to allow proximity was understandable. He would not force it to accept him. Yesterday, he had found a container of pet supplies at the port. So he casually retrieved a pack of dog food from his space and placed it before the dog. Food, go home. He then sidestepped the dog and proceeded toward the entrance. After taking just a few steps, he felt a familiar sensation of being watched from behind. Turning around, he was astonished to see the dog carrying the dog food, eagerly following him. A glint of recognition flashed in his eyes as he recalled something. Were you the one who spied on me in the woods last time? Lin Shi chuckled to himself. How could a dog possibly understand his words? Yet, astonishingly, the dog displayed an unexpected level of intelligence. It dropped the food from its mouth and opened its mouth. Woof. Is it really you? Do you want to come home with me? Lin Shi responded, half in disbelief. Woof. The dog took a few steps closer while still holding the dog food, pausing to gauge Lin Shi's reaction, seemingly confirming that he was not averse to its presence. Ultimately, it approached Lin Shi, lay down on the ground, and cautiously wagged its tail, looking up at him. At this point, Lin Shi no longer doubted that the dog could comprehend his words. He bent down, extending his hand to touch the dog's head. The dog instinctively flinched, but in the end, remained still, allowing Lin Shi to gently stroke its head. All these reactions clearly indicated its subconscious aversion to human contact. Lin Shi understood that had he not inadvertently saved its life, given the dog's hostility and wariness towards humans, it would not have accepted him so readily. It seemed they were quite fated to meet. Lin Shi smiled, locking eyes with the dog's unique gaze, and earnestly declared, "Let us go home. From now on, we shall rely on each other." The dog gazed back at Lin Shi, seemingly responding in silence. Upon returning to the safe house with the dog, Lin Shi first examined its wounds. The dog bore severe external injuries. Its filthy fur was matted in several places, with flesh and blood exposed. Most of the injuries were fresh, still oozing blood. Many of the wounds were obscured by its dirty, matted fur, and had Lin Shi not conducted a close examination, he would not have realized the extent of the dog's injuries. Remarkably, it still had the energy to pounce on him like it was unscathed. "You truly are a tough one," Lin Shi remarked with a hint of helplessness. With such severe injuries, without intervention, the dog would soon succumb to infection. He could only hope it did not have any internal injuries. "I'm going to treat your wounds now. I will have to shave your fur, and it may hurt a little, so bear with it." Seeing the dog offer no further reaction, Lin Shi took out disinfectant, a shaving razor, bandages, and medical sutures from his space, and began to tend to its wounds. Shaving, disinfecting, stitching, applying medication, and bandaging took over 3 hours for Lin Shi to complete. He administered a half syringe of anti-inflammatory medicine at the end. Throughout the entire process, he did not use anesthesia, yet the dog did not flinch or howl, remaining remarkably calm as Lin Shi tended to it. "You really are a tough one," Lin Shi praised. How could it silently endure the handling of its wounds when his technique was far from gentle? He patted the dog's head and retrieved a blanket to cover it. Due to the multitude of wounds and the filthy condition of its fur, some of which had even matted together, he had shaved all the fur off the dog. Now it looked quite bare. The entire dog appeared somewhat comical. After shaving, it became evident how thin the dog was. Its ribs were prominently visible against its belly. Sensing the temperature dropping, Lin Shi lit the heater. The warmth quickly dispelled the chill in the living room. After clearing the debris from the floor, he began preparing lunch. As Lin Shi stepped into the kitchen, he noticed the dog had followed him in, quietly lying at his feet. "You've had stitches, so refrain from moving around too much. Stay in the living room." The dog obediently lowered its tail and left. "By the way, should I give you a name?" Lin Shi suddenly pondered. He had never raised a pet throughout his life, mainly because that woman despised small animals and loathed having excessive fur in the house. Thus, he lacked experience in naming pets. Upon hearing that it might receive a name, the dog halted its steps, looking expectantly at Lin Shi. "How about?" Lin Shi mused, gazing at the bare, awkward-looking dog still adorned with stitches. "Platter? Iron Man? Blue-Red?" The dog's face visibly fell. "Huh, I was just joking with you." With the addition of a new member to his household, Lin Shi found himself chatting more than usual. "How does Demon King sound?" "Woof." "Demon King?" "Woof." "Demon King?" "Woof." For lunch, he prepared a copious amount of meat, and upon discovering that Demon King preferred raw meat, he directly retrieved a large chunk of raw beef from his space for it. After both human and dog were well fed and rested, a commotion erupted outside the door. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. It was the sound of someone pounding on the door. Chapter 58. The village chief scheme. Dozens of villagers, young and old, male and female, brandished farming tools or clubs, standing menacingly at the entrance of Lin Shi's safe house. At the forefront stood the same group of young villagers he had encountered earlier that morning outside the village. Wang Liang and another villager were vigorously striking the door with their hoes. However, after considerable effort, the door showed only a few marks, with no signs of yielding. "Oh, my son, you met such a tragic end. Why must my fate be so cruel?" A white-haired person mourning a black-haired one. Madame Li, supported by Li Chui, wept and wailed amidst the crowd. "We must dismantle this door today, to avenge Qiangzi. That boy must pay with his life. For Qiangzi's vengeance." The furious shouts of dozens of villagers echoed through the mountains. Although Li Chong was not killed by Lin Shi, they dared not confront the security personnel, thus attributing their grievances to Lin Shi. For over a decade, the villagers had successfully extorted many outsiders, facing little failure, let alone suffering such a significant loss. Shortly after the security personnel had departed, the village chief summoned a third of the villagers to seek retribution. He paid no heed to the warnings of the security personnel. Rumor had it that chaos had erupted outside. Did this not imply that the villagers could act bolder, with no one to intervene? The village chief silently contemplated. In truth, had Lin Shi not arrived, Wolong village would have become a small haven for survivors in the apocalypse, with the village chief at the helm. The villagers had been indoctrinated by the chief over the years, forming an unbreakable unity, responding to his every call. As long as they did not confront the authorities directly, they could behave wantonly in this small locale. Seeing that they could not break the door, someone swung their hoe against the outer wall. With a loud clang, only a shallow mark appeared, and the hoe rebounded. The one striking the wall lost grip due to the recoil, nearly striking another villager standing behind. "Chief, this thing is too sturdy, we can't break it," Wang Liang gasped. The village chief gazed thoughtfully at Lin Shi's reinforced door. "Keep at it. I refuse to believe he will never come out." Wang Liang and another villager resumed their assault, just as the villagers assumed Lin Shi would remain a coward. The door lock emitted a sharp click and swung open. Lin Shi stepped out, glancing at the scratches left by the hose. A glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. "What are you doing?" Having waited impatiently for Lin Shi to emerge, the villagers were eager to confront him. A middle-aged man in his 40s, not waiting for the village chief's signal, stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Shi. "What do you mean by asking? Debts must be repaid, and for murder, one must pay with their life." Before the villager could finish, Lin Shi, noticing the finger pointed at him, frowned slightly and forcefully twisted it. The crisp sound of a finger breaking coincided with the villager's shriek, his face paling in pain. Lin Shi released the finger and delivered a kick to the middle-aged man's abdomen, sending him sprawling. The other villagers quickly stepped back. The fallen man clutched his stomach in agony, unable to rise. Lin Shi surveyed the gathered villagers. "If you wish to speak, do so properly. I detest being pointed at." The villagers were momentarily taken aback by Lin Shi's ferocity. However, they were not innocent either, and soon their expressions hardened once more. The village chief stepped forward. "Young man, you initiated this altercation. Violence will land you in jail." Lin Shi found this claim absurdly amusing. It was no wonder that a saying circulated online. Some people would argue with you while being unreasonable, and when you acted unreasonably, they would suddenly resort to reasoning. Seeing Lin Shi remain silent, the village chief assumed he was intimidated. He added, "You're young. A criminal record could haunt you for life." With a feigned concern, the village chief continued, "We could forego reporting to the authorities if you compensate for the village's losses. In that case, we could let the matter regarding Kang's slide." "What do you say? That cannot be. Kill him. Take his life for my son." Madam Li, upon hearing the village chief's words, became agitated, crying and shouting. The village chief signaled to those behind him, and immediately someone covered Madam Li's mouth. "So what do you think? Will you consider it?" The village chief rubbed his hands, glancing at Lin Shi's safety shelter. Unlike the other ignorant villagers, he understood the chaos unfolding outside. Power outages, vehicles immobilized, and snow falling in June. If these conditions deteriorated, it could herald an apocalyptic scenario. He had to devise a plan for his own safety. It must be said that the village chief's ability to lead the entire village to prosperity did require a degree of cunning. Lin Shi, wearing a half-smile, regarded the village chief and inquired, "You wish for me to compensate?" A glimmer of sinister calculation flashed in the village chief's eyes as he smiled. "Oh, just a token amount will suffice. We don't want much. Simply gift us this house behind you, and all will be well." The ATM was out of service, and the banks were overcrowded. The village chief was well aware that accessing money was impossible now. What he desired was merely a stable refuge before chaos engulfed the area. Lin Shi's gaze turned icier. They had their eyes set on his safety shelter. How naive! He immediately darkened his expression and commanded, "Get lost." The village chief's smile froze, anger flaring in his eyes. "Young man, you must think this through. If it weren't for those meddling security personnel this morning, you would have been slaughtered by Kangzi." The underlying implication was that Lin Shi had merely been lucky that morning. Other villagers shared this sentiment, believing that their numbers would overpower him. Despite Lin Shi's strength, they were all accustomed to hard labor. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled you are, you fear a kitchen knife. They had witnessed Lin Shi nearly falling victim to Li Chang's blade that morning. You may not know, but outside is already descending into chaos. Even if a murder occurs, the body will be discarded without investigation. I advise you to consider whether your life or some trivial possessions matter more. The village chief squinted, his words a blatant threat. The other villagers promptly brandished their weapons, aligning with the village chief, exuding a fierce and eager demeanor. Lin Shi scoffed, deriding their belief that numbers could intimidate him into submission. Little did they know, had the forces from Shushi not arrived, he would have killed them without hesitation. If they sought their demise, he would not show mercy. "Old fool, if you want what's mine, you'll have to take it from my corpse. Spare me your drivel. You're courting disaster." Chapter 59, The Emergence of the Beasts. The village chief, having entirely lost his patience, displayed his fury. "If you seek death, then I shall grant it." Wang Liang and the other villager exchanged glances and, wielding their hammers, charged at Lin Shi. Though a blow from the hammer would not result in immediate death, sustaining severe injuries could prove far worse under the current medical conditions. Madame Li, witnessing this scene, ceased her struggles, a gleeful anticipation of revenge gleaming in her eyes. Yet, before her smile could fully bloom, the situation took a swift turn. As the two lunged forward, Lin Shi moved with swiftness, seizing Wang Liang's hammer handle and pulling both him and the hammer towards him. In a moment of shock, Wang Liang found his hammer colliding with the other villager's hammer. The other villager suffered a severe injury, his hand bursting open, and Lin Shi delivered a kick that sent him flying, the hammer slipping from his grasp and striking another villager on the head. The villagers struck collapsed instantly, their fate unknown. Several women among the villagers screamed in terror. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, the village chief retreated into the crowd, commanding the other villagers, "You five, join forces and slay him." The selected 5 villagers brandished their axes and encircled Lin Shi. Without hesitation, they lunged at him with all their might. Lin Shi, having evaded Wang Liang, unsheathed the blade concealed at his back, his gaze sharpening into a fierce glare as he advanced towards the assailants. With a nimble shift of his footing, he adeptly maneuvered through their onslaught, the keen edge of his sword slicing effortlessly across the throat of the nearest villager. Avoiding the splatter of blood, Lin Shi pivoted and found himself behind the remaining 4, thrusting his blade into the back of one villager's heart. 2 adversaries dispatched in an instant. The villagers, driven solely by a primal ferocity, lacked any semblance of technique or combat experience, rendering their efforts as futile as that of mere domestic fowl to Lin Shi. If he were to resort to firearms against these unseasoned villagers, it would render his 8 years of survival in the apocalypse utterly meaningless. The remaining 3 villagers, paralyzed by fear at the sight of their fallen comrades, stood frozen, their weapons lowered. This exemplified the pitfalls of inexperience in battle. The instinct to survive often breeds cowardice in the face of death. Yet Lin Shi understood that, regardless of the brutality surrounding him, as long as he remained mobile and his enemies were not vanquished, he could not afford to halt. To fight or flee were his only options. Stopping meant death. With ease, he plunged his blade into the throat of the 3rd villager, then swiftly dispatched the 4th with a lethal cut. The last of the 5 finally found his wits and fled, incoherently shouting, "Village chief, he has a knife. He is killing people." However, before he could escape far, Lin Shi's blade pierced through his chest. Withdrawing the weapon, Lin Shi cast a steely gaze at the villagers standing in stunned silence at a distance. Perceiving Lin Shi's formidable assault, the village chief felt an ominous dread rising within him and bellowed, "What if he knows martial arts? A flurry of fists can still fell master. He has but 2 hands and 1 knife." Everyone attacked together. The villagers exchanged apprehensive glances, torn between the chief's authority and the horror of the scene before them. "Oh my God, he is killing people," cried one villager, dropping his farming tool and fleeing. This ignited a chain reaction, prompting others to abandon their implements and scatter in terror. "Don't run," the village chief shouted, but the panicked villagers were deaf to his pleas. In the ensuing chaos, dozens of villagers surged forward, trampling the village chief to the ground. "You ouch! Don't crush me," he gasped, but soon, his body was marked with the imprints of many feet, rendering him speechless. Once the villagers had fled, the chief lay there, battered and gasping, his body a canvas of footprints, as though he had been mercilessly abused. Lin Shi made no move to pursue the disarrayed mob. His focus remained fixed on the village chief, a leader capable of guiding an entire village to evade the grasp of law enforcement in peaceful times was indeed formidable. In the apocalypse, given time, such a person could potentially lead their people to wreak havoc. Approaching the chief, Lin Shi drove his blade into the man's heart, dragging the unconscious chief away. In a moment of defiance, the chief's eyes flickered open, fixating on Lin Shi with a look of disbelief before he succumbed to his fate. He could hardly fathom that he had been betrayed by those he had nurtured. As Lin Shi contemplated disposing of the bodies, a cacophony of frantic cries erupted from halfway down the mountain. "Help! Don't come closer!" A wild boar, larger than any he had ever seen, burst forth, rampaging towards the fleeing villagers. Many stumbled off the cliffside, while others collided with the rocky face, bloodied and lifeless, with only one path down the mountain. The villagers stood no chance against the beast. The boar's sharp tusks claimed victim after victim. It was only after a grim tally of corpses lay strewn about that the boar ceased its assault, sinking its teeth into one of the fallen, voraciously feasting. The terrified villagers, too consumed by panic to look back, remained oblivious to the boar's unsettling demeanor. Unlike ordinary boars, which seldom attacked without provocation, This creature's crimson eyes glinted with a sinister satisfaction as it savored human flesh. Lin Shi, witnessing this grotesque scene, felt his eyes widen in alarm. An aberrant beast. In his past life, the arrival of a severe cold had decimated vast swaths of plant life, leading to the demise of countless herbivores. Yet some species had survived, emerging from their forested retreats to hunt humanity. In the first 3 years of the apocalypse, survivors had organized hunts despite the casualties, yet the food supply remained meager. Those who had once been protected by humans were now multiplying at an alarming rate, turning against their former predators. By the 4th year, humanity faced the first wave of animal onslaughts. As time passed, ammunition dwindled, and despite efforts to resume production, the pace could not keep up with demand. Human defenses became increasingly strained, while predatory animals grew larger, stronger, and mutated. The term aberrant beasts emerged to describe these transformed creatures, and scientists discovered a substance within their blood that accelerated evolution. By the 6th year of the apocalypse, standard ammunition could no longer penetrate the thick hides of these aberrant beasts. Humanity finally realized that without significant changes, they could not hope to contend with such formidable foes. Lin Shi had not anticipated encountering an aberrant beast so early in this new existence. His expression shifted from shock to gravity. Was this the result of accelerated species evolution that the treasure basin had foretold? As if sensing Lin Shi's scrutiny, the mutated boar paused its meal, turning its head toward him. Chapter 60. Unlocking the first tier of the gene lock. The aberrant boar gazed at Lin Shi, its crimson eyes seemingly capable of awakening the deepest fears within the human heart. Lin Shi instinctively tightened his grip on his blade. Aberrant beasts not only boasted superior defenses compared to ordinary animals, but also possessed greater strength, speed, and cunning. In his past life, he and Zhao Xiao had once teamed up to slay an aberrant beast, but a dispute over spoils nearly cost Zhao Xiao his life, causing him to refuse further hunts thereafter. At that time, Lin Shi stood no chance in a one-on-one confrontation with an aberrant beast, extinguishing any desire to pursue hunting. Now, facing such a creature once more, it was impossible for him not to feel trepidation. However, this time, Lin Shi was no longer the impoverished soul armed with only a dagger. Regaining his composure, he focused his mind, and with a thought, his military knife vanished into his spatial pocket. In its place, a formidable black weapon materialized, a crossbow. While handguns offered rapid fire, their power paled in comparison to that of the crossbow, especially given the notorious thickness of boar hide, capable of shattering an elephant skull within a range of 150 meters. The crossbow's might was indisputable. As the crossbow appeared in Lin Shi's hands, the aberrant boar sensed the threat and charged directly at him. Lin Shi swiftly readied the weapon. Just as he took aim, the long-dormant treasure basin interface flickered to life, displaying a first-tier source beast detected. Please eliminate the source beast to absorb its source power. Source beast? Source power? Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. The mutated wild boar moved with astonishing speed, closing half the distance to Lin Shi in the blink of an eye, bringing with it a pungent, bloody gust of wind. Regaining his composure, Lin Shi swiftly took aim and released an arrow with great haste. However, the shot was taken too impulsively. A slight miscalculation resulted in a significant error. He intended to target the vulnerable spot above the boar's eyes, yet the arrow struck its snout, piercing through and emerging from beneath its mouth. The arrow effectively sealed the boar's jaws. Nevertheless, this injury, while aggravating, would not impede the boar's movement in the short term. It merely served to incite its fury. With a pained snarl, the boar's crimson eyes flared with rage, propelling it toward Lin Shi with even greater velocity. There was no time for another shot. Lin Shi decisively retracted his crossbow, rolling to the side to evade the boar's charge. In the presence of such a formidable beast, being struck even once could spell instant incapacitation. Its razor-sharp tusks could easily pierce a human, and its tremendous force could obliterate internal organs. After sprinting several meters, the boar finally managed to halt its momentum and turned back to charge at Lin Shi once more. Quickly regaining his footing, Lin Shi brandished a military knife as he stood. The distance between him and the boar was now merely a few meters, a mere heartbeat for the already swift creature. As the boar barreled toward him, its massive form loomed larger, intensifying the visual impact. Sensing the imminent danger, Lin Shi's heart raced, adrenaline surging through him. Yet his gaze remained increasingly composed. When the boar lunged, he deftly sidestepped, positioning his knife horizontally before him, and sliced across the boar's slick hide. A gash over half a meter long appeared along its flank, blood spraying forth. However, Lin Shi felt no elation. He understood that while the wound appeared severe, It had merely breached the boar's skin, grazing the flesh beneath. In relation to the boar's enormous size, this injury was far from fatal. In fact, the force of the blow had caused his grip on the knife to split open, blood oozing from his palm. A normal wild boar would have succumbed to such a strike, but the extraordinary resilience of the mutated creature was evident. Enraged by the pain, the boar turned sharply, closing the distance between them once again. Lin Shi felt his palm dampen with sweat as he gripped the knife tightly. The boar's speed made evasion nearly impossible at such close quarters. With determination flashing across his face, he opted not to retreat, but to advance directly toward the boar. Its form grew ever larger before him, its menacing tusks seeming to pierce the air. The overwhelming sense of life and death urgency sent a shiver down Lin Shi's spine, and his adrenaline peaked. Just as he was about to collide with the boar, he sensed something within him shatter. The world around him suddenly decelerated, and the sounds dulled. Memories of all he had learned and experienced in battle flooded his mind. His brain entered a state of rapid computation. Wind speed at 4 northeast. The slope of the concrete road at 276 degrees. The boar's speed at 198 meters per second. His own explosive speed at 13 meters per second. In 0.7 seconds. Collision was imminent with a 99 mortality rate. Optimal evasion angle, optimal attack angle, optimal strike point. These calculations flashed through Lin Shi's mind at lightning speed. In the next moment, he felt as if his body had transformed into a precision instrument. There was no need for conscious thought. His brain had already determined the ideal moment and angle for evasion, allowing him to narrowly escape the boar's charge. Like a finely tuned machine, his arm unleashed all its strength at the perfect moment, plunging the knife deep into the boar's neck. Immediately, he released the weapon to avoid being swept away by the boar's momentum. The wounded creature stumbled forward a few meters before turning back. Despite the severe strike, it did not succumb outright, but its speed had noticeably diminished. The boar staggered, preparing for a final desperate charge. However, as it turned, it was met with a razor-sharp arrow. The instant Lin Shi relinquished his knife, a crossbow appeared in his hand. Anticipating the boar's reaction, he fired an arrow without aiming, as if the boar had inadvertently turned into its path. The arrow's tremendous force penetrated the boar's skull, sending it reeling. With a resounding crash, it collapsed to the ground. In the next moment, Lin Shi's vision cleared. He glanced at his hands, an unusual glimmer in his eyes. Was this the sensation of unlocking his genetic lock? No wonder, even in the pitch-black depths of the rainforest, he was able to discern his position and movements through the faintest sounds. In that fleeting moment of unlocking his genetic potential, his mind functioned with the efficiency of a computer. Unfortunately, this heightened state could only be maintained for 3 seconds and was only usable in critical moments, with inevitable aftereffects looming. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an excruciating pain radiated through his limbs. The aftereffects of unlocking his genetic potential had set in. Minutes later, Lin Shi finally regained his composure. Unlike Su Qin, who had succumbed to unconsciousness after her first unlocking, the duration of his pain was shorter and, most importantly, he did not feel it to an unbearable degree. Could it be that the genetic lock exhibited individual variability? Lin Shi pondered this mystery, but set it aside, as a more pressing matter demanded his attention. He approached the lifeless body of a mutated wild boar. This beast must be the first-tier source beast referred to by the treasure basin. But how was he to absorb the so-called source power? Kneeling before the boar, he fell into deep thought. Detected unclaimed source power. Would you like to absorb? Yes, no. A message suddenly appeared on the treasure basin interface. Lin Shi's spirits lifted, and he responded yes. Please maintain physical contact with the source beast. Warning: the absorption process must not be interrupted. If interrupted, the source power will dissipate and become unattainable. An interruption would mean losing the opportunity? Lin Shi hesitated for a moment before retrieving the boar's carcass into his spatial storage and making his way back to the safe house. He could not ascertain how long the absorption process would take. Though the area was deserted, it was better to be cautious and return to the safety of the house. Upon reaching the safe house, he patted the Demon King's head, signaling it to stay put in the living room, and entered a storage room originally intended for miscellaneous items. Taking the mutated boar's body from his spatial storage, the treasure basin interface reappeared with its prompt. Detected unclaimed source power. Would you like to absorb? Yes, no. Lin Shi exhaled in relief, placing his hand on the boar's sticky fur. Yes. As he spoke, invisible source power was drawn from the boar, flowing from his palm into his body. He felt a gentle warmth emanate from where he touched the boar, spreading throughout his arm. Following, there was a sensation of exquisite comfort, permeating from his cells to his very soul. This feeling persisted for 2 minutes before it finally subsided, leaving no further sensation. As Lin Shi withdrew his hand, he felt a lingering desire for more. Was this what it felt like to evolve? Smacking his lips, he returned the boar to his spatial storage and went to wash his hands. Before long, he discovered that his walking speed had increased slightly compared to before. Lin Shi also tested his strength, which had improved a notch as well. Overall, his physical fitness had risen by approximately 10%. He was certain that the source power was the key to humanity's rapid evolution. Lin Shi recalled that when the apocalypse first began, the treasure trove exhibited strange phenomena. Solar storms have arrived, geomagnetic storms are forming, and source matter is rapidly generating. Source power enables biological evolution. This so-called source matter is the key to the evolution of living beings through source power. Acquiring source matter and forming source power is essential for becoming stronger. In his past life, scientists had discovered mutations in animals and plants, while humans only exhibited increased cold resistance. This proved that source matter could be passively absorbed by plants and animals, whereas humans could not. They must actively absorb it. Hence, the resonance technique emerged in his previous life. During the 2 years of practicing resonance, Lin Shi distinctly felt his physical condition improve. Otherwise, he would not have been able to join forces with others to slay a mutated beast. He recalled that since the onset of the apocalypse, he had yet to practice the health-preserving technique. Now was the perfect opportunity to test which was more formidable, the health-preserving technique or resonance. Without hesitation, Lin Shi began practicing the health-preserving technique right in the living room. As he had anticipated, after completing a set of health-preserving exercises, the warmth enveloping his body intensified, accompanied by a tingling sensation reminiscent of when he absorbed source power. He attempted resonance again and found its effects considerably inferior to those of the health-preserving technique, at least by more than half. With a flick of his palm, the health-preserving technique materialized in his hand, still appearing shabby and tattered. The health-preserving technique and resonance. Should he encounter that rotund Taoist again, he would certainly inquire about the origin of this health-preserving technique. Lin Shi stowed the technique away once more. Ordinary individuals could unlock their genetic locks. And now even mutated beasts had appeared. This apocalypse was no longer akin to the one from his previous life. The outside world would soon become fraught with danger. Lin Shi turned to the Demon King, who was lying on the carpet, curiously watching him, and gently patted its head, saying, "Demon King, let us strive together to grow stronger. Woof. Let's feast on wild game tonight. Woof." That evening, Lin Shi dealt with a mutated wild boar. The enormous carcass of the mutated wild boar appeared to weigh at least 400 pounds, quite substantial. In his past life, he had heard that the flesh of mutated beasts was exceptionally delectable, and he had longed to try it. Lin Shi first cut a large piece for the Demon King, then grilled several pork chops for himself. Surprisingly, the flesh of the mutated wild boar was not as tough as that of ordinary wild boars and lacked any fishy odor. It was delightfully chewy and bursting with flavor. Lin Shi could not help but consume 7 pieces before pausing. Even the Demon King indulged in 2 extra pieces, licking its lips in lingering satisfaction. This might be related to the essence of life that source power had transformed within the source beasts. After satiating themselves, Lin Shi decided to step outside for a breath of fresh air. The Demon King wanted to accompany him, but since it had no fur at present, Lin Shi worried it would be cold. He fashioned a piece of clothing for it to wear, which the Demon King reluctantly accepted despite its apparent discomfort. Outside, a heavy snowfall had commenced. In just a few hours, the bloodstains on the ground had vanished entirely. From a mountaintop, he gazed down upon a small part of the county, enveloped in darkness. Occasionally, faint glimmers of light from homes could be seen, likely candles being lit. Demon King, there will be no more lights in the thousands of homes, Lin Shi murmured as he surveyed the vast darkness. He had come to understand the purpose of this apocalypse. Humanity had languished at the pinnacle of the food chain for far too long. Perhaps this apocalypse was a forced reinitiation of competition between humans and other beings. Regarding the reasons behind the resumption of the previous 2 apocalypses, he had formed some conjectures in his mind. Humanity had grown accustomed to relying on external forces, entirely forgetting the need for self-improvement. In the years leading up to the apocalypse in his past life, humanity still sought to restore technological civilization. Lin Shi could envision that, decades after his demise, the rate of evolution among plants and animals would far surpass that of humans, with their reproductive rates multiplying several times over. Meanwhile, humanity would lag behind, step by step, ultimately leading to its extinction. As the soul-informed individual, Lin Shi felt as though a tremendous weight pressed upon his heart. What was he to do? The Demon King gazed up at Lin Shi, seemingly sensing the heaviness in his heart, and nuzzled against his leg. Together, man and dog stood silently in the pitch-black snow. Chapter 62. The blue pill the following day marked the fourth day since the onset of the apocalypse. Early in the morning, Lin Shi practiced the health-preserving technique in the living room. Knowing that practicing this technique could enhance his strength, he naturally devoted more time to training. Upon returning to the safe house the previous night, Lin Shi had also practiced for several hours until his limbs were too fatigued to lift before he finally went to sleep. After a night of rest, he had come to a realization. He was but one person, unable to influence the entire world. Even if he were to approach the authorities and declare that this was the third apocalypse, urging humanity to begin self-improvement and to cease aspirations of restoring technological civilization, the officials would undoubtedly dismiss his words. They might even imprison him, interrogating him about how he came to know all this, or worse, attempt to kill him to seize the treasure trove. The best outcome would be for them to control him, using him as a tool for their own ends. Lin Shi had yet to reach the level of greatness where he would sacrifice himself for all of humanity, possessing the treasure trove and the health-preserving technique. And understanding the truth of this apocalypse, he found himself ahead of everyone else. His foremost priority should be to continually grow stronger. Only by becoming powerful enough to instill fear in the authorities could he attain the right to engage with them on equal footing. An ant cannot affect the world, but a giant certainly can. Moreover, he needed to ascertain whether this world was indeed worth saving, and to what extent he should endeavor. After all, the worst possible outcome would merely be mutual destruction. As he pondered this, the faces of the Shun family flashed through his mind, and his eyes turned icy in an instant. Individuals like Shun Fanren were unworthy of living well. The Demon King, who had been watching Lin Shi train, noticed his sudden, terrifying expression, widening its eyes in surprise and instinctively leaning back. After concluding his practice, Lin Shi took a moment to rest and prepared 2 ham sandwiches, boiled 30 eggs, and poured 2 glasses of milk, sharing them equally with the Demon King. In this regard, he and the Demon King were quite in sync, both having hearty appetites. After breakfast, he reinstalled the camera he had previously removed back onto the outer-doors peephole. Outside, a blizzard had begun to rage. The world was shrouded in a blanket of pristine white snow. The outdoor temperature had plummeted to minus 31 degrees Celsius. The villagers who had fled had not returned to cause any trouble. Last night, countless individuals likely lost their lives to the cold in their slumber. At this moment, they were probably too preoccupied with their own survival. Lin Shi had yet to see the official supplies that Li Wei had mentioned. He surmised that the rapid and unexpected drop in temperature had thwarted the authorities' plans to distribute lighting supplies to appease the populace. It no longer mattered whether they could see light at night. What people truly needed were warm clothing and food. He was not particularly interested in the official provisions. He was more curious to see how far the authorities in Sha City could go. Returning to the safe house, Lin Shi changed the bandages on the Demon King's wound. The Demon King's healing ability was astonishing. A day had passed, and not only had there been no signs of inflammation or infection, but scabbing had begun to appear. To be on the safe side, Lin Shi administered half a tube of anti-inflammatory injection to the Demon King. After the injection, the Demon King paced around the safe house, frequently glancing toward the door, seemingly bursting with energy. "Once you're healed, I'll take you out," Lin Shi said helplessly. He then recalled that among the pet supplies he had collected, there were some toys that could be used to keep the Demon King occupied. "I'll find some toys for you to play with." Lin Shi communicated telepathically with the space, his consciousness sweeping through the vast expanse. Suddenly, a box caught my attention. "Huh." A flicker in my hand revealed the emergence of a box. This is the box that Shun Jinbin's bodyguard intended to bring into the hospital. After Lin Shi had swapped the box with a handgun, he hurried back to the safe house, completely forgetting about its existence until now. The Demon King, noticing the box in Lin Shi's hand, leaned in with his bald head and sniffed it. "Not this one." Lin Shi gently pushed the Demon King's head away, and with his other hand, produced a ball and tossed it to the Demon King. "Play with this." However, the Demon King merely glanced at the ball before turning back to fixate on the box in Lin Shi's hand, appearing far more intrigued by the box. Unable to do anything about it, Lin Shi said, "Let us take a look together, though I have no idea what's inside. Just be careful and keep your distance." Obediently, the Demon King settled on the sofa beside Lin Shi. With caution, Lin Shi opened the box. Inside, neatly arranged, were 6 blue pills, strikingly similar to the blue medication obtained from number 2, albeit larger and of a different shape. The Demon King had already approached, sniffing the blue pills. These pills were originally intended for Shun Jinbin's salvation by the security guard. "What on earth are they?" Lin Shi picked one up. The moment he touched the pill, the treasure basin suddenly emitted a prompt. Detected trace source material. Absorb? Yes, no. Lin Shi felt a slight jolt of surprise. These pills actually contained source material. He was all too aware of what source material represented. Shun Fanren could extract such substances even before the apocalypse? With a serious expression, Lin Shi declared, "Yes. Absorb." In the next instant, a gentle warmth flowed from the point of contact with the pill into Lin Shi's body. He felt a mild warmth in his arm, but then nothing further. He sensed that absorbing the pill felt somewhat akin to the previous experience of absorbing source power. Yet its effect was not even a thousandth of that. The trace amount of source material left in the pills from number 2 was pitifully scant, as the treasure basin didn't even provide a prompt when Lin Shi held it. This brought a slight relief to Lin Shi. If these pills contained a significant amount of source material, he would have to reconsider seeking revenge on the Shun family. No. Tu had mentioned before dying that Shun Fanren was cultivating gene warriors. If the pills contained a substantial amount of source material, it would indicate that Shun Fanren had likely succeeded. However, it appeared that he had not. Moreover, these pills seemed exceptionally precious to Shun Fanren. Otherwise, he would have brought only 6 when his own son was on the brink of death. Turning to see the Demon King, still sniffing the pills, looking exceedingly eager, Lin Shi inquired, "Do you want to eat?" The Demon King responded with a bark. Source material is beneficial for both humans and animals alike. Yet, this meager amount of source material was far less valuable to Lin Shi compared to practicing his health cultivation technique. Without hesitation, he tossed the pill into the Demon King's mouth. The Demon King swallowed the pill and licked its lips. Noticing no adverse reactions, Lin Shi proceeded to feed the remaining 5 pills to the Demon King. What began as a mere whim unexpectedly yielded delightful surprises the following day. Upon awakening, Lin Shi was startled when the treasure basin suddenly announced, detected a first-tier source beast within 2 meters. Chapter 63, The Demon King's Evolution. This alert caused Lin Shi to leap from his bed in fright. Within 2 meters. That meant it was right in his room. What kind of source beast could breach the shelter's defenses and enter his chamber? In an instant, Lin Shi felt every hair on his body stand on end. However, upon inspection, he found himself alone in the room, with only the Demon King sprawled on the carpet. No other life forms were present. The Demon King, disturbed by Lin Shi's commotion, woke up, and the two of them exchanged wide-eyed stares. Seeing Lin Shi awake, the Demon King approached, wagging its tail and nuzzling against him. After a moment, Lin Shi confirmed that the first-tier source beast indicated by the treasure basin was indeed the Demon King. He could hardly contain his astonishment. Upon closer inspection, the Demon King's exterior showed no significant changes. Remarkably, the grievous wounds it had sustained had scabbed over overnight, and even the wounds he had stitched up were nearly healed. With such a rapid recovery, Lin Shi surmised that with a bit more care, the Demon King would be fully healed in just a few days. Such remarkable self-healing ability. After the initial shock, elation surged through him. I can actually become companions with a source beast? Lin Shi couldn't help but smile, revealing a mouth full of bright teeth as he affectionately patted the Demon King. The Demon King's mismatched eyes appeared even more animated. The blue one sparkled with clarity, while the red one exuded an enchanting allure. Animals that transform into source beasts experience an increase in intelligence as well. Lin Shi extended 2 fingers and asked the Demon King, "How many is this?" "Woof woof. How many is this?" "Woof woof woof. What is this plus this?" "Whiff whiff 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 whiff." After testing, Lin Shi deduced that the Demon King's intelligence was at least comparable to that of a 10-year-old human. Perhaps with learning, it could become even smarter. With caution, Lin Shi removed the stitches from the Demon King. He surmised that the Demon King had already absorbed a significant amount of source material prior, reaching the threshold for evolution, which is why it evolved immediately after consuming the pills he had provided. Once the stitches were removed, the Demon King licked Lin Shi affectionately. "Good dog." Lin Shi reached out to stroke the Demon King's head. As before, the Demon King wagged its tail excitedly at Lin Shi's praise. Transforming into a source beast had not altered its temperament. Throughout the day, Lin Shi was further assured of this observation. He had a premonition that the Demon King would become his greatest ally, aside from the treasure basin. 3 days passed. A blizzard thoroughly acquainted the city, which had never seen snow, with the harshness of a winter wonderland. The temperature plummeted to over -30 degrees, and at night it dipped even lower, reaching over -50 degrees. Lin Shi had never visited Shushi in his past life, but he remembered that in Sanyuan City, the temperature on the 4th day was -50 degrees, with nighttime lows hitting -80 degrees. By this time in the north, temperatures had likely fallen to around -70 and -90 degrees. If Lin Shi were in Sanyuan City during his current life, he would find that the temperature had dropped to well below -60 degrees during the day, and at night it was even lower, reaching -80 or -90 degrees. In the northern regions, if someone were to traverse with heat-sensing instruments, they would see that the remnants of life were now exceedingly few. Near the extreme north, there were no signs of life remaining. This extreme cold apocalypse was even harsher than the last. During these days, Lin Shi remained in the safe house, enjoying meals and drinks with the Demon King while diligently practicing his health cultivation technique. Outside, the temperature hovered over -30 degrees, while indoors, Lin Shi kept the heater running at over 20 degrees. Other survivors wrapped themselves in every piece of clothing, curtains, and bedsheets they could find, yet they still could not fend off the bone-chilling cold. In stark contrast, Lin Shi lounged in the safe house wearing nothing but a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, sweating profusely from practicing his technique while indulging in fresh fruit juice. The continuous blizzards made some who had once prided themselves on living in high-rise buildings regret their choices after the storm shattered their glass windows. Cold winds infiltrated every corner of the room, leaving the entire suite in disarray. Not only was there no electricity, but the water pipes had also frozen. Deprived of water, survivors resorted to using basins and buckets to collect snow for melting. After damaging several plastic containers, they finally remembered to retrieve their stainless steel basins from the depths of their cupboards. With the gas supply also cut off, those without access to gas could only despairingly consume raw food while awaiting rescue. In Lin Shi's case, the well had been sealed in advance, and all the water pipes connected to the safe house were buried at least 6 meters underground. Consequently, they remained unfrozen and were still functional. Even if the well water were to freeze, Lin Shi had installed a stainless steel water tank beneath the safe house during its construction, ensuring that there would be no disruption to their water supply. Each day, Lin Shi indulged in leisurely barbecues, enjoyed hot pot, and savored boiled fish. Whenever boredom struck, he would watch downloaded dramas and even provide the Demon King with a 9-year compulsory education course. Aside from being unable to venture outdoors for leisure and having to shovel snow daily, life remained remarkably similar to that before the apocalypse. In stark contrast, the villagers at the foot of the mountain were enduring a far harsher existence. After Lin Shi's escape, the mutated wild boars claimed the lives of over a dozen villagers. Those who had ventured into the mountains returned, and it was soon discovered that nearly half of their number had vanished. Upon hearing of the events atop the mountain and losing their steadfast leader, the villagers descended into chaos. Some lamented in despair, others sought assistance from the law enforcers, while a few prepared to ascend the mountain armed and ready to fight, resulting in utter pandemonium. Soon thereafter, a blizzard descended upon them. Although they resided in a mountainous village, the inhabitants of Shushi, who had lived there for decades, lacked experience in combating the cold. The windows of their self-built homes were far less insulated than those in the city. That first night, most of the glass shattered under the abrupt temperature changes and the relentless assault of the storm. Fortunately, the residents of Wolong village typically had a stock of timber, allowing them to make repairs overnight and barely withstand the onslaught. However, by morning, 1/3 of the villagers had fallen ill with fevers. The makeshift repairs to the windows still allowed the cold to seep in, forcing many to relocate their beds to windowless rooms or the first-floor hall. Nevertheless, compared to urban dwellers, the villagers were somewhat better off, as most households relied on gas canisters for cooking, with many still using firewood. Additionally, they maintained a habit of keeping candles and flashlights on hand. Thus, meals and lighting were not significant issues. However, as the blizzard persisted for several days, many ailing villagers could not endure the harsh conditions. Numerous elderly residents quietly departed this world amidst the howling winds of the storm. Come that fateful morning, those who awoke from their slumber discovered that the relentless blizzard had finally ceased. Even the long-lost sun re-emerged in their sight. Chapter 64. The Return of Sunshine. As they beheld the sun illuminating the earth once more, the surviving villagers rejoiced, believing that their nightmare was drawing to a close. Yet, it soon became apparent that the sun no longer radiated the same brilliance and warmth as before. Even standing beneath its rays, they felt little comfort from the cold. Those living on the first floor, without eaves to shield them from the wind and snow, quickly found their doors unyielding. The unending blizzard had blanketed the entire Shushi city in over a meter of snow. Those with windows could only climb through them to clear the snow blocking their doors, while others had to devise ways to navigate from the second floor. However, this posed no challenge for Lin Shi. When designing the safe house, he had applied his previous life's experiences, installing inward opening doors. Thus, despite the heavy snow outside, the doors could still be opened. They merely required regular snow clearance to prevent being buried. At that moment, the door of the safe house swung open, and Lin Shi, along with the Demon King, stepped outside. The Demon King's injuries had healed, the once gruesome wounds now transformed into soft, pink scars. The fur that had been shaved off had begun to regrow, and in just a few days, a fine layer of fuzz had appeared. However, the outdoor temperatures remained insufficient, prompting the Demon King to don the unseemly attire that Lin Shi had modified. Lin Shi himself was clad in a waterproof and cold-resistant jacket, layered with thermal underwear and a high-neck fleece. His footwear consisted of anti-slip snow boots, while insulated and waterproof gloves adorned his hands. A windproof hat protected his head, and a face mask shielded his visage. Lastly, he donned ski goggles to guard his eyes against the sun as reflection off the snow. He was, indeed, fully equipped. Lin Shi retrieved a pair of skis from his storage, strapped on the ski gear, and once prepared, turned to the eager Demon King beside him, exclaiming, "Let us set off. Don't run too fast, and be mindful of the turns." At the sound of "let's go," the Demon King bolted forth, racing across the snow like a wild stallion. Lin Shi chuckled in resignation and followed suit. The duo swiftly descended the mountain. Upon reaching the base, Lin Shi stowed away his skis and meandered toward the city with the Demon King trudging through the snow. Along the way, they encountered numerous individuals, bundled in layers of clothing, having donned every wearable item from their homes. Compared to them, Lin Shi seemed rather lightly dressed, yet the state of those around him, with their lips turning purple and faces and hands exposed in red, spoke volumes about their inadequacy and warmth. One young man, noticing Lin Shi's attire, called out enviously, "Hey, you there, the one with the dog. What's your name?" Seeing that Lin Shi appeared to ignore him, the young man hurried over, only to trip and tumble into the snow. Undeterred, he quickly rose and continued toward Lin Shi. When he finally caught up, Lin Shi halted, turning to regard the young man, whose face was flushed from the cold, with a cold, indifferent gaze. "My name is Qian Liang. What is your surname, big brother?" Qian Liang brushed the snow off his clothes, gazing at Lin Shi with feigned admiration. Lin Shi replied, "Speak plainly." Qian Liang scrutinized Lin Shi's outfit, his envy unmasked. "I was just wondering where you bought that outfit. I'd like to get one for myself." "In the City S Mall," Lin Shi replied succinctly, then turned to leave. "Hey, wait, how much does it cost for a set? Do you have any extras at home that you could lend me?" Qian Liang hurriedly followed, questioning as he walked. Lin Shi frowned, casting a cold glare at Qian Liang. "Buy your own. Don't follow me, or I want to be polite." The Demon King also halted, glaring at Qian Liang with a menacing gaze, emitting a low growl. Startled, Qian Liang glanced at the imposing figure of the Demon King, larger than any dog he had ever seen. Okay. Take care, big brother." After Lin Shi walked away, Qian Liang spat in disdain at Lin Shi's retreating figure. Rely on a dog for power. What is so impressive about that? At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a down jacket passed by Qian Liang. The young man immediately approached him. "Hey, brother, where did you get that jacket?" "Get lost." A few days prior, when he ventured out, some shops had still managed to operate despite the power outages. Today, however, that was no longer the case. After enduring several days of nightmarish upheaval, people finally recognized that without desperately collecting food and winter supplies, survival was impossible. On the streets, many wielded various tools and weapons, vandalizing shops. Groups of individuals surged into clothing and grocery stores, while others resorted to outright theft from passersby. Some even committed murder in broad daylight. The fabric of social order had unraveled completely. As Lin Shi and the Demon King approached a gold shop, his purpose for venturing out was to gather gold to upgrade the long-neglected treasure basin. The origin of the treasure basin was shrouded in mystery. It could predict the arrival of the apocalypse and possessed knowledge of terms like source power and source beasts, which had never been heard of in his previous life. It was as if it were omniscient, capable of replicating and storing items, functions unheard of and unseen before. It could even grant rebirth. Perhaps once he upgraded the treasure basin to a certain level, he would receive unexpected surprises. Thus, Lin Shi had never forgotten his intention to enhance the treasure basin. He motioned for the Demon King to step back, then retrieved the hammer he had prepared in advance, and struck the gold shop's tempered glass with great force. Given Lin Shi's current strength, the glass shattered into countless tiny fragments with a single blow. With a few decisive strikes, the glass shattered, cascading to the ground in a tinkling shower of fragments. The store was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of piercing alarms or startled employees. Outside, the Dark Lord stood vigilant, while Lin Shi brazenly entered the gold shop, methodically ransacking each display case, gathering gold, silver, platinum, rose gold, and diamonds, anything of value, into his backpack. The entire operation consumed less than half an hour. He refrained from directly using his spatial abilities to extract the gold from the cabinets. as leaving them intact would minimize the risk of revealing his possession of a treasure trove. Having emptied one store, he proceeded to lead the Dark Lord to another gold shop. Lin Shi was familiar with the area from his previous excursions before the apocalypse. Aware of the numerous gold establishments scattered throughout the city, he swept through 8 shops in rapid succession, including 3 large ones, amassing a fortune in gold and silver worth at least 100 million prior to the cataclysm. The bustling city, dotted with shops and malls, attracted many who sought to seize resources. Some, observing Lin Shi's brazen theft of precious metals, considered joining in, but were swiftly deterred by the imposing presence of the Dark Lord. Others scoffed at Lin Shi's audacity, deriding his acquisition of items that were neither consumable nor wearable. At midday, Lin Shi dined with the Dark Lord in one of the now empty gold shops he had previously looted. Concealing their meal with a backpack, he produced some pre-prepared beef patties to share with the Dark Lord. Although the store was deserted, caution was paramount. Past experiences taught him never to let his guard down. As the man and his canine companion savored their meal, the sound of footsteps approached from the entrance. A middle-aged couple, accompanied by a girl appearing to be around 17 and a boy in his early teens, entered Lin Shi's field of vision. The adults and the girl carried large bags, while the boy was empty-handed, resembling a family scavenging for supplies. Upon reaching the entrance, they glanced curiously into the open shop, seemingly intent on entering. Lin Shi interjected, "There are people here. Perhaps you should rest elsewhere." The couple prepared to leave, but the boy halted, defiantly declaring, "This is your place? I can go in if I want." His demeanor was haughty, as if the world owed him a debt of 5 million, his tone brimming with insolence. He kicked at the glass shards, intending to step inside, only to be swiftly restrained by the girl. "AQ, don't cause trouble." The boy, however, shook off her hand, cursing as he strode into the shop. "I'm coming in. What do you care, you filthy girl? This isn't yours." He approached Lin Shi directly, but recoiled a few steps upon encountering the Dark Lord. Yet, upon spotting the beef patties in Lin Shi's hand and the Dark Lord's mouth, his curiosity got the better of him, fixating on the enticing food. The trio outside followed him inside. The parents, initially planning to scold AQ, were now entranced by the sight of the beef patties. Though only a few days had passed since the loss of power and gas, for those accustomed to hearty meals, these days felt akin to enduring a famine. "Boy, you're wasting such fine meat feeding a dog," the middle-aged woman lamented, eyeing the Dark Lord's beef patty with envy. The Dark Lord, sensing the disdain in her voice, glared at her, its expression suggesting it might retaliate if provoked. The woman quickly fell silent, retreating behind her husband. The man, swallowing hard as he gazed at the beef, turned to Lin Shi. "Young man, you ought to keep such a large dog on a leash. What if it bites someone? Perhaps you should secure it. Should you fear a bite, you are welcome to leave." "You've already interrupted our meal," Lin Shi replied nonchalantly. The man bristled at the retort, annoyance flickering across his face, but a glance at the Dark Lord quelled his words. At that juncture, AQ exclaimed, "Mom, I want a beef patty." The woman glanced at Lin Shi with embarrassment, tugging at her son. "We'll go home, and I'll make you something. There's no meat at home, not even a warm meal. I want a beef patty, and I want it now." The boy protested, stamping his feet in frustration. Annoyed by the commotion, Lin Shi shot a glance at the boy, a glimmer of menace flashing in his eyes. The boy fell silent, intimidated. "Could we perhaps trade some of these items for 4, no 3, beef patties?" The girl's gaze remained fixed on the patties, her head drooping in disappointment at Lin Shi's refusal. "Not a chance," Lin Shi replied without hesitation. The woman's bag contained nothing but summer clothes, curtains, and rugs, utterly useless to him. "Even 2 would do, or just 1. Please, my son hasn't eaten meat in days. He has grown thin." The middle-aged man's tone shifted, revealing desperation. The Dark Lord scrutinized the boy's round face and belly, tilting its head as if questioning the woman's absurdity. When Lin Shi remained obstinate, the man retorted sharply, "If he prefers to feed his dog rather than trade, let us not embarrass ourselves here. We're leaving." With a resigned sigh, the woman guided her son away, the family retreating from the shop. Lin Shi paid them no mind, continuing his meal, feeding another piece of beef to the Dark Lord, who suddenly turned its gaze toward the entrance. Following the Dark Lord's line of sight, Lin Shi turned to the street outside. Just as AQ broke free from his mother's grasp and lunged at the beef patty Lin Shi intended to offer the Dark Lord. "Give it to me." Lin Shi detected the boy's murderous intent as he rushed forward. Simultaneously, the Dark Lord's demeanor shifted, lunging towards the boy with a growl, sinking its teeth into his hand. "Ah!" The screams echoed, one from the boy, another from the middle-aged woman, who rushed to cradle her fainted son, frantically calling his name. The Dark Lord spat out the bloodied hand as if discarding filth. Outside, chaos erupted. Lin Shi prepared to assess the situation when a middle-aged man confronted him, fury etched across his features. Your dog bit off my son's hand, and you think you can just walk away? Without looking back, Lin Shi retorted, he came at me to steal. My dog merely showed restraint. He patted the Dark Lord's head, instructing, next time a thief approaches, just kill them. The Dark Lord nodded obediently, glancing back at the boy as if contemplating whether to finish the job. Have you no humanity? To feed a dog while disregarding a life. The man shouted, though he dared not approach to avenge his son. Outside, the street was filled with frantic screams and hurried footsteps. Help! A crowd fled in terror, pursued by a large tabby cat, its black and brown fur gleaming, resembling a lynx in size, its eyes gleaming with a predatory intensity. Far removed from the usual docility of domestic cats, the razor-sharp claws, upon grasping a victim, would effortlessly pierce through their flesh, tearing away strips of meat. After toppling each individual, the creature would continue to rend them beneath its claws until they lay in a grotesque state of bloody disarray, before pouncing on its next prey. It seemed to have reduced humanity to mere playthings beneath its claws. Once it had dispatched another soul, it sprang forth with astonishing agility, landing directly in front of the fleeing throng, a mocking gaze cast upon the despairing humans. As the feline creature approached within 100 meters of the shop, an alert flashed on Lin Shi's treasure interface, detected a first-tier source beast within 100 meters. Another source beast had emerged. Chapter 66, The Demon King's Battle with the Tabby Cat. The sight of yet another source beast caused Lin Shi to stiffen. During the previous encounter, he had been caught off guard by the sudden alert from the treasure interface, failing to eliminate the aberrant wild boar in time. This time, he vowed not to miss his chance. At that moment, the Demon King beside him erupted with a fierce battle intent, eyes brimming with hostility as they fixed upon the mutated tabby cat. The Demon King took a few steps, looking up at Lin Shi, seemingly seeking his counsel. Do you wish to confront that cat? Lin Shi instantly grasped the Demon King's intent. The Demon King nodded, recognizing the necessity of slaying the source beast and the opportunity it presented for rapid enhancement of power. Lin Shi would not let it slip away. The Demon King's proactive request for battle took him by surprise, yet also provided him a chance to witness the Demon King's combat prowess. After all, it mattered little whose hands the source beast fell to. He inquired, do you require assistance? The Demon King nudged Lin Shi with its head, pushing him a step back, implying that he should refrain from intervening. Very well, proceed. With his presence as a safeguard, Lin Shi felt assured that the Demon King would not encounter any peril. The Demon King cast a grateful glance at Lin Shi and began to advance toward the feline adversary. Simultaneously, the mutated tabby seemed to sense something amiss, turning its gaze toward the approaching Demon King. Upon spotting the Demon King, the cat abandoned its pursuit of the humans, fixating intently on the creature that approached. Its body arched, emitting a warning yowl. Meow. The Demon King quickened its pace and lunged forward. Both were source beasts, though the Demon King was larger. The tabby's speed was extraordinary. The battle between cat and dog was on the verge of erupting, while Lin Shi focused intently on the impending clash. A dispute ignited within a family of 3 inside the jewelry store. Hurry, take Achio to the hospital. The middle-aged woman pressed a cloth against the boy's wound, carefully wrapping his severed arm. Do you have any idea what the hospital situation is like? Where are the doctors? In recent days, the hospital has seen the most fatalities, and now there's 8 giant cat outside. How can we possibly go out? In the past few days, the hospital had transformed into one of the most chaotic places in the city. Countless injured, frostbitten, and feverish individuals had flocked to the hospital, only to be trapped there by the snowstorm. The facility was overflowing with people, yet there was insufficient supply to accommodate them all. Desperate and frozen, individuals at the brink of death could be expected to act in unpredictable ways. The hospital had become a hellish nightmare. What shall we do? Are we to watch Achio die here? The middle-aged woman exclaimed, panic-stricken. Mom, tie up Achio's wound with a rope. It can reduce the bleeding. The previously silent girl suddenly spoke up. Hearing her, the once tender-hearted mother swiftly transformed her demeanor, her tone sharp as she retorted. What do you know, you wretched girl? Do you wish to see your brother turned into a cripple? The girl, appearing meek, quietly replied, I saw this online before. If he continues to bleed like this, he will die from blood loss. Her words ignited a powder keg, prompting the middle-aged man to stride forward and deliver a harsh slap across the girl's face, unleashing his pin-up rage that he could not direct at Lin Shi onto her instead. You want to see your brother die, don't you? You useless, worthless thing. Why didn't you stop Achio from coming in? Why didn't you help him grab the meat pie? Why weren't you the one bitten? The girl was knocked to the ground, shards of glass embedding painfully into her palm. Yet, the middle-aged couple remained oblivious to the scene. The woman continuing her vitriolic tirade against the girl. If anything happens to your brother, you won't escape unscathed. The girl, numb, rose silently, extracting the shards from her bleeding hand, her expression shrouded in an inscrutable darkness. The battle between the animals was primal and brutal. In mere minutes, both the cat and dog had sustained injuries. Those fleeing from the tabby cat seized the opportunity to disappear into the shadows while the creature limped, its right leg injured by the Demon King's bite. The Demon King bore 3 deep, bloody gashes beneath its eyes, narrowly avoiding a strike to its eye, while its legs bore several grievous wounds. Lin Shi's heart sank, should the Demon King find itself in peril. He was prepared to draw his ranged weapon at a moment's notice. The Demon King lunged fiercely once more, only to have the tabby evade its advance. The tabby twisted and launched a swift claw strike toward the Demon King, its sharp claws glinting menacingly in the sunlight, shredding the Demon King's down jacket, feathers flying in all directions. At that moment, Lin Shi felt a surge of murderous intent, his eyes narrowing as a pistol silently appeared from his sleeve. A startled cry from the girl echoed behind him. "Run! They're going to kill you!" Unbeknownst to him, the middle-aged couple had circled around to Lin Shi's rear, each wielding a knife. Their eyes burned with murderous intent, their intentions all too clear. Damn, this ungrateful wretch. Upon realizing that Lin Shi had spotted them, the middle-aged man shot a venomous glance at the girl. No longer hiding, he sneered at Lin Shi. "You've the dog isn't by your side now, kid. You've harmed my son, and I will crush your bones to feed my dog. Stop wasting time with him. Kill him. His clothes will fit you, and I want beef pies." The middle-aged woman urged anxiously. They had long been fixated on Lin Shi. Initially, they had intended to target his dog, but were taken aback by the Demon King's ferocity. Upon realizing that Lin Shi's dog was a formidable opponent, they had considered retreating to ambush him under the cover of darkness, luring the dog away with the girl. However, fate had dealt them a cruel hand, and their son had suffered first. Yet the plan remained unchanged. They would strike while the dog was absent and eliminate this boy. Woof! The moment Lin Shi was threatened, the Demon King let out a furious howl, slamming the oncoming tabby cat to the ground, and with renewed ferocity, lunged at its injured right leg. The decisive bite severed the tabby's leg, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. Seizing the moment, the Demon King pinned the tabby down, its overwhelming strength asserting dominance as its sharp claws pressed down on the struggling creature. In its final throes, the tabby clawed desperately at the Demon King's leg. But in the next instant, the Demon King ruthlessly snapped its neck. Meanwhile, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Just as the middle-aged couple charged at Lin Shi with their knives, the girl, who had been trembling in the corner, suddenly brandished a cleaver, seemingly from nowhere, and charged at the couple. Chapter 67. Qin Shuang. None present anticipated such a dramatic twist. The girl, who had initially exuded minimal presence, too timid to even speak, had unexpectedly undertaken such a startling action. The girl appeared diminutive, yet her strength was formidable. With a single stroke, she nearly severed the middle-aged man's neck. Almost immediately, the middle-aged woman was unexpectedly brought down by the girl as well. Lin Shi, encountering such a situation for the first time, wore a look of mild astonishment. After the Demon King dispatched the tabby cat, it swiftly returned to Lin Shi's side. Lin Shi affectionately patted the Demon King's head, offering reassurance. From his backpack, he retrieved medical supplies, tending to the Demon King's wounds while keeping a watchful eye on the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, having had his carotid arteries severed, soon succumbed to massive blood loss, convulsing and rolling his eyes back. The middle-aged woman, still gasping for breath, lunged at the girl with a fruit knife. The girl dodged momentarily, but was nonetheless struck in the arm. Yet her actions did not falter as she delivered another blow to the woman's head. Even as the woman lay motionless, the girl continued to strike, blood splattering as if the victims were mere slabs of meat rather than her own parents. It was only when the two corpses were reduced to a gruesome pulp that she ceased her assault. She stood with a knife in hand, a hollow expression on her face, and approached the unconscious boy, whispering, "Let us descend into hell together, brother." With that, she struck down, severing the boy's head with a few swift blows. Having completed this grim task, the girl walked towards Lin Shi, but halfway there, she dropped the knife. Her spirit seemingly vacated and implored, "Just kill me." "Why should I kill you?" Lin Shi responded, perplexed. His acts of violence were always motivated by self-preservation and personal gain. This girl had not attacked him nor insulted him. In fact, she had even offered him a warning. Although he sensed the murderous intent behind him, it indicated that she bore him no malice and had, in fact, alleviated his troubles. There was no justification for him to strike her down. The girl's eyes lost their luster. I have slain my own family. A wretch like me surely deserves to die. Lin Shi found her reasoning amusing. Your actions towards your family hold no bearing on me. Besides, not everyone is worthy of being a parent. In that moment, Lin Shi was reminded of Lin Shi, a shadow of darkness flickering in his gaze. He patted the Demon King and stated, "Let us depart." Upon returning to the tabby cat's side, they encountered several individuals who had previously fled, but they merely observed from a distance, hesitant to approach. The tabby cat lay dead, and the Demon King who had killed it remained, ignoring the gazes of those around him. Lin Shi instructed the Demon King to carry the cat's body away. Disappointment washed over those who had hoped he might leave the corpse behind, thinking they might salvage some flesh. However, a severed leg of the tabby, bitten off by the Demon King, sparked a frenzy among some for its remains. After all, meat was meat. After walking a short distance, Lin Shi halted and called out to a hidden corner, "Come out," covered in blood and clutching a large bag. The girl cautiously emerged. It was the same girl who had just committed the heinous act. "Why are you following me?" Lin Shi frowned. The girl took a few steps closer, but halted at the sound of the Demon King's threatening growl. "Can I accompany you?" she inquired. "No," Lin Shi replied without hesitation. Resolute in his refusal, her mere existence posed a potential risk. "I am capable of anything. Do not underestimate me because of my size. I am strong and can endure hardships, and I do not consume much." The girl fervently promoted herself. "I already have companions." Lin Shi warned her with a piercing gaze. "Do not follow me again. I will not spare anyone should it come to that." He had resolved never to form partnerships with anyone again. Even his servants he could not trust to remain by his side. "My name is Qin Shuang," the girl shouted at Lin Shi's retreating figure. Seeing him not even glance back, Qin Shuang's expression hardened as she turned and departed in another direction. As the feeling of being watched faded, Lin Shi found a secluded corner and stored the tabby cat's body in his space. Later that afternoon, he pulled out the previously marked map and continued his raid on gold shops. After plundering a dozen establishments, he unexpectedly encountered someone at the entrance of another gold shop. "You're following me?" Lin Shi's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he regarded the reappearing Qin Shuang. She hastily defended herself. "I am not following you. I came here to find something." At that moment, Lin Shi noticed the fire axe she held in her hand. So, she was also in search of gold. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Having encountered this girl twice in one day, he instinctively assumed she wished to linger in his company. Lin Shi circumvented Qin Shuang, intending to leave, but she called out to him. "Wait." Lin Shi turned. Irritation etched on his face as he regarded her. Qin Shuang set down her heavy bag, visibly weighed down after an afternoon of collection. She opened the bag to reveal a trove of gold jewelry amid various odds and ends. Her eyes sparkled as she presented a handful of gold to Lin Shi, saying, "Take this." Lin Shi's impatient expression shifted slightly. "Why offer this to me? Do you not need gold?" "I visited 4 gold shops today and collected all this," she replied. Lin Shi coldly responded, "I can gather my own. Even if you squander your time collecting this, I will not take you in." "I understand," Qin Shuang said, her hands tightening around the gold as she lowered her head. "I realize my worthless life can only rely on myself. I merely wish to express my gratitude for not pushing me further into despair when I was at my lowest." "There is no need for thanks. I did nothing," Lin Shi stated matter-of-factly. Yet Qin Shuang gazed at him resolutely, insisting, "If something exists, it exists. This gold is of no use to me, so please accept it." Lin Shi desired the gold, but he would not accept it without reciprocation. "If you insist on giving this to me, I will trade you something in return." He retrieved a packet of anti-inflammatory medicine, a bottle of iodine, and a roll of bandages from his backpack. To exchange such a trove of gold for so little in terms of medicine would have seemed ludicrous in the pre-apocalyptic world. But now, with pharmacies and hospitals stripped bare, these supplies were far more valuable than gold. Qin Shuang had been injured in her arm by the middle-aged woman. If left untreated, the wound could easily become infected, leading to potential death in their current environment. These medicines were invaluable to her. For Lin Shi, acquiring 30 to 40 pounds of gold in exchange for a small amount of medicine was a significant gain. Moreover, he would earn this girl's gratitude. A glimmer of insight crossed Lin Shi's mind. He discerned that this girl was not as simple as she appeared. In Chapter 68, Phase 2, a girl capable of carrying such a quantity of gold and a sack of supplies, while wielding a hefty fire axe, possessed strength that could not merely be encapsulated by the phrase strong. Additionally, Lin Shi had previously seen her injured arm, yet she continued gathering supplies as if unscathed. He glanced down at the Demon King's wound, which had ceased bleeding. Remembering something, Lin Shi took out several packs of instant noodles collected from containers earlier and handed them to Qin Shuang along with the medical supplies. Qin Shuang's eyes glistened with gratitude as she trembled while accepting the items from Lin Shi. Thank you. Lin Shi placed the gold from her bag into his own backpack and stated, I must be on my way. Twilight approaches. Despite the clock not yet striking 4 in the afternoon, the sky had begun to darken. The onset of extreme cold extended the night far longer than the day, making the absence of light render the evening far more perilous. What is your name? Qin Shuang called from behind. Lin Shi pondered for a moment, then replied without turning back, I am called Li Hao. Before nightfall, Lin Shi returned to the safe house with the Demon King. Upon their arrival, he first examined the wounds sustained by the Demon King during the day. As anticipated, the injuries had healed remarkably well, with no signs of bleeding. Lin Shi marveled once more at the astonishing regenerative abilities of the source beasts and meticulously tended to the deeper wounds. After ensuring the Demon King was comfortable in the living room, Lin Shi retreated into the storage room, locking the door behind him to retrieve the corpse of the tabby cat. Detected unclaimed source power. Do you wish to absorb it? Yes, no. Upon receiving the prompt from the treasure basin, Lin Shi did not hesitate to respond, yes, just as he had experienced when absorbing the wild boar earlier. A warm current surged from his arm into his body, filling him with an indescribable sense of exquisite pleasure that coursed through his limbs and core. It was a transcendent sensation of the essence of life being elevated. Suddenly, Lin Shi felt a jolt within his body as his genetic lock inexplicably unlocked itself at that moment. As astonishment washed over him, an unprecedented sense of power surged within his heart. What is this? Lin Shi marveled at his own body. The sensation was utterly miraculous. His mind was as clear and calm as it had been when he first unlocked the initial genetic lock, yet the strength within him was continually amplifying. A fleeting illusion of being able to battle source beasts barehanded washed over him. Tentatively, Lin Shi threw a punch into the air. The punch sliced through the air, producing a whistling sound. At that instant, his brain calculated the force behind this strike, revealing that it had increased tenfold compared to before. It had far surpassed the strength achievable by an ordinary human, and this was merely a casual punch from Lin Shi. Could this be the second stage of the genetic lock? Astonished, Lin Shi leaped into the air, effortlessly brushing the ceiling. He attempted a light jog and, to his amazement, found himself darting from one end of the storage room to the other in the blink of an eye. With such incredible speed, within a room that was not particularly spacious, Lin Shi accelerated smoothly and came to a stop just before crashing into the wall. Such precision and power control could only be achieved through perfection. If an ordinary person were to experience a sudden increase in strength and speed, they would struggle to adapt to their own power in a short time, risking a lack of coordination or even injuring themselves. This adaptation would require time and practice. However, in a state of unlocked genetic potential, Lin Shi's brain could precisely control every ounce of his strength, while the power within him seemed to flow endlessly. The sensation was overwhelmingly potent. This time, the duration of the genetic lock lasted for 8 seconds. Once released from this state, Lin Shi felt a slight wobble. Sinking to one knee on the ground, his limbs felt weak, and he experienced a twinge of pain. It was far less severe than the aftermath of his first unlocking of the genetic lock. Perhaps the 2 instances of absorbing source power from source beasts played a role in this improvement, Lin Shi pondered. Initially, he had learned from number 2 that the aftereffects of unlocking the genetic lock worsened over time, yet his current state was undeniably improving. Source power. Lin Shi understood that it was crucial. Did absorbing the powers from 2 first-stage source beasts allow him to unlock the second-stage genetic lock? Or had his body absorbed some source material prior to this? He harbored these silent doubts. Unbeknownst to him, during his unconsciousness, the treasure basin had automatically absorbed source materials, which would have clarified his confusion. After resting for about 10 minutes, although Lin Shi's limbs remained somewhat weak, he gradually regained his strength. He attempted to unlock the genetic lock again, but there was no response. The power he felt when the genetic lock was released was undeniably formidable. However, Lin Shi still had yet to discern how to activate the genetic lock at will. Aside from life-threatening situations or emotional peaks, he had not yet discovered any other method to voluntarily unlock the genetic lock. Moreover, after observing the battle between the Demon King and the tabby cat, Lin Shi realized that, aside from humans, other creatures did not seem to possess the concept or ability to unlock their genetic locks. They directly enhanced their physical strength, accompanied by some external changes in size. The evolutionary paths of humans and source beasts were evidently divergent. Currently, everything was in an exploratory phase, and Lin Shi could only gradually unravel the mysteries within. He returned the tabby cat's corpse to the storage space and opened the door to the storage room. The Demon King was waiting by the door, having seemingly been there for some time. "Were you waiting for me?" Lin Shi asked in mild surprise. Crouching down to stroke the Demon King. The Demon King circled around him twice, sniffing Lin Shi intently, as if confirming something. "What's wrong?" Lin Shi inquired with a smile. The Demon King nudged Lin Shi's palm with its nose, its expressive eyes filled with affection and a hint of reverence. Thinking the Demon King might be hungry, Lin Shi patted its head and said, "Are you hungry? Let us go eat." After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, Lin Shi took out all the gold, platinum, diamonds, silver, and other jewelry he had collected that day from his storage space, spreading them across the living room floor. Today's haul of gold alone amounted to several hundred kilograms, with a combined weight of silver, rose gold, and diamond jewelry also nearing that figure. The living room floor sparkled with a dazzling golden sheen, a truly eye-catching sight. The replicas could not be used for upgrades. These items had no value beyond that purpose. Lin Shi glanced at the Treasure Basin interface. Treasure Basin, storage space, 969696, financial points required for upgrade, 32,000. Function, item replication, 21. Financial points required for next upgrade, 58500. Crouching down, he placed his hand on the pile of jewelry, took a deep breath, and declared, "Upgrade item replication." As soon as Lin Shi finished speaking, the interface shimmered slightly, and a portion of the jewelry pile vanished. The numbers on the Treasure Basin interface quickly fluctuated before stabilizing. Treasure Basin, storage space, 969696, financial points required for upgrade, 32,000. Function, item replication, 45, financial points required for next upgrade, 160000. The pattern of replication upgrades was clear. The first upgrade allowed for 3 replications, the second for 6, the third for 12, and now, with his fourth upgrade, it had increased by a full 24. Simultaneously, the amount of precious metals required for the next upgrade had also escalated. It had previously been 80,000, then dropped to 58,000 after Lin Shi fed the excess gold into the item replication, and now it had soared to 160000. 160,000 financial points equated to 160 kilograms of gold. While rose gold and platinum could also be consumed, none could match gold's 1-to-1 ratio. Silver, on the other hand, required 100 grams to convert into a single financial point. As for diamonds, it seemed the Treasure Basin did not recognize these exorbitantly priced stones. Or perhaps only precious metals were consumable by the basin. Casting aside these thoughts, Lin Shi proceeded to upgrade the item replication once more. Fifth upgrade. Item replication count, 48. Next upgrade, financial points required, 320000. Sixth upgrade. Item replication count, 96. Next upgrade, financial points required, 640000. Lin Shi glanced at the floor, where more than half of the gold and silver jewelry had already disappeared. Following the current upgrade pattern, the next upgrade would require over 1,000,000 financial points. Clearly, the remaining jewelry was insufficient. He silently willed for another upgrade, which resulted in an increase of 192 in item replication count. Treasure Basin, storage space, 969696, financial points required for upgrade, 32,000. Function, item replication, 381, financial points required for next upgrade, 1240000. Estimating the remaining gold and other jewelry, Lin Shi figured he could still exchange them for around 400,000 to 500,000 financial points. Indeed, he was far from reaching the threshold for upgrading item replication to the next level. Lin Shi opted to enhance the storage space instead. After upgrading 5 times, the space has now reached its current size. The amount of gold required for space upgrades is significantly less than that needed for item duplication. He estimates that if he upgrades 4 or 5 more times, he will have sufficient space without the need for further upgrades in the future. Upgrade the entire storage space, Lin Shi decisively declared. As his words fell, all the accessories, save for the diamonds, vanished into thin air. This time, the duration for upgrading the Treasure Basin was noticeably prolonged. After 4 changes, the numbers on the Treasure Basin transformed into Treasure Basin. Storage space, 1456, 1456. Continue to accumulate 98575 wealth points to obtain complete storage space. Function, item duplication, 381. Wealth points required for upgrade, 24 million. Complete storage space? Lin Shi momentarily paused. He has long harbored a suspicion that upgrading the Treasure Basin to a certain limit might yield some unexpected transformations. He did not anticipate reaching that point so swiftly. His heart began to race slightly. Having upgraded the storage space 5 times previously, coupled with the current 4 upgrades, it implies a maximum of 10 upgrades? Lin Shi took out paper and pen, silently calculating. According to the doubling pattern of wealth points required for each upgrade of the treasure basin, the points for the 10th upgrade should originally be 512,000. However, even after absorbing the excess gold and silver, he still required over 980,000. Lin Shi furrowed his brow. This meant that the wealth points needed for the final upgrade were no longer doubled, but quadrupled, with item duplication having been upgraded 7 times. If it too were to reach the maximum of 10 upgrades, he would still need 82 million wealth points. In other words, he would need to collect over 20 tons of gold, or even more of other precious metals. Lin Shi immediately opened the map of Sha City to assess his options. The gold shops he had previously plundered were already marked off. Few remained on the map. The city of Sha was small. Within a day, he had already visited 60% of the gold shops. The remaining ones were located in the suburbs, where the collection speed would undoubtedly slow down, and the number of gold shops was limited. He would not be able to gather 20 tons from such a sparse selection. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shi thought of the bank vault. However, he quickly dismissed this idea. During his outing to gather supplies, he had already observed that most banks were entirely locked down. Although unguarded, the walls were reinforced, and the glass was bulletproof. Not to mention the bank vault, which, according to rumors, could withstand even explosives, even if unguarded. With the limited firepower he possessed, breaking through the bulletproof glass would be exceedingly difficult, let alone accessing the bank vault. Such aspirations were mere folly. Glancing at his hand, Lin Shi wondered if the treasure basin space could somehow draw in the gold within the bank vault through the walls. With this thought, he stood and approached the wall. It was simple to test the possibility. He would use his safe house as an experiment. The outer wall of his safe house was over 3 meters thick, but the internal walls separating the rooms were considerably thinner, roughly 30 centimeters thick. He decided to try with his own room first. Placing his hand against the wall connecting to the bedroom, he closed his eyes and concentrated all his thoughts on communicating with the space. As his consciousness connected with the space, he felt an overwhelming sensation of drifting and fading. Previously, while retrieving items from containers and suitcases, he had sensed a faint connection to the items within. However, at this moment, the instant he conceived the thought of taking an item from the room, a sharp, stabbing pain shot through his head. Lin Shi immediately severed the connection with the space, collapsing onto the floor. Wang, the Demon King, noticing his distress, hurried over and anxiously circled him. Lin Shi, suppressing the sudden wave of nausea and dizziness, managed to force a smile at the worried Demon King and reassured, "I'm fine." After resting for a while, the nauseating sensation gradually subsided, yet his heart sank significantly. Unwilling to accept defeat, he began testing other items, cups, metal boxes, cabinets, and everything else he could think of. Eventually, he discerned the limitations of remote item retrieval. The success of retrieving items from a container depended on the thickness of the separating object as well as its density. To draw something from within a container, the maximum thickness of the container could not exceed 5 centimeters. Moreover, the thicker the container's density, the lower the allowable thickness. For instance, when Lin Shi constructed a box from several alloy plates, he discovered that exceeding 3 centimeters would lead to the same issue he faced when attempting to retrieve an item from the living room to the bedroom. Clearly, this route was not viable. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Lin Shi realized that to retrieve items through a barrier, the object must be thin and of low density. The bank vault evidently did not meet this criterion. It seemed he would have to take an alternate route. Once he had collected from the gold shops in Sha City, he would venture to surrounding cities to gather gold. Chapter 70. The Movement of the Troops. The next day, Lin Shi, still undeterred, made another trip to the bank. After spending a good portion of the day breaching several locks, he arrived at the vault entrance only to experience once more the feeling of having been struck hard on the head, leaving him dizzy and nauseous. This time, he was completely disheartened. The bank vault was not only thick but also comprised many layers with a complex structure that ordinary force could not penetrate. The lock on the vault door alone was extraordinarily intricate. Even if destroyed, opening the door would be impossible. Reluctantly, he resigned himself to systematically visiting each gold shop to gather gold. That day, Lin Shi swept through the remaining gold shops in the city, collecting barely a few dozen kilograms of gold along with various other pieces of jewelry, far less than he had anticipated. After converting all of this into wealth points for upgrading space, the results were as follows. Treasure basin. Storage space, 1456, 1456, 1456. Continue to accumulate 1, 5, 3, 6, 7, 3 wealth points to obtain complete storage space. Function. Item duplication 381. Wealth points required for upgrade. 1. 24 million. Just over 150 kilograms of gold remained before he could upgrade his storage space to its maximum capacity. Lin Shi felt a surge of excitement. On the third day following the blizzard, Lin Shi, having completed his morning exercises, discovered that heavy snow had begun to fall outside. Although the snow affected visibility, the winds were mild enough to permit him to seek out gold. The Demon King's injuries had yet to fully heal. Lin Shi had left it at home yesterday and decided to do the same today. Considering the possibility of worsening weather, he ensured the Demon King had enough food for several days before departing. Today, Lin Shi's target was the suburbs. Upon arriving in the suburbs, Lin Shi sensed a distinct change in the atmosphere. It seemed not just the suburbs, but the entire ambience of Sha City had shifted. The number of individuals still venturing out to seek supplies today was noticeably fewer than in previous days. Over the last 2 days, whenever a solitary figure carrying supplies passed by, others rushed to rob them. During these thefts, violent confrontations often unfolded before Lin Shi's eyes. The snowy ground was marred not only by chaotic footprints, but also by the stark contrast of blood staining the white snow. Just yesterday, he had witnessed 2 young women, seemingly searching for supplies together, being dragged into a dark, deserted shop by 3 burly men. Their desperate cries for help lasted but a moment before fading into silence. Draped in luxurious attire, Lin Shi inevitably became the target of many, as a steady stream of individuals with ulterior motives approached him. With his physical prowess enhanced by the activation of his second-stage genetic lock and the accumulated experience of 8 years of survival in a post-apocalyptic world, he effortlessly dealt with anyone foolish enough to challenge him, understanding that life and death situations could awaken the latent potential within humans. Lin Shi's strikes became increasingly decisive. He would not prolong the demise of those he could eliminate in an instant. The world around him transformed into a canvas of pure white, while the hearts of men grew dark as night. After dispatching the 5th dim-wit individual of the day, Lin Shi, feeling a tinge of exasperation, sheathed his bloodied Nepalese knife at his waist. Unsurprisingly, fewer individuals with discernment approached him thereafter. However, during his lunch, a new fool appeared. "Young man, please. Could you spare some food? I haven't eaten in 2 days." A kindly-looking woman in her 50s, donning a patchwork cotton coat, entered the print shop where Lin Shi was resting. Lin Shi cast a cold glance at the approaching woman, his voice icy. "Take another step closer, and you shall meet your end." The woman halted, a glimmer of despair in her eyes. "The heavens offer no mercy. My children are far away, leaving me to suffer here alone. Young man, I ask for nothing more than a morsel. I would trade this coat for it." Standing at the entrance, she persisted, offering a warm coat in exchange for a meal, a seemingly fair deal that might entice someone to forego a bite in return. Lin Shi's gaze hardened as he rose and advanced towards her. The woman, believing he acquiesced, displayed a glimmer of hope. Yet, as Lin Shi drew near, a flash of malice flickered in her eyes, and she revealed a sharp steel spike concealed within her coat. Before she could raise her hand, a glimmer of cold steel flashed in Lin Shi's grasp. In an instant, her vision spun, and the last image she beheld was Lin Shi, standing over a familiar headless corpse, the realization dawning upon her. That was her own body. Lin Shi sheathed his blade and unceremoniously kicked the woman's lifeless form out the door, casting a frigid glance at several pairs of eyes lurking nearby before returning to his meal. In the afternoon, while collecting gold, Lin Shi was suddenly alerted by a commotion. The noise did not emanate from nearby, but rather from some high-rise apartments. "Soldiers, I am here. We are saved," cried a voice, mingled with desperation. "Please help me. I haven't eaten in 3 days." Over the past few days, many had lamented in the apartment complex, questioning the absence of military intervention. Lin Shi harbored suspicions that the army's movements would soon be evident. His recent visit to another port revealed that most containers had been opened, their valuable contents already pilfered. Recalling his earlier encounter with the army, Lin Shi had no doubt that the soldiers were under orders to swiftly gather supplies. This was a prudent strategy. Without provisions to appease the populace, even if the military managed to maintain order, the starving and freezing survivors would inevitably harbor grievances, potentially leading to unrest and rebellion. This indicated that the highest command in Shashi was not a fool. Indeed, the army finally took action. Troops, armed to the teeth, appeared throughout Shashi. To the dismay of the survivors, however, these soldiers bore no supplies, only sheets of paper resembling flyers. The soldiers seemed oblivious to the corpses scattered across the streets, performing their duties as if it were a pre-apocalyptic world, pasting papers in conspicuous locations throughout the city. Some soldiers even thrust flyers directly into the hands of passersby. Lin Shi received one such flyer, which appeared to be handwritten. It read, Notice, due to recent abnormal weather and the interruption of communication with other cities, special measures will be implemented. 1. Starting tomorrow, during non-blizzard conditions, citizens may go to the Xinhai apartments in the eastern suburbs to register for weekly survival supplies. Those with elderly or children may bring their identification for collection on behalf of them. Any attempts at fraud or excess claims will result in confiscation of supplies and permanent disqualification from future distributions. 2. The military will construct shelters in the eastern suburbs of Shashi. All who contribute to the construction for 100 days will earn residency eligibility. Participants will receive 2 additional meals per day and a set of winter clothing each month. Requirements: ages 16 to 45, physically fit, no chronic illnesses. Those with special skills will be prioritized. 3. Due to the need for shelter construction, contributors of various building materials will earn contribution points based on the quantity submitted. Those who reach 500 points will gain residency eligibility in the shelter. Contribution points can be exchanged for supplies, with details posted outside the Xinhai apartments. 4. From today onward, each district will have a patrol team of soldiers armed with live ammunition. Citizens are prohibited from engaging in looting, murder, or acts of violence against women. Violators will be shot on sight. The document continued with bureaucratic language, which Lin Shi skimmed over. His earlier suspicions were confirmed. The Lin Shi leisurely observed the scene from the roadside, curious to see what orders the commander of the troops in Shashi would issue to these soldiers. To develop Shashi into the largest official sanctuary, the commander must possess considerable prowess. Bang! As the gunfire echoed once more. The previously boisterous, burly man gazed incredulously at his bloodied chest before collapsing. The crowd finally fell silent. The leading soldier, with a stern expression, scanned the onlookers and declared, "Disruptors shall be executed. If you seek supplies, go to the eastern outskirts tomorrow. Now, disperse immediately." The crowd hurriedly scattered. Lin Shi absorbed every detail. Glancing at the sky, he left the area with the throng. The gold collected today was sufficient for upgrading his storage space. He planned to return first and visit the eastern outskirts tomorrow. Given his current residence in Shashi, it was imperative to comprehend the ruling powers of this place. As he passed the entrance of Wolong village on his return, Lin Shi noticed that the villagers were surprisingly holding a funeral. Over the past couple of days, his early departures and late returns had left him unaware of the villagers' plight. From a distance, he could see that nearly every household had hung white cloth, indicating a significant loss of life within the village. Yet, at such a critical juncture, with the next blizzard uncertain, the villagers still had the heart to conduct funerals. Lin Shi was uncertain whether to label their actions as ignorant or foolish. He quickened his pace, eager to return to his safe house. After greeting the Demon King, he laid out the gold and other precious metals he had collected that day. A mix of nerves, excitement, and trepidation surged within him, but above all, he felt anticipation. Taking a deep breath, he softly murmured, "Upgrade storage space." The golden trinkets in his hands vanished in an instant. A dazzling golden light suddenly emanated from his forehead. The entire interface of the treasure pot pulsated erratically, resembling a glitch. Lin Shi's pupils widened as he focused intently on the unfolding changes. The last time the treasure pot interface exhibited such dramatic fluctuations was when it absorbed the second ancient coin. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily. The Demon King stood beside him, awestruck. Although accustomed to Lin Shi's whimsical transformations, witnessing a human emanate light was unprecedented for the Demon King. His mouth agape, he was oblivious to the drool pooling at his feet, his eyes filled with unmistakable admiration for Lin Shi. After a significant pause, the treasure pot interface reappeared before him. Treasure pot, storage space. Complete the volume of space can increase with the user's internal source power and can store living beings. Function, item duplication 381. Required funds for upgrade, 1,240,000. The capacity to store living beings. Lin Shi scrutinized the preceding text, his gaze fixating on the 5 characters that denoted the ability to store living creatures. He understood the implications of those words. Hastily, he probed the space with his consciousness. Before his eyes, the entire area had expanded into an endless expanse, rendering the items within diminutive. Previously, the nearly 10,000 containers of supplies he collected at the port occupied 1/3 of the space. After upgrading 4 times yesterday, those supplies had shrunk to occupy only a mere fraction of a corner. Now, the space appeared as if it had been divided. One side remained a vast vacuum, while the other revealed a plot of land the size of a football field. Chapter 72, Experimental Space. The newly manifested land within the space was barren, resembling wasteland, with nothing but gray-black soil strewn across it. Lin Shi was eager to experiment. Naturally, he would not use the Demon King for this trial, as the demon had become his ally. Any mishap would lead to regret. Exiting the safe house, he glanced around, noting the desolation, apart from the endless white snow. No other life seemed to exist. His gaze quickly turned toward the villagers below in Wolong village. Wang Liang moved through the villagers' homes with a somber expression. Uncle Wang, the outside world has descended into chaos. Do you think we could postpone the funerals for our elders, or simplify the arrangements? He inquired upon entering a villager's home. The man referred to as Uncle Wang responded with irritation. Postpone it to when? We can't be certain when the next blizzard will strike. Leaving my father at home for 10 days or half a month. That is unacceptable. The dead must be laid to rest, and with so many elders. Holding just one funeral is already quite simple. What more do you want? Wang Liang, exasperated, retorted, people die and that. We, the living, must continue on, right? We cannot obstruct the living for the sake of the deceased. My father did so much for this village during his life. Liangzi, the village chief, often told us not to be selfish. We are a community that must advance and retreat together. Do you want me to leave my father's body to the wilderness? Please, don't speak such heartless words. Wang Liang had visited over a dozen households, receiving nearly identical responses. Cursing under his breath, he left with a grim countenance. The village chief had always aimed to groom Wang Liang as his successor. Given a few more years, once the chief had passed, he would undoubtedly become the next village leader. However, with the chief's sudden death, he had yet to establish any authority in the village, and the villagers were reluctant to heed his words regarding the funerals for the deceased. In recent days, nearly every household had suffered loss. Unlike the urban communities where families lived independently, the villagers, united through the chief's efforts over the years, shared a common purpose. With so many friends and relatives lost, when one suggested holding funerals for the deceased villagers according to tradition, the others readily agreed. The village, situated in the outskirts near the mountains, saw its residents stockpiling food and preserving vegetables and meats, allowing them to avoid the chaos of pillaging seen in the cities. Yet Wang Liang had ventured outside and witnessed the brutal actions of those desperate for food and clothing. If they did not devise a strategy soon, they would find themselves in dire straits like those in the outside world. This urgency fueled Wang Liang's anxiety. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of clarity amid the collective ignorance. He suddenly realized that the village chief's philosophy could not withstand the current circumstances. Frustrated, he exited Uncle Wang's home and kicked the snow at the mountain's base, cursing, "It's all that bastard's fault. One day I will make him pay." He unleashed a torrent of profanities, cursing Lin Shi's ancestors as a means of venting his pent-up frustration. Had it not been for Lin Shi's intervention, he would still be patiently awaiting his role as the village chief's heir. Suddenly, Wang Liang noticed a shadow behind him. Just as he turned, a hand landed on his shoulder. Lin Shi, having just ascended the mountain, spotted a solitary villager. He intended to use this villager to test the space. The villagers harbored hostility towards him, making it a convenient trial. Coincidentally, Lin Shi overheard Wang Liang's curses directed at him. A cold smile crept across Lin Shi's lips as he placed his hand on Wang Liang's shoulder and focused his intent. Wang Liang turned, their eyes locking momentarily in surprise. Lin Shi thought, "Why is the space not reacting?" Wang Liang exclaimed, "This person looks familiar." His eyes widened in sudden terror. Before Wang Liang could react, Lin Shi struck him unconscious. Once more, he communicated with the space. This time, there were no barriers. Wang Liang vanished from Lin Shi's grasp. Did the living beings placed into the space need to be unconscious? Lin Shi furrowed his brow, examining the situation within the space. In the previously desolate expanse of space, a figure lay sprawled upon the ground, none other than Wang Liang, who had just been rendered unconscious by Lin Shi's strike. With a mere flicker of his thought, Lin Shi summoned Wang Liang back to the snowy terrain, transporting him to a secluded corner. Seizing a handful of snow, he forcefully shoved it into Wang Liang's clothing. It wasn't long before the cold jolted Wang Liang awake. Upon seeing Lin Shi, he instinctively wanted to scream in terror. Anticipating this, Lin Shi delivered a powerful blow to Wang Liang's mouth, silencing his cries before they could escape his throat. "Not a sound, or you shall perish immediately." Lin Shi's gaze was laced with menace, compelling Wang Liang to nod in acquiescence. That single strike had already knocked out several of Wang Liang's teeth. Lin Shi attempted once more to draw Wang Liang into the space, but this time he distinctly felt a resistance when he endeavored to summon the man, rendering him unsuccessful. Bloodied and terrified, Wang Liang watched as Lin Shi placed a hand upon him, motionless. An unamiable dread enveloped him, for he could not fathom Lin Shi's intentions. "Listen to me," Lin Shi commanded with chilling authority. "Whatever sensations you experience next, do not resist, otherwise I will end your life. Do you understand?" Wang Liang fervently nodded. As Lin Shi endeavored to connect with the space again, the resistance lessened, yet something still felt amiss, thwarting his efforts. In the next moment, Lin Shi seized Wang Liang's throat, gradually tightening his grip. Wang Liang's eyes bulged in desperation as he struggled to pry Lin Shi's hand away. To prevent further resistance, Lin Shi swiftly broke Wang Liang's wrist with a single motion, his current strength making such an act trivial. Lin Shi's grip continued to constrict, all the while maintaining his focus on connecting with the space in an attempt to ensnare Wang Liang within it. Just as Wang Liang's eyes rolled back in unconsciousness, Lin Shi's hand fell away, and he succeeded at last. Wang Liang, though not yet dead, was on the brink of asphyxiation. Suddenly released, he began to cough violently, still disoriented as Lin Shi pulled him from the space. Thus, Lin Shi repeated this experiment multiple times, ultimately confirming that one could only draw an individual into the space when they were rendered incapable of resistance or in a state of weakened will. Moreover, within this living space, time flowed normally and one could breathe and move, although the inability to draw a typical human was somewhat disappointing. Lin Shi contemplated that the consciousness or willpower of animals was comparatively weaker, perhaps making them easier to ensnare. An idea began to form in Lin Shi's mind, which he intended to test further with the Demon King. At that moment, Lin Shi's eyes flickered with intent, ignoring the almost catatonic Wang Liang. He strained to listen to the sound around him. After a brief period, he crouched in the snow, focusing intently. Mere seconds later, he stood up with a grave expression. If he had not misheard, it seemed that at least 2 wild beasts or source beasts were approaching this way. Given the current environment, the likelihood of encountering source beasts was significantly heightened. Lin Shi cast one last glance at the barely breathing Wang Liang before swiftly twisting his neck. In that moment, a flicker of relief passed through Wang Liang's eyes. Today had been more horrifying than a nightmare. If there were to be a next life, he vowed never to speak ill of others again. Lin Shi dashed back to the safety of his shelter. Chapter 73. Lin Shi's ambition. It was just as nightfall was approaching. The villagers of Wolong were mostly at home preparing dinner, in homes where life still thrived. Smoke rose from the cooking stoves. Previously, Liao Peng had counted 96 households in this village, with a total population not exceeding 400. Over the past few days, nearly half of the villagers had perished. Nonetheless, there remained a considerable number of survivors, with ample food supplies compared to the scattered populace in high-rises. The concentration of humans and their sense in the village was markedly palpable. Had there been no appearance of source beasts, the villagers might have lived longer. Alas, perhaps the lingering scent of blood had invited unwelcome guests that night. From the vantage point of the safety house, as Lin Shi beheld 5 unusually large wild boars charging into Wolong village, he realized that this night would be anything but peaceful. The village had no evolved beings to defend it. Even if there were, they would be powerless against the source beasts. Upon hearing the screams erupting from Wolong village, Lin Shi turned away, retreating into the safety house to approach the Demon King. "Demon King, shall we play a game?" Lin Shi beckoned. "I will take you to a place shortly. Help me see if it's fun. Do not fear. I shall return you swiftly." The Demon King tilted its head, pondering Lin Shi's words. Placing his hand atop the Demon King's head, Lin Shi established a connection with the space. In the blink of an eye, the Demon King appeared bewildered in the realm of space. In Lin Shi's perception, the Demon King sprang up alertly, scanning the surroundings with anxious low growls. "Woof, woof." Lin Shi hurriedly withdrew the Demon King from the space, returning it to the familiar safety of the house, where its excitement nearly overflowed upon seeing Lin Shi, as if about to leap into his arms. After patiently reassuring the Demon King, Lin Shi once more allowed it to enter the space. This time, the Demon King seemed less agitated, frolicking about in the vast expanse, which was approximately the size of a basketball court. Upon reaching the boundary, it encountered an invisible wall. Lin Shi attempted to communicate through thought. "Demon King, can you hear me?" The Demon King perked up, scanning the area. Observing its reaction filled Lin Shi with elation. His hypothesis was confirmed. He issued another command. "Demon King, try to dig." Though puzzled by the unseen presence of its master, the Demon King obediently began to dig, its powerful hind legs swiftly creating a pit. Lin Shi extracted the Demon King from the space, which, still in the act of digging, was startled to find itself back home, its expression one of utter confusion. Turning to see Lin Shi grinning from ear to ear filled Lin Shi with exuberance. His conviction grew ever stronger. Indeed, this treasure-holding space can accommodate source beasts. Human hearts are unreliable, so I must endeavor to assemble my own army of source beasts in this apocalypse. Only then will I have my day of vengeance against the shunned family. Lin Shi knelt to pat the Demon King's head, determination gleaming in his eyes. Demon King, we must grow stronger swiftly. One day, I shall make you the king of source beasts. The tumult in Wolong village persisted until dawn. In the dead of night, Lin Shi ventured out once more to assess the situation in the village. The following day, although the Demon King had fully recovered, Lin Shi resolved to venture out alone. Today, he intended to explore the eastern outskirts. To avoid drawing attention, he donned a less conspicuous outfit and obscured his face with a mask. He retrieved Li Erhao's identification card, tucking it into his pocket. Having noted the flyer requesting survivors to register their information, he carried it just in case. He had retained Li Erhao's ID precisely because, despite the ordinary features, his facial contours bore a resemblance to his own. Keeping it might prove useful at some point. To further enhance the disguise, Lin Shi had even used an electric razor to trim his hair into a style akin to that in Li Erhao's identification photograph. Without removing his mask, Lin Shi noticed that his appearance bore a striking resemblance to the outline in the photograph. Should the military personnel exercise leniency in their scrutiny, he might remain undetected. Satisfied with his reflection in the mirror, Lin Shi descended the mountain after ensuring that the Demon King had ample provisions. Before heading to the eastern suburbs, he made a stop at Wolong village. The village, which had been bustling with smoke rising from chimneys just yesterday, was now eerily silent. Numerous houses lay in ruins, their interiors stained with vast pools of blood, yet no corpses could be found. It was all too evident what fate had befallen the villagers. As for the two wild boars, they were also nowhere to be seen. Lin Shi had suspected, upon encountering the boars on the mountain, that they could not possibly be solitary creatures. Perhaps deeper in the mountains, there were many more mutated boars or other beasts. He needed to grow stronger and quickly. As for the deceased villagers of Wolong, Lin Shi bore no obligation to rescue them. For him, the best outcome was that the wild boars had cleared them away, ensuring that no one would disturb him near his safe house in the future. Confirming that there were no living souls left in Wolong, he departed towards the east. As he journeyed toward the eastern suburbs, Lin Shi encountered numerous individuals, all seemingly headed in the same direction, evidently responding to a summons to the eastern suburbs. The day unfolded peacefully, with no one daring to act out. Occasionally, small groups of soldiers could be seen patrolling the streets. Traversing from the western to the eastern suburbs on foot would likely take an entire day. Lin Shi found a secluded spot to retrieve his snowmobile, skillfully avoiding the crowds as he rode a considerable distance, only stopping to conceal the vehicle as he approached the eastern suburbs. Finally, he arrived around noon. Upon reaching the eastern suburbs, Lin Shi realized that although he had arrived swiftly, he was not among the first. Many residents already surrounded the entrance of the Xingai apartment complex, and numerous survivors who had received the notification yesterday were also making their way there. Despite the night's temperature dropping by 10 to 20 degrees compared to the day, those with sick or starving family members had disregarded the cold, pushing themselves to arrive at the eastern suburbs as quickly as possible. Many survivors appeared gaunt and weak, their footsteps unsteady. Amidst the throng of people and the cacophony of voices, Lin Shi could barely glimpse the entrance of the Xingai apartment. Having come to assess the situation, he was in no rush to approach, instead standing quietly at the periphery of the crowd to observe. Before long, a piercing trumpet blared from the front of the gathering, followed by a gruff voice commanding everyone's attention. Silence. Listen up. All of you form 5 lines and queue up. Disruptors will be executed. The chilling threat of death hung heavily in the air. If this did not serve to intimidate the survivors, the synchronized sound of soldiers chambering their weapons finally brought a hush over the noisy crowd. Moments later, some quick-thinking survivors began to push their way to the front, forming an orderly line, while others eagerly jostled to join them. Lin Shi fell in line at the back of one of the queues. At this juncture, the speaker's voice shifted to a younger tone, lacking the previous aura of menace. Everyone, please form an orderly line, have your identification cards ready, and proceed to register your identity before entering the complex to collect supplies. 1 identification card per supply. If a family member is collecting on your behalf, please provide household registration or marriage documents as proof. Those who attempt to claim supplies fraudulently will lose their permanent eligibility. We appreciate your understanding during these exceptional times to prevent chaos. Standing at the back of the crowd, Lin Shi observed that although he could not see clearly, the pace of the queue suggested that the scrutiny was not particularly stringent. After a while, a commotion erupted at the front of the line. My surname is Chun. What is the problem with my son taking my wife's surname, Huang? Why can't I collect for him? A man shouted excitedly from the front. The registrar replied, to collect on behalf of a family member, please present household registration documents, or your wife's identification and marriage certificate. I came all the way from the South District without those documents. The man protested. Without proof of documentation, you may only collect your own supplies. But I thought you were here to serve the people. What kind of service is this? Do you want me to file a complaint? The man continued. But suddenly, a cold gun barrel pressed against his forehead. Do you not understand what I said? Identification is required to collect for others. Without it, you may only claim your own. Now, either collect your portion or return home for the documents. Disruptors will be executed. The voice belonged to the same gruff speaker from the trumpet. The man clad in a green military coat appeared exceptionally robust, with a square, rugged face. One of his eyes bore an unnatural murky hue, suggesting prior injury, which added a menacing edge to his otherwise stern visage. The lethal tone of his voice, combined with the chilling sensation of the gun barrel against his forehead, caused the disruptive man to weaken, collapsing to his knees. Yes, he stammered. The disruptive man scrambled up, took the tag from the registrar's hand, and hurriedly passed through the right side passage into the apartment. Many who had harbored similar intentions as the disruptive man quickly extinguished their thoughts upon witnessing this scene. The line moved more swiftly thereafter. Soon, Lin Shi observed individuals who had previously registered exiting the apartment, each carrying a large black bag. The QS gaze immediately shifted towards these bags, as if they wished to peer inside and discern their contents. One audacious individual called out, "Hey, what did you get?" However, the person offered no reply, tightening their grip on the bag and hastening away. The line continued to advance, and after 3 hours, Lin Shi found himself nearing the front, with only a dozen or so individuals ahead of him. Over the course of the afternoon, he discerned that aside from the stringent checks for those collecting on behalf of others, the personal collection of supplies merely required a registration of identification details and an inquiry about their pre-apocalyptic occupations to gain entry to the apartment for supplies. Those whose professions met the criteria for shelter construction would receive additional opportunities directed to another area. Lin Shi was particularly intrigued by the imposing figure who stood before the soldiers. This man exuded an ironclad aura, his sharp gaze commanding the front of the queue with an authority that rivaled that of the armed soldiers. Earlier, a soldier had approached this man to report, and Lin Shi had caught a glimpse of the soldier addressing him as Major General Lin. Could this individual be the leader of the Shushi military? Lin Shi refrained from staring too long, wary of being noticed. Before long, it was finally Lin Shi's turn. He presented the identification card of Li Erhao before the registrar. The registrar glanced at Lin Shi, noted his age and gender, and inquired, "What was your occupation before?" "I've been suffering from a severe cough these past few days, and I'm concerned I may have contracted some flu. Do you have any medication in your supplies?" Lin Shi coughed a few times, his voice somewhat hoarse. "I was an accountant." The registrar examined Lin Shi and the identification card once more, then handed him the card along with a metal tag, saying, "Proceed inside with this tag to collect your supplies." Next, Lin Shi accepted the items and walked through the passageway guarded by soldiers. Inside, he would not lose his way, as soldiers stood at intervals along the corridor, ensuring security every few steps. Following the route marked by the soldiers, he made his way to the supply collection area. He scrutinized the cold metal tag in his hand. It was, in essence, a rectangular piece of metal, its texture reminiscent of aluminum alloy, embossed with a seal bearing the emblem of the Kaiming national standard. It appeared to have been hastily cut from a larger sheet of aluminum alloy, the edges jagged and rough, posing a risk of injury if handled carelessly. The process of crafting the metal tag and the subsequent collection of supplies within the apartment complex seemed somewhat superfluous. However, Lin Shi understood that distributing supplies directly at the entrance would lead to a chaotic accumulation of resources outside, vulnerable to the caprices of snowstorms or blizzards, rendering them difficult to transport and store. Furthermore, with such a multitude of survivors, the sight of supplies might incite frenzied desperation among some, leading to potential looting. Should the number of looters escalate, a riot could ensue, making the apartment entrance exceedingly difficult to defend. Presently, this method effectively diverted crowds and deterred those with ill intentions. Should anyone attempt to seize supplies within the apartment, they would face an impenetrable layer of security. This approach minimized the likelihood of disturbances and unforeseen incidents, achieving a balance of external vigilance and internal leniency. This was merely Lin Shi's interpretation. Perhaps there existed even more profound reasons. As he turned a corner, he encountered a person returning with supplies, a fleeting glance revealing a familiar face. Qian Liang, with a wary expression, clutched his provisions tightly, fearful of losing his hard-won possessions. These past few days had been particularly arduous for him, though he initially managed to deceive his way into acquiring 2 garments and a modest amount of food. His luck soon waned. Not only did he find himself unable to procure further supplies, but he had also been robbed, narrowly escaping with his life. Starting for 2 full days, he had rushed here before dawn, finally securing some provisions. At this moment, Qian Liang noticed someone gazing at him from across the way. On that fateful day, Lin Shi had been masked and clad in a hat, accompanied by a demonic figure. Thus Qian Liang failed to recognize him. "What are you staring at?" Qian Liang glared at Lin Shi, hastening his steps towards the apartment entrance. Chapter 75. The peculiar youth Lin Shi recalled that Qian Liang was the person he had crossed paths with a few days prior and averted his gaze. The supply collection point was located within the property management hall of the apartment complex, where a queue had formed, albeit considerably less daunting than that at the entrance. Lin Shi found himself once again at the end of the line. After a brief interval, an elderly lady bypassed him, her hurried steps carrying her forward as she seamlessly integrated herself into the front of the queue. Instantly, discontent arose from the crowd. "Hey ma'am, why are you cutting in line?" A voice protested. The elderly woman, hands on her hips, retorted defiantly, "My legs are not what they used to be. After walking all day, they're weary. Young folks should show some consideration. Look at these soldiers, they aren't complaining." The crowd glanced at the stoic soldiers, who remained expressionless while guarding the supplies, leading some to stifle their grievances. Yet, a few could not contain their indignation, exclaiming, "Haven't we all traveled far and waited long? Are you entitled to leap ahead simply because of your age? You seem to have the stamina to walk this distance just as well as we do." The elderly woman cast a disdainful glance at the speaker. "Young man, everyone else has remained silent. Why must you persist in this trivial matter? Can't you adopt a broader perspective? Creating a scene benefits no one. Silence is golden. Heed the wisdom of your elders, lest you find yourself regretting it." The elderly woman was not intimidating, but rather the prospect of an educated elderly woman was daunting. Her words rendered the young man seem unreasonable, and he gritted his teeth, rendered speechless with frustration. Ignoring the wisdom of the elderly, you'll be blissfully ignorant for years to come. At that moment, a young man ahead of Lin Shi suddenly laughed, stepping forward to firmly grasp the elderly woman and pull her from the crowd. Everyone was taken aback. In such a moment, someone dared to intervene. Those who had initially frowned upon the elderly woman's queue-jumping now wore expressions of delight, though they wished to avoid trouble. They were amused to see someone confront the bothersome elderly lady. Lin Shi watched this unfolding scene with keen interest. "What are you doing? Why are you pulling me?" The elderly woman protested, struggling against the young man's grip as he forcibly removed her from the line. She turned back, attempting to return to her place. The individuals in the queue tightened their formation, denying her the opportunity to reinsert herself. Realizing her attempt to cut in was thwarted, the elderly woman pointed an accusatory finger at the young man, cursing, "Are you out of your mind? I didn't cut in front of you. Do you live by the sea to be so nosy?" The young man merely smiled, returning to the queue, this time positioning himself directly behind Lin Shi. The elderly woman, seething with rage, felt compelled to keep her voice low as she muttered behind him, "What a malicious person. Look at you now, having to rejoin the line. Do you think you're performing a noble act? Others have no intention of letting you back in." At that moment, the young man leaned in toward Lin Shi and inquired, "May I return to my place?" Lin Shi gestured for him to proceed. The young man raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he glanced back at the fuming elderly woman before stepping in front of Lin Shi. Lin Shi found this individual rather intriguing. It was merely a matter of shifting positions, yet the young man's demeanor and actions were perplexing, unlike the pervasive despondency that had enveloped those around him. This young man exuded an air of irreverence and positivity reminiscent of a time long past. While waiting in line, Lin Shi had not detected this distinction, but now, the young man's actions illuminated his uniqueness. Perhaps the intensity of Lin Shi's gaze prompted the young man to turn and wink at him, his eyes bright and clear, devoid of the despair and wariness common among the throng surrounding them, yet conveying a sentiment that eluded Lin Shi's comprehension. "Thank you," the young man said with a smile directed at Lin Shi. Lin Shi nodded, lowering his gaze to avoid further contact. Regardless of how remarkable this individual might be, he was ultimately a stranger. After waiting for over half an hour, it was finally Lin Shi's turn to collect supplies. He presented the metal tag, and upon inspection, the staff retrieved a black bag from a cart behind them and handed it to Lin Shi. The bag felt substantial, weighing approximately a dozen pounds. Nearby, another person, upon receiving their supplies, tore open the bag in a fit of fury and hurled its contents to the ground, shouting, "Is this all we get to survive for a week? Are you trying to starve us?" Lin Shi glanced inside the bag, which contained several packets of instant noodles, 3 loaves of bread, a sausage, 2 candles, a box of matches, some cold medicine, and a few vegetables and fruits that had been frostbitten. Discontent stirred within the crowd. Perhaps due to prior disturbances, soldiers promptly stepped forward to retrieve the discarded bag, their voices icy as they declared, "If you don't want it, you may seek out your own supplies." These items were painstakingly salvaged by our personnel, who risked frostbite in the process. Even the troops from Shushi lack adequate cold weather gear to endure this harsh climate. Despite sufficient clothing, essential items like waterproof boots and gloves are virtually non-existent in Shushi. Many soldiers have suffered frostbite or lost fingers while collecting and transporting supplies in recent days. Everyone is aware of the current situation outside. Ultimately, that individual could not muster the audacity to refuse the meager rations. Seizing his bag in indignation, he stormed out. Having these supplies is a blessing. In a few months, even this will be a luxury, Lin Shi thought to himself. He had not yet departed when he noticed a large notice affixed to the wall of the hall. It detailed the exchange rate for supplies in terms of contribution points, alongside a list for redeeming contribution points for supplies. Nearby, paper and writing utensils were provided for individuals to record a copy for themselves. Lin Shi too took a pen and paper to transcribe the information. 100 kilograms of sand exchanges for 5 contribution points. 100 kilograms of cement exchanges for 10 contribution points. 100 kilograms of rebar can be exchanged for 20 contribution points. A detailed list of building materials for exchange follows. Additionally, there are undamaged circuit boards, various intact electrical appliances, automotive components, precision parts, wires, and an array of other items available for contribution points. The details of the materials available for exchange are indeed tantalizing. Chapter 76. Material Exchange List. Contribution Points. Exchange Materials List. 5 contribution points can be exchanged for a packet of instant noodles, a loaf of bread, or sausage. 10 contribution points can procure 5 kilograms of charcoal, 1 liter of diesel, or a candle. 20 contribution points can be exchanged for a cotton jacket, a cotton quilt, or a size 5 battery. 200 contribution points can be traded for a military flashlight or military loudspeaker. 500 contribution points grant one the right to reside in a single-person shelter. 1,000 contribution points can be exchanged for a cold weapon, including options such as an engineer's shovel, a military knife, or a bayonet. 2,000 contribution points can be traded for a dagger that possesses a power comparable to that of a handgun at a distance of 10 meters. 3,000 contribution points can procure a crossbow or a handgun. 5,000 contribution points can be exchanged for a genetic pill, which repairs genes and strengthens the body, capable of accelerating the healing of internal and external injuries in small increments. 10,000 contribution points can be traded for a genetic tablet, which repairs genes and strengthens the body, with a certain degree of acceleration in the healing of internal and external injuries. The aforementioned materials can be obtained by survivors willing to invest time and effort into collecting contribution points, especially certain electronic components, which can yield dozens of points per item. With a stroke of luck, finding just a few could resolve one's issues of sustenance. What astonished Lin Shi was the presence of 2 items that should have been impossible to encounter: genetic tablets and genetic pills. A glimmer sparked in Lin Shi's eyes as he recalled the pills and tablets he had previously acquired from the Shin family. Although it was surprising that the military possessed such items, it was not entirely outlandish. If the Shin family had them, the authorities were likely to have developed similar products. In his previous life, Lin Shi had heard rumors of military personnel unlocking genetic locks. What he had not anticipated was that the commander of Shushi would actually use these items as incentives for survivors. Ordinary individuals had no concept of these pills. While they could indeed repair damaged genes to some extent, they were only effective for those who had unlocked their genetic locks. For a normal person, consuming them would yield only a minuscule absorption of raw materials, resulting in a slight enhancement of physical strength, less than what could be achieved through rigorous exercise. As for healing injuries, Lin Shi acknowledged this capacity existed, but it was effective only for minor wounds. In cases of severe injury, such as what Shun Jinbin had experienced, one would require 6 pills in one go just to sustain life, followed by modern medical intervention for recovery. Without modern medical facilities, even consuming 10 pills would not prevent death in severe cases. Hence, this function was rather superfluous. Lin Shi quickly discerned that these items were merely a gimmick, akin to a lottery's grand prize designed to entice purchases. 10,000 contribution points were unattainable for anyone in the short term, likely a goal only achievable after several years. What truly piqued Lin Shi's interest was the crossbow valued at 3,000 contribution points. observing the batteries and flashlights. He speculated that the military in Shi must have preserved a significant amount of military supplies securely, either sealed or buried underground, and unaffected by the electromagnetic storm. However, aside from the flashlight and loudspeaker, trivial items, he doubted they would part with anything else. Lin Shi casually copied the list, and by the time he exited the supply distribution center, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. In about an hour, darkness would descend. Upon returning to the entrance of the Xingai apartment, he heard soldiers using loudspeakers to disperse the throngs of people who remained. In half an hour, today's supply distribution will conclude. Those who have not received their supplies may return tomorrow. Soldiers circulated with military loudspeakers, notifying those arriving later. Discontent and complaints arose from the crowd, with some unwilling to disperse. As Lin Shi stepped out of the Xingai apartment, he noticed several malevolent gazes fixed upon him. These individuals had been watching him since he exited the building. The area was still close to the Xingai apartment, with a greater presence of patrolling soldiers compared to other locations. Lin Shi internally scoffed, maintaining his composure as he continued walking. After traveling 2 kilometers and passing through an uninhabited street, these individuals finally could no longer restrain themselves. 6 masked men divided into 2 groups, flanking Lin Shi to block his path. One of the masked men brandished a fruit knife at Lin Shi and said, "Kid, hand over what you've got, and we'll spare your life." Lin Shi raised the bag in his hand, shaking it slightly. "Here you go." The masked man's eyes gleamed with delight as he stepped forward to seize the bag. However, as he approached, Lin Shi took a decisive step, grasping the masked man's right hand and thrusting the fruit knife into his abdomen. In a swift motion, he withdrew the knife and charged towards the 2 men who had yet to react. Moments later, 6 lifeless bodies lay silently in the cold snow. Ever since the incident with Shunjinbin, Lin Shi had taken to ensuring that a body was devoid of any signs of life before departing or directly storing it in his space. Given the previous limitations of his space, any body that could be stored had to be utterly deceased. Initially, he intended to place these men's bodies into his space. However, for reasons unknown, after dispatching the 6, he still felt a lingering sensation of being watched, though he could not discern its origin. Lin Shi gazed into the depths of darkness, a subtle sense of danger rising within him. Although there were no living villagers remaining in Wolong village, the threats of the night seldom stemmed from humanity. Rather, they often arose from the wild beasts or even source beasts that roamed the remote mountains, driven by hunger. Wolong village was inherently a mountain settlement, surrounded by peaks. Thus, the likelihood of encountering feral creatures or source beasts was considerably heightened compared to other locales. Every advantage carries its inherent disadvantages. The very location he had chosen, distant from the throngs of people, naturally increased the chances of an encounter with source beasts. Lin Shi retrieved his infrared night vision goggles from his spatial storage and donned them. In the blackness of night, any warm-blooded creature within a 200-meter radius will be laid bare before the gaze of the infrared device. He then armed himself and ventured onto the path leading outside the village. To one side of the path lay a stretch of farmland, while the other was bordered by the humble abodes of the villagers. The night was still, with snow falling gently, rendering the open fields devoid of any obstructions, allowing for a clear line of sight. Lin Shi focused his attention on the village side, proceeding cautiously with each step. After several minutes, he still discerned nothing amiss. The only sound breaking the silence was the faint crunch of snow beneath his feet. Could it be that he was being overly suspicious? Lin Shi pondered, yet he did not let his guard down. Caution, after all, is the mother of safety. In this apocalyptic world, it was far better to expend a bit more time and energy in vigilance than to fall victim to one's own negligence. After a few more minutes, a sudden flash of red light flickered across his infrared night vision. It appeared for but an instant before vanishing behind the cover of a building. What was that? Lin Shi stood still, on high alert, his grip tightening around his weapon. The appearance of the red light confirmed his intuition. There was indeed life within Wolong village. The flash that darted across the air was unmistakably not human. Lin Shi held his breath, focusing intently on the spot where the red light had disappeared. Roughly 3 to 4 minutes later, accompanied by an unusual sound, the red light flickered again within the infrared goggles, this time closer to his position. Time ticked away as Lin Shi braced himself. When the red light re-emerged in his line of sight, he swiftly aimed and fired. Bang! The gunshot caused the creature lunging towards him to stumble, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud in the snow. Remarkably, it quickly regained its footing and charged at Lin Shi once more. This time, Lin Shi discerned what it was: a primate. In the infrared night vision, the creature's arms appeared extraordinarily muscular, and it ran on all fours, its hands larger than a basin. This was evidently a mutated gibbon. The sounds he had heard earlier were due to this gibbon swinging through the village structures. As the gibbon approached within 100 meters, his device immediately alerted him. One-tier source beast detected within 100 meters. Rather than feeling alarmed, Lin Shi felt a surge of excitement as he sheathed his gun and drew out a military knife. He aimed to see if he could tame this gibbon. Though he had contemplated forming a source beast army, if these creatures could not be domesticated, his plans would falter. Even with the capacity of his space to contain living beings, he would use this gibbon to test the viability of his ambitions. Now that he had unlocked the second tier of the gene lock, he could assess his true combat prowess against this first-tier gibbon. With determination ignited in his eyes, Lin Shi brandished his military knife and charged at the massive gibbon. The creature, seeing Lin Shi advance rather than retreat, swung its enormous hand, which was as large as a basin, towards him with a fierce whoosh. Sensing the pungent odor of its matted fur rushing towards him, Lin Shi deftly dodged to the side. He aimed to strike at the gibbon's arm with his knife. The blade sank an inch into the flesh, but was then caught in the gibbon's powerful musculature, unable to penetrate further. What formidable defense! His current strength was several times greater than when he had first unlocked the gene lock. Yet the wound he inflicted on the gibbon was less severe than that caused to a previously encountered mutated wild boar. The pain in its arm elicited a furious roar from the gibbon, which swung its other arm down towards Lin Shi. Lin Shi promptly abandoned his knife, leaping back to evade. The snow flew up where he had stood, and he had no doubt that if the blow had landed on his head, it would have split open like a watermelon struck in the safety of his shelter. In an instant, the gene lock activated silently. Lin Shi's demeanor transformed, entering a profound state as power surged through him. His mind rapidly assessed the gibbon's strengths and weaknesses. Being a primate, its defense was not as robust as that of a wild boar. However, its arms exhibited formidable strength and resilience, evidently altered by mutation. If he were to subdue this gibbon, targeting its body would be essential. The gibbon, having failed to strike Lin Shi, swiftly extended its arms to engulf him. Its arms, at least 2 meters in length, nearly blocked all avenues of escape. Lin Shi conjured another military knife, and, as the gibbon closed in for its embrace, he skillfully leveraged its arm to propel himself upward, landing on the gibbon's shoulder. With the second tier of the gene lock activated, his strength and speed surpassed those of any first-tier source beast. With his left hand gripping the gibbon's fur for stability, he thrust the sharp military knife towards its neck. In mere moments, he reversed the tide of battle. The gibbon howled in agony. Under the precise control granted by the gene lock, Lin Shi deftly avoided the gibbon's carotid artery, driving the knife deep into its neck. With a lateral force, he could sever half its throat. Lin Shi, undeterred by whether the gibbon could comprehend his words, coldly declared, "Submit to me, or I shall end your life." Though the gibbon could not grasp Lin Shi's speech, it possessed an instinctual fear of death. It understood the sensation of having its life grasped in another's hands. This mutated gibbon, evidently more innately, if only the Demon King were by my side, Lin Shi mused at that moment. The reason he had not previously brought the Demon King into his space for outings was due to concerns about potential hazards of housing a living being within. For instance, prolonged confinement might lead to oxygen depletion, or there could be other unforeseen drawbacks to keeping a creature inside for extended periods. Initially, Lin Shi had planned to venture into the mountains in search of a wild beast for experimentation over the next few days. However, he now found it fitting to utilize the captured gibbon for this purpose. Once he confirmed that the space could indeed sustain a source beast for an extended duration, he would make it a habit to bring the Demon King along on his journeys. With the Demon King's vigilance, Lin Shi would no longer have to fret over safety concerns after unlocking his genetic lock. Regaining his composure, Lin Shi lifted his foot and walked step by step toward the safe house. Half an hour later, he finally returned to the sanctuary. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, the Demon King rushed forward, sniffing curiously at Lin Shi. Habitually, Lin Shi reached out to stroke the Demon King, ruffling the short fur that had sprouted after its recent growth. Afterward, he took a shower and changed out of the bloodstained clothes he had been wearing. Successfully capturing a source beast was a significant achievement for him. Whether he could fully train this gibbon to be as obedient as the Demon King remained to be seen, depending on future developments. After dinner, Lin Shi attempted to communicate with the gibbon within the confines of the space. However, although the gibbon was intelligent, having lived in the wild for so long, it was utterly bewildered by human language. Instead, it was startled by the sudden sounds and began to dart about anxiously within the space. After pondering for a moment and casting a glance at the obedient Demon King watching an instructional video, he said, "Demon King, I have a task for you." The Demon King turned its head, looking at Lin Shi with curiosity. "Woof?" A few minutes later, within the realm of consciousness, Lin Shi sighed as he observed the amusing scene of a dog chasing a gibbon around in the space. The gibbon was fleeing in front while the Demon King pursued, barking excitedly. The most comical aspect was the Demon King's expression when Lin Shi instructed it to be friendly while communicating with the gibbon. The Demon King inexplicably adopted a peculiar smile. On its canine face, this expression appeared grotesque, resembling that of a pervert. It seemed that communication between different species was fraught with difficulties. Lin Shi helplessly rubbed his forehead. He had initially believed that since both were source beasts, and given the Demon King's intelligence, subduing a gibbon would be a straightforward task. Yet, he realized he had been too hasty. Although both were mammals, the challenge of communication between a native of Kaiming nation who had never learned a foreign tongue and a foreigner who was unfamiliar with the language of Kaiming was significant. Particularly, under the unfamiliar and wary circumstances, the gibbon was unlikely to engage with the suddenly appearing Demon King. Moreover, upon encountering another source beast, the gibbon seemed to unleash some primal instinct, becoming somewhat unruly. It was at this moment that Lin Shi recognized he had never truly understood the breed of the Demon King. With a mere thought, he released the Demon King from the space. The Demon King emerged, still seemingly eager for more, gazing at Lin Shi as if wanting to try again. Lin Shi managed a wry smile, saying, "It's still a bit skittish from its recent arrival. Let's give it a few days before we try again." He carefully scrutinized the Demon King. Now that the previously shaved fur had grown back a little, he could discern its coat color. With pointed ears, the fur on its back was a shade of gray-black, while the fur beneath its neck and on its belly was white, as were its paws. Except for its black nose, the area around its mouth and eyes was white, but a streak of gray-black fur ran between its eyes and forehead. Although Lin Shi had never owned a dog, he couldn't shake the feeling that the Demon King bore a striking resemblance to something familiar. The Demon King tilted its head, locking eyes with Lin Shi. He quickly dismissed his mental conjecture, concluding that it could not be possible. The Demon King was far too gentle, never destructive, and significantly larger than that breed with longer fur. Comparing the Demon King to a dog from a film on his computer, he earnestly asked, "Demon King, you're an Alaskan Malamute, aren't you?" The Demon King blinked. Woof! Lin Shi felt a wave of relief wash over him. It turned out the self-healing abilities of source beasts were indeed formidable. The following day, upon waking, Lin Shi noticed the gibbon's wounds had ceased bleeding. He brought some fruit from another vacuum space to feed the gibbon. During each feeding, he spoke to the gibbon, allowing it to grow accustomed to the sound of his voice. The gibbon proved to be more intelligent than Lin Shi had anticipated. The enhanced intellect of mutated beasts, particularly those of a species already known for their higher cognitive abilities, became evident. Recognizing that it could not escape, the gibbon settled down, no longer frightened by the sudden sounds Lin Shi made. After 2 days, the gibbon had calmed significantly compared to its initial arrival and even began to interact playfully with the Demon King. Lin Shi rubbed his temples and pulled the exuberant Demon King from space. Over the past few days, he had confirmed that the space could indeed sustain living creatures for extended periods without issue. Today, he planned to head to the eastern suburbs to collect gold. Chapter 79. A fateful encounter with Qian Liang. During his previous foray to the eastern suburbs, he had only had time to scout the area and had not collected any gold. In the past couple of days, he had visited all the gold shops in the other 2 suburban directions, amassing over 100 kilograms of gold and other jewelry. This was just enough to elevate his item replication capabilities by 1 level. Following the upgrade, the data for the treasure pot was as follows. Treasure pot. Storage space. Complete. The volume of the space can expand with the increase of the user's source power. Capable of storing living beings. Function. Item replication. 765. Wealth points required for upgrade. 248 million. The number of item replication opportunities had increased by 384, and the required wealth points had doubled once more. This marked the 8th upgrade. Lin Shi took the time to replicate various types of resources within the space, utilizing 15 replication opportunities. He replicated items such as generators, medicines, outdoor survival tools, and cold-resistant clothing, which were in limited supply. He also replicated fast-depleting resources like coal and wood. Afterward, he had 750 replication opportunities remaining. After once again advising the Demon King and the gibbon to avoid conflict, Lin Shi stored the Demon King back into space, donned his attire, and ventured outside. Today, snow was falling heavily outside, prompting Lin Shi to wear a waterproof and warm outfit, ensuring that every piece, from his hat to his boots, was water-resistant. When traversing snowy terrain, if one's clothing is not waterproof, no amount of thickness will keep one warm. Snowflakes landing on one's body would melt upon contact with the fabric, only to freeze again, chilling one to the bone. On the way, he spotted survivors wielding umbrellas, their feet wrapped in nylon and plastic bags to prevent water from seeping in. They would periodically shake off the accumulated snow from their umbrellas to avoid being burdened by the weight. The survivors on the road gazed enviously at Lin Shi's attire, filled with jealousy and envy. Since the military in Shashi had distributed supplies, news had spread to surrounding villages and counties, prompting many to flock toward Shashi. The blizzard and low temperatures had claimed numerous lives in this city within a short span of less than half a month. Those arriving from the outskirts would knock on windows to confirm whether a household was vacant, then either pick locks or break windows to enter, disposing of the frozen corpses inside as if they were mere sticks, repairing the windows, and treating the place as their own home. Consequently, the number of survivors in Shashi had visibly increased at an alarming rate. Just as order had begun to re-establish itself, chaos re-emerged. While the main roads may have deterred direct confrontations, in alleys or deserted areas, there were always bodies lying lifeless in the snow, unblinking in death. After a night, these corpses would be covered by the falling snow, leaving no trace of how many lay beneath the paths one traversed. Lin Shi dealt with a few reckless individuals before preparing to find a secluded spot to retrieve his snowmobile. Just as he entered a narrow path, he heard a distant voice pleading for mercy. This situation had become all too common, and he chose to ignore it, turning to seek another location. "I'll fight you to the end." A resounding roar erupted, followed by hurried footsteps drawing nearer to Lin Shi, growing ever closer. "Quick, pursue him, you little brat. If I catch you, I'll skin you alive." Qian Liang desperately broke free from the clutches of three nefarious individuals, fleeing for his life. Spotting Lin Shi was akin to finding a lifeline. He cried out, "Help! There's a robbery and murder happening." Seeing Lin Shi feign ignorance and continue walking, a flicker of malice flashed in Qian Liang's eyes. He reached out, attempting to grasp Lin Shi's back, since he refused to help. "Don't blame me for dragging you down with me." However, Lin Shi's back seemed to possess a sixth sense. He slightly sidestepped, causing Qian Liang to grasp at nothing but air. Slightly taken aback, Qian Liang dared not linger and prepared to flee once more. Yet, just as he took a step, an unexpected foot appeared beneath him. Tripped, he lost his balance and fell into the snow, landing in an undignified manner. It was Lin Shi's leg that had done the trick. From his elevated position, Lin Shi cast a glance at Qian Liang. Perhaps it was due to the smallness of Shashi, but this marked their third encounter. Qian Liang shot Lin Shi a venomous glare as he scrambled to rise and escape. Unfortunately, that delay allowed the trio pursuing him to catch up. One of the men, clad in a black down jacket, swiftly kicked Qian Liang, sending him crashing back into the snow. "You little brat, that LL teach you to run. Dare to kick me? Try it again." As Qian Liang attempted to rise, the man thrust a knife into his leg. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air, echoing like a dying animal. "Silence. If you scream again, I'll kill you. Where's the food? Hand it over quickly." Qian Liang, tears streaming down his face, pleaded, "I was robbed of my food just days ago. I swear it's gone. Otherwise, I wouldn't be out here alone, searching for something to eat and getting caught by you all." He turned to Lin Shi, his eyes filled with venom. Pointing at him, "Look at how well-dressed he is. He must have food at home. I know he has a dog. If you kill that dog, you could feast for days. I beg you, let me go." Qian Liang recognized Lin Shi as the person he had seen with a dog just days prior, as Lin Shi's distinctive attire was unparalleled in all of Shashi. Unbeknownst to the demon playing with the gibbons in the space, someone had set their sights on his canine. The other two men, upon hearing Qian Liang's words, licked their lips and moved menacingly towards Lin Shi. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Shi's eyes as he reached for his waist. At that moment, a regimented sound of footsteps approached. Lin Shi halted his motion. Such footsteps could only be produced by trained soldiers. One of the assailants, evidently experienced, whispered urgently. This brat shouted too loudly and attracted the soldiers. He quickly helped Qian Liang up and positioned him behind himself, covering the blood on the ground with snow. Another man pressed a knife against Qian Liang's back, warning, "No talking. If we're discovered, you'll be the first to die. If you cooperate, we might spare your life, understood?" Qian Liang nodded vigorously. A third man threatened Lin Shi, "If you dare seek help, you'll be the first to die." The three of them quickly assumed a threatening stance, and within moments, a squad of soldiers approached, inquiring about the situation. The man blocking Qian Liang presented an apologetic expression to the lead soldier, stating, "We five came out together to search for supplies. My brother just fell and shouted a bit too loudly. We sincerely apologize." Qian Liang was firmly shielded behind one of the men, trying to signal with his eyes, but felt the knife's tip piercing his clothing from behind, making him freeze in place. The other two quickly donned innocent expressions. The lead soldier scanned the group with suspicion. Noticing Lin Shi, who was clearly out of place among them, he asked, "Is that so?" Chapter 80, The Fall of Gold. It was evident that these soldiers were aware of the current situation in Shashi. Upon hearing this, the three criminals broke into a cold sweat. If the soldiers discovered a robbery, they would be taken directly to the nearby security office, which was reportedly overflowing in recent days. If anyone thought that the current security office operated like those before the apocalypse, they were gravely mistaken. Those apprehended would be crammed into a cell with dozens of others, deprived of food and bedding. While crammed together might prevent freezing to death, the filth, stench, and constant hunger were far worse. And it was uncertain how long they would be confined. Such torment was truly dreadful. Of course, one could resist, but the consequence of resistance was death. Murderers would be executed on the spot. The three assailants turned their gaze sharply towards Lin Shi. Qian Liang, hidden behind one of the criminals, felt a surge of elation, silently exclaiming, "Curse that guy, hurry and blink. That way I might just be saved." Just when everyone believed Lin Shi would call for help, he cast a fleeting glance at Qian Liang, and due to their positioning, he caught the ecstatic expression on Qian Liang's face. He shook his head at the soldiers, stating, "I'm not being held captive." Qian Liang's expression froze in disbelief. The three criminals were taken aback, yet they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, a cry for help echoed from the street outside, with someone shouting, "Help!" The lead soldier's expression tightened, and disregarding the peculiar atmosphere surrounding the five, he hurriedly led his squad outside. Once the soldiers departed, the three criminals resumed their menacing demeanor. One of them, glaring at Qian Liang as if he bore a grudge, commanded, "Strip off your clothes and shoes and get lost." Qian Liang had initially thought he had missed his chance to seek help and was doomed. Seeing that the three were genuinely about to let him go, he paid no heed to the cold and swiftly removed his clothing and shoes. He could guarantee he had never undressed this quickly, even the first time he went to bed. As he stripped, he shot Lin Shi a triumphant glance, mouthing the words, "You had it coming." Another man addressed Lin Shi. "Hey kid, see? We only seek wealth, not bloodshed. You performed admirably just now. Now, strip off your clothes and hat, and hand over your dog." However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, and the rest of his words were silenced forever. As Qian Liang hurriedly stripped off his clothes, a heavy thud echoed as something crashed into the snow nearby. Turning his head, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. The three men who had just been so menacing now lay lifeless in the snow, their bodies and heads irreversibly severed. The expressions on their severed heads still bore a fierce countenance, seemingly unaware of their demise. In that instant, Qian Liang realized why Lin Shi had not called for help. It was because there was no need to. Witnessing Lin Shi's devoid of emotion gaze, Qian Liang, even halfway through undressing, fell to his knees in the snow, prostrating himself. "Please spare me, I beg you." Lin Shi, of course, would not let go of someone who dared to threaten him, and his knife swiftly descended towards Qian Liang's neck. At that moment, as if realizing his inevitable demise, Qian Liang suddenly had a stroke of inspiration and blurted out, "I know of a place with a vast amount of gold." Lin Shi halted his hand, resting the blade against Qian Liang's throat, narrowing his eyes with a chilling glare. "How do you know I need gold, brother? The tale of how you took that big dog out to smash a gold shop and even slayed a monster has already spread like wildfire around here." I heard about it too." Qian Liang's smile was a peculiar blend of tears and laughter, as cold sweat trickled down his forehead, swiftly crystallizing into frost, leaving his head a snowy white. Lin Shi asked, "Do you know where there is a substantial amount of gold?" I know. Qian Liang replied, hesitation creeping into his voice. "I used to work for an organization, and my superior had a penchant for purchasing gold, but..." Lin Shi impatiently interrupted, "Are you mocking me? How much gold could one person buy? You think the gold he possesses would surpass that of the stores?" Suddenly reminded of the precariousness of his own life, Qian Liang quickly insisted, No, it's not just a little, there's definitely a lot. I've heard that many people have brought him gold. He is my superior." He furtively glanced at Lin Shi, understanding that such words were not meant to be spoken. However, in these dire times, what did it matter if he spoke out? If his life was forfeit, who would care about retribution from superior? Seeing Lin Shi indeed temper his murderous intent, Qian Liang realized his life was spared, at least for the moment. Where? Lin Shi inquired. Originally, he intended to collect gold in the eastern suburbs today before venturing to other nearby cities. Yet, without prior reconnaissance, the collection speed would be significantly slower than in Shushi. If there was a way to expedite the process, it would be most fortuitous. Qian Liang's eyes darted around, and he forced a smile. Hee, brother, if I tell you, I'd be sealing my own fate. Wouldn't I? I'm not that foolish. How about this? I'll take you there, and once you've secured the gold, you let me go. What do you say? Lin Shi sheathed his blade. Get dressed and take me there. As he observed the flustered Qian Liang hastily putting on his clothes, Lin Shi's voice resonated with an icy chill. If there isn't the gold I seek, you will regret having lived this extra segment of time. Having endured 8 years in this apocalyptic world, he had learned several torturous methods to make life unbearable in extreme cold. Qian Liang shivered, casting a glance at the 3 individuals nearby, their blood seemingly frozen into icicles, and hastily replied, I absolutely wouldn't dare. Once Qian Liang was dressed, Lin Shi discreetly retrieved a golf ball from his backpack, which he had collected earlier from a shipping container at the port that contained sporting goods. He presented the golf ball to Qian Liang, instructing, hold this in your mouth. Qian Liang's eyes widened in disbelief as Lin Shi narrowed his gaze, the threat implicit. If you dare to scream outside, I will end your life. The size of the ball was just right to stifle any utterance. Reluctantly, Qian Liang complied, placing the ball in his mouth and donning the mask Lin Shi provided. To the onlooker, he appeared unremarkable, originally planning to wait for an opportunity to escape once they reached the street. Qian Liang now felt an overwhelming urge to utter a silent curse that he was unsure whether to voice. Chapter 81. The Search for Gold. After more than 2 hours, Lin Shi and Qian Liang arrived at a villa district near the eastern suburbs. Throughout their journey, despair had nearly enveloped Qian Liang. Lin Shi's vigilance was remarkable. He found a single chance to flee. The entire villa district appeared to be slightly shorter than usual. The lower levels of Shushi, now submerged in snow, had become uninhabitable, with accumulations reaching over 3 meters deep. The average 3-story villas now stood at only 2 stories. Following Qian Liang's directions, they approached a villa. Is it here? Lin Shi pointed at a house whose entrance was nearly buried in snow. Qian Liang nodded with a whimper. Casting a glance around to ensure no one was watching, Lin Shi seized Qian Liang and, amidst his terrified whimpers, tossed him onto the second-floor balcony, just a meter above the snow. He then leapt up himself. Qian Liang landed on the balcony, dazed and seeing stars. As he attempted to rise, his gaze locked onto another pair of eyes within the glass. They were murky and yellowed, staring intently at him. We have you a... Qian Liang recoiled in terror, nearly toppling off the balcony again. Upon seeing Lin Shi join him, he quickly pointed towards a room. Upon entering, Lin Shi immediately spotted a corpse through the floor-to-ceiling window. Inside was a bedroom with 2 bodies. One, a middle-aged woman lying on the bed, and the other, a middle-aged man sprawled on the floor, his eyes wide open, fixed in the direction of the balcony. The man bore evident signs of trauma, indicative of foul play. Recognizing the face of the deceased man, Qian Liang pointed and whimpered. Lin Shi instructed him to remove the golf ball from his mouth so he could speak. After considerable effort, Qian Liang finally freed the ball and, with heightened emotion, exclaimed, This is my superior. Observing the disarray in the room, Lin Shi frowned. Someone has been here. What? Fear crept into Qian Liang's expression as he regarded the ransacked state of the room. Glancing at Lin Shi, Terry Lin Shi made his way towards the speakers. Such large speakers must be quite adept at concealing items, he mused. He placed his hand upon the first speaker, giving it a gentle shake. The first one seemed normal. The second as well. However, upon encountering the third, Lin Shi immediately detected something amiss. The speaker felt unusually heavy, weighing more than the previous 2 combined. Without hesitation, Lin Shi reached out with his mind, communicating with the space, extending his consciousness into the speaker. Indeed, he discovered gold within. Moreover, it was composed entirely of square gold bars. These bars were similar in size to those he had previously purchased from the bank, each weighing approximately 10 kilograms. This particular speaker contained a staggering 53 bars. He then placed his hand on the other speakers, casually inquiring, How long has your leader been with your organization? I've heard it's been around 20 to 30 years, Qian Liang replied. Lin Shi nodded, understanding the situation. This speaker too housed over 50 bars. As Lin Shi diligently collected the gold, Qian Liang, who was supposed to be searching for items beneath the sofa, displayed a sinister expression. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved a sharp blade. Cautiously, he approached Lin Shi, whose back was turned. The plush carpet muffled his footsteps, and as he drew nearer, The malice on his face intensified. Were it not for the presence of two others that day, he would have already executed a counterattack to seize the resources. Unfortunately, the unfolding events were far beyond his expectations. No matter how cautious this individual was, everyone inevitably lowers their guard at times, like now. Qian Liang envisioned the moment he would slice Lin Shi's throat with the blade, picturing the shock and despair on Lin Shi's face. He took another step closer, slowly raising the blade in his hand. "What are you doing?" Lin Shi turned his head, his calm gaze locking on a Qian Liang's grotesque face. Qian Liang froze, taken aback that Lin Shi had noticed him. Little did he know, Lin Shi had been aware all along, merely biding his time for his final move. After all, this man had become obsolete. Chapter 82, Acquiring Gold. In a swift motion, Lin Shi drew his knife, severing Qian Liang's head from his body. With this threat eliminated, he resumed his examination of the remaining two speakers. Each of the last two speakers contained an impressive 50 to 60 bars, bringing the total to over 200 bars, amounting to more than 2 tons of gold. In the pre-apocalyptic world, this would be worth 500 million. Lin Shi couldn't help but marvel at the cunning of this leader, hiding gold right under their noses while inviting others to enjoy rock music in his home. Typically, individuals of this leader's age would not gravitate towards rock music, and most likely would not return for a second visit. No one would suspect that such a wealth of gold lay within the speakers before them. With only the first two speakers in operation, it was difficult to raise any doubts. After thoroughly inspecting the remaining areas and confirming there was nothing left, he returned to the room where he had discovered the safe. Generally, safes possess a thickness of 6 to 8 centimeters. Lin Shi pondered whether he could retrieve the gold from inside the safe without directly opening it. Since his last experiment with telekinesis had expanded his capabilities, he felt confident in his ability to reach further. To be cautious, he summoned the Demon King from the space. "Alert me if anything approaches." The Demon King immediately entered a state of vigilance, its heterochromatic eyes sharpening as it scanned the surroundings. Lin Shi placed his hand upon the safe, communicating with the space. Unlike when extracting gold from the speakers, he encountered heightened resistance as his consciousness penetrated the safe. As his awareness delved deeper, a dull pain pulsed in his temples. Yet, he had not yet reached his limit. Furrowing his brow, Lin Shi concentrated, persistently extending his consciousness. Finally, he succeeded, as the items within the safe were transferred to his space. He breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him, beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. Wiping his brow, Lin Shi examined what he had just acquired. To his disappointment, he found only a handful of cash, 2 small gold bars, and some jewelry. The value of these items paled in comparison to even a single gold bar he had found in the speakers. Nevertheless, Lin Shi quickly dismissed his discontent. The discovery of over 2 tons of gold was already an unexpected boon. Perhaps he should explore the villa area further? Adhering to the principle of making the most of his visit, Lin Shi collected all the wooden furniture within the villa into his space. Wooden furniture could serve as fuel, and many people still failed to recognize the value of wood. In time, it may become scarce. He also gathered various kitchenware that he deemed useful. Having thoroughly emptied the villa, Lin Shi recalled the Demon King back into the space and departed from the balcony. Lightly landing, he noted that the day was still young and decided to search the villa area for additional treasures. The occupancy status of the villas could be determined by observing whether the snow at their entrances had been cleared. Some entrances had their snow pushed aside, while others were completely buried. Lin Shi sought out those villas whose doors were concealed beneath snow. Within half an hour, he searched 2 more uninhabited villas. In one, everything of value had already been taken, leaving no signs of disarray, suggesting the owner had moved out themselves. The other villa bore no evidence of habitation. It contained several dust-laden pieces of furniture. Regardless of their utility, Lin Shi decided to take them all. After 2 rounds of searching, his space was filled with assorted items, yet he found not a single piece of gold. Indeed, luck in the villa area was rather slim. Without prior knowledge of gold's location, this method of searching proved far less efficient than raiding a gold shop. After exiting another vacant villa, Lin Shi contemplated leaving when a faint sound caught his attention. A soft thud as something fell into the snow, followed by the sound of something scrambling out. Lin Shi turned alertly to observe a young girl clad in a beige-down jacket emerging from snowdrift, brushing off the snow that clung to her. The bulky jacket did little to conceal her curvaceous figure, and the fluffy fox fur lining her hood obscured half her face. Lin Shi's gaze shifted beneath his goggles, instantly recognizing her as the girl he had almost collided with while riding a shared bicycle, heavily guarded by her entourage. After encountering the military personnel at the port, Lin Shi had grown increasingly convinced that the individuals he nearly collided with were indeed soldiers, not ordinary ones. The man known as Uncle Chio had exuded a formidable aura that day. Now, having unlocked the second stage of his genetic lock, Lin Shi understood the extent of strength possessed by that individual. Such power and reflexes indicated that he was at least a first-stage genetic lock wielder, likely enhanced by rigorous training. With such protection, the girl could very well be a relative of a significant figure within the military. If the girl was present, it was highly probable that the aforementioned Uncle Chio was nearby as well. Although Lin Shi's strength had now reached parity with that of Uncle Chio, he had no desire to entangle himself with troublesome individuals. Turning on his heel, he quickened his pace to distance himself from the girl. Yet, after only a few steps, he sensed someone following him. He halted and looked back, only to find that the girl had indeed trailed him. Lin Shi regarded Lu Pianran, his brow furrowing beneath the goggles. Unable to restrain himself, he accelerated his pace, intending to shake her off. The last time he had encountered this girl, the weather had not yet turned cold. He had been dressed lightly, with half his face obscured by a raincoat. He emerged this time without revealing even his eyes, his clothing substantially more layered than before. Thus, it would be impossible for the girl to recognize him based solely on his silhouette. Lin Shi scanned the surroundings, but did not spot the man named Uncle Chio. To his astonishment, despite his accelerated pace, the girl still managed to keep up. Hey, wait a moment. Don't run. Lu Pianran exerted herself to the utmost, panting as she followed Lin Shi's steps. Originally confined within the villa, she sought a breath of fresh air, but upon stepping outside, Lu Pianran was greeted by an expanse of white, devoid of any figures, which sent a shiver of fear through her. Why do you run away the moment you see someone? You're acting all sneaky. Stop right there. Lu Pianran pouted, observing that Lin Shi showed no inclination to halt. Frustrated, she drew the gun Uncle Chio had given her for self-defense. If you run again, I will shoot. Feeling the threat emanating from behind, Lin Shi finally came to a stop. He turned to face Lu Pianran, irritation evident in his tone. Why are you following me? Lu Pianran retorted, is this road yours? Who says I'm following you? I merely noticed your furtive behavior. You don't seem like a good person, and I wanted to ask you a few questions. Her tone only deepened Lin Shi's frown. She was the very embodiment of a spoiled young lady, freshly out of the academy, oblivious to the perilous world around her, yet speaking with such an air of superiority. He didn't wish to waste words, so he issued a cold warning. If you follow me again, I will kill you. Kill me. Lu Pianran was taken aback by Lin Shi's murderous aura, involuntarily taking 2 steps back, only to feel a wave of indignation. No one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. Right now, I have a gun. If anyone is to be killed, it shall be you. I command you to take me away from here, or I will shoot. Uncle Chio was indeed right. There were no good people outside. With that thought, she felt no moral qualms about threatening the sneaky man before her. Lin Shi remained silent, contemplating whether to eliminate this girl. The forces backing her were evidently formidable. Even if he were to dispose of her, it would stir up trouble. He chose to ignore her and turned to leave. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached rapidly from a distance. Uncle Chio, having visited an old friend in the villa area, returned to find Lu Pianran missing and was now rushing out in a panic. He hurried to her side, checking for injuries, his tone a mix of concern and sternness. Xiaoran, are you all right? What were you thinking sneaking out like this? Where were you going? Lu Pianran stuck out her tongue. Sorry, Uncle Chio. You keep me cooped up in the villa every day. I just got too bored and want to take a stroll. Others tasked with protecting Lu Pianran quickly gathered around her, forming a protective barrier. Uncle Chio pulled Lu Pianran behind him, his gaze fixed warily on Lin Shi. Who is that? Lu Pianran cast a disdainful glance at Lin Shi and twisted the truth. I was minding my own business when he threatened to kill me. At that moment, she hoped Uncle Chio would teach this oblivious Lin Shi a lesson, unaware that her words had ignited tension between the two parties. Uncle Chio's brow furrowed immediately, a palpable aura of menace directed at Lin Shi. The others instinctively reached for their weapons. Lin Shi's eyes, hidden behind his goggles, also glinted with hostility. Were they deliberately seeking trouble? Sensing the atmosphere shift, Lu Pianran quickly tugged at Uncle Chio's arm, her voice tinged with guilt. Forget it, Uncle Chio. I'm fine. Let it go this time. However, her words did little to assuage Uncle Chio's wrath. Lu Pianran remained oblivious to the dangers of the outside world, while they were all too aware of it. Would anyone dare to lay a hand on the person they were sworn to protect? Even harboring murderous intent was unacceptable. Upon hearing Lu Pianran's words, Uncle Chio and the others regarded Lin Shi with even greater hostility. Xiaoran, step back. Uncle Chio, confident in his ability to handle such a petty thief, took a step forward, leaving a deep imprint in the snow as he launched himself towards Lin Shi. Lin Shi, not one to be slow, swiftly drew his handgun from behind him. He refrained from defending himself, knowing from past experiences that explanations held no weight in such times. Even if they were skeptical, they would seize him first and interrogate later. Lin Shi would never entrust his safety to the conscience of others. As Uncle Chiu moved, Lin Shi aimed his gun directly at the oncoming figure and fired. At such a close range, it was nearly impossible for a normal person to evade a bullet. Yet in that instant, Uncle Chiu's eyes widened, and he instinctively dodged the bullet by a hair's breadth. The surge of killing intent in Uncle Chiu's gaze intensified. His original plan to apprehend Lin Shi for questioning was swiftly abandoned. This young man was remarkably dangerous, armed, and evidently prepared. Kill him on the spot, Uncle Chiu commanded as he closed the distance to Lin Shi. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly, and, as the others began to draw their guns, he fired again without hesitation, then a third time. This time, however, his aim was not at Uncle Chiu, but at the 6 men standing protectively in front of Lu Pianran. 2 of them fell instantly, and it was only then that the remaining 4 finally unleashed their bullets toward Lin Shi. In that split second, Lin Shi's demeanor transformed dramatically. His genetic lock disengaged automatically, allowing him to evade the 4 incoming bullets with a speed that left only an afterimage. The scene unfolded like a cinematic spectacle, strikingly vivid. Upon witnessing Lin Shi unlock his genetic potential, Uncle Chiu's pupils constricted in shock. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. He had anticipated Lin Shi to be a formidable individual capable of unlocking his genetic lock. Those who could do so stood above 99% of humanity. If this person truly intended to kill Lu Pianran, he would not afford Uncle Chiu the opportunity to reach her. The other 4 also ceased firing, their expressions a mix of astonishment as they gazed at Lin Shi. Clearly, they understood the implications of evading so many bullets. However, Lin Shi had already crossed the threshold of lethal intent. Having struck first, any talk of misunderstanding was now moot. He did not trust that killing a few of their men would leave them unperturbed. Without hesitation, Lin Shi unleashed a barrage of bullets, swiftly eliminating 3 more individuals. Uncle Chiu withdrew his gun, aiming it at Lin Shi in an attempt to halt him. Stop. That was a misunderstanding. Let us discuss this. If you join us, we can overlook what has transpired. Though Lin Shi had already taken the lives of several of his men, not a single ordinary soldier held the same value as a genius capable of unlocking their genetic potential. Lin Shi responded with a cold smirk. He had no intention of joining any organization. Having unlocked his genetic lock, the time limit would soon render him vulnerable. Thus, it was either his demise or theirs. Besides, they had instigated this conflict first. Lin Shi's killing intent only intensified. With one shot, he took down the last man, shielding Lu Pianran, and aimed his gun at the now pale-faced girl. Stop. Uncle Chiu's heart raced as he deflected the bullet Lin Shi aimed at Lu Pianran, then charged towards him. With the distance between them minimal, Uncle Chiu accelerated thanks to his unlocked genetic potential, closing in on Lin Shi with the intent to capture him before anything else. Lin Shi relinquished the now empty handgun. As Chiu Jun charged forward with a powerful punch, Lin Shi swiftly intercepted it. Receiving the blow, Chiu Jun remained unfazed, knowing that the speed of someone who had unlocked their genetic lock would far exceed instinctual reactions. He intended to assert that even if Lin Shi had activated his genetic lock, he would still be no match for him. After all, mastering the genetic lock required a period of adaptation, and he had been entrenched in the first tier of the lock for a solid 5 years. Chapter 84. All of them must die. However, what he did not anticipate was that Lin Shi's reception of the punch was merely the beginning. A fierce glint flashed across Lin Shi's face as he exerted force, tightening his grip on Chiu Jun's fist and twisting it with tremendous strength. A barely audible cracking sound echoed. At the moment Chiu Jun's punch was caught, his arm was contorted into a grotesque twist. Impossible. Chiu Jun's pupils dilated in shock, his gaze akin to that of a man who had seen a ghost. The second tier, it was undoubtedly the second tier of the genetic lock. A mocking glint appeared in Lin Shi's eyes. Next time, be more discerning before you strike. In the blink of an eye, Chiu Jun had yet to register the excruciating pain in his arm when Lin Shi's other hand struck. No, Chiu Jun wished to explain himself. He did not want to antagonize a genius who had autonomously unlocked the second tier of the genetic lock. He wanted to clarify that the previous encounter had been a misunderstanding, but Lin Shi offered him no opportunity. Since he had already offended someone, all threats must be eradicated. In this regard, Lin Shi never wavered. Grasping Chiu Jun by the neck, he expressionlessly tightened his grip. Crack! Qiu Jun's eyes widened in disbelief as Lin Shi twisted his neck with brutal efficiency. Even in his final moments, he stared intently at Lin Shi, seemingly unable to comprehend why he encountered someone capable of autonomously unlocking the second tier of the genetic lock, and why such a misunderstanding had arisen. This scene finally jolted the stunned Lu Pianran back to reality. Lu Pianran's scream pierced the air. Everything unfolded so rapidly that she felt as though she were trapped in a dream. After Lin Shi had decisively snapped Qiu Jun's neck, he discarded the lifeless body onto the ground as one would dispose of refuse. The entire sequence of events, from Qiu Jun's eruption to Lin Shi's gunfire and the subsequent annihilation of Qiu Jun, transpired in mere seconds. In truth, Lin Shi himself felt a twinge of surprise. He discovered that Qiu Jun had maintained the activation of his genetic lock for more than 3 seconds. Initially, he believed that the higher the tier of the genetic lock unlocked, the longer it could be sustained. Now, he dismissed this notion. It appeared that even without upgrading the tier of the genetic lock, one could enhance the duration of its activation. This was a matter he intended to investigate further. At this moment, Lin Shi exuded an aura of murderous intent, akin to a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of hell. Lu Pianran could never have anticipated that her mere 2 utterances would lead to the tragic demise of Uncle Qiu, who had watched over her since childhood, right before her eyes. Similarly, the few protective figures resembling elder brothers in her life met their untimely end. Had this occurred before the apocalypse, her earlier unreasonable provocations might have resulted in minor misunderstandings, perhaps merely inciting some resentment. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that with the onset of the apocalypse, the fabric of order had unraveled. Her words in such a context were akin to igniting a powder keg, causing an explosive clash between 2 previously unrelated parties. The mistake lay in her having been overly sheltered, excessively pampered, always speaking and acting according to her whims without consideration for others or the consequences. Such a disposition, in the face of an apocalypse, would inevitably exact a heavy toll. After her piercing scream, the tumult of emotions caused her to faint. Among those present, Lin Shi stood as the sole survivor. The cold wind howled, and the ground was strewn with blood and corpses. In a frozen expanse of snow, blood erupted in vivid crimson bursts. Lin Shi, grappling with the aftereffects of unlocking his genetic lock, soon noticed 3 furtive figures emerging from the villa at the end of the road. After cautiously observing the scene, they hastened towards the battlefield where Lin Shi stood. The trio consisted of a middle-aged man and 2 young men, each wielding a weapon, a saber, a broadsword, and a sword. It seemed that someone in their family had a penchant for collecting cold weapons. One of the younger men hesitantly spoke up. "Dad, that person looks terrifying. Do we really have to approach? What is there to fear? That man's gun is out of bullets. Didn't you just see him throw it to the ground with your binoculars?" The middle-aged man replied. The apprehensive youth bit his lip, a flash of terror crossing his eyes. But I saw him barehanded twist another person's head off just as I raised the binoculars." The middle-aged man regarded his son with an expression of disbelief, then cast a piercing glance at the motionless Lin Shi. "Are you watching too many movies? From this distance, you caught a fleeting glimpse, which means you must have misinterpreted what you saw. Look, that person surrounded by the encroaching crowd." There was little astonishment in his eyes. It resembled the scene before the apocalypse, where anyone witnessing the blood-soaked ground littered with corpses would have fled as far as possible. Yet in this world of chaos, incidents of being ensnared like a mantis stalking its prey were far from rare. At this moment, he felt utterly drained, the aftereffects of the genetic lock still lingering. However, he was not alone. Lin Shi steadied his mind and accessed the consciousness communication space. With a thought directed at the Demon King, who was still pursuing the gibbon in the space, he commanded, "Demon King, prepare for battle." Instantly, the Demon King halted its chase, its eyes sharpening with an acute awareness. As if comprehending in that instant, "Master is in danger." Raising its head, it barked once. Shortly thereafter, the trio of father and sons, who had been the first to arrive, drew near Lin Shi. Observing him motionless, they felt a wave of reassurance wash over them, greedily eyeing the handgun within reach. "Dad, watch me kill him while you cover me from behind." The older youth, his gaze fierce, stepped forward. Having practiced martial arts for several years, he quickly discerned Lin Shi's unstable stance and the subtle tremors of his body, his eyes gleaming with determination. The middle-aged man nodded, instructing his younger son to cautiously maneuver around to retrieve the gun. However, just as the youth approached Lin Shi with a blade in hand, the Demon King's figure materialized out of thin air. The older youth saw only a massive shadow lunging towards him before he could comprehend what had happened. His neck was severed. The middle-aged man and the younger son, now realizing the emergence of a ferocious dog, were left in shock. Clear the area, kill them all. Lin Shishin's emotionless voice emanated from behind a mask. The Demon King, upon hearing the command, leaped forth without hesitation. It bit through one man's neck and turned its gaze towards the middle-aged man. Chapter 85. The Demon King's Fury. The Demon King raised its head, fixating on those humans who dared to covet Lin Shishin. Its eyes exuded an aura of superiority, as if a higher life form was asserting dominance over a lesser one. In that moment, as they met the Demon King's peculiar gaze, all who beheld it were gripped by terror. The middle-aged man was effortlessly pinned down in the snow, his chest pierced by the Demon King's razor-sharp claws. The younger son, paralyzed by fear, witnessed the Demon King retract its bloodied claws from his father's body, the tips still dripping with crimson. Knowing death was imminent, he attempted to flee, but his legs trembled uncontrollably. A foul liquid oozed from him, eliciting a look of disdain in the Demon King's intelligent eyes as it swatted the wretched human aside. The unfortunate individual landed right in front of the middle-aged man, whose expression turned to horror as he observed that the man's head had been crushed, brain matter and blood oozing from the shattered skull. The trio, once seen as formidable adversaries, had vanished in an instant. "Ah, there's a monster!" The middle-aged man screamed in terror, sprinting away with greater speed than when he had arrived. The others, witnessing this scene, felt their greed evaporate in an instant, turning to flee in a frenzy. Those who had rushed forward, fearful of being outpaced, now regretted their haste, wishing they could sprout 4 legs to escape. Yet, their speed paled in comparison to that of the Demon King. With each leap, it claimed another victim, its pristine white claws quickly stained crimson. Some, realizing escape was futile, attempted to fight back with their weapons. However, such feeble resistance posed no threat to the Demon King. Humans struggled against beasts, and they stood no chance against a source beast that had already undergone evolution. After slaughtering over a dozen individuals, the once crimson eye of the Demon King became even more bizarrely red. In that moment, it seemed to revert to its primal form, exuding a fierce ferocity, devoid of the gentleness it displayed in Lin Shishin's presence. The massacre unfolded with overwhelming dominance. There were still those who sought to stealthily approach Lin Shishin, while the Demon King was preoccupied, hoping to snatch the handgun lying on the ground. However, upon noticing someone nearing Lin Shishin, the Demon King abandoned its original target, lunging toward the interloper. It bit off half of the person's shoulder. In its eyes, Lin Shishin was the only human it acknowledged. The rest were mere prey. A piercing scream abruptly ceased as the Demon King's claw sliced through the throat of the audacious individual. After dispatching this threat, the Demon King turned to continue its pursuit of the remaining humans. The one-sided slaughter soon drew to a close, with the Demon King's speed and keen sense of smell. None could escape, all becoming lifeless bodies that would never air again. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shishin finally smiled. Forming a partnership with the Demon King was undeniably his wisest decision. The genetic lock provided explosive power but lacked endurance. He had to devise a solution for this critical flaw. Otherwise, he could not afford to activate the genetic lock lightly in dire situations. As the aftereffects of the genetic lock subsided, Lin Shishin was astonished to discover that this time, the duration of the aftereffects was even shorter than before. Reflecting on the changes he experienced after absorbing source power during his prior encounters, a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. Perhaps, with sufficient source power, he could eliminate the side effects of activating the genetic lock. Lin Shishin approached the architect of this turmoil, Lu Pianran. With a swift motion, a military knife appeared in his hand, poised to end her life. Yet, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. This woman was no ordinary individual. He was certain he had forged an irreconcilable enmity with Lu Pianran. It would be wiser to ascertain who was backing her, lest he find himself at a disadvantage in the future. Resolving to allow her to live a while longer, he stored her within the space. Subsequently, he collected all the corpses in the villa, erasing any trace of a massacre. After changing his attire and recalling the Demon King, Lin Shishin departed from the desolate villa area. By the time he returned to the safe house, darkness had descended. Meanwhile, Lu Pianran, whom Lin Shishin had stored away, regained consciousness. Upon awakening, she found herself under the watchful gaze of a hulking dog and a gibbon. The imposing figures of the Demon King and the gibbon, coupled with the aura of the source beasts, caused Lu Pianran to faint once more. It was only when Lin Shishin commanded the Demon King to douse her with a bucket of snow water that she jolted awake with a scream. Chapter 86. Lu Pianran's Origins. Lu Pianran was suddenly drenched from head to toe in frigid water, causing her to gasp and sit up abruptly. As she did, she found herself face to face with the Demon King's massive visage, prompting another terrified shriek. Silence. Lin Shishin's voice resonated in the space. If you continue to scream, I will kill you immediately. Hearing that familiar threat, Lu Pianran recalled the earlier scene in the villa, clutching her head and pleading, "Don't kill me." Lin Shishin, seated on the couch of the safe house, toyed with a pen while communicating within the space. I will ask, and you will answer. If you do not cooperate, I will have my demon king tear you apart, piece by piece. Lu Pianran, thoroughly frightened, dared not lift her head and responded in a flurry. I will cooperate. I will cooperate. Please don't hurt me. My father has plenty of money. As long as you spare me, I will give you whatever you want. First question. Who are you? My name is Lu Pianran. I am a university student in this city. I was brought to that villa by Uncle Chiu after the power suddenly went out. Having been thoroughly terrified, Lu Pianran answered Lin Shishin's inquiries without hesitation. Lin Shishin pressed on, "You mentioned that your father is the most powerful person in Shushi. Who is he?" Upon hearing about her father, Lu Pianran's previously scattered demeanor regained some composure, her eyes flickering. Woof! A roar from above startled Lu Pianran, making her tremble once again as she quickly replied. "My father is an officer in the Shushi military." A flicker of realization crossed Lin Shi's eyes as he continued to inquire, "What position?" "He is a major general." Lu Pianran's gaze flickered. Lin Shi's voice turned frigid. "You lie. No major general in the Shushi military bears the surname Lu." He vividly recalled the man who stood imperiously at the forefront of the crowd when he went to collect supplies, addressed by those around him as Major General Lin. Surprised that Lin Shi was aware of this, Lu Pianran quickly corrected herself. "I'm sorry. I apologize. I hadn't finished speaking. My father serves as an advisor to the Major General." With a derisive tone, Lin Shi retorted, "So an advisor is the most formidable person in the Shushi military?" Instinctively, Lu Pianran raised her head to counter, "My father saved that Major General's life. This connection is not trivial. Even the Major General must heed my father's words. My father is the strongest." It was then that she noticed she was in a rather peculiar predicament. "What is your father's name?" Lin Shi inquired. "Lu Peng." "My father's name is Lu Peng." Lin Shi proceeded to ask several more questions, such as Lu Peng's appearance and whether Lu Pianran had any other relatives, to which she responded readily. However, when Lin Shi inquired about the information regarding gene locks within the military, Lu Pianran found herself utterly clueless. At this moment, she had risen, surveying her surroundings, yet she dared not wander freely under the watchful gaze of the Demon King. Curiosity triumphed over a lingering sense of dread as she retorted to Lin Shi, "I truly know nothing about the gene locks you mentioned. Where's this place? Where are you? Please let me go. You can ask my father for money or anything else. He will surely comply." Her hands, concealed beneath her somewhat soiled-down jacket, clenched tightly. "Upon my return, I shall ensure my father executes you for Uncle Chiu and the others." Yet, unbeknownst to her, that opportunity would never come to pass. Lin Shi did not respond to Lu Pianran, but instead addressed the Demon King. "Demon King, execute." Having issued his command, Lin Shi turned his attention away from this woman, now devoid of value. He had no desire to keep her in his space for sustenance and excretion. As for the threat posed by the Major General's advisor, Lin Shi had not shown his face throughout the ordeal, and all witnesses in that villa district had perished. Thus, even if the military later uncovered any clues, they would remain oblivious to his identity. Lin Shi extracted over 2 tons of gold bars collected that day from his space. Casting a glance at the treasure basin interface, he noted, "Treasure basin. Storage space. Complete the volume of the space can expand as the user's source power increases, allowing for the storage of living beings. Function. Item duplication 750. Funds required for upgrade 2.48 million. This would mark the 9th upgrade of item duplication." Lin Shi murmured, "Upgrade item duplication." As a familiar golden light enveloped him, the treasure basin interface transformed into treasure basin. Storage space. Complete the volume of the space can expand as the user's source power increases, allowing for the storage of living beings. Function. Item duplication 1478. Funds required for upgrade 8.4 million. An increase of 728 instances. Lin Shi surmised that this 1478 instances would last him at least 2 to 3 decades. By continuously duplicating the resources he already possessed and using the duplicates while retaining the originals, he would obtain an infinite supply of materials. If this pattern of upgrades continued, the next increase would likely be 1456 instances. However, during the last upgrade to the 10th level, an anomaly occurred, not expanding the original space, but transforming it into a space capable of storing both lifeless and living entities. Therefore, Lin Shi was eagerly anticipating what the 10th upgrade of item duplication would entail. The upgrade process took only a few minutes. Upon returning his consciousness to the space, he discovered that Lu Pianran was irrevocably deceased. To his astonishment, she had been killed by the long-armed ape. At that moment, the ape's arm was still smeared with red and white brain matter. The Demon King stood beside the long-armed ape, casting an encouraging glance at it. The Demon King could indeed command the long-armed ape? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Demon King, was this your doing? He directly queried. Wong. The Demon King raised its head high, seemingly responding to Lin Shi. Stretching out a claw, it pointed at Lu Pianran and called out to the long-armed ape. The ape's fist, as large as an iron pot, came crashing down on the lifeless Lu Pianran once more. What a delightful surprise. Lin Shi moved Lu Pianran's corpse to the vacuum space. He released the Demon King and rewarded it with a sumptuous dinner. He also treated the long-armed ape in the space to a lavish feast of fruits. Despite its mutation, the long-armed ape did not exhibit a preference for meat. Unlike the previously mutated wild boar, the Demon King, on the other hand, seemed to hold human flesh in disdain. To avoid drawing attention, Lin Shi refrained from venturing outside for the next few days, instead focusing on diligently practicing his cultivation techniques. Just a day after he eliminated Qiu Jun and abducted Lu Pianran, Lu Peng finally received news regarding the disappearance of Qiu Jun and Lu Pianran. Chapter 87. Investigate. Starcy Apartment, East Suburbs. Inside the property management building requisitioned by the military for office use. What? Qiu Jun and the others are missing? Where's my daughter? Lu Peng, who was seated in the office handling military affairs, abruptly stood up, slamming his hand on the desk upon receiving the report from his subordinate. Yes, sir. This morning, while delivering supplies, we observed someone breaking into Miss Lu's villa. After apprehending the intruder, we discovered that Miss Lu and Colonel Qiu were nowhere to be found in the villa. The soldier reported truthfully, explaining that he and another soldier were responsible for delivering supplies and food to Lu Pianran and her group every 3 days. Throughout the Shushi military, it was well known that Lu Peng held his daughter in the highest regard. As Major General Lin's advisor, Lu Peng was often preoccupied with various duties, including deploying patrol soldiers, rendering him unable to reside in that villa with his daughter. Nevertheless, he remained particularly concerned about her well-being. Lu Peng, a man in his 40s, bore the marks of a long military career, making him appear older than his years. His skin was dark, his features ordinary, yet a prominent hawk-like nose set against his otherwise unremarkable face lent him an air of somber intensity. At this moment, his face was etched with urgency, the deep furrows on his brow tightening into a single line. Where's the individual who broke into the villa? Have you interrogated him? The soldier replied. He is just outside in the hallway. We have already interrogated him on the way here. He claims to have come from another area, attempting to enter the villa district to search for supplies, and inadvertently broke in. Bring him in. Lu Peng's expression darkened, his voice tinged with a hint of menace. Also seated in the makeshift office was another individual, adorned in military garb, who appeared significantly younger than Lu Peng. However, his relaxed posture suggested he was not subordinate to Lu Peng. If Lin Shi were present, he would recognize this individual as the officer he encountered at the port. Wang Chao. Seeing Lu Peng's demeanor, Wang Chao reassured him, Advisor Lu, do not panic. Let's send someone to search. It's possible the little girl was merely playing and wandered off. You know Colonel Qiu's capabilities, there shouldn't be any issues. Though Lu Peng remained anxious at heart, his expression softened somewhat upon hearing Wang Chao's words. He understood his daughter well. She certainly had a playful nature, and perhaps Colonel Qiu had indulged her whims. However, based on his understanding of Colonel Qiu, if they had left normally, they would not have left the villa unguarded. Now, all the people have vanished, and a profound unease lingers in Lu Peng's heart. Qiu Jun is not merely Lu Peng's subordinate, but rather his comrade in arms. Several years ago, the authorities abruptly sought to recruit a contingent of soldiers to test a new genetic pill capable of cultivating super soldiers. Concerned about potential hazards, Lu Peng abstained from participation, while Qiu Jun enlisted and became one of the first to unlock the genetic code, earning a remarkable 2-rank promotion. The opportunity to have Qiu Jun protect Lu Pianran stems not only from their years of camaraderie, but also from a favor Lu Peng had done for Major General Lin some years prior, which allowed him to easily borrow personnel from him. Upon receiving orders, the soldiers swiftly apprehended an intruder who had broken into the villa. This man in his 30s cried out in protest as he was brought in. Sir, I merely glanced inside when I saw no one was there. Isn't that what everyone does these days? I have a 3-year-old child and a 60-year-old mother at home. I beg you. Enough chatter. Answer my questions directly, Lu Peng demanded, his expression dark as he interrogated the man. The answers he received mirrored those of the soldiers. A soldier inquired, Sir, how should we handle this individual? Imprison him. Gather several teams and search the vicinity of the villa for any trace of Qiujun and Pianran. Furthermore, investigate whether there are any signs of a struggle around the villa and if anyone has seen Pianran and the others leaving in the past few days. Thoroughly examine all relevant clues. Yes, sir. Had he not been preoccupied with pressing matters, Lu Peng would have preferred to personally oversee the situation. For the moment, the absence of bodies or any clear signs allowed him to convince himself that the situation was not as dire as he feared. The soldiers dragged the pleading man away. Subsequently, they assembled several teams and hurried to the villa area where Lu Pianran had previously resided. However, despite their exhaustive search, they uncovered no clues. This was due to the fact that Lin Shi and Qiujun had engaged in combat outdoors, and when they disposed of the bodies and erased traces, Lin Shi had cleared away the blood-stained snow, incorporating it into his spatial storage. Afterward, with the assistance of the Demon King, they leveled the disturbed snow before departing. And with the passage of a night, even the slightest imperfections were perfectly concealed by the heavy snowfall. The soldiers, upon discovering that nearly all the residents of the villa area had vanished, found themselves devoid of any additional leads. Instead, they inadvertently unearthed a few survivors who had been hiding in the basement to escape the cold, bringing them back to Xingai apartment. Lu Peng personally interrogated these individuals. However, since they had been on the periphery of the villa and sheltered in the basement, they had not even heard the sounds of the battle between Lin Shi and Qiujun that day and were completely unaware of the events that had transpired, let alone able to provide any clues. Lu Peng was inclined to resort to severe measures to extract information from them, but Major General Lin intervened, reprimanding him and ultimately releasing the individuals. The freed individuals, feeling fortunate to have escaped, were blissfully unaware that they had evaded not one, but two calamities. In the following days, survivors in Sha City noticed a marked increase in the number of patrolling soldiers, more than doubling compared to before. Although Major General Lin had chastised Lu Peng, he was also aware that Lu Peng's greatest concern was his only daughter. Thus, he proactively dispatched personnel to assist in the search for Lu Pianran and Qiujun. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Lu Pianran and the others had been taken away from the villa area by Lin Shi using spatial manipulation, leaving no trace for anyone to discover. Days passed without any leads, but they did manage to capture several troublemakers in the process. Meanwhile, Lin Shi, safely ensconced in the safe house, remained oblivious to the turmoil that had erupted outside due to these events. Even if he were aware, he would not be swayed by emotional turmoil. As Lu Pianran had indicated, her father's deep concern for her made such a situation inevitable. At this moment, Lin Shi had been diligently practicing his health regimen in the safe house for an entire week. Throughout this week, aside from routinely venturing out to clear the snow atop Anshan, he had not set foot outside, immersing himself entirely in his training. At last, he had achieved the remarkable feat of independently unlocking his genetic code. Chapter 88. Independent Unlocking of the Genetic Code. Clad in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, Lin Shi stood in the living room, holding his breath and concentrating. He felt a subtle yet palpable source of power within him. After 7 days of relentless practice, Lin Shi sensed that he had acquired an additional form of energy within his body. This energy flowed like blood, coursing through his veins, faint yet exceedingly comforting. Lin Shi surmised that this might be the source material absorbed by his health regimen, transformed into source power. Over the past 2 days, he had attempted to control this source power, leading to an astonishing discovery. Open, Lin Shi commanded, as he directed the source power to disperse throughout his body. A sensation akin to an electric shock surged from his core. It was as if he heard a soft crack within his body, signaling the unlocking of something. He then entered a state of genetic code, unlocking. Success. Lin Shi felt a surge of exhilaration and lunged toward the Demon King, who was cowering in a corner of the living room. The Demon King desperately squeezed itself into the corner, its canine face displaying a multitude of expressions. Its mouth slightly agape and eyes wide with panic. It seemed to convey, not again, don't come any closer. Lin Shi scooped up the Demon King and, like the wind, flung open the door of the safe house, tossing the creature into the snow. Despite the outdoor temperature plunging below 30 degrees Celsius, Lin Shi remained unfazed. Clad only in his short sleeves and shorts, he felt a warm current coursing through his limbs. Demon King, let us practice. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Shi charged toward the Demon King, who was shaking off the snow. The Demon King, having learned to roll from Lin Shi in the past few days, evaded Lin Shi's punch and leaped toward him. However, Lin Shi had merely feigned the punch, retracting it in an instant, taking 2 quick steps in the direction the Demon King was dodging, and executed a sweeping kick. The Demon King, still in the midst of its jump, was caught off guard and fell into the snow with a thud. I told you before, human techniques are exceedingly cunning. You must observe the actions carefully and adapt accordingly. Even in battle with me, you need to be serious. Now, get up. This time, you initiate the attack, Lin Shi instructed. The Demon King, dazed, stood up and cast a resentful glance at Lin Shi, its eyes clearly reflecting the weariness of having been forced into combat numerous times. As Lin Shi continued to battle the Demon King, he diligently coached it on how to attack. 10 seconds later, the period for unlocking the genetic code drew to a close. This was not Lin Shi's first time achieving the independent unlocking of his genetic code in the past few days. It was, in fact, the 6th occurrence. Since discovering that source power within him 2 days ago, he had been experimenting with controlling it and had mastered the unlocking method, albeit not always successfully. Moreover, whether due to the increased frequency of unlocking the genetic code or the accumulation of source power within him, the duration of the unlocking had also extended. Unlike before, when he felt utterly drained after unlocking the genetic code, Lin Shi now felt invigorated. He was confident that, given a little more time, he would master this power flawlessly. Seeing Lin Shi's momentum suddenly wane, the Demon King's eyes gleamed with excitement. It grinned and leapt toward Lin Shi once more. Anticipating the Demon King's counterattack, Lin Shi rolled away and declared, "Today's battle is over. Let us head home for dinner." Having completed the unlocking of his genetic code, Lin Shi was now able to move, though he still felt somewhat drained. He quickly jogged back inside, leaving the frustrated Demon King howling in place. "Oh, you lack martial ethics." It was with a feast of roasted meat that Lin Shi finally placated the irate Demon King. Ever since savoring a meal of roasted meat 3 days prior, the Demon King had developed an insatiable fondness for it. Even the raw meat has lost its allure. As Lin Shi stands beside the oven, subtly hinting at his desire for grilled meat, with a hefty iron skewer, he impales chunks of meat and places them into the oven. Beef skewers, lamb skewers, pork belly skewers, and even skewers of mutated wild boar sizzle within, exuding an enticing aroma. Once a batch of meat is perfectly grilled, he sets aside a few skewers devoid of seasoning, extracting the iron skewers and placing them on a plate for the Demon King. Meanwhile, he retrieves fresh lettuce, wrapping it around the grilled meat to savor. The crisp, fragrant lettuce complements the succulent, rich lamb, delivering pure satisfaction in every bite. Yet, indulging in too much grilled meat can become overwhelming. So Lin Shi procures a watermelon from a space, dashes outdoors, buries it in the snow, and moments later retrieves a perfectly chilled watermelon. Were it not for the frigid temperatures outside, he would have relished the experience of barbecuing with charcoal, for the taste of meat grilled over coals is unparalleled. After enjoying his lunch, the Demon King, appearing thoroughly satisfied, licked his lips and approached Lin Shi, nuzzling against his leg, gazing up at him. "Another trip to the space?" The Demon King nodded. Lin Shi couldn't help but chuckle. Every time the Demon King made a mess, he sought to retrieve it from the gibbons. Yet, how could he refuse the requests of his companion? In recent days, the gibbons have been noticeably obedient to the Demon King. After tucking the Demon King into his space, Lin Shi took a moment to rest before donning his attire. He planned to venture deep into the back mountain today to see if he could capture another solitary source beast. At the Star Sea apartment, Lu Peng seethed with frustration, angrily grabbing a water cup from the table and smashing it upon the floor before the reporting soldier. His voice laced with barely contained rage. "Search the entirety of Shushi immediately. Scour every possible location. Even if it means turning Shushi upside down, you must find them." "Yes, Commander Lu." After the soldier departed, Lu Peng sank despondently into a chair, his chest heaving with agitation. As the days passed, the absence of any news regarding Lu Pianran intensified his foreboding feelings. He hadn't closed his eyes since last night. Despite a continuous search by numerous soldiers for an entire week, having thoroughly combed through Shushi, they had unearthed not a single clue. The lack of information was telling. In his heart, Lu Peng had begun to fear the worst, that his daughter may have met a tragic fate. Most of the soldiers dispatched to search for her had been called back, returning to their posts, which further dimmed the prospects of finding Lu Pianran. Anguish flickered in Lu Peng's eyes. At this moment, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Major General Lin Tianrui. He had saved Lin Tianrui's life, yet now, asking for assistance in locating his daughter was met with such evasion, truly a betrayal of gratitude. Yet, as long as there remained a glimmer of hope, Lu Peng vowed never to relinquish it. He would find his daughter alive. If she had perished, he would ensure that the one responsible paid dearly for his actions. Torn to pieces, blinded by hatred, Lu Peng failed to consider the pressing burdens on the soldiers. They were tasked with gathering supplies, distributing them, patrolling, and hastily repairing essential equipment. Some soldiers even had to engage in manual labor alongside survivors to construct shelters. Time was of the essence, and any delay would result in further loss of life among the survivors. Even within the ranks, soldiers had already made the ultimate sacrifice. Such considerations were lost on Lu Peng. His mind was consumed solely by the thought of his daughter. If he could not find her, he would drag others down with him. His expression twisted into a mask of fury as he rose, slipping a dagger from the drawer into his waistband and striding purposefully toward the door. The soldiers at the entrance saluted him. Lu Peng's voice was icy. "We're the criminals captured a few days ago. Take me to them." Chapter 89. Searching for Clues. Although the soldiers had yet to uncover the whereabouts of Lu Pianran and her companions, they had apprehended numerous individuals who had been looting supplies and committing violence on the streets. The soldiers led a sullen Lu Peng away from the Star Sea apartment. Meanwhile, on the balcony of one of the apartment buildings, Wang Chao stood alongside a burly man, watching Lu Peng exit. "Chief, shall we not intervene?" Wang Chao inquired, his gaze fixed on Lu Peng as he shrank into the distance. Lin Shi, his demeanor far from the authoritative presence he had exhibited while maintaining order outside the apartment, waved dismissively and sighed, "Let it be. Lu Peng has only one daughter, the sole remnant of his late wife. We both know how significant she is to him. If it were you or I, we would be equally unhinged." Having spoken, he extracted a pack of cigarettes from his coat and offered one to Wang Chao. Lighting one for himself and taking a draw. "Has there been any news regarding that girl and Qiu Jun?" Wang Chao accepted the cigarette, but did not smoke it, instead pocketing it and letting out a resigned sigh. "No, still no news. Time has passed, and the hope of finding them seems increasingly slim. Chief, why not recall the soldiers and have your personal guard search for them? Why not inform Lu Peng?" "What? Are you afraid he might harbor resentment toward me?" Lin Shi replied nonchalantly. "If we locate them, I'll inform him then. If not, there's no need to voice it. Everyone knows my character. He saved my life and has been by my side for many years. Some things don't need to be said." Wang Chao's eyes twitched slightly. He refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead commenting, "Do you think it's possible a survivor unlocked their genetic lock and clashed with Qiu Jun, leading to their demise? I pondered that as well. Since the solar storm, the number of soldiers who have activated their genetic locks has risen to 13, and it's conceivable that ordinary survivors may have done so too. However, Qiu Jun has had his genetic lock activated for 5 years. You, too, have activated yours and understand that such power cannot be easily managed by an ordinary person. If it were a typical person newly unlocking their genetic lock, even if Qiu Jun were caught off guard, it would be improbable for it to be handled so cleanly." Lin Shi trailed off abruptly as the wind extinguished his cigarette. He discarded the butt on the ground and continued, "In the coming days, have Li Qiu take on Lu Peng's responsibilities. Consider a short break for him." "Yes." Wang Chao refrained from questioning Lin Shi's suspicions. Deep down, he understood that an ordinary person could not make a genetic powerhouse, and several soldiers simply vanish. It was likely the work of another faction. As for which faction it might be, Wang Chao suspected that Lin Shi had his own theories. After leaving the Star Sea apartment, Lu Peng arrived at the detention center on the outskirts of Shashi. Following the onset of the apocalypse, those caught looting supplies and abducting women were thrown into this place. After questioning the detainees, the guard led Lu Peng to a cell where the latest captures were held. "Sir, the criminals apprehended in the past week are here. Open it. These individuals are nearly insane. If we open the door, we may not be able to control them." The guard hesitated. "Open it." Seeing Lu Peng's insistence, the guard instructed the others to prepare and unlocked the cell door. The moment it swung open, a noxious stench of excrement mingled with blood assaulted Lu Peng's senses, causing him to grimace immediately. Over 100 individuals were crammed into a cell designed to accommodate no more than a dozen, sitting or standing shoulder to shoulder, with no space to lie down. The floor was littered with excrement and dark brown clumps of blood, frozen in the low temperature, which had mitigated the stench somewhat. Yet the foul odor was still unbearable for anyone who entered suddenly. The prisoners all exhibited a feral glint in their eyes, driven by an insatiable hunger that made them yearn to devour anything in sight. On ordinary days, some prisoners, unable to bear their starvation, would resort to attacking and biting their fellow inmates. Incidents of brutal conflict occurred daily, yet the guards remained indifferent, merely dragging the bodies out at regular intervals. In this apocalyptic world, they were unable to tend to the good, and the wicked still harbored hopes of rehabilitation as they once did, unless they could endure until the day this wretched state of affairs returned to normality. As the door swung open, a dozen prisoners nearest to it surged forward, clamoring, "Food! Is there any food? Let me out. I'm starving. Kill the guards and let us escape." The guards, evidently seasoned in handling such chaos, swiftly brandished their batons, delivering a decisive blow to the foremost prisoner, who collapsed at once. The other two guards followed suit, wielding their weapons without hesitation, heedless of whether their strikes might prove fatal. Any who dared to incite disorder would be met with unrelenting force. With two additional guards armed with rifles keeping a watchful eye, order was finally restored after the ninth body lay on the ground. Lu Peng's somber gaze swept across the gathered prisoners as he spoke slowly. Listen carefully. A week ago, did any of you see suspicious individuals entering the Hayton Villa district on Huayuan Road? Or did you notice anyone unusual passing through Huayuan Road? He continued. If anyone provides a genuine lead, I can ensure their departure from this place, along with sufficient food and winter supplies. Upon hearing that there was a chance to escape and receive food, the prisoners eagerly shouted, I know, I have information, I saw them. The scene erupted into chaos once more. Lu Peng bellowed silence. Form a line and speak one at a time. If anyone dares to deceive me, they shall learn the price of their deceit. Despite the threat, the allure of potential escape compelled the prisoners to continue vying to share their leads. After listening to a multitude of claims, Lu Peng discerned that most were merely fabrications. Following another instance of blatant lying, he suddenly lashed out, drawing a dagger and plunging it violently into the liar's neck. His impatient and murderous gaze swept over all the prisoners in the cell. I warned you not to lie. Anyone who dares to deceive me will meet their demise. This declaration silenced those who had hoped to speak recklessly in search of fortune. Just when Lu Peng thought this avenue was futile, a hesitant prisoner stepped forward. Officer, last Wednesday, I witnessed two suspicious men seemingly heading towards the Hayton Villa district. Lu Peng, maintaining his composure, inquired further. Were they men or women? What were their distinguishing features? The man replied thoughtfully. They were two men. One of them is Qian Liang, whom I know. He lives in the same building as I do. The other man I have never seen before, but he wore a black tactical jacket, a black hat, a mask, and goggles, along with particularly warm boots. I was quite envious and looked at him a few extra times. They appear to be heading towards the Villa district, but I did not follow them, so I'm not entirely sure. A glimmer of interest sparked in Lu Peng's eyes as he pressed for more details about Qian Liang and the other man. Regardless of their authenticity, this was the only lead available. Upon returning to his unit, Lu Peng immediately ordered an investigation into Qian Liang's background. As for the informant, Lu Peng had no intention of fulfilling his promise. He was merely a prisoner destined to die in a few days, too insignificant for him to waste any thought. That afternoon, Lu Peng received basic information on Qian Liang. When he saw the name of the leader of Qian's workplace, he abruptly stood up. He had encountered this name when Lu Qianran moved into the Villa district. This individual was indeed one of its residents. Gather your team. We're heading to the Hayton Villa district immediately. At this moment, Lin Shi was clad in lightweight, agile white combat attire, armed with a crossbow, cautiously searching through the dense forest. He opted for the crossbow over a firearm, as it offered greater stealth. Handguns lacked sufficient firepower, while an AK could easily startle nearby wildlife. Should a herd of beasts be drawn to the noise, even he would have to make a hasty retreat. The crossbow was inherently designed for jungle warfare. As a hunter, one must conceal oneself and strike the prey with lethal precision. To this end, Lin Shi had even coated his crossbow with a layer of white paint. However, it seemed that the tropical fauna in the Shushi mountain forests were scarce survivors. After venturing deep into the mountains for over 3 hours, Lin Shi had yet to yield any results. Suddenly, he halted, crouching low and moving cautiously towards the left front. Several hundred meters away in the snow, a clouded leopard was tearing into a deer that had been unearthed from beneath the snow. This clouded leopard was larger than a Siberian tiger, and Lin Shi was nearly certain it had mutated. However, to confirm this, he needed to approach within 100 meters, as the treasure detection device only alerted him to source beasts within that range. Lin Shi gradually advanced towards the leopard. The deer beneath the leopard had evidently succumbed to the sudden extreme cold, its body stiffening in rigor mortis as it was exhumed. Although it was fresh, the leopard struggled to tear into the frozen flesh. Seizing the opportunity while the leopard was engrossed in its meal, Lin Shi closed the distance to within 100 meters. The treasure detection device emitted a prompt, detected a first-tier source beast within 100 meters. It was indeed a source beast. A smile broke across Lin Shi's face. The clouded leopard, being a speed-oriented predator, would likely possess enhanced velocity due to its mutation. In his previous life, there had been a cheetah that had evolved, moving like a phantom and killing without a trace. Many had failed to hunt it down. If he could tame this clouded leopard, it would undoubtedly bolster his combat prowess. At that moment, the leopard seemed to sense something amiss and lifted its head. Lin Shi quickly concealed himself behind a dead tree. The combination of the withered foliage and his camouflage kept the leopard oblivious to his presence as it resumed feasting. Just as it lowered its head, a white arrow sliced through the air, striking fiercely into its hind leg. Lin Shi had aimed to capture the leopard alive. Otherwise, he would have aimed for its head. The leopard let out a pained cry and attempted to flee, but the injury to its hind leg severely hampered its speed. Lin Shi readied another arrow and shot again. Swish! The leopard's other hind leg was also struck. It collapsed into the snow, unable to rise again. Everything seemed alarmingly straightforward. But this was only because Lin Shi was equipped in this life. Had he remained an ordinary person as in his past, armed merely with a kitchen knife or a fruit knife, he would likely have hesitated to approach any beast, let alone a source beast. Lin Shi retracted his crossbow and swiftly approached the wounded clouded leopard with a broad knife. This knife had been left behind by the 3 men from the villa district. The leopard finally caught sight of the one who had harmed it, its crimson eyes gleaming with ferocity. Struggling to rise while letting out a fierce growl to deter Lin Shi from advancing. Its roar bore a striking resemblance to a cat's and lacked any intimidating power. Standing a meter away from the leopard with his knife drawn, Lin Shi met its gaze with a murderous intent. Submit to me, and I shall spare your life. The leopard emitted a threatening growl. It lacked the intelligence of a gibbon and could not comprehend human language. Even faced with the threat of death, its ferocity remained undiminished. When Lin Shi attempted to reach out to it, the leopard snapped its jaws. He remained unhurried. If one plan failed, another could be devised. Lin Shi retracted his aggression and summoned the Demon King. The Demon King, eager to demonstrate its ferocity, descended to the ground. Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, its eyes sparkled with excitement as it bared its teeth and let out a fierce roar at the clouded leopard. Woof! It began to approach the leopard step by step. In terms of size, the Demon King had the advantage, making the clouded leopard appear akin to a mere kitten in its presence. The leopard struggled to rise, only to collapse once more into the snow, emitting threatening feline growls. The Demon King advanced, pressing its paw firmly onto the leopard's head, leaving the creature unable to escape from its clutches, no matter how fiercely it fought. Good dog, Lin Shi praised. He placed a hand on the leopard, attempting to communicate with the space to draw it inside. The leopard struggled vehemently, but inevitably, it failed for the first time. Lin Shi turned to the Demon King and commanded, "Show it what you're made of." At this, the Demon King lifted its paw, and, as the leopard raised its head, it smacked it down sharply upon the creature's forehead. In an instant, the clouded leopard was knocked flat into the snow, unable to rise for a considerable time. After numerous practice bouts with the Demon King, Lin Shi had gained a clear understanding of its strength. Though the Demon King may not excel in speed among source beasts, its power was immense. Even after unlocking the 2nd level of his genetic lock, he found himself only slightly stronger than a 1st-level Demon King in terms of raw strength. If he were to receive such a blow directly, he would likely be rendered unconscious. This strike left the clouded leopard bereft of any will to resist. Lin Shi once again reached out to the space, and in the next moment, both the leopard and the Demon King vanished from the snowy ground. With a sense of delight, Lin Shi communicated with the Demon King in the space, saying, "This clouded leopard is now in your care. Make sure it behaves." The Demon King responded with 2 excited barks. Lin Shi prepared to return, knowing that capturing source beasts one by one was essential. Having too many could lead to chaos within the space. Currently, with the clouded leopard secured, the gibbon would merely observe as the Demon King toyed with the leopard. Had the gibbon not yet been tamed, it could have led to a chaotic scene of 3 source beasts clashing. To establish a formidable army of source beasts, one must be patient and not rush the process. On his return journey, Lin Shi retrieved an axe from the space and felled dozens of dead trees along the way to store in the space. The next day, he aspired to venture into the mountains for fortune, but alas, the weather turned foul, bringing forth a blizzard. He could only retreat to the safe house to practice his cultivation techniques. The blizzard persisted for 3 full days before finally abating, and Lin Shi had to venture out every few hours to clear the accumulated snow from the mountain peaks. The Demon King also emerged to assist in the snow removal. To Lin Shi's surprise, the gibbon had begun to respond to simple commands, though not as readily as the Demon King. Yet, this was a promising start. Many trees lay half-buried beneath the heavy snowfall. The situation in the city was dire. The self-built homes in Wolong village at the mountain's base were nearly obscured, with the 1st floor completely hidden and the 2nd floor submerged by more than half. This blizzard had further diminished the number of survivors in Shushi. On the 4th day, the storm subsided, giving way to lighter snowfall. Lin Shi stood at the door, observing the weather, and patted the Demon King's head, which had grown to his chest level. saying, "Today is a good day to venture out." "Oh, well." The Demon King immediately responded with an excited howl. Lin Shi chuckled, cutting off the Demon King's exuberant barking. "Stop that. You might attract real wolves." Today, Lin Shi intended to gather gold, while he planned for the Demon King to explore the mountains on its own. The Demon King had spent its days at home, either cultivating or eating, and Lin Shi had realized it was brimming with excess energy. Although the space provided an outlet for the Demon King, the clouded leopard had become obedient over time, and the Demon King couldn't bully the docile creature every day. The leopard now fled at the sight of the Demon King. Throughout this period, the Demon King's fur had fully grown in, and its size had increased significantly since their first encounter. With its fluffy coat, it now appeared quite imposing, likely to intimidate passers-by if taken into town. It was better to allow it to frolic in the mountains. As darkness approached, Lin Shi reminded, "Make sure to return before nightfall. Don't get carried away. Avoid larger animals. And remember the combat techniques I taught you. Don't be foolish and charge in recklessly. If the snow intensifies, find shelter before hurrying back. Don't lose your way." Lin Shi found himself unexpectedly in the role of a mother hen, cautioning the eager Demon King. Clearing his throat, he tried to mask his unwarranted lecturing. "Ahem, that's all. Off you go." The Demon King paced eagerly before Lin Shi, awaiting his command, and then dashed off into the woods. Just when Lin Shi assumed the Demon King would run off without a backward glance, it surprisingly halted after several dozen meters. Turning to gaze back at Lin Shi with its tail drooping, Lin Shi, puzzled, watched as the Demon King suddenly dashed back to him. "Oof!" The Demon King nudged against Lin Shi, lying at his feet and refusing to leave. "What's wrong? Don't you want to play?" Lin Shi asked in astonishment. The Demon King looked up at him with watery eyes, affectionately rubbing against Lin Shi's legs. In that moment, Lin Shi comprehended its cautious demeanor. It feared being abandoned and was reluctant to venture away. The Demon King could not speak, and Lin Shi had no knowledge of its past as a stray before their encounter. At that moment, Lin Shi felt a stirring in his heart as he crouched down and embraced the Demon King. "All right, I truly just want you to have a day of fun. You are my good companion, and I will never leave you behind." Lin Shi reassured the creature repeatedly that he would return before dark, promising he would not abandon it. The Demon King finally trotted off into the woods, glancing back several times. Lin Shi returned to the safe house, changed into attire similar to that of the other survivors outside, and left the shelter. He found that he had grown less sensitive to the cold. His source energy replenished itself after several hours of exertion, allowing him to endure the chill. The attire was merely a facade to blend in and avoid drawing too much attention in the frigid temperatures of Shushi, where it hovered around -30 degrees during the day. However, he would still struggle in the extreme cold of the northern regions, where temperatures plummeted to -50 or even 60 degrees. To conceal his identity, Lin Shi donned a mask. Upon entering the city, he was struck by the numerous changes that had unfolded. The streets were notably less populated, and the remaining survivors appeared anxious and fearful. Noticing a wall adorned with a notice, he approached and saw several individuals gathered around it. Lin Shi leaned in closer for a better look, and his pupils constricted at once. A wanted poster. To his astonishment, it was indeed a wanted notice. Most striking were the two portraits depicted, one of which was of Qian Liang, while the other resembled his own attire from the day he visited the villa. Below the images was a bounty announcement, stating that anyone who could provide information or capture the individuals depicted would be rewarded with substantial supplies. The promised bounty was tempting. Since he had taken the lives of Liu Pianran and her group, he had refrained from venturing outside for over 10 days, leaving him unaware of when this notice had been posted. Adhering to the principle of asking when in doubt, Lin Shi turned to a man beside him who was also examining the wanted poster and asked, "Brother, what is going on here? Why are there still wanted notices?" The man, appearing relatively amiable, glanced at Lin Shi's thin attire with sympathy and replied, "You must have come from afar, right? This wanted notice has been up for 3 days now. I heard these two individuals killed someone very important in the military, which is why they are being sought after. The bounty is indeed tempting. I check it every day. You should take a look too, if you can find these two. Your family won't have to worry about food anymore." Upon hearing this, Lin Shi chuckled casually, "Ha, now that there are no cameras or surveillance. Finding someone is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It's far more pragmatic to seek out supplies. If one cannot even recognize the person standing right before them, how could they hope to find someone else? The corpse of the other individual listed on the wanted poster still resides in my space. Those who wish to obtain these resources through seeking out individuals are doomed to a lifetime of disappointment." The man sighed heavily. "Alas, who isn't aware of that? I merely observe. Isn't it harmless to dream of sudden wealth without purchasing a lottery ticket? In this world, survival has become exceedingly difficult. One must cultivate a glimmer of hope. After all, Lin Shi glanced at the hurried passers-by on the street and remarked, "Why do these people seem so frantic?" The man lowered his voice. "Isn't it due to this wanted poster? Anyone seen wearing goggles or a black tactical jacket is liable to be apprehended by those in search of supplies and taken to the eastern suburbs. It has made everyone cautious about their attire to avoid resembling the individual on the wanted poster." Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, relieved that he hadn't donned goggles today. Otherwise, it would have been another hassle. He surmised that the individuals behind Lu Pi and Ran would certainly investigate this matter rigorously, but he never anticipated it would create such an uproar. Upon seeing the glaring image of Qian Liang on the wanted poster, he realized that someone must have spotted him while he was escorting Qian Liang to the villa. Qian Liang had no connection to this incident. Her inclusion on the wanted list indicated a lack of substantial evidence. Merely having seen them enter the villa district was enough for them to be charged. It was evident that someone named Lu Peng preferred to err on the side of caution rather than let any potential suspect slip away. Lin Shi and the man exchanged idle chatter about recent events among survivors. He harbored no concern regarding the wanted poster. At worst, he would simply cease wearing that particular outfit in the future. The man appeared to be quite loquacious, incessantly lamenting the dwindling supplies available in the eastern suburbs. Nowadays, aside from a smattering of food, the weekly distribution yielded nothing else. Candles could only be exchanged for contribution points. Without candles, one would have to navigate the darkness come nightfall, and even using the restroom required caution to avoid mishaps. A few days prior, a significant event had stirred the survivors. The military had somehow procured several excavators and commenced digging in the vacant lot of the eastern suburbs. Rumor had it that much of the shelter would be constructed underground. The man also recounted his attempt to enlist as a laborer, only to be dismissed for being too thin and frail. The line of survivors eager to sign up was long, predominantly consisting of robust young men and some skilled workers. Suddenly, the man leaned in closer, adopting a conspiratorial tone. "I'm only sharing this because I find you likable, so don't go spreading it around." Lin Shi nodded. "Word has it that the military is recruiting evolvers, the ones with extraordinary strength, akin to the superheroes in movies." Lin Shi blinked in surprise, quickly realizing that the man was likely referring to those who could unlock their genetic potential. His eyes widened. The military was recruiting evolvers. This implied that they had discovered ordinary individuals capable of unlocking their genetic potential. But when did unlocking genetic potential equate to becoming a superhero? If they were indeed superheroes, it would only last for mere seconds. He feigned agreement, nodding and saying, "Like those superheroes from Marvel?" "Exactly," the man affirmed with a knowing look. "I've heard that those individuals can enlist in the military and immediately enter officer training. Not only will they gain permanent residency in the shelter, but they will also receive supplies from the military, ensuring they never have to worry about food or clothing again, ascending to the pinnacle of life." The man passionately extolled the advantages of becoming an evolver, his eyes gleaming with envy and resentment. Lin Shi offered a few casual remarks in agreement, but gleaned no further useful information, bidding the man farewell. On his last trip to the gold shop in the eastern suburbs, he had altered his plans due to an encounter with Qian Liang, and thus failed to gather any gold. He had originally intended to venture to the eastern suburbs today to collect gold, but the wanted poster extinguished that thought entirely. Having once donned similar attire while sweeping for gold in the city alongside the Demon King, it was inevitable that someone might draw connections. Perhaps there were already individuals waiting for him near the gold shop in the eastern suburbs. Lin Shi promptly turned westward, intending to expedite his plan to collect gold from the surrounding cities of Sha City, starting with Lianan City to the west of Sha City. He would first take a secluded path to retrieve his snowmobile. As he walked, Lin Shi pondered the recent news about the military's recruitment of evolvers. He was curious about the proportion of ordinary people who could unlock their genetic potential. Apart from himself, he had only encountered Su Kinkin as an ordinary individual who had unlocked her genetic potential since the onset of the apocalypse. Of course, this was also influenced by the limited number of ordinary individuals he had interacted with. Lost in thought, he caught sight of a short, slender man approaching. The man wore an old-fashioned felt hat and a mask, revealing only his eyes. His oversized cotton coat looked like a quilt draped over him. The two locked eyes for a moment before diverting their gazes and continuing on their separate paths. As they drew closer, the man suddenly veered towards Lin Shi. Lin Shi, having anticipated this, swiftly seized the man's hand as it reached for the military knife at his waist, his gaze icy. Before he could speak, the man shot Lin Shi a cunning look and shouted, "Help! Someone is trying to rob me with a knife." Chapter 93. Need assistance? Upon hearing the cry for help, a patrol of soldiers on the street quickly jogged over to their location. Seizing the moment before the soldiers arrived, Sun Kongwen glared at Lin Shi with malice and hissed, "You little bastard. Let go." Before the apocalypse, Sun Kongwen had been a seasoned thief, but after being caught numerous times due to the abundance of surveillance, he had ultimately reformed. However, the onset of the apocalypse had granted him a second chance at his former life. He now roamed the streets, targeting isolated individuals, stealing when possible, and escalating the situation if not. With no surveillance present, as long as he was caught by soldiers, he could not be proven guilty of theft. Sometimes, he would even follow his victims after the soldiers left, continuing to steal. Several souls had already perished at his hands in recent days. Lin Shi's eyes glinted coldly. What was happening? The soldiers arrived. "Sir, this man is attempting to rob me. Look, he has a hold on my hand and is armed." Sun Kongwen feigned panic, pointing at Lin Shi to cast the first stone. Lin Shi could tell from the man's practiced demeanor that this was not his first time engaging in such antics. The soldiers noted that Lin Shi was indeed holding onto the man's hand, but they refrained from jumping to conclusions and asked Lin Shi, "Is that so?" Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, "He was just trying to steal from me, and I caught him." "Steal from you? Look at how well dressed I am. Why would I steal from you? Just look at what you're wearing, all ragged and tattered. You can't even keep warm. What would I want from you?" Sun Kongwen retorted, his expression animated and spitting out his defense, while internally he puzzled. How could this person, dressed so lightly, still have such warm hands? "Do you have any evidence?" Lin Shi glanced at the soldiers and released his grip. "None." A triumphant look flickered across Sun Kongwen's eyes. The soldiers then asked Sun Kongwen, "You claim he was attempting to rob you. Do you have any evidence?" "His knife is evidence enough." Sun Kongwen pointed at the knife at Lin Shi's waist. The soldiers rolled their eyes. Who did he carry a knife when going out these days? If that constituted robbery, the detention center in Sha City would be overflowing. "Without evidence, we can only escort you home to ensure your safety," one soldier said to Sun Kongwen. Sun Kongwen feigned reluctance and nodded. "Very well then." After speaking, he cast Lin Shi a fearless glance and mouthed the words, "We'll see." The corners of Lin Shi's mouth curled slightly beneath his mask, his gaze icy and penetrating. Those familiar with him knew he was incensed. "If there's nothing else, may I take my leave?" Lin Shi addressed the soldier, who nodded in response. Lin Shi slipped his hand into his pocket, adopting a nonchalant posture with both hands tucked away. Suddenly, an object tumbled from his pocket, landing with a thud on the pristine snow. It was a substantial piece of beef jerky that Lin Shi had prepared during his downtime at the safe house. It was convenient for days when he felt disinclined to cook or venture outside. The jerky, sprinkled with spices such as chili and cumin, looked particularly tempting against the pure white backdrop of the snow. Both the soldier and Sun Kongwen glanced down at the enticing morsel. Sun Kongwen's eyes widened, unable to tear away from the sight of Lin Shi pocketing the jerky. Saliva pooled in his mouth. He hadn't tasted meat in over half a month. Lin Shi quickly retrieved the jerky and departed without a backward glance. After turning a corner with the soldier, Sun Kongwen's eyes darted, and he halted, saying, "Sir, since that person has already left, I won't require your escort home. I still need to visit my second uncle. Thank you." With that, he dashed off, disappearing from sight in an instant. Once Lin Shi exited the street, he slightly slowed his pace. Not long after, a malicious gaze began to follow him, barely perceptible yet unmistakable. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. The trap was set. After walking for another 2 minutes, he turned into a narrow alley flanked by old houses. The hostile gaze soon vanished. Lin Shi's eyes glimmered momentarily as he continued onward. After another 2 minutes, a heavy thud resonated from behind him. Lin Shi turned to find Sun Kongwen lurking at the corner of the old house, a triumphant grin plastered across his face. This ambush tactic had never failed him. As long as his opponent turned, their demise was assured. As Lin Shi pivoted, Sun Kongwen lunged forward, brandishing a razor-sharp dagger with a menacing grin, aiming for Lin Shi's back. Sun Kongwen was brimming with confidence, even as he committed the act. He couldn't resist licking his lips, already fantasizing about how to savor that piece of jerky. Unfortunately, this time he had encountered an immovable obstacle. Lin Shi had been anticipating his appearance all along. Just as Sun Kongwen's blade was about to pierce the unsuspecting prey, Lin Shi swiftly seized his wrist with an iron grip. Sun Kongwen found his hand immobilized by an overwhelming force, contorting painfully. The dagger clattered to the ground. He let out a wretched scream akin to a slaughtered pig, but Lin Shi would not grant him mercy. A powerful punch struck Sun Kongwen's face. Lin Shi's current strength was terrifying, shattering Sun Kongwen's visage and caving in his nose. Despite such a devastating blow, Sun Kangwen was not yet dead. He could hardly comprehend how the once docile prey had transformed into a ferocious predator. As Lin Shi prepared to deliver a final kick to this thief, a voice suddenly called from above, "Need any help?" Lin Shi jerked his head up, his gaze cutting through the flurries of snow, spotting a young man perched atop a rooftop, the very same youth who had stood ahead of him in line that day. Why had he arrived there? Why hadn't he sensed his presence? Lin Shi's eyes narrowed slightly. At that moment, as Sun Kangwen, who was on the brink of death beneath Lin Shi's feet, suddenly clung to Lin Shi's unwithdrawn leg. Lin Shi's attention was entirely focused on the young man above, caught off guard as he stumbled forward. Sun Kangwen, with his eyes already ruined by Lin Shi's blow, met Lin Shi's gaze, his grotesque face attempting to instill fear. He raised his uninjured hand and viciously jabbed his fingers toward Lin Shi's eyes. Lin Shi's pupils constricted, not from the horror of Sun Kangwen's visage, but rather from the sudden display of combat instinct from someone who was supposed to be on the verge of death. This could only mean one thing: genetic lock. Was this mere coincidence, or something else? In that instant, Lin Shi's first reaction was that the young man above had intentionally intervened. If not for his sudden call, Lin Shi would have already crushed this thief's skull underfoot. Without a moment to spare, Lin Shi blocked the assault aimed at his eyes, his palm pierced by Sun Kangwen's sharp nails. He rolled away to evade the subsequent attack. The first-time user of a genetic lock could only maintain it for 3 seconds. He had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation with someone who had activated their genetic lock while being scrutinized by an ambiguous figure above. Stepping back 2 paces, Lin Shi watched as Sun Kangwen, having lost the use of one hand, attempted to rise and pursue him, but the effect of the genetic lock had worn off. Sun Kangwen collapsed, twitching on the ground. Lin Shi looked up again, but the young man had vanished from sight. Sun Kangwen lay convulsing in silence. Dead? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. He made no attempt to check the thief's pulse. Without hesitation, he delivered a decisive kick, shattering Sun Kangwen's head. The already caved-in skull exploded like a watermelon, dropped to the ground. Lin Shi wiped his leg in the snow, ridding himself of the grotesque remnants. And without investigating the rooftop further, he turned and left the alley. As Lin Shi departed, a sound of disapproval emanated from the roof. Tisk tisk, so cautious. Devoid of curiosity. How dull. Qi Yun, sword in hand, crouched on the rooftop, poised to strike at any moment. Alas, Lin Shi did not ascend. Otherwise, he would have faced Qi Yun's long-prepared lethal blow. What manner of person are you to elicit such a sense of threat? Qi Yun mused with a gentle smile before sheathing his sword and vanishing from the rooftop in a series of agile movements. Chapter 94. The Source Beast Enters the City. After leaving the alley, Lin Shi found a building to scale. His gaze returned to the rooftop where the young man had appeared, now devoid of any presence, save for a few footprints. Lin Shi's eyes flickered. He recalled the details of their previous encounter, noting that, apart from the young man's overly optimistic demeanor, they had scarcely exchanged words or engaged in any conflict. Was it merely coincidence? He remembered the feeling of being watched after collecting supplies in the eastern outskirts. Lin Shi did not believe it was mere happenstance. The world harbors too few coincidences. What is often labeled as such is typically orchestrated by those with intent. He resolved to exercise greater caution in the future. Descending from the rooftop, Lin Shi made his way toward Liaonan City. By evening, he finally returned to the safe house just before darkness fell. As anticipated, his haul was disappointing, totaling only about 30 kilograms of gold. Upon reaching the summit, the Demon King charged towards him, drawn by his scent, accompanied by a whiff of blood. Lin Shi seized the frenzied creature, inspecting it closely. "Are you injured?" The Demon King's fur was matted with blood, some of which had begun to congeal. Upon closer examination, Lin Shi discovered that the Demon King had only sustained minor injuries. The blood was not its own. The Demon King licked its lips, appearing unsated. Lin Shi chuckled. "Did you go hunting today? Well, from now on, you can forage for your own meals. It saves me space for meat." The Demon King's appetite had grown increasingly voracious. And with Lin Shi also possessing a hearty appetite, the limited meat in their storage was scarcely sufficient for them both. Fortunately, Lin Shi had planned to live off the land before the apocalypse. He fetched a bucket of water and, utilizing the snow on the ground, quickly gave the Demon King a battle bath. Afterward, the Demon King shook off the excess snow, creating a flurry of white ice shards. The water remaining in the bucket had frozen into solid chunks of ice. Lin Shi, covered in ice, jestingly scolded, "Next time, roll around in the snow to clean yourself before returning." The Demon King let out a low growl in response. It was unclear what the Demon King had consumed outside today, as it showed little enthusiasm for dinner. After a brief respite post-dinner, Lin Shi activated his gene lock and took the Demon King out for practice, seizing every opportunity to enhance his strength. Dogs possess night vision, and although the Demon King could discern Lin Shi's location in the darkness, Lin Shi could not. Without night vision goggles, he relied solely on sound to pinpoint the Demon King's position. Fortunately, after activating the gene lock, his brain's ability to interpret sound and determine location was remarkably swift, rendering his lack of sight inconsequential. In the enveloping darkness, the duo engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, and Lin Shi quickly noted that the Demon King was exceptionally fierce today, having even learned the technique of fainting. It seemed that allowing it to venture into the mountains alone had been a judicious decision. Engaging in combat effectively facilitated the application of its skills. Upon conclusion, Lin Shi discovered that the duration of the gene lock had increased to 11 seconds, a delightful surprise. The following dawn, after practicing his health regimen, Lin Shi and the Demon King once again parted ways, one venturing into the mountains, the other into the city. Upon arriving in Lin City, Lin Shi sought out a gold shop, only to find it had already been ransacked. The floor was strewn with shards of glass, and not a single item remained. It seemed he would need to seek another location tomorrow. Exiting the shop, he scoured several streets and suddenly noted an increase in the number of survivors on the streets of Lin City. They carried large bags and moved cautiously in groups, seemingly preparing to relocate. Strikingly, encounters with would-be robbers had also dwindled. When he next encountered an individual attempting to rob a solitary passerby, Lin Shi refrained from killing him outright. Instead, he pressed his knife against the man's throat and inquired, "What has transpired these past few days? What are those people carrying?" The robber trembled, pleading, "Spare me, good sir. I shall explain. Just a few days ago, a massive tiger descended upon the city, devouring many. Everyone has been unable to venture out for supplies. I heard there are soldiers safeguarding civilians in Shushi, and many wish to move there. I merely sought to gather some fare for the journey. Please let me go." Receiving the information he sought, Lin Shi swiftly severed the man's head. It turned out that a source beast had emerged. In fact, several source beasts have been reported in Shushi over the past half-month, with soldiers patrolling and swiftly eliminating them, thereby minimizing casualties among the survivors. At that moment, Lin Shi's ears perked up as he detected distant cries. Raising an eyebrow, he hastened toward the source of the commotion. Chapter 95, Confronting the Giant Tiger. The central square of Lin City, typically bustling and vibrant, had become a flat expanse of snow due to the severe cold. However, today it was once again alive with commotion, albeit of a different nature. A colossal white tiger suddenly descended from above, positioning itself in the center of the square and unleashing a deafening roar. The survivors passing through the square were gripped by terror, shouting, "Run! Escape!" With a fearsome roar, the tiger launched an assault on the survivors in the square. A woman, upon sighting the beast, succumbed to panic, collapsing to the ground. She struggled to retreat, but it proved futile. The tiger zeroed in on her, lunging forward and severing her head in a single bite. Blood gushed forth from the decapitated body. Witnessing this horrific scene, the other survivors, in a state of utter panic, desperately fled down side paths. Some abandoned their precious supplies, while others forsook their loved ones. Yet, despite their frantic attempts to escape, the mutated tiger's speed far surpassed theirs, and it swiftly caught up, tearing them apart one by one. The once pristine white square was soon stained with splatters of crimson. Anxiety and despair spread like wildfire. Those at a distance, witnessing the carnage, turned and fled. As Lin Shi approached the edge of the square, he beheld survivors rushing past him in a frantic bid for safety, while the white tiger savagely tore into a still living man. The man's legs were ensnared in the tiger's jaws, his upper body still exposed, howling in desperation. Upon noticing that Lin Shi did not flee, the man's eyes gleamed with a flicker of hope as he pleaded, "Please, save me." Even in such dire circumstances, the man's will to live remained unyielding. However, in the next instant, the giant tiger tossed the man into the air and sunk its teeth into his chest. The sickening crunch of bones echoed, and blood sprayed forth. In mere moments, the man was consumed whole. After finishing its meal, the tiger leisurely turned its gaze toward Lin Shi. Lin Shi focused intently as a notification appeared on his treasure interface. Detected a second-tier source beast within 100 meters. A second tier. It was astonishing that merely a month into the apocalypse, a second-tier source beast had already emerged in the city. In his previous life, second-tier source beasts only appeared years into the apocalypse, always accompanied by a horde of first-tier beasts. They could incite a minor beast wave. This white tiger was not a native species of the southern province, and its solitary nature suggested it may have evolved from an animal that escaped from a nearby zoo. Second-tier source beasts could withstand damage from ordinary handguns, and typical blades struggled to penetrate their tough hides. in Lin Shi's eyes. A glimmer of anticipation arose as he raised his arm to reveal the crossbow he had previously extracted from his spatial storage. He sensed that absorbing this second-tier source beast would catalyze a significant leap in his internal source power. The colossal tiger, upon spotting Lin Shi, lunged towards him with astonishing speed, nearly arriving at his location in an instant. However, Lin Shi was not sluggish. Leveraging the momentum, he ascended to the rooftop of a 3-story shop at the edge of the square before the tiger could pounce. From his elevated position, Lin Shi aimed at the tiger below and swiftly released an arrow. Given the advantage of long-range assault, he naturally opted for a safer and more effortless approach. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air and embedded itself into the tiger's flesh, half of it disappearing into its pelt, a testament to the crossbow's lethality. The tiger roared in pain, yet for such a massive creature, a single arrow was evidently insufficient to deliver a fatal blow. With a powerful leap, the tiger sprang towards Lin Shi's small building. Even while in midair, Lin Shi quickly readied another arrow, shooting a second bolt without glancing back at the outcome, and leapt in another direction, descending towards the ground. His physical prowess had improved tremendously, and the 10-meter drop onto the soft snow posed no threat to him. Behind him, the enraged roar of the tiger echoed. A survivor, who had been tripped and fallen, witnessed the scene of the tiger being struck and exclaimed in shock, "Someone is hunting that tiger." The other survivors, hearing the commotion, couldn't help but turn their heads as well. It remained unclear whether it was Lin Shi's aura that attracted the tiger, or if the creature was incensed by the 2 arrows. Despite having been wounded, the tiger continued its relentless pursuit of Lin Shi. Just as Lin Shi landed, he had no time to knock another arrow. The sound of rushing wind signaled the tiger's approach. Though the crossbow was powerful, its usage had its inconveniences. With others present, he couldn't openly perform spatial extraction. Lin Shi tossed the crossbow aside and drew his handgun from his waist. He pivoted and fired a shot, immediately rolling to the side to evade. At that moment, he realized that his previous arrow had indeed struck the tiger's left leg. Intent on absorbing the source power of this beast, he had no intention of holding back. He aimed directly at the tiger's eye and fired. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out. The tiger dodged 2 bullets aimed at its eyes, but was struck by the third, blinding it in one eye. Infuriated by its injury, the tiger lunged at Lin Shi, its gaping maw ready to bite. In close combat with a ferocious beast, where size, speed, and strength were not in his favor, Lin Shi instinctively activated his genetic lock. Skillfully, he evaded the tiger's massive yellow fangs. In the next moment, he unleashed a powerful punch to the side of the tiger's face. The muscles in his arms swelled, and the sheer force of his blow sent the tiger's head reeling. The tiger stumbled, and seizing the opportunity, Lin Shi delivered another punch, again targeting the tiger's head. The head is the weakness of all creatures. A severe blow can lead to dizziness, concussions, or even unconsciousness. The dazed tiger, unable to react, took another hit. Lin Shi pressed his advantage, raining down relentless punches upon the tiger's head. More and more onlookers paused in their flight to witness this astonishing spectacle. "My goodness, is that even a human?" Someone murmured in disbelief. "I finally believe that Wu Song could kill a tiger. This guy is even fiercer." Another shouted in excitement. Some gazed at the crossbow Lin Shi had discarded, their eyes gleaming with avarice. After a series of heavy punches, Lin Shi finally brought the tiger crashing to the ground. The survivors, who had gathered unbeknownst to him, erupted in cheers. Lin Shi merely cast a fleeting glance before focusing back on the colossal tiger. He understood that the beast was not yet dead, merely rendered unconscious from his consecutive blows. Drawing a dagger, Lin Shi lifted the tiger's eyelid and plunged it into the creature's eye with fierce determination. The blade sank deep, all the way to the hilt. The unconscious tiger thrashed violently, but as Lin Shi twisted the knife, the beast's struggles gradually subsided. At that moment, a man not far away took advantage of Lin Shi's focus on the tiger and stealthily approached the spot where Lin Shi had discarded the crossbow. Chapter 96. With no morals, there is no fear of abduction. The man's eyes glowed with fervor and greed as he fixated on the crossbow left on the ground. He thought to himself, "If only I could possess such a crossbow, I could easily hunt a few beasts and feast on their meat. Wouldn't that be a breeze?" Yet, before his hand could touch the weapon, Lin Shi withdrew the dagger from the tiger's eye and flicked his wrist. The dagger shot forth like a bullet, piercing through the man's throat, emerging from the back of his neck. It was a display of power even more astonishing than that of a bullet. The man froze, clutching his throat, his eyes wide with shock as he collapsed. The others who harbored similar intentions immediately abandoned their thoughts, fearful of facing Lin Shi, a man capable of slaying such a ferocious beast. Lin Shi withdrew the dagger, wiped it clean in the snow, and returned it to his waist. He retrieved the crossbow, quickly disassembled it, and stowed it in his backpack. After pulling out the arrows and surveying the massive corpse of the tiger, Lin Shi glanced at the ring of survivors encircling him. Knowing that the process of absorbing source power must not be interrupted, he resolutely decided to transport the tiger's body away first. This enormous tiger must have weighed several hundred pounds at the very least. Lin Shi hoisted one of its legs onto his left shoulder, appearing to still have ample strength. Approaching the edge of the square, he barked at the motionless survivors. "Make way." The survivors stepped aside. An old man remained rooted in place, his greedy eyes fixated on the tiger draped over Lin Shi's shoulder. "Young man, with such a large tiger, you can't possibly eat it all by yourself. Could you spare us a piece? You don't seem like the selfish type. Why not help us out and share some meat after saving us?" His words successfully turned all the survivors against Lin Shi. Indeed, such a large tiger, if divided among them, would provide a significant amount of meat for each. The survivors gazed hungrily at the tiger, some already stealthily reaching for their weapons, forgetting that had it not been for Lin Shi's intervention, they might have met their demise. Though Lin Shi had not acted with the intent to save them, the fact remained that they were alive because of him. Lin Shi smirked coldly. "Apologies, but I possess no morals and fear no abduction." A flash of cold light cut through the air, and though the old man stood before Lin Shi, his head rolled lifelessly to the ground. In such moments, hesitation could not be afforded. Otherwise, the survivors would pounce upon him like hyenas. He understood their thoughts all too well. Lin Shi's gaze, filled with murderous intent, swept across the crowd as he asked, "Who else desires it? I shall send him down to fight the tiger himself." The survivors, witnessing this, swiftly shook their heads and retreated, terrified of sharing the same fate as the old man. Lin Shi stepped over the bloody blade, walking deliberately through the rows of survivors until he was far from them. After Lin Shi had departed, one among the survivors whispered to a thin man with yellow hair, his face concealed by a mask, "Brother Huang? That kid seems to be the target Li boss wanted us to deal with earlier. Why didn't we act?" Huang Miao looked at his subordinate as if he were a fool and replied, "In this apocalypse, who cares about missions? That old dog Li do okay can't possibly come this way. Let us follow him and see if we can snag some meat." Brother Huang, wise as always. Several of Huang Miao's lackeys trailed behind him as they followed Lin Shi's departing figure. Lin Shi exited a series of blocks and entered a deserted alley, where he finally stored the giant tiger in his spatial storage. From the depths of the void, he procured a broadsword, settling down within the shop to meticulously polish its blade. The sword, straight and measuring a meter in length, boasted a slender and razor-sharp edge. Unlike the Tang Dao, which was prone to breakage, this weapon was ill-suited for slaying source beasts, but excelled in the art of human combat. After 2 rounds of polishing, the faint sound of footsteps echoed from the alleyway. Many had harbored thoughts of the giant tiger as they approached. A robust man with a square jaw and a sharp-featured companion entered the alley. Casting a glance around, they found no sign of the giant tiger and instead focused their gaze on Lin Shi. "Brother, we won't ask for much, just a leg, and we'll be on our way." Lin Shi smiled, though his expression bore no warmth. "If you wish to claim my belongings, come forth and take them by skill." The two exchanged glances, and one of them drew a pistol from his waist, stating, "I advise you not to refuse our offer." Lin Shi, disliking unnecessary chatter, flicked his wrist, sending a shard of glass hurtling like a bullet to strike the gunman squarely in the forehead. The glass shard embedded itself deeply into his brow, and he fell straight to the ground, his gun clattering beside him. The other sharp-featured man, paralyzed by fear, fumbled with his lips to plead for mercy, but he soon followed in his companion's footsteps. Lin Shi rose, lowering the tip of his sword, and addressed those outside the alley. "Since you're here, come at me together." No sooner had he spoken than a dozen survivors, who had been lurking in the shadows, emerged. "Fear not, no matter how formidable he may be. He is but one man with 2 hands. Let's charge." Armed with makeshift weapons, the survivors rushed into the shop. Mere minutes later, the alley was strewn with corpses. Lin Shi ensured each body received a final thrust, severing their heads before departing from the alley. A few meters away, Huang Miao hesitated as he watched a group of individuals rush into the alley and not return. The narrow entrance loomed before them like the gaping maw of a chasm, beckoning them to enter. "Huang, should we follow?" one of his underlings inquired. "Let us take a look." Huang Miao swallowed hard and cautiously approached the alley's mouth. Upon sighting the pile of corpses and lifeless heads, a chill raced up his spine, causing him to instinctively retreat a couple of steps and fall to the ground. The others fared no better than Huang Miao, nearly frightened out of their wits. "Huang, should we still go?" "Go to hell. Let us leave." By the time Lin Shi returned to Shushi on his snowmobile, it was already afternoon. To his surprise, Shushi was not peaceful either. Upon reaching the western suburbs, he observed a crowd encircling a wild boar, shouting for blood. From a distance, he noted the creature appeared normal in size, likely a common wild boar that had simply descended from the mountains rather than a source beast. 3 individuals lay on the snow, groaning in pain, yet this did not dampen the hunter's enthusiasm. In their eyes, all they saw was the glimmer of meat. Recently, the frequency of encounters with beasts and source beasts had surged. Lin Shi understood what this signified. The beasts fleeing from the mountains indicated a greater threat lurking within. It also foretold that source beasts would soon emerge from the depths of the mountains or other locales to hunt humans. When the beast tide surged, corpses would litter the ground. For survivors, opportunities to openly scavenge for supplies in the streets were dwindling. This world was increasingly valuing strength above all. Lin Shi's resolve hardened. He must grow stronger quickly. Upon returning to the safe house, he found the Demon King had yet to return. He retrieved the massive carcass of the giant tiger from the void and placed it in the storage room. Resting his hand upon the giant tiger's body, he observed a prompt from the treasure basin. Detected unclaimed source power. Would you like to absorb it? Yes, no. Without hesitation, he declared, yes. Chapter 97. Once again, you fool. As Lin Shi's words echoed, he felt the surge of source power flooding into his body from his arm, more pronounced than in previous instances. His arm in contact with the giant tiger began to radiate heat, as if a warm spring coursed into him, merging with his own source power. As this energy flowed through him, Lin Shi felt his entire being heat up instantaneously, a wave of warmth emanating outward. Upon entering the safe house, he had already shed his outer garment. Sweat poured from his pores, accompanied by a stream of filthy, grayish substances. Soon after, an unprecedented sense of strength enveloped him. A glimmer of determination sparked in Lin Shi's eyes as he activated his genetic lock. As he summoned his source power, the unlocking of the genetic lock occurred even faster this time, nearly responding to his every thought. A power greater than before surged forth from his body. Lin Shi retrieved a steel rod the thickness of his wrist from the void, gripping both ends with his hands, effortlessly twisting it into a spiral. The once near 1,000-pound giant tiger was now easily lifted with a single hand. If he were to confront the giant tiger again at that moment, he felt confident he could knock it unconscious with a single punch. What thrilled Lin Shi the most was that this time, the duration of the genetic lock had extended to 32 seconds. As the saying goes, skilled combatants engage in mere milliseconds. An extra second translates to greater odds of victory. With his current speed following the activation of the genetic lock, there were countless feats he could accomplish within those 32 seconds, before he could revel in his triumph. The treasure basin's prompt suddenly changed, detected a second-tier source beast within 100 meters. Lin Shi internally rejoiced. This was the perfect opportunity to test his newfound strength against the source beast. He flung open the door and dashed outside, colliding with the Demon King, who was clutching something in its mouth. They both paused momentarily. The Demon King. Lin Shi scanned his surroundings, finding no other creatures. You again, you fool. The Demon King looked perplexed. It dropped the item from its mouth, an azure fruit. Lin Shi, ignoring the fruit for the moment, inspected the Demon King's head from various angles. Have you advanced? Its size indeed appeared slightly larger than when it had left that morning. Upon closer examination, Lin Shi noticed subtle changes in the Demon King's eyes. The originally mismatched blue and red irises had deepened in hue, now exhibiting a resemblance to human-like irises. Its teeth and claws also appeared sharper. The Demon King, subjected to Lin Shi's inspection like livestock, displayed a look of utter exasperation. After inspecting the Demon King's transformations, Lin Shi finally noticed the azure fruit on the ground. Where did this come from? Upon mentioning the fruit, the Demon King's expression brightened, pointing at the fruit with its paw, then gesturing towards its own mouth. You mean to say you ate this fruit? Lin Shi grasped the Demon King's meaning. The Demon King exhibited a proud demeanor, raising its head triumphantly. And then you advanced? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. The Demon King nodded, its eyes sparkling with approval of Lin Shi's comprehension. The fruit appeared freshly picked, with the stem's fracture still glistening. Lin Shi's eyes gleamed with contemplation as he picked up the fruit. At that moment, the treasure basin suddenly displayed a new prompt. Source fruit detected, consumption recommended. Lin Shi gazed at the fruit still glistening with the Demon King's saliva. A tempest of thoughts surged within him. It was a mutated plant. Shushi was teeming with tropical flora, and it was rare to find any that had survived. Who would have thought that 1 in a million could not only survive but evolve? Mutated plants, unlike animals, do not move even after mutation. They remain plants, devoid of brains or limbs. However, mutated plants can either be extremely resilient with a robust life force or incredibly tough, making them difficult for source beasts to bite through. Some may even possess potent toxins. Fruit-bearing plants are exceedingly rare and precious. In his past life, there were official reports stating that discovering a mutated plant could yield substantial rewards if submitted to the authorities. In the quest to discover a fruit-bearing mutated plant, not only could one reap substantial rewards, but they could also secure a lucrative position within the sanctuary, thus ascending to a status of prominence among their peers. It turned out that the fruit contained a source of power. Lin Shi retrieved a bottle of water to wash away the Demon King's saliva from the fruit and took a small bite. Remarkably, despite the frigid weather, the fruit had not frozen. Its flesh remained crisp and tender. The sweetness and crunchiness of the fruit resembled that of jujubes, yet it surpassed them in flavor by an immeasurable degree. Upon swallowing, a warm sensation spread from his stomach throughout his body. It was indeed the source of power. Lin Shi devoured the fruit in a few bites, his gaze fervently fixed on the Demon King, who was staring intently at the fruit. "Where did you find this? Take me there." The Demon King seemed to have anticipated Lin Shi's words, taking a couple of steps forward before returning to Lin Shi's side and lowering its body. Now, even in this position, the Demon King's height reached Lin Shi's waist. Confused, Lin Shi inquired, "Why aren't we moving?" The Demon King stood up, looked at Lin Shi, and then crouched down, gesturing with its head. "You want me to ride on your back?" Lin Shi speculated. The Demon King nodded. A surge of excitement coursed through Lin Shi. He wondered if other boys had ever dreamed of having a magnificent mount like those seen in anime. He certainly had. As a child, he envied characters in anime for their awe-inspiring steeds, even imploring his father to enroll him in horseback riding lessons. For a time, he was particularly fond of riding, yearning to gallop across the grasslands. However, his father had steadfastly refused to let him travel to another province. Cautiously, Lin Shi mounted the Demon King's back, suppressing his excitement. "Let us go." Upon hearing the command, the Demon King bolted forward. Lin Shi clung to the fur around the Demon King's neck, preventing himself from falling off as the scenery whizzed by and the chilling wind howled in his ears. The Demon King sprinted with astonishing speed, effortlessly navigating the terrain, bounding through the snow, darting through a desolate forest, leaping over streams, and skimming across lakes. It wasn't until dusk settled that they halted beside a frozen waterfall. "Is this the place?" Lin Shi dismounted. The Demon King gave him a knowing glance and approached the waterfall. Lin Shi followed suit. The frozen cascade was adorned with icicles, arranged in a picturesque manner. As Lin Shi drew closer, he discovered a hidden entrance beneath the waterfall, seemingly carved out. The Demon King ventured inside first, turning back to wait for Lin Shi. The entrance, obscured by the waterfall prior to freezing and subsequently concealed by quickly solidifying icicles, was well hidden. Lin Shi approached the entrance. His expression won a curiosity as he looked at the Demon King. "How on earth did you find this place? What have you been up to in the mountains?" The Demon King stood tall and proud, gesturing for Lin Shi to follow. As darkness enveloped them, the cave was dimly lit. Lin Shi donned a headlamp and cautiously trailed behind. The ground was devoid of snow, covered instead with icy stones that were quite slippery. However, the cave was not deep. After walking a few meters, a light appeared ahead. Following the Demon King, Lin Shi entered a cavern. Upon surveying the scene within, astonishment flickered in his eyes. The cavern was lofty, flanked by rock walls, with a small opening at the top through which a faint light filtered down. Below was a pool of water, though it had frozen over. In the center of the pool, a cluster of stones jutted out above the surface, upon which stood a peculiar tree, its branches adorned with glimmering lights. The sight was surreal, resembling an ethereal realm. The tree's trunk twisted and turned, resembling a water barrel in thickness, with a gray-black hue. Its roots intertwined with the stones, creating a complex network. Numerous branches and dense, bluish-purple leaves formed an expansive canopy, the entire tree towering 5 to 6 meters high. Merely gazing at it imbued a sense of vibrant life. Hanging from its boughs were clusters of green fruits, identical to the one the Demon King had retrieved. Beneath the tree lay the lifeless body of a massive serpent, its belly exposed and motionless. The Demon King, spotting the serpent's carcass, swatted it into the water with a paw and pointed towards the tree. Lin Shi first inspected the serpent. Measuring over 3 meters in length and as thick as an adult's calf, its body bore the same bluish-purple patterns as the tree. The serpent was nearly severed in two, its gallbladder mysteriously absent. Observing the bite marks on its body, Lin Shi deduced without a doubt that the Demon King had been the one to slay it. "Did you do this?" He glanced at the Demon King, who licked its lips and barked once. "Next time, don't eat everything indiscriminately." Lin Shi sighed, pondering the potential toxicity of the creature. The Demon King's lively demeanor suggested that, at the very least, the serpent's skin was non-toxic. From a serpent's size and its unfamiliar coloration, Lin Shi surmised that it had undergone some form of mutation. Ordinary cold-blooded creatures would struggle to survive in such temperatures. Perhaps the tree had played a role in its survival. However, as he approached the serpent, his treasure-gathering tool did not indicate any nearby, unclaimed source of power. Lin Shi attempted to place his hand on the serpent's body, but received no notification. Could it be that the source of power resided within its gallbladder, which the Demon King had consumed, thus rendering the serpent devoid of its source? Or had the source dissipated due to the serpent's prolonged death? Lin Shi pondered deeply. He had long harbored a question. Why, despite both humans and beasts being classified as animals, had their evolutionary paths diverged so drastically? Previous research had demonstrated that humans could scarcely absorb sources of power autonomously, much like plants and animals. It was as if humans were not native to this planet at all. The origins of humanity remained a contentious topic in scientific history, with no evidence supporting the notion that humans evolved from apes. Darwin's theory of evolution was merely a hypothesis. Setting aside his bold speculations and regaining his composure, Lin Shi approached the tree. The Demon King paced restlessly beneath it, clearly unable to contain its excitement. As Lin Shi drew nearer, he noticed bite marks on the tree's trunk, leading him to believe that the Demon King had indeed taken a liking to it. It was unsurprising that the Demon King had only retrieved the fruit, as the tree itself appeared exceptionally resilient. He reached out to pluck a fruit and offered it to the Demon King, who eagerly accepted it, wagging its tail before placing it on the ground and continuing to watch Lin Shi. "You clever creature, you've grown increasingly astute." Lin Shi affectionately patted the Demon King's head and nimbly scaled the tree. As he made contact with the trunk, his treasure-gathering tool, activated, detected a significant source of power within this plant. "Would you like to absorb it?" "Yes, no." Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, feeling little surprise. The treasure-gathering tool had been capable of absorbing sources of power for quite some time. He continued to gather fruit, and before long, he had collected over a dozen green fruits. Confirming that no more fruit remained on the tree, Lin Shi addressed the Demon King. "Don't let anything disturb me." The Demon King immediately perked up, pacing around the cavern. Lin Shi placed his hand on the tree trunk and, gazing at the treasure-gathering tool's interface, silently declared, "Yes, absorb." In the city of San Yuan, at the Shun family's estate, Shun Fanren sat at the edge of his bed, his brow furrowed in concentration as he listened to his subordinate, Wang Ji, report. "Boss, those thugs still refuse to cooperate with us. Should we?" Wang Ji hesitated, making a gesture across his throat. Shun Fanren rose to his feet and began to pace the room. The conflict with the local law enforcement had its roots in Lin Shi's previous actions at the hospital, where he had killed Shin Jinbin and 3 bodyguards. At that time, after Lin Shi eliminated Shun Jinbin's bodyguard, he chose not to confiscate the firearm from the bodyguard's possession, intending merely to inconvenience Shin Fanren. However, Lin Shi could not have anticipated that this seemingly trivial act would culminate in significant turmoil for Shin Fanren. In his previous life, when the apocalypse descended, Shun Fanren leveraged the extensive network of relationships and favorable reputation he had cultivated over many years in San Yuan City. At the onset of the apocalypse, he established a cooperative relationship with the authorities, providing an immeasurable supply of resources and manpower, thereby solidifying the Shun family's position in San Yuan City. This stronghold endured until the official forces gradually dismantled and absorbed San Yuan City, ultimately rendering Shun Fanren the de facto ruler of the realm. In this life, however, due to Lin Shi's casual maneuver, the police discovered the weapon on Shun Fanren's bodyguard. Before the apocalypse had even begun, Shun Fanren was already designated as a key subject of investigation by the Public Security Bureau of San Yuan City. Following a complete cessation of communication, he was abruptly confronted by a swarm of special police surrounding his estate, uncovering a plethora of contraband. Shun Fanren was promptly taken away by the special forces from his manor. Fortunately, it was the onset of the apocalypse. Otherwise, this incident would have sufficed to ruin Shun Fanren. Subsequently, chaos erupted throughout San Yuan City, with rampant acts of arson, murder, and theft. Amidst the turmoil, Shun Fanren's subordinates seized the opportunity to rescue him from imprisonment. Upon returning to his estate, he began to regroup his forces, establishing a standoff against the official powers. In time, he transformed the estate to shelter refugees, and as societal order crumbled, crime escalated daily, compelling the official forces of San Yuan City to momentarily relent. The official forces were led by the director of the Public Security Bureau of San Yuan City, who rallied a cadre of law enforcement officers, special police, firefighters, and other civil servants that had once been affiliated with the government. During this period, Shun Fanren had persistently sought to negotiate a cooperative accord with the San Yuan City authorities. Yet his efforts had repeatedly culminated in failure. In a cruel twist of fate, What had once been his greatest ally in his previous life had now transformed into the most formidable obstacle to his dominion over Sanyuan City. With a furrowed brow, Shun Fanren did not respond immediately to Wang Ji, but instead inquired, "What progress has been made on the other matter I requested you to investigate?" Wang Ji replied, "In regard to the unusually large beasts recently appearing in the city, I have discovered that these creatures did not merely emerge from the mountains, but rather fled from the north. I consulted with a wildlife expert, who surmised that the current frigid temperatures in the north have rendered these beasts unable to survive, thus prompting their migration to this locale. Furthermore, he indicated that what we are witnessing in Sanyuan City is merely the vanguard of these beasts, those capable of swift movement, suggesting that a larger horde may soon follow." Yet another piece of disheartening news. In recent times, Sanyuan City had already witnessed dozens of source beasts and hundreds of ordinary beasts, resulting in considerable casualties. While the ordinary beasts posed a manageable threat, those of considerable size necessitated heavy firepower to eliminate. Should the numbers of these creatures continue to escalate, and without cooperation from the authorities to supply ammunition, their reserves would inevitably dwindle. The absence of firearms and ammunition would render Shun Fanren's position in Sanyuan City precarious. Shun Fanren's expression darkened. "Have we received any updates from those we dispatched north to gather intelligence?" "No," Wang Ji replied. "None of our personnel sent north have returned. Since the onset of the solar storm, the magnetic field of Tianyun Star has remained unstable, rendering radio communications impossible. With Shun Fanren's biological research facility situated in the north and now cut off from all means of transportation, he was bereft of any news or access to the genetic drugs he had developed prior to the apocalypse. His countenance, already grim, deepened in severity. He closed his eyes, contemplating for a lengthy period before opening them to declare, 'Monitor the situation with the beasts over the coming days. Instruct our people to consolidate a portion of our supplies and prepare for a potential evacuation from Sanyuan City. We shall disregard Pang Jiangguo and his faction for the time being.'" Pang Jiangguo was the current leader of the official forces in Sanyuan City. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji's expression shifted slightly, and he responded, "Understood." The soundproofing of Shun Fanren's chamber was notably effective. While Shun Fanren and Wang Ji conversed within, two women stood outside his door, locked in a tense standoff. One of them was LVCU. At Shun Fanren's level, any woman he desired could be obtained, but the more elusive a woman was, the more he yearned for her. LVCU had exemplified this notion, captivated by her ethereal charm amidst a crowd. He soon discovered she was already married. This revelation had driven him to resort to underhanded tactics against Lin Shi's father in a bid to possess her. In contrast, LVCU was astute, adept at winning a man's favor, and skillfully enhanced her value in Shun Fanren's eyes. She understood that once a man invested significantly in something, he would find it difficult to let go. Thus, after becoming entwined with Shun Fanren, she continually prompted him to expend both time and resources on her, even securing shares in his new energy company. Initially, this arrangement seemed poised to endure indefinitely, although Shun Fanren later pursued numerous other women. LVCU remained irreplaceable in his life. Yet, in this lifetime, Lin Shi's indiscretion concerning Shen Jinbin had led to LVCU's growing suspicion and neglect, prompting her to seek solace in another's embrace. Opposite her stood another woman, voluptuous and striking, her cascading waves of hair framing a face of striking beauty, Hua Lingrong, a former A-list celebrity and Shun Fanren's latest conquest. "What brings you here, Miss LV, the wilted flower of yesterday? Are you seeking to provoke ire?" Hua Lingrong taunted, twirling her hair with a mocking expression. LVCU offered a nonchalant smile, her gaze frosty. "This is not your domain to dictate, currently. Fanren's interest in you is merely a fleeting fancy." With a roll of her eyes, Hua Lingrong retorted, "At least I'm still a novelty, unlike some who have long since lost their allure." As she spoke, she pretended to cover her nose as she regarded LVCU, as if she truly detected a foul odor emanating from her. LVCU's expression darkened with fury, ready to retort, when suddenly, a cacophony of chaos erupted outside the estate, accompanied by the sound of gunfire. "What on earth? The wolf pack has arrived. Block them. Help!" A horde of over 100 colossal wolves had breached the estate. Unlike the disorganized scattering of source beasts throughout the city, this pack seemed drawn directly to the estate, likely lured by the scent of blood and flesh within. The 3-meter-high wall, erected only recently to stave off the biting winds, was effortlessly cleared by the gigantic wolves. The estate's patrol team was quickly overwhelmed by the onslaught of the massive creatures. Among them was a wolf king, larger than the rest, flanked by several wolves. It approached a wall and, with a single swipe, shattered a thick concrete barrier, revealing terrified survivors cowering within. From a window in the corridor, LVCU and Hua Lingrong exchanged alarmed glances, both recognizing the fear mirrored in each other's eyes. At that moment, the door at the end of the corridor swung open, revealing Shun Fanren and Wang Ji emerging from the room, hastening toward the staircase. LVCU and Hua Lingrong hastily followed suit. Shun Fanren and Wang Ji moved with urgency. "Wait for me, darling," Hua Lingrong called out as she ran, but Shun Fanren seemed oblivious, even quickening his pace from a brisk walk to a near sprint. Suddenly, a shattering of glass echoed through the air as a colossal wolf lunged from the path ahead of them. Both women shrieked in terror. In that critical moment, as the beast surged toward them, LVCU seized Hua Lingrong by the hair and, amid her screams, thrust her toward the oncoming wolf. She then fled toward Shun Fanren's retreating form, finally reaching him just as he was about to open the basement door. "Jean Bin, I wish to be with you forever," Lu Xiu said, her eyes brimming with tears. It was uncertain whether it was a remarkable display of acting or sheer fright. Shun Fanren cast a glance at her, ultimately deciding to take Lu Xiu with him into the basement for refuge. Throughout the night, the estate bore witness to a gruesome massacre. By the time the three emerged from the darkness of the basement the following day, the wolves had retreated. The estate lay in ruins, unrecognizable, stained with blood and scattered limbs, devoid of any signs of life. Shun Fanren, witnessing the destruction of his painstakingly crafted sanctuary, nearly succumbed to despair. Once he regained his composure, he resolved to Wang Ji, ascertain how many individuals managed to escape yesterday, consolidate those who remain. The survivors are of no concern. Bring the snow vehicles I instructed you to repair, gather whatever supplies we can, and we shall head south. Chapter 100, The Survivor Trading Market. Within the frigid cave, Lin Shi, having absorbed the source power from the anomalous tree, sensed that his internal reservoir of energy had reached a state of saturation. An indescribable sensation of fullness enveloped him, akin to having overeaten. He patted his belly, realizing it was not a sensation of satiation, nor had he unlocked the third tier of his genetic lock. It was as though the source power had overflowed, yet something crucial was still absent. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the dense, violet-hued leaves of the tree to cascade down like snowflakes. The tree appeared to lose its vital essence, leaving behind only bare branches. Both Lin Shi and the Demon King were momentarily taken aback. The Demon King, with a puzzled expression, took another bite of the trunk, leaving a tooth mark, its grin revealing the strength of its jaw, capable of imprinting even steel. Lin Shi contemplated that this tree might serve as an excellent resource. The roots connected to the pool below rendered it impossible to store within his space. After expending several minutes and destroying 2 axes, he resorted to a chainsaw to finally fell the tree and secure it in his space. Glancing upwards, he noted that darkness had fully enveloped the sky. The wilds at night posed greater dangers, for many predators hunted under the cover of darkness. Lin Shi promptly decided to spend the night in this water curtain cave and return the following day. He retrieved several moisture-proof mats from his space and laid them on the smooth, icy surface of the pool, setting up a tent atop them, and placed blankets inside. Thus, his and the Demon King's temporary abode was established. The Demon King, seemingly unaccustomed to such a cozy nook, darted in and out with excitement. This marked Lin Shi's first night spent outdoors since his rebirth. After measuring the temperature within the cave, an astonishing 61 degrees below zero, he noted that the temperatures had been steadily declining. After sharing a modest meal, Lin Shi crawled into his sleeping bag. Though the Demon King was highly alert, it too refrained from deep slumber, and perhaps due to unfamiliar surroundings. Lin Shi found it difficult to drift off. His mind began to wander. So much had changed in this lifetime. The apocalypse had barely begun, and humanity, along with other creatures, had undergone mass evolution. Source beasts and evolved beings had emerged prematurely. The impending beast tide would undoubtedly be far more terrifying than in his previous life. In retrospect, constructing a safe house was undoubtedly his wisest decision. Had he remained in a typical apartment building as in his past life, the thick concrete may have proven insufficient against the attacks of powerful source beasts. His safe house, with walls 3 meters thick and constructed from steel plating and an alloy framework, comprised 2 levels. Even if the dinosaurs of the Jurassic era were to re-emerge, the robustness and structure of his safe house would withstand the onslaught. He lacked for nothing in terms of supplies, with the safe house as his sanctuary. His only task was to continuously grow stronger. Moreover, following the emergence of the beast tide, regions with higher populations became more susceptible to detection and targeted attacks by the keenly scented beast packs. Ironically, his safe house was comparatively safer. Yet, he lamented that in this life he had still not avenged his father. Lin Shi closed his eyes, He was not one to be blinded by vengeance. Otherwise, upon discovering in his previous life that his father had not died by accident, he would have acted impulsively. Now, with the apocalypse upon them, Shun Fanrin was likely, like in his past life, consolidating power in Sanyuan City. However, he wondered if this time would be as smooth as the last. Perhaps, if one day he could command 1,000 source beasts, he might yet see a day for retribution in Sanyuan City. As he pondered, Lin Shi gradually drifted into a state of half-sleep. In his dreams, he found himself once more grappling with the struggles of the apocalypse from his previous life. He recalled the moment he and Zhao Xiao unearthed that ancient coin, inadvertently unlocking a treasure trove. Yet this time, as he activated the trove, he unhesitatingly killed Zhao Xiao. Witnessing Zhao Xiao's incredulous, unblinking gaze as he passed away filled Lin Shi with an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Upon waking, Lin Shi lingered on the dream's memory. Had he possessed the selfishness and ruthlessness in his past life that he had now, perhaps he would have avoided such a grim fate. Thus, in this life, he vowed never to trust anyone again. As dawn broke, Lin Shi gathered his belongings and, accompanied by the Demon King, returned to the safe house. After enjoying a warm breakfast, he set out once more. This time, he had no intention of laboriously scouring nearby cities for gold. He had recently heard of survivors organizing a trading market in the eastern suburbs, which by now might have taken shape. He decided to investigate today, hoping to exchange supplies directly for gold. Lin Shi mounted the Demon King and entered the town. The sight of the Demon King, unsurprisingly, incited a wave of panic among the populace. Those who had long been terrorized by source beasts and wild animals fled in fright. The Demon King did not attack. Instead, it regarded the scattering humans with a look of disdain. By the time the patrolling soldiers rushed over, Lin Shi and the Demon King had vanished from sight. Upon reaching the eastern suburbs, Lin Shi finally instructed the Demon King to halt. He seized a survivor who had collapsed in fear and inquired, "Is there a supply trading market nearby?" The terrified individual stammered, nearly convinced he was facing death. "Why, yes, at the park by the bridge, 1 kilometer north of the supply distribution apartment." After gleaning the location, Lin Shi spent a good 10 minutes searching before finally discovering the park by the bridge, as described. Cautioning the Demon King to remain on standby nearby, he ventured alone into the park. Once flourishing with greenery, the park was now buried beneath a thick blanket of snow. Only a few taller trees peeked through, hinting at its former vibrancy. The park was bustling with people, with 2 squads of soldiers maintaining order. As Lin Shi entered, he beheld a series of rudimentary stalls haphazardly arranged in the snowy expanse. Some stalls displayed wooden signs proclaiming bountiful offers for medicines, while others offered useless mechanical parts in exchange for meager food. There were stalls selling fabrics and garments of questionable warmth, and others pleading for food with tattered cloths, wishing blessings for longevity. The variety was vast, with vendors outnumbering customers. After wandering around for a while, Lin Shi found what he sought at one stall, a frail boy, hands riddled with frostbite, showcasing a collection of gold and silver jewelry weighing perhaps a dozen jin. As Lin Shi stood before the stall, the boy gazed enviously at the food on other stalls, swallowing hard, oblivious to Lin Shi's presence. Lin Shi cleared his throat, prompting the boy to redirect his gaze. "How much for this gold?" Lin Shi inquired. Chapter 101, Trading for Gold. Since the eruption of the solar storm and the onset of extreme cold, food has been consumed without any production. The supplies available to survivors are dwindling. Wang Liang, originally a middle school student, lived under the protective wings of his parents. Like all students, he once lamented the burdens of academic study, wishing for the day when the world would end so he could cease his studies and perhaps awaken extraordinary abilities like the protagonists in novels, thereafter living freely as he pleased. However, the apocalypse arrived in a manner entirely contrary to his imaginings. His father vanished while searching for food for him and his mother fell ill with a fever, incapacitated and bedridden, leaving them with no food at all. Wang Liang was compelled to shoulder the heavy burden of scavenging for supplies. Yet, being young and inexperienced, he struggled to find food, resorting instead to collecting items unrelated to sustenance or cast aside on the streets. He thought that even trading these items for contribution points would suffice. The gold pieces displayed at his stall were salvaged from a household he had visited, where they lay scattered on the ground, alongside discarded toothbrushes and a slightly used towel. Strangely, these items could not be exchanged even for a pack of cold medicine or a single steam bun. Wang Liang had been at this stall for 2 days without a single successful trade. The rations issued by the military had been consumed yesterday, and with 2 days remaining until the next distribution, he and his mother would have to survive on melted snow water. He could endure this, but his mother, Wang Liang's gaze was fixed intently on a few frozen buns displayed in a nearby stall. Though these buns were hard as ice and difficult to bite into, they were a rare delicacy compared to the frozen vegetables and uncookable rice. After 2 days, he had confirmed that no one in the market was willing to trade anything for his worthless gold. A thought began to take root in his mind. If he dashed over and snatched 2 buns, could he escape? Just then, a shadow loomed before him. But he paid it no mind, assuming it was merely another passerby, until a voice broke the silence above him. How much for the gold? Why you want gold? For the first time in 2 days, someone had shown interest, and Wang Liang sprang to his feet, only to feel faint from low blood sugar and collapse back onto the ground. Lin Shi frowned, waiting for the boy to regain his composure. Wang Liang, filled with excitement, exclaimed, I'll trade this for 2 buns. After a moment of contemplation, he worried he had asked too much and quickly amended, 1 bun. Or a pound of rice would suffice. Although a pound of rice would indeed provide more sustenance than a single bun. The scarcity of fuel for cooking rendered even a few pieces of firewood too precious to trade for it. He had already sold the matches from his home for food, and even if he obtained rice, it would have to be eaten raw. Lin Shi glanced at the gold on the stall, noting that he had an entire bag of rice in his space, but no steamed buns at all. He pulled 2 sealed packages of bread from his prepared backpack and inquired, would this be acceptable for an exchange? Upon seeing the bread, Wang Liang's eyes widened in astonishment. This type of bread used to be bought by his mother in bulk and packed at home, and he would take a few to school every day. Now, as he beheld its familiar color and packaging once more, thoughts of his mother, still lying in bed, caused his eyes to redden, momentarily leaving him speechless. Not enough. Lin Shi's brow furrowed slightly. Wang Liang snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously. That's plenty. That's plenty. Although the 2 loaves appeared scant, Wang Liang knew they could be exchanged with vendors in the market for at least 5 or 6 pounds of rice. He cautiously reached out to accept them, finally noting how exceptionally clean and tidy Lin Shi appeared. The eyes visible above his mask were sharp and clear, suggesting he was not much older than Wang Liang. Seeing the boy in a daze, Lin Shi took the initiative to gather the gold from the stall into his backpack. Wang Liang looked down and caught a glimpse of numerous loaves of bread, ham, and even matches within Lin Shi's bag, a pang of envy stirring within him. Though he dared not express it, he silently wished he could be as capable as this older brother. After collecting the gold, Lin Shi asked, besides this gold, do you know where else I might find more? Wang Liang's eyes lit up as he responded, yes. I know another person who sells gold. But he didn't set up today because no one wanted to trade with him yesterday, just like me. Wait here, I'll go fetch him. With that, he quickly gathered his belongings and dashed away, disappearing from sight. Lin Shi, initially planning to set up a stall to collect gold, pulled out a plastic bag and took the boy's former position. He retrieved paper and a pen from his backpack, writing, buying gold, trade for goods, starting from 10 pounds. He placed a note in front of him and sat in silence, waiting. Soon, someone noticed Lin Shi's sign and approached. What will you trade for gold? Lin Shi produced a loaf of bread, stating 10 pounds for one. He had previously collected an entire shipping container of these sweet loaves from the port, numbering in the tens of thousands. Since he disliked sweet food, he decided to use some for trading gold. To prevent the bread from appearing suspicious, Lin Shi had deliberately left them in his backpack to harden. As the man gazed at the golden bread, he swallowed hard, greedily eyeing Lin Shi's backpack, and said, wait here. Before long, the earlier man returned with a middleman to Lin Shi's stall. Several others, noticing Lin Shi's sign, began to gather around the stall, though they lacked substantial gold, offering only a few hundred grams of jewelry, which Lin Shi found unworthy of trading. Li Wei scrutinized Lin Shi and asked, do you need gold? In any trading market, there will always be middlemen who buy low from desperate survivors and sell high to those in need, reaping the profit. Li Wei was one such middleman in this market, having established it in collaboration with a few others. Indeed, do you have any? Lin Shi tossed the small loaf of bread in his hand. He still required over 200 kilograms of gold to upgrade his item duplication for the 10th time and believed many would still possess reserves. Particularly those wealthy individuals from before the apocalypse who would certainly hesitate to part with their fortunes. Let's discuss this in a more private location, Li Wei suggested, his eyes glinting with shrewdness. Chapter 102, An Unexpected Interference. Lin Shi rose and followed Li Wei to a secluded area. How much gold do you need? Li Wei inquired. 220 kilograms. Do you have it? Lin Shi stated his total demand directly. Li Wei appeared taken aback. In this apocalypse, food is the universal currency. Gold holds no value. What do you need so much gold for? He could not fathom Lin Shi's intentions. Did he intend to gather gold to craft a statue for himself? Lin Shi replied, that is not for you to concern yourself with. Do you have it or not? Li Wei squinted, contemplating. I do have some, but I will need 2 days to gather it. What will you offer in exchange? Collecting that much gold will require significant effort on my part. And I don't want it bread. I need essential supplies. What do you have? Li Wei's gaze bore into Lin Shi, eager to gauge his resources. Sensing Lin Shi had more to offer, he felt a strong intuition. Lin Shi's lips curled into a slight smile beneath his mask. He recognized that these opportunists possessed more cunning than a beehive. As for the bread, if they did not want it, he could just gather it himself. Lin Shi wore a nonchalant expression and, having spoken, departed back to his stall. At this juncture, Li Wei found himself in a quandary, remaining stationary and indecisive. The individual who had summoned Li Wei to Lin Shi's stall said, "Brotherly, are we not going to pursue this business?" Li Wei smiled, a sinister grin, and replied, "Find someone to keep an eye on that lad. See if he has any accomplices. If he is alone, we will follow him once he leaves the market and ascertain where he resides. We may just strike it big. If that fails, we can negotiate with him properly." When Lin Shi returned to his stall, he found the youth Wang Liang, who had been there previously, back again, accompanied by a middle-aged man, both appearing out of breath. "Look, he's back," Wang Liang exclaimed, not noticing Lin Shi and assuming he had already left. Chen Xiaodong, hurriedly brought over by Wang Liang, scrutinized Lin Shi for a moment. "You want a large quantity of gold?" Though clad in an array of peculiar attire, and his nose frostbitten, Chen Xiaodong still exuded an air of authority that set him apart, having long served as a bank president. Lin Shi assessed him and nodded, saying, "Indeed. How much do you possess?" Chen Xiaodong glanced around to ensure no one was watching and replied, "How much do you desire? I can procure dozens or even hundreds of kilograms." Before the apocalypse, Chen Xiaodong had been the president of a bank in Sha City, possessing the keys to its vault. The vault could be opened through several methods, even without electricity, using specially designed keys. Wang Liang's father had worked under Chen Xiaodong for many years and had a decent rapport with him. Hence Wang Liang was familiar with him and had received some food from him in private. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow and reiterated what he had previously conveyed to Li Wei. "I can offer bread in exchange. 20 kilograms of gold for 30 loaves. What do you say?" Wang Liang looked expectantly at Chen Xiaodong. Unlike Wang Liang, who was visibly anxious, Chen Xiaodong bargained, 40 loaves, whatever you can take I will provide. I assure you, the gold I possess far exceeds a mere few hundred kilograms." The difference between 30 and 40 loaves was negligible for Lin Shi. Yet he did not wish to convey an impression of surplus food. He countered 35 loaves. After a series of negotiations, they finally settled on 37 loaves. Wang Liang exhaled in relief, fearing Lin Shi might refuse. It was known that on their way, Chen Xiaodong had promised him a tenth of the deal as a reward. With 37 loaves, he could acquire at least 3 additional loaves, allowing him to procure cold medicine for his mother. After finalizing the arrangement with Chen Xiaodong, Lin Shi departed the market with the two men. Upon reaching the outskirts, Lin Shi whistled, and the Demon King emerged from Snowdrift, scampering over to him. Lin Shi had instructed the Demon King to hide there until his return, alerting him with a wolf's howl if any source beasts were nearby. To his surprise, the Demon King had burrowed into a snowbank. He chuckled as he brushed the snow off his companion. The sudden appearance of the Demon King startled Wang Liang and Chen Xiaodong. Lin Shi casually explained that this was his pet from before the apocalypse. In an increasingly perilous world, having the keen-sensed Demon King by his side would allow him to detect beast tides in advance. Although it might incite panic among other survivors or lead to misunderstandings, such concerns paled in comparison to the dangers posed by beast tides. Once they discerned that the Demon King posed no threat to humans, their apprehension eased. Wang Liang gazed at Lin Shi with awe. Lin Shi mounted the Demon King and departed. He had arranged to meet Chen Xiaodong that afternoon at the bank on College Road in the eastern suburbs. But he first needed to retrieve the bread for their transaction. However, this was merely a ruse to conceal the existence of his spatial storage. After parting ways with the two, Lin Shi found an unoccupied shop, extracted 37 loaves from his spatial storage, and packed them into a large black bag, awaiting the agreed-upon time. In the interim, Lin Shi and the Demon King had lunch and rested for a while. When the time approached, Lin Shi made his way to the bank on College Road as planned. Upon arriving at the bank's entrance, however, he sensed something amiss. Lin Shi had honed his awareness of murderous intent in the gazes of others, now extending over 80 meters. Standing not far from the bank's entrance, he perceived a faint yet palpable aura of hostility emanating from within the bank, as its door stood ajar. Was someone lying in wait for him inside? Lin Shi gestured for the Demon King to remain several dozen meters away from the bank and called out loudly, "Come out." No one responded. Lin Shi smirked coldly and declared, "If that is the case, the deal is off." With that, he instructed the Demon King to retreat. Yet, Lin Shi had no intention of truly leaving. He was merely a step away from acquiring the gold. Even if the old man and the youth from the morning intended to ambush him, he could easily eliminate them and then proceed to unlock the vault. What Lin Shi did not anticipate was that his tactic of retreating would draw out unexpected individuals. Li Wei emerged from the shadows of the bank, brandishing a pistol, accompanied by two armed associates. Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, shortly after he and Chen Xiaodong had parted ways that morning, Li Wei had intercepted the excited Chen Xiaodong and Wang Liang, extracting details of their transaction. Originally, Li Wei had intended to follow Lin Shi to discover his residence. However, witnessing Lin Shi ride away on the Demon King shifted his focus entirely onto the creature. Recently, the military had received a number of scientists to conduct research on the newly emerged mutated beasts. Li Wei believed that if he could capture Lin Shi's loyal mutant dog and present it to the military, he would be rewarded with endless supplies and perhaps even power. As he indulged in these fantasies, his gaze toward the Demon King grew increasingly avaricious. Li Wei called out, "We meet again. I've thought of what I wish to trade. How about all the gold from this bank's vault in exchange for your dog?" Upon hearing someone lay claim to his companion, the Demon King bared his teeth and emitted a low, threatening growl. Before Lin Shi could respond, Li Wei continued, "Oh, by the way, I've hidden the vault key. If you refuse the deal, you can forget about obtaining that gold. You and your two trading partners will meet your end. I trust you can weigh the gravity of the situation." Li Wei waved his gun menacingly, asserting that if the dog cooperated, he would spare them. One of Li Wei's associates produced a tranquilizer and rope, eyeing the Demon King eagerly. Lin Shi chuckled as he dismounted from the Demon King. He could always find more gold, and the fates of the two men were of no concern to him. However, he loathed being threatened. Li Wei, misinterpreting Lin Shi's demeanor as compliance, displayed a gleam of satisfaction on his face. Yet, this fleeting joy was short-lived as Lin Shi's icy voice rang out. "Kill everyone except the one speaking." The Demon King had been awaiting Lin Shi's command, and, upon receiving it, surged forward like a gust of wind. The distance of several dozen meters was covered in the blink of an eye. Seeing Lin Shi refuse to yield, Li Wei's expression darkened with malice, and he pulled the trigger. Li Wei erroneously assumed the Demon King could be dispatched as easily as those first-tier source beasts that had previously invaded the city. But he was gravely mistaken. The defenses of second-tier source beasts were far superior to those of ordinary animals. A mere handgun could not pierce the Demon King's hide. Bang! Li Wei fired a shot, but his eyes struggled to keep pace with the Demon King's speed. The shot failed to graze even a hair on the Demon King, who had already charged forward, sinking its fangs into the head of the individual wielding the tranquilizer. "Boss, help!" cried another person clutching a rope, hastily approaching Levi for assistance. In a panic, Levi turned the gun around, but an excruciating pain suddenly shot through his wrist, causing the firearm to clatter onto the snow. Upon inspection, he discovered a shard of glass had somehow embedded itself into his flesh. It was Lin Shi's doing. During their previous outing, he had found glass shards to be quite effective, discreet in hand and lethal against ordinary foes. He had collected a few for safekeeping. Levi attempted to retrieve his gun, but the Demon King's attack had already commenced. The creature had long held a grudge against Levi and had overheard the human's words. However, Lin Shi had not commanded it to slay this detestable human. The Demon King lunged sideways, its claws tearing into the individual cowering behind Levi, eviscerating him and knocking Levi down, splattering his clothes with his comrade's blood. Panic finally etched itself onto Levi's face as he shouted towards the bank's interior. "Aren't you coming out?" Levi intended to take the Demon King away, and he was not alone. Lurking in the shadows of the bank were 10 others. 8 were ambushers concealed within, while 2 were Wang Liang and Chen Xiaodong. The Demon King's brutality had left everyone paralyzed with fear. Upon hearing Levi's words, the others exchanged glances but remained motionless. Aside from Levi, none possessed firearms. Venturing outside would be akin to delivering oneself to slaughter. Lin Shi disregarded the individuals inside, approaching the Demon King instead. He picked up the fallen handgun and, without a word, aimed it at Levi's leg, firing a shot. "Ah!" Levi screamed in agony. Lin Shi, with a frosty demeanor, aimed at Levi's other leg and inquired, "Where is the key?" Levi, intimidated by Lin Shi's ruthlessness, realized that the most dangerous individuals were often those who spoke little. He dared not hesitate. "Don't shoot. The key is in my pocket. I misjudged the situation. I concede. You can have the key. Just let me go. My brother is an evolver, a reservist in the army. If you kill me, you'll invite trouble. I've done you wrong, and you've shot me. We can call it even, right?" Levi endeavored to maintain his composure, suppressing his murderous intent. Upon returning, he would certainly have his brother avenge him, eliminating this man and cooking the dog. Lin Shi neither affirmed nor diverted his aim, but commanded, "Bring your people out." At the mention of his companions, Levi's ire surged, and he bellowed towards the silent entrance of the bank. Aren't you all coming out? Do you not wish to survive in Shushi? The eight, recalling Levi's brother's identity, hesitantly emerged, escorting Wang Liang and Chen Xiaodong before them. Despite being held captive, Wang Liang gazed at Lin Shi with admiration, internally exclaiming, "What a magnificent figure! Was he not the embodiment of the heroic protagonist from the novels he adored? If he could tame such a formidable beast, no one would dare to confront him again." Meanwhile, Chen Xiaodong's gaze remained fixed on the imposing Demon King. Filled with awe and dread, once all were present, Lin Shi continued to command, "Toss the key over here." Levi hesitated momentarily, but upon meeting Lin Shi's cold, unyielding gaze, he gritted his teeth and retrieved the key from his inner lining, tossing it to Lin Shi. Lin Shi caught the key and stowed the handgun at his waist. Observing this, Levi felt a wave of relief wash over him and shouted at his still alert comrades, facing the approaching Demon King. "Why aren't you helping me up? What are you still doing with these two? Hurry and release them." The eight comrades exchanged glances between Levi and Lin Shi, along with the bloody Demon King, and hurriedly untied Wang Liang and Chen Xiaodong. The two rushed towards Lin Shi. Levi, suppressing his lingering animosity, urged his comrades, "Let us go." He was eager to return to the military and inform his brother, so he could bring men to eliminate this man and dog. The eight displayed expressions of relief, secretly grateful for Levi's evolver brother, while contemplating how to placate him upon their return. Moments later, they heard a chilling voice from behind, "Leave no survivors." A few minutes passed before the screams subsided, leaving only Lin Shi, Wang Liang, and Chen Xiaodong alive. Lin Shi had never intended to allow any of them to live. If an evolver dared to seek vengeance, he would ensure they returned empty-handed. The gruesome scene left Chen Xiaodong and Wang Liang momentarily stunned. Despite having witnessed many deaths, they still felt nauseated. However, Wang Liang, being young and adaptable, comprehended the rationale behind eradicating threats and soon resumed gazing at Lin Shi with admiration. Yet, he failed to consider that they themselves might also be deemed potential threats. Chen Xiaodong, on the other hand, was acutely aware. Levi's desperate cries echoed in his ears, and he recalled Lin Shi's indifferent and scornful expression. Chen Xiaodong recognized that Lin Shi showed no fear of the evolvers, nor the military's might. He suddenly knelt in the snow, looking up at Lin Shi with sincerity. "Sir, may I serve you?" Chapter 104, Gathering Intelligence. Lin Shi's companion was undeniably formidable, and the ability to tame such a powerful beast indicated that Lin Shi was no ordinary youth. Chen Xiaodong felt no humiliation in kneeling before Lin Shi, even at his advanced age. In this harsh reality, clinging to pre-apocalyptic mentalities could lead to certain death. Had it not been for Lin Shi, he would have perished today. Moreover, had he not been astute, he too might have met a grim fate. Casting a sideways glance at the still stunned Wang Liang, he pulled him down and kneel as well. Wang Liang quickly realized the situation, though he had not anticipated that Lin Shi might resort to eliminating witnesses. In his eyes, Lin Shi had become akin to the protagonists he had read about in novels. Those who followed such heroes often basked in their glory, becoming formidable themselves. If he aligned with Lin Shi, would he not also grow in strength? With excitement bubbling within him, Wang Liang exclaimed, "Big brother, let me be your subordinate. I have great potential." Lin Shi retrieved a cloth to wipe the blood from the Demon King's fur, tossing the key at Chen Xiaodong's feet as he addressed the two. "I do not accept subordinates. Stand up and open the vault." Wang Liang's disappointment was palpable. He had wished to plead for a chance, but Chen Xiaodong shook his head, signaling him to remain silent. Leading Lin Shi into the bank, Chen Xiaodong recalled his prior intent to retrieve some gold to exchange for supplies. Thus the vault's lock had already been tampered with. The bank was shrouded in darkness, and Lin Shi illuminated the path with a flashlight from his backpack. Both men gazed at the flashlight with envy, as such a commodity was now worth its weight in gold. Food could not even procure one, and the military had raised the contribution points required to exchange for batteries. With the flashlight's beam guiding them, the trio made their way to the vault door. Chen Xiaodong produced the key and unlocked the heavy, complex entrance. As the flashlight's glow illuminated the interior of the vault, Wang Liang exclaimed in awe. He had never witnessed such a vast sum of money. Piles of cash and shelves brimming with gold filled the vault. For someone unaccustomed to such wealth, the sight was utterly staggering. Chen Xiaodong discreetly observed Lin Shi's expression. Noting his unwavering calmness, he felt an increasing sense of reverence and addressed Lin Shi with respect. "There must be around 100 million in cash and approximately 20 tons of gold. Consider this a token of gratitude for saving us. I do not wish for the bread. You see, here is the key. We shall wait for you outside the bank." After speaking, He cautiously glanced at Lin Shi's expression. Noticing Lin Shi had no intention of silencing him, Chen Xiaodong secretly breathed a sigh of relief and pulled Wang Liang outside. Lin Shi, holding the key, felt a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. This individual was indeed someone who could bend and stretch, yet possessed a sense of propriety. He instructed the Demon King to stand guard at the vault entrance while he ventured alone into the vault. After surveying the interior, he emptied the entire vault, collecting both cash and gold, all of which he stowed away in his space. He also placed several gold bars into his backpack. Subsequently, he exited the vault and secured the door. After a moment's thought, he uneasily retrieved a thinner steel rod from his space, inserted it into the keyhole, then snapped it off, completely blocking the keyhole. Even if Chen Xiaodong possessed a spare key, he would be unable to reopen the great door or ascertain how much gold was missing. Satisfied with his handiwork, Lin Shi nodded and departed from the bank. Upon reaching the entrance, he was taken aback to see that Chen Xiaodong and Wang Liang had not fled. He could easily discern the trepidation in Chen Xiaodong's demeanor and initially assumed they intended to abscond with the food rather than engage in a transaction. However, he had no desire to indiscriminately slay the innocent, particularly those who were perceptive to circumstances. Lin Shi extended the bag containing bread towards Chen Xiaodong, saying, "I speak with sincerity. Take it." Yet, Chen Xiaodong did not accept it. Instead, he once more knelt in the snow with Wang Liang, gazing up at Lin Shi and imploring, "My lord, I wish to serve you alongside this child. Please do not hastily refuse. We can assist you with menial tasks. For example, should you require gold in the future, you may assign us such duties. We shall accept a modest compensation from you, thereby saving you time. We will continue our lives as usual and will not demand any resources from you or request favors. If you fear we might divulge your secrets, you may have your dog remember our scent. Its keen sense of smell ensures we can never escape." One must admit this person was quite astute and possessed an admirable sense of propriety. Listening to this entirely self-serving rationale, Lin Shi felt a stir of temptation. "So, you merely wish to acquire some food from me?" Lin Shi inquired, raising an eyebrow. Chen Xiaodong smiled, his expression revealing unbridled ambition. "Of course. I also wish to take a gamble. I hope to wager that one day you will soar to great heights, commanding authority in Shushi, allowing us lowly beings to rise alongside you. If not, I shall have no regrets. I have nothing to lose, merely a worthless life. In 18 years, I shall be a fine man once more." Wang Liang, filled with fervor, echoed, "So do I." Lin Shi narrowed his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Assist me in gathering intelligence on the evolved and the military. Consider it a transaction. Why next seek you out? I shall reward you according to the information you provide." He patted the Demon King's head. The Demon King glanced at Lin Shi, then approached Chen Xiaodong and Wang Liang, circling them to memorize their scents. "As for working for me, let us wait until you have managed to survive." With that, he leapt onto the Demon King's back, discarding the bread he held, and departed without looking back. Chen Xiaodong and Wang Liang remained standing until Lin Shi and the Demon King vanished from sight before rising to their feet. Chen Xiaodong glanced at the bag Lin Shi had left behind, counting the contents. 37 loaves of bread, none missing. He sighed and remarked to Wang Liang, "You truly are fortunate to encounter such a person. Though he is ruthless, he possesses principles. I believe he will never lead an ordinary life, alas. We are too inept to assist him." Wang Liang queried, "Did that big brother not say he wanted us to gather intelligence for him?" "Indeed, but that middleman is dead, and he has an evolved brother. We cannot say we won't be the target of their wrath," Chen Xiaodong replied. "Come, let us return. We must help your mother relocate. Surviving is our priority if we wish to have a future." The Demon King moved with remarkable speed, and within an hour, Lin Shi returned to the safe house. With an abundance of gold now at his disposal, he was poised to upgrade the item replication for the 10th time. Chapter 105, Upgrading Again. Upon returning to the safe house, Lin Shi summoned the Demon King back into his space and engaged in play with the gibbons and clouded leopards. As per his usual routine, he removed his outer garments, flipped the electrical switch, illuminated the room, and laid out 20 tons of gold in the living room. The gold he had gathered previously had been entirely fed to the treasure pot, which now displayed the following interface. Treasure pot. Storage space. Complete. The volume of space can expand with the increase of the user's source strength and can store living beings. Function. Item replication 1478. Funds required for upgrade. 2,203,432. Lin Shi fixed his gaze upon the interface and murmured, "Upgrade item replication." As his words fell, a batch of gold bars vanished from the ground, and much like during the last upgrade of the storage space, the entire treasure pot interface transformed into a jumble of characters. A golden light emanated from Lin Shi's brow. He held his breath slightly, observing the changes before him. Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, as the golden light radiated from his forehead, a faint image of a gold ingot emerged at his brow. The golden light intensified, and his surroundings became enveloped in a golden hue, even tinting his eyes with gold. Lin Shi felt an inexplicable sensation as if he were submerged in warm water. Exceedingly comfortable, even to the point of drowsiness. He fought against the urge to succumb to sleep. This time, the period of garbled text persisted far longer than before. As time elapsed, Lin Shi could no longer endure the overwhelming drowsiness, staggering 2 steps before collapsing onto the sofa. He truly fell asleep. Unbeknownst to him, as he slumbered, the golden light at his brow grew even more radiant, illuminating the entire living room of the safe house in a brilliant golden glow. Meanwhile, the treasure pot interface displayed a message that even if Lin Shi were awake, he would not be able to see. Treasure pot upgrade complete. This upgrade will bind to host Lin Shi's soul. The host cannot reassign ownership before death and cannot be stripped away or discarded. Intelligent mode activated. Host data extraction in progress. After a considerable duration, the golden light finally faded, and Lin Shi slowly began to awaken. He opened his eyes and sat up abruptly. Did I fall asleep? Under normal circumstances, no matter how fatigued he was, he would never succumb to sleep if he did not wish to. He immediately understood that his slumber was undoubtedly related to the treasure pot. Hastily, he focused on the treasure pot interface. The previously rudimentary interface had undergone a dramatic transformation. Instead of the details regarding the treasure pot, four distinct icons now appeared: a human figure, a gold ingot, an exclamation mark, and a circular symbol with a dot in the center. Lin Shi concentrated on the first human figure icon. In an instant, the interface shifted. Host data: Lin Shi, 19 years old, male. Evolution level: Gene Lock level 2. Source power: 400 source power units. Mental power: 80 mental power units. Detected that the host has met the requirement for the next evolution, needing 400 source power units, and only lacks 20 mental power units to achieve the 100 mental power units required for the upgrade. Please hasten to enhance your mental power to complete the Gene Lock level 3 evolution. What is this? Lin Shi's pupils dilated in shock. He even forgot to breathe, utterly amazed by the fantastical nature of the interface before him. Is this the transformation of the treasure pot after the upgrade? Although he had long suspected the treasure pot to be a product of advanced civilization technology, this game-like interface surpassed any of his previous understandings. With a mere thought, the interface returned to the 4 icons. This time, he focused his mental power on the gold ingot icon. Again, the interface transformed before his eyes. The treasure basin complete. Storage space complete. The spatial volume can increase with the augmentation of a user's innate energy, capable of storing living beings. Item duplication complete. The frequency of item duplication increases by 1 each day. Current count: 1479. At this juncture, Lin Shi's breath quickened with palpable excitement. He suppressed his exhilaration and returned to the interface featuring the 4 icons, this time concentrating his mental energy on the 3rd exclamation mark. The next danger will manifest in 95 hours and 36 minutes. The current threat is virus outbreak. Please prepare in advance, host. A virus outbreak. At this revelation, Lin Shi was abruptly jolted from his euphoric stupor regarding the transformation of the treasure basin. How could he have overlooked this matter? In his previous life, during this very period, as temperatures began to plummet, viruses commenced their insidious proliferation. Several previously unknown viruses emerged, spreading among the survivors. Due to a lack of medication and preventive measures, the contagion proliferated rapidly and mutated at an alarming pace. Lin Shi recalled that at around this time in his previous existence, a massive viral outbreak would invariably occur. This virus was omnipresent, capable of spreading through virtually every conceivable means known to humankind. Regardless of one's physical constitution, anyone who still required respiration was susceptible to infection. Symptoms manifested as high fever, coughing, and pervasive fatigue and malaise. Those who survived would develop antibodies, while those who did not would perish. However, during the last solar storm, the warning time provided by the treasure basin was within 72 hours. Astonishingly, this time it had extended to 96 hours. Furthermore, it specified the nature of the impending danger. Just as he was about to click on the 4th icon, an incongruous knocking at the door interrupted him. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, glancing at his mechanical watch. He had returned around 2 o'clock. Now, as the clock approached 3, approximately half an hour had elapsed since his unconsciousness. Lin Shi scrutinized the surveillance feed directed at the door. The accumulated snow had yet to be cleared, obscuring the peephole, making it impossible to discern the situation outside. 3 middle-aged men wielding axes and chopping knives, accompanied by a middle-aged woman carrying a basket, stood before Lin Shi's safe house. The man knocked vigorously on the door, then leaned closer to listen for any sounds, but heard nothing. Brother Chung, is anyone inside? He queried. Didn't we already knock earlier this morning? The middle-aged woman, her head and half her face wrapped in cloth, shivered in the cold wind while hugging her arms, casting a puzzled glance at the man knocking. The man referred to as Liang Chung addressed the trio with a tone of uncertainty. I just saw a figure moving on the mountain. I believe the owner of this house may have returned. Upon hearing this, another man's eyes brightened. There's not a soul left in the village below. They must have all perished. We've spent the entire day in the mountains and barely collected any firewood. It's certainly the occupant of this peculiar house who has been chopping it. Over the past couple of months, Lin Shi, accompanied by the Demon King, had either been venturing outside or gathering firewood. With the addition of the gibbon, their efficiency in collecting firewood had increased significantly, leaving the nearby mountain slopes devoid of trees. These four had trekked a considerable distance from the city into the mountains, only to find not a single tree remaining, and having wasted an entire day. Their patience had worn thin. Liang Chung remarked, "The belongings of the villagers down below have all been looted clean, given this location's remoteness. It's likely that no one else has come here." Another man's eyes sparkled with understanding, immediately grasping Liang Cheng's implication. "What should we do, Brother Chung? If you have a plan, we shall follow your lead."